Chapter 63, Manure and Moonshine. Chapter text. After spinning for what seemed like an eternity, Brant, Harry, Lyra, and Whispers landed at the international arrivals room of the Ministry of Magic in London. Whispers immediately jumped away as Harry and Lyra rolled on the floor. Brant managed to stay on his feet, but spun around on his feet several times before he managed to stop himself and reached his hands out to balance himself. No one vomited this time. "Welcome back," Alistair Moody said from the side of the room. He was accompanied by an Asian woman with a tattoo of a dragon along the side of her neck. Whispers approached the woman and sniffed her before saying, "Tonks, Tonks, Tonks." "Drat," Tonks said. "I assumed Lyra could tell it was me, but I guess I smell like me too. I don't know how I can change that." "We'll work on it," Moody said. "We'll borrow some crops from the DRCMC and add them to your training. If it's a hole in your disguise, we'll need to patch it up." Harry approached the old aura. "Hey, Alistair. Good to see you, Mr. Potter. How's the family?" "Everyone is well. It was good to be back." Tonks looked back and forth, so Moody knew about Harry's mysterious family. She hoped that one day she would be let in on the secret too, but knew that until then, pushing would not end well for her. She went over with Whispers to help Lyra get her bearings. The group started to move towards a fireplace on the far wall, but Moody stayed in his place. "You're not coming with us?" Harry asked. "I'm not a fan of black properties after last time." Alistair gave a death glare at Brant, who shivered a bit under his gaze. "I will be staying nearby. I have already scouted the area and set up security wards outside of the property." Brant took a steadying breath before saying, "We will be going to Abbott's tea house tomorrow, then the children will be returning to school." Then, without waiting for Alistair's acknowledgement, threw a large handful of powder in the fire and called out, "Elmswood Lodge," as the green flames swallowed them up. When they arrived, Opal was there waiting and performed some kind of magic to suspend Harry and Whispers in midair, so they didn't fall after being spat out of the fireplace. Lyra looked around and yawned, then shivered a bit and started to run for her room to find some warmer clothes. Harry and Whispers were right behind her after a moment, leaving Brant and Tonks alone in the entrance hall. "I want to thank you for agreeing to assist me with the children, and particularly Lyra," Brant told Tonks. "I had a contract ready for the other woman, Madame Florus, and while she would have done an adequate job, I wasn't looking forward to how Lyra was going to get along with an unknown older woman." Tonks smiled. "I like Lyra. She's got a lot of potential. I'm sure you and your boss have figured out all my reasons for taking the job, even though I accepted it to make sure she's safe from her father. I want to also make sure she's safe from everyone else." She gave him a very pointed look as he responded, "I understand that perfectly. I wish both of them only the best for their futures. Speaking of which, I need to go do some things for them right now. Please look after them, and I will be back before midnight, I hope. Don't let them go to sleep until after 10 p.m. and Opal can provide you with 8-hour doses of dreamless sleep potions for them. We have been overseas, and they need to be readjusted to the current time zone." "Where have you been?" Tonks asked, testing the waters. "We've been where they grew up, their home," Brant said with purposeful vagueness. "Stick around for long enough, and you might be able to learn where. I can tell you with very little doubt, it is as magical, if not more so, than Hogwarts." That shocked Tonks, and as she tried to figure out where in Narnia they could have been, Brant called for Opal to bring him a trunk and a half dose of pepper-up potion, which he quickly downed and caused smoke to come out of his ears. He looked to her for anything else, and when she was still silent, he picked up the trunk, threw some flue powder into the fire and called out, "Gringotts," before vanishing. Brant stepped out of the fireplace into the main hall of Gringotts, but that was not his actual destination. He strolled straight out of the bank, towing the trunk behind him. It was just after sunset, and the lamps along the street had just come on, with plenty of people still roaming the streets before dinner time. Going just a few blocks, he turned down Nocturne Alley and passed by the King's Armory to go further down the twisted street. Nocturne Alley started off looking reputable, with the same cobblestone street as the rest of Diagon and buildings with polished nameplates and numbers, but after just a 2 minutes walk, that changed. It changed into broken stones, dirty windows, and storefronts that had no visible purpose to them. A few could be recognized as pubs or brothels if you knew what you were looking for, and if you didn't know what you were looking for, the residents could pick up on that in a moment. Brant walked with purpose past vagrants, hags, prostitutes, and thugs. None of them approached him, for two reasons. The first being that he obviously had a purpose there. He wasn't a drunk who had stumbled down the wrong road or a teenager looking for illegal goods. The other being that there was the coat of arms belonging to the Black family stamped on the top of the trunk he was pulling. Even if one person would try to make a move on him, others would stop them to keep Lord Black or other enforcers from paying a visit to the alley. Finally arriving at his destination, a shop that had a surprisingly welcoming front display filled with luxurious clothing, all on mannequins that looked like they were different bipedal magical creatures underneath the garments. Written on the glass was, "The Dapper Bazaar." Brant entered and walked to the back, past many articles of clothing on racks, to a middle-aged man and a woman going through a large ledger and counting money. He waited patiently for them to acknowledge him. The man continued counting money as the lady looked up and said, "Steward, how may I help you today? Buying or selling?" "Appraising, actually." He reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll. "But first, I have a contract for you to sign." He unrolled it in front of the woman. She waved a wand over it, which caused a series of silver runes around the border of the parchment to glow. She flipped it over and performed the same spell which revealed nothing. "Just a betrayal notification, nothing else," she asked. "Anything else will come after the betrayal. I have work for you, and I would be happy to trust you as I have done in the past. But for this, I need to know if either of you ever informs someone else about what I am bringing to you." The man stopped counting the coins and closed the ledger, then took the contract and read through it. Then looked up at Brant and said, "Straightforward, no loopholes. How will you be paying for the appraisals?" Brant reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 gemstones. There was a ruby and an emerald each about the size of a grape, and a diamond cut into a rounded triangle about half the size of the others. The woman took them from him and inspected them before passing them to the man, who dropped them into a drawer behind him. He took out a black quill and signed the contract, passed it to the woman who signed it as well, then returned the scroll to Brant. Placing it back into his coat, he reached down to the trunk and pulled out a small wooden case and placed it on the counter. Opening it up revealed nearly a dozen glass containers, sealed shut, shimmering with the signs of a preservation charm on all of them. They were all filled with various plant, animal, and dirt samples. He reached in and pulled out 2 of the containers. One was filled with the manure he had collected with Harry, and the other had in it small red crystals. "These 2 are the most important. I am pretty sure I know what the manure is, and I have no idea what the crystals are." He reached back into the trunk and pulled out 5 metal rods, 6 feet long each, and placed them on the counter. They had the numbers 1 through 6 written on them at the ends. "These are coarse samples from an area around a volcano. 1 is closest to the surface, and 6 is the lowest. I have no idea what you'll find with this, but I'm hoping it will be something interesting. Do as many tests as you can with this, from the most basic to the most bizarre and esoteric." "Will there be any future business connected to these appraisals?" the woman asked. "Most likely," Brant responded. "I also require a photo developer who is working right now and can be trusted to be as discreet as the 2 of you." "You'll be wanting to go to the Monarch," the woman said. "The brothel?" Brant asked, surprised. "They employ a girl there who goes by the name of Serenity. She cannot see and is often asked to develop photos in addition to her other responsibilities. I would imagine she does more photo work than anything else, as the benefits of having someone who can never reveal what they develop is quite valuable." After considering it for a moment, he asked, "May I use your changing room for a moment?" Getting a nod, he took the trunk and entered the room on the side of the establishment. He wasn't going to a brothel looking like Steward Brant of House Black, so he changed into a hooded robe with a face-concealing charm. Knowing that wouldn't be enough, he grew out a long beard that went down to the middle of his chest and a wide mustache over the top, twisting with several curls. Looking in the mirror, he made his eyebrows much bushier, then finally waved his wand to turn his black hair and beard a sandy blonde. Then he applied a shrinking charm on his trunk and stuffed it into his pocket. He hadn't done that before, as he wanted to make sure no extra magic interfered with the samples he was delivering. With that completed, he pulled up the hood on his cloak and re-entered the Dapper Bazaar. There was another customer meeting with the proprietors, and all the samples he had left with them had been tucked away and put out of sight. He gave a brief nod to them, which wasn't returned, and exited back into Nocturne Alley. He only had a vague knowledge of where the monarch was, so he just walked with purpose until he saw a building, a bit taller than those around it, with a butterfly on the front door. He approached it and knocked. A small panel slid off at eye level, and someone asked gruffly, "What do you want?" "I'm looking for some entertainment," Brant responded, not knowing what else to ask for at a brothel. "Who sent you?" they challenged back. "I was referred to you by someone at the Dapper Bazaar," he told the voice behind the door. "Good enough." The panel slid shut, and there was the sound of 8 locks being undone before the door opened and revealed a short, but exceptionally strong-looking man holding a metal club. "This way," he gestured down the hallway with the club. As they walked down the hall, Brant felt a series of diagnostic spells wash over him, and as he wasn't clubbed over the back of his head, he assumed that everything checked out. This was quite a bit of security for a simple brothel. And they got to the end of the hall to another door. The bouncer ordered him, "Hood off." Leaving no room for argument, Brant pulled the hood down to reveal his changed features. The man nodded and opened the door. He was led into an extremely elegant room. Everything was upholstered in rich red leather and dark wood. There were dozens of men lounging around the room, most of them with drinks in one hand, and more than half of them sitting with a scantily clad woman, chattering and laughing about whatever. Then he saw the reason for the security. There were at least 2 department heads from the ministry and a few other recognizable businessmen being serviced here. The bouncer noticed his gaze and gave him a nudge with his baton. "Go order yourself a drink." Brant turned away from the men entertaining themselves and walked over to the bar, where he was greeted by a dark-haired woman bartending in a strapless purple dress. "What can I get you?" she asked while handing him a coaster. Suddenly, one of Lord Black's lessons flashed back to him. During his education as a steward, he had been taught many things about covert business dealings. Being the face of the Black family for the past few years, as the Lord was dying, nearly all of his business negotiations only needed simple bribes and were done without the need for subterfuge. However, he still learned one particular lesson about how some establishments used drinks as code. He could just ask the bartender to speak with serenity, but he had never used this lesson before, so he racked his brain to try to remember the details of the lesson to see if he could do this properly. He was never good at the memory palace teachings of occlumency, and he would kill for the kind of recall that Harry Potter had. But he still was able to remember what to order and even threw in a bit of creativity to get his point across. The first thing was he needed to turn down the coaster. A coaster under your drink meant that you were drinking for fun, not for business. Then he ordered, "I will have a screwdriver with a small shot of moonshine on the side." The bartender looked at him a bit strangely, but just said, "Have a seat, your drink will be out shortly." Brant walked over to an empty chair that had no others near it and sat down. The leather was enchanted to perfectly support his spine, and feeling the armrests, he knew that a drink wouldn't tip over if it was placed on the rounded surface. He made a note to come back here sometime, if only to enjoy the rich environment or if he needed to provide entertainment for someone he was doing business with. A minute later, his drinks appeared on the table to his side, and he just left them there and waited. Nearly 10 minutes passed by before he was approached by a woman about his height, wearing a short black dress, leather boots, and a cowboy hat. She did a little spin in front of him, then surprised him by sitting down across his lap, and spoke in an accent from the American South. "My name is Lucille. I was told you were looking for an introduction." Brant stared at the woman on his lap for a moment before looking at his drink order and chuckling. He chuckled a bit more before taking his wand off his wrist holster and casting a quick privacy charm around them. "My apologies, Lucille. I was trying to get an introduction to another colleague of yours, Serenity." The girl looked at him funny, and then back to his drink, then laughed as well, because too much moonshine makes you blind. Brant nodded. "Good try there. All you need is an umbrella for an introduction to a girl. Is this your first time?" "At drinks, yes," he said to the blonde who was still draped across his lap. "Do you think you could provide the introduction?" He performed a bit of muggle sleight of hand that he had learned as a teenager to make 3 galleons appear between his thumb and index finger, fanning them out. Lucille took his hand and grasped the coins, then leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Follow me." She stood up, still holding his hand, and pulled him to his feet, then towed him out of the room through a passageway with beads hanging from the ceiling. As he brushed by them, he could feel some kind of magic in them, security charms of some kind, he guessed. Halfway down the hallway, they came to a door, and Lucille knocked. After a few moments, it was opened by a woman in a very form-fitting red velvet dress. However, unlike the other women in the main lounge, nothing was revealing about it. It had a high neck, long sleeves, and went down to her ankles. She was also wearing a lace mask that didn't have holes cut out for the eyes. Her auburn hair was tied back in a ponytail. Lucille said to her, "Hey, darling, the gentleman here was looking for an introduction. Instead of an umbrella, he tried to be specific with a shot of moonshine." Serenity smiled a bit. "I can see where you might have gotten confused. Did you come straight down the hallway?" Hearing an affirmative from Lucille, she continued, "Thank you, I'll take it from here." Turning her head to Brant, "Please come in, make yourself comfortable." Brant looked around the room. It was very dark, with little bits of light in the corners so he could see the layout. The woman here wouldn't need the light, so it must be for the benefit of the customers. There was a large couch, a small bar, a desk, and a coffee table. Two doors were leading further into the suite, but it wasn't obvious where they went, though he assumed one was a bedroom. There was also one of the high-back chairs from the lounge, so he settled into that. Serenity walked over and laid down on the couch, stretching out like a cat, and saying with a purr, "So, what have you got in mind for me tonight?" Brant did find her attractive, and spent a moment admiring her form before getting to the point. "I was informed you do discreet photo development." "Oh, that." She sat back up. "How many pictures, and what kind of time frame are you looking at?" Before she sounded playful, but now she had an all-business tone to her voice. "You're going to think I'm a bit nuts, but I have 226 rolls of film I need to be developed. I can't remember how many photos, as some rolls are magically enhanced to be close to 100, and some are muggle-make of 24 or 36. I have one roll that specifically needs to be done by 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the rest need to be done as soon as possible. I am prepared to pay for your full schedule until they are completed, and I can have a house elf deliver the payment as you progress and pick up the finished product." "Yeah, that is a bit nuts. I don't have enough development potion for all of that." "How many firebird feathers would you need to have enough?" Brant asked. "Let me think." She seemed to be counting, while touching her thumb to her fingers and adding up some kind of number in her head. "I would need approximately 216 inches of feathers. I assume you're asking because you have access to some. It seems that's always what people are short on, with the only phoenixes in the country belonging to the Daily Prophet and Albus Dumbledore." Brant pulled out his trunk and enlarged it to full size. He cast a diagnostic spell on the coffee table to find out it was 4 feet long, and then started to take feathers out of a sack and line them up on the table, end to end, until he had done it 4.5 times. He ended up finishing it up to 5 times. There are 240 inches of feathers on the table. I'm not sure how it would affect you without sight, but when they are lit with a flame charm, they make those who see the fire feel happy and are provided with pleasant dreams as they burn off. There are enough extras here that you could sustain the effect for the next week nearly continuously if you needed to burn the rest immediately to make the potions. He waited a moment for her to absorb that before adding, "What will be the final cost for your services?" "Without knowing the final number, I cannot tell you. I will provide a bill with your elf before the final delivery. Please summon them now so I can call it later." "You don't do everything up front?" Brant asked, having assumed everything at a brothel would be paid ahead of time, or at the very least, in incremental payments. "Even without your name, we can find you if you don't pay up. You also don't seem like the kind of man that would welch. And since you would prefer to take your photos to a discreet service, you won't get the final delivery without payment. So I'm sure enough that you'll come through, and if not, we do employ bloodhounds." "Understood," Brant said. Then he called out, "Opal." Opal popped in and said, "Yes, and—" "Silence, Opal." He shushed her quickly. She immediately seemed to lose the capability to speak. "Please allow this woman to call you when needed. She will call you to deliver photos by breakfast tomorrow, and later she will call you with a bill for me, deliver it to my office at the manor, and notify me immediately that it is there." Opal quickly walked towards Serenity and held out her hand. Brant told her, "Please hold out your hand, miss." Serenity held out her right hand, nice and low for Opal to place hers on top, leaving a brief pink handprint before it vanished. Brant told Opal, "Thank you, Opal. You may go now, and you may speak after you return." Opal nodded and popped away. "Please put all the film on the table, and I will deal with it." Brant removed a large box of all the film he had used on the trip and placed it on the table, then removed one roll and placed it on top, informing her that that was to be developed tonight. "You may go back to the lounge now. Please inform the bartender that I will be unavailable until I tell her otherwise. Your drinks should still be waiting for you there." With that being said, she pulled a wand from her sleeve that was made of a willow branch and swished it toward the table. The feathers jumped up and arranged themselves into a bundle with a pink bow tying itself around them. The box of film jumped up at the next swish, and the two floated off into the next room with Serenity grabbing the falling individual out of the air and following them in. Alone in the room, Brant just walked out and back down the hall and out into the bar. He passed on the message to the bartender and then asked for a coaster, returning with it to his spot from before and sliding the coaster under his drink. After sitting there for a moment more, he picked up the screwdriver, still cold, and took a sip. It tasted like being 15 years old again. That's why it was used as a code for introductions, as it was often a young person's introduction to drinking. After a few more sips, Lucille came back over and draped herself across his lap again, done with Serenity already. "It was just business," Brant responded. "Sweetie, it's all just business here, but from the way you say it, you might have energy for a little more business." It took Brant quite a bit of willpower not to take up the woman on her offer, even if it did cost him some gold, but he just responded, "Sorry, not tonight. I'm just finishing my drink." She looked down at the drinks on the table. "Have you had moonshine before?" Brant shook his head. "Try it," she challenged him. Brant picked up the shot and took a whiff, his eyes immediately widening at the strong alcohol smell. Then, to make sure he at least tried some of it, he took a large sip. His first thought, as he forced it down, was that his face probably looked like Harry's as he drank Pinocchio's tincture for the first time. After he swallowed, he shut his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and shook his head. "Good stuff, right?" Lucille asked him with a smile and a laugh. "Mind if I finish it off?" Brant gestured for her to have at it. He had maybe drunk a quarter of the shot, and there was no way he was going to finish it. She just picked it up and downed it like it was fruit juice, then smiled, gave him a peck on the cheek, and got up to go somewhere else. All Brant could think of was, damn. So he finished the teenager's drink and left for his next stop of the night. The fireplace spat him out into Black Manor, and he strolled through the house until he reached the Lord's study and knocked on the door. "Enter," Arcturus called from inside. Brant entered the room to find Arcturus sitting at his enormous desk. The desk wasn't just large in length, but had a wide top that you could almost have two people fighting on top of it. There were papers stacked around the room as well as numerous globes, flat maps, and various magical objects. Most of them were weapons or animal parts, specifically heads of animals with various types of teeth, probably because Arcturus liked to use his limited metamorph powers to mimic them. "Welcome back, Brant," Arcturus said. He was looking much better than he was before. He looked strong, and the color had returned to his hair. There was energy in his eyes, though one of the cracks that had been on his face before the party was still running from the corner of his right eye down to his jawline. Knowing it was obvious, Brant said nothing about it, as if the man wanted to talk about it, he would. "It's good to be back, though it is a bit colder now." "Well, let's get to the debriefing. We can start with Miss Tonks and the party before talking about the island. And the most important thing first, did you win our wager?" "No, I didn't. She didn't bring up our plotting until halfway through the evening. She settled negotiations I was having with Ackley Buttonwood about importing Demiguise's hair into the country, while also coming up with a surprisingly cunning plan to fix the problem the ministry is always having with cauldron bottom thickness. She had two requests for repayment of the favor. One was to know our plots. And did she buy your response? Well, they were the truth, so she didn't seem to object to them, though she had no desire to take up the black name. Maybe if you disown Bellatrix and Sirius, she'd consider it. They're as good as they just don't know it. They never stop to think about what our family motto really meant. If it comes down to it, and we need the extra push, You're welcome to tell her about it. What was her other request? She wants to use Elmswood as a crash pad and throw a few parties there. I gave her a month pass and told her no parties until you approve. Let's see how she does with Lyra before allowing that. Do you have anything else to report from the party? A few things. Miss Tonks has a friend who did Lyra's makeup for the party and did quite a good job. I want to speak with him about a business venture, completely from my trust vault. It's your money, Arcturus said with a shrug. Next, we met a man at the party named Henderson Drake. Do you know him? Accidental magic reversal, right? He used to be, Brant corrected. He's DMAC now. He was the agent who was in charge of responses for the region of Greater London that included Harry's childhood home and dealt with the boy's accidental magic and hushing it up. He felt fine with discussing some of the incidents in public. Harry came very close to violence with him if I hadn't snapped him out of it. I'll speak with him, Arcturus said with a very dark undertone. Lord Abbot had the whimsical wands perform at the party. I arranged for possible elemental tutoring for Harry and Lyra from 3 of their troop. Also provided introductions for the eldest Greengrass daughter to be given tutoring as well. Greengrass, huh? Do you think there's a possibility for an arrangement with Mr. Potter? I would advise against it, Brant cautioned. He wasn't raised in our world. As I'll explain to you in depth later, she might be good to teach him the finer points of society, but no arrangements should be made for either of the children. As the one who will be around for when they become adults, I strongly advise against any arrangements. Arcturus stared at his steward seriously, then nodded. Understood. Now, what else? Lord Nut wants to know what our business is with his son, tried to interrogate Harry and Lyra in public about it, and he also not so subtly threatened me with some bravado about knowing my place. Darby, Arcturus called out, and the elf popped into the room. Please pay a visit to Lord Nut and inform him I will be joining him for lunch on, he looked at a calendar to his side, Wednesday afternoon. The elf popped away, turning back to Brant with a sinister grin. I'll make sure that Lord Nut knows his place. Well, that's all for the party. I made sure Miss Tonks is aware of my betrothal and knows I'm committed to it. I think that's part of what convinced her that I wouldn't be hounding her when she accepted the post helping Lyra, though we'll see how things proceed. After the party, the kids performed their blessing at Hogwarts. I have copies of the pictures of how it turned out. He pulled out the copies of photos he got from Newt, and Arcturus looked through them, as Brant continued. I don't have all the details of how it was performed. Much of it was probably done with the magic in their staves. They both have a knack for ritual magic, and should probably be taught some of the basics of sacrificial rituals to see what they can do with it. I have a recording of them speaking about modifying the blessing with new elements, and my memory of setting up the one at Hogwarts. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, blue, crystal ball and a small, smoky vial, handing them to Arcturus. We made stops on the plane flight in a few places, but at the first one in Turkey, we had a chance encounter with an affluent family in the region I'm not familiar with, the Duman family, who happened to have a Lamashu bonded to their family line. I think I have heard of them, Arcturus said, squinting and trying to remember. We got to meet the creature, and it seemed to attack Mr. Potter, but it actually gave him a tooth that bonded with his staff. It seems to have strengthened its power by allowing him to temporarily imbue others with either strength or weakness depending on his will. Interesting, Arcturus pondered. Jumping ahead quickly, but on the same lines, later in the trip, Harry killed a captured dark creature called a Sigbin. Arcturus just shrugged. Mr. Scamander explained it as something just slightly less dangerous as a letterfold, but more intelligent. Now, Arcturus's eyebrows were raised in interest. That was my reaction too. As payment, they received a bag of Sarumanok feathers, 2 fangs from the creature, and its skin which will be shipped later. Lyra provided 1 fang to their tutor, a half-breed called a duend, to be made into a wand, and the other is now mounted on her staff. How she bonded the fang to her staff is unknown to me. Tell me about the island, Arcturus directed him. The children grew up there from a few months after Malfoy's abandonment. The only semi-normal interactions they had were with the duend known as the Giver. The rest were with demiguises, cobras, hoo-hoos, a giant glowing deer, and an enormous magical snake, approximately 55 feet long. They didn't have any human interaction for years before some poachers invaded the island, who were killed by the large magical animals, and it is possible Harry and Lyra also killed a few. It would explain why they can both see the Thestrals. Both children showed no remorse or anxiety from the violent situations they've partaken in. Fear is one thing, but a child who hasn't been blooded before would be racked with uncertainty about something as serious as the violence they have done, and that's only the events that we know of. They both have a killer instinct. Arcturus took a deep breath and said, "Tell me more about the island." "It is a gold mine," Brant told him. "There are a few things I'm having investigated, and if I'm correct in my assumptions, it's actually a diamond mine. I should have an update for you by the end of the week or the following. For now, I can just tell you that the island is rich in natural resources. Most of the trees on the southern side are good wand trees, and there are potion ingredients everywhere. There is a large nest of hoo-hoos that drop feathers everywhere. There is also a constantly expanding population of demiguises that can supply an endless amount of hair. The largest ones are taller than I am, and the average size is slightly taller than Harry is now." Arcturus looked like he didn't believe the last part, so Brant added, "I'll have photos developed in a week." "Who is developing them?" "I was referred to a blind whore who works at the Monarch. I figure blindness is the best form of discretion." "You arrived pretty quickly here after visiting a brothel." Arcturus smiled at his steward. "I did not partake. I figured it would make a good story to tell Miss Tonks about my fidelity." Arcturus nodded in agreement. "It's always better to use the truth to sell a story," he added. "Now, a few interesting things. We had a meeting with the Filipino ministry. They are interested in expanding their influence on the island, but needed to ask permission first. The children seem to have stumbled upon enough coincidences for them to have magical ownership of the entire island." Seeing the interest on Arcturus's face, he continued, "It can't be claimed as a black property because it belongs to both children. There is also a man in their ministry that has an unusual interest in the island. I'll need to have a full investigation done on the man and his family. Strangely, their government is an even bigger old boy network than ours, and nearly every member of that man's family works in his department. His name is Rafael Braulio Camara Gutierrez, department head of the Invisibility Task Force. I will also want to investigate a possible ally of his, Asanangpi Villanueva, Deputy Chief Obliviator. Go ahead with the investigations. I'm going to make a trip to the other Black Islands to see if I can piece together their protections and see if we can use it on this one. Also, you will be proud of Harry for how he handled their ministry. I think he's ready for a meeting with Fudge." Arcturus looked surprised as Brant pulled another memory vial out of his pocket. "View it at your convenience." He took it and placed it with the other objects. The children are nearly inseparable from their brooms. Lyra had a series of playful dogfights with a swarm of at least a dozen hoo-hoos at night over the water. There are an incredible series of pictures that we'll have in a week. Harry got her to do it to cheer her up over Malfoy's release. Regarding that, I'll need to increase my training time with Augustus, just in case I run into him somewhere I can't escape." Arcturus nodded. "Regarding Harry, and since I was prepared that time," Brant pulled out and enlarged his trunk, then pulled out the quaffle-sized blue orb. "I got a recording of Harry playing with the magical deer, called a lampang, which has a 4x rating. That is the antler on his staff and the core of his wand. Mr. Scamander says it ranks only between numbers 15-20 on his top animal encounters, but I would put it much higher. Though he did say that number 6 was seeing a Nuvuira slaughter a herd of zebras. I'll need to ask Mr. Scamander if I can see that memory. I'd love to have at least one head of that hydra up on my wall here." Arcturus smiled as he looked around the room and took the orb from Brant. "Back to what you were saying earlier about the children's killer instinct." Brant returned to that topic. "I think I figured out what they were plotting when Stevens showed them the Incendio solemn spell." Arcturus raised his glass and took a sip while showing interest. "Remember the first time they worked with Stevens? When Harry had told her, 'Imagine he's the tree.'" "Yes, so." Brant pulled out a copy of the photo that had been shown to him by Nestor. "This tree grows on the island, and there is only one from what I've seen. He warned a warding team that had been nearly killed by the lampang to stay away from this tree, that they will die if they get too close and won't even be able to retrieve their dead." Both children seem very wary around it, so I'm assuming they've seen someone die near this tree, and Lyra in particular has some desire for revenge against it. I'm going to have a contact of mine compile a list of deadly magical trees to see if I can find anything similar. I have quite a few pictures of it from other angles as well. Arcturus took one more look at the photo before putting it with the others of the results of the blessing. The final thing I have to report is something I am only theorizing, but I'm nearly positive that I'm correct. He looked around as if someone could possibly overhear him inside Lord Black's office. I think Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. Of all the reactions that Arcturus Black had that evening, this was the most intriguing. How sure are you? He asked Brant. 90% sure. I'd also give 30–40% odds that Lyra is also a Parselmouth. Their tutor, the duende known as the Giver, is a Parselmouth. He communicates with an enormous magical serpent and with many other snakes around the island. If he taught Harry and Lyra magic, he would need a way to do it that isn't just signs and grunts. Additionally, Harry has a familiar on the island which is the largest cobra I've ever seen, approximately 20 feet long. It seemed to communicate with him, even if he didn't respond in front of me. More cobras patrol the Demiguise villages, but Harry has told us that the Giver doesn't live with them, so there must have been someone controlling the snakes when they first lived there. I also nearly caught Harry responding to the magical serpent on a few occasions, but he stopped himself before doing anything more than gestures or nods. If Lyra isn't a Parselmouth, that means she just developed more of her magic on her own rather than learning through the half-breed or just had Harry doing a lot of translations. Do you think anyone else knows? Arcturus asked, clearly interested in the subject. If it is true, the Scaremongers both know about it. I would also hazard a guess that Nestor Balindung, Severus, McGonagall, Mad-Eye, and Tristan Nevitt all know as well. Very good odds on Dumbledore being aware, too. Keep an eye on him. Clearly, he doesn't trust you for some reason. Find a way to make that bridge happen. Historically, other than the Dark Lord, Parselmouths have been powerful and talented healers. Almost nothing is more deadly than a scorned healer. Brant nodded, already trying to figure out the best way to approach the subject with Harry. Another project that the children will probably learn about in the fall, Arcturus began. Ludo Bagman is trying to organize a competition to replace the Triwizard Tournament, which may include wizarding schools from all around the world. Brant had heard about the Triwizard Tournament during his history lessons at Durmstrang, and despite the danger, he had always wanted to at least see it take place. How many schools? He asked. Every ambassador the DIMP can reach is being spoken to right now. There are 15 major schools if you don't include the Chinese, but they are not worth counting as they certainly will not attend due to their isolationism. There are numerous minor schools, even here in Wizarding Britain. I think that Ludo will put a substantial entry fee which the smaller schools will not be able to afford. You know, this might be a perfect opportunity to try to investigate the other two heirs from America and Australia, Brant suggested. They don't know they are blacks yet, do they? Arcturus smiled. Yes, that is a perfect idea, and the girls are both Harry's age, too. Again, my lord, I advise against any arrangements with Harry. It will not go over well with him. I will keep my options open, Arcturus said, while ignoring Brant's advice. I am allowing you your freedom under your arrangement. Just make sure you make the best of it. Regarding the tournament, I have put myself on a committee to work on organizing the different events of the tournament. They will probably be more akin to the Muggle Olympics, with dozens of representatives per institution, rather than like the previous Triwizard tournaments, with only one per school. As soon as we decide on the events, you and Stevens will start training Harry and Lyra on anything that will give them a leg up in the competitions. They probably won't win anything, but I expect them to make a good showing. Brant nodded, but even as he did so, Arcturus looked even more serious, saying, the summer after the tournament, I will die. I want to make sure all of the blacks are known for their strength and can stand on their own before I am gone. Lyra is the future of this family, just as much as you are. We are getting the opportunity to present her to the world on the international stage. We will not waste the opportunity. Should I discreetly arrange tutoring for the other heirs? Brant asked. They are already on scholarships, but if any of the tournament events are in their skill sets, I will have their teachers encourage them to enter, Arcturus responded. From there, Brant filled Arcturus in on some of the other details of the island, particularly the stranger parts. The horned pig, the dead mystery monster, the fear ward, and any other unexplainable thing he had seen. Harry and Lyra didn't seem to be open with anyone about the nature of these things, so it wasn't a trust issue between them and Brant. As the clock was approaching 11, Arcturus cut off Brant while talking about old man Pelio, the wand-maker. "Darby," he called out, and the elf popped in. "Please prepare for me a traveling bag for warm weather and deliver it to the treasure room." Brant's face brightened. One of the things that convinced him to work as the Black family steward was the treasure room in this house. Arcturus never explained what all the items in the room were or where they were from, but Brant knew they were old and expensive. He followed Arcturus into the room and gazed at the many objects around the room. They seemed to be from many different eras and regions around the world. There were wooden masks, bejeweled crowns, tapestries that took up entire walls, chests of gold and gems, weapons, and much more. Every piece was protected and covered in glass, as if they were in a museum. At the end of the great hall, there were 4 pedestals, each of which had an item sitting on top of them, surrounded by misty grey fog. He was told never to try to touch these, as the grey fog was a disintegration ward. Arcturus demonstrated it once for him, tossing an apple at the ward and seeing it be reduced to dust. However, today, Arcturus just walked up to the second one from the left and snapped his fingers, causing the fog to disperse. Behind the ward on that pedestal was a beautifully crafted scimitar. The hilt had a red ribbon around the grip, but the rest of the sword, including the blade, was black. Brant stared at the blade as a hint of light gleamed on the edge for just a second, as if it was reminding those who looked upon it that the black blade was sharp. Arcturus smiled at the weapon and picked it up, giving it a spin and a swish. He had obviously done that before. Darby popped in with a travel bag and passed it to Arcturus, who swung it over his back. "I'll come back for the meeting with Nott, but I will probably not be back for good for at least a week or two," he told Brant. "You're not bringing Goyle or Stevens with you?" he asked with concern. "The Black Islands are only for those with black blood. One day you'll get to see them as well." He smiled and then raised the dark blade into the air, saying aloud, "As I gaze upon the sea, my dreams return to me." As soon as he had recited the line, the black sword winked out of existence, pulling Arcturus along with it. Brant glanced around and noticed a new piece he hadn't seen before. In a glass case, there was a clipping of Narcissa and Draco, attending Albus's party, along with 2 severed fingers and a broken blue quill. Hearing Darby clear his throat, he turned to see the little elf was making small gestures that indicated that he needed to be leaving, so he collected his trunk and flew back to Elmswood Lodge. Arriving back at the lodge, he found Tonks in the sitting room, quietly listening to music on Harry's record player. She had poured herself some drink he didn't recognize, which seemed to be changing from green to purple as she swirled it in the glass. She gave a small smile to Brant as he entered the room. He gave a smile back and said playfully, "Drinking on the job. It's not alcohol. It's a variation of the Wiggenweld potion my friends and I invented back in school. You mentioned the kids were dealing with a time difference and this helps adjust them. I taught Harry and Lyra how to brew it to pass the time before they were allowed to fall asleep." "Have you patented it?" Brant asked. "Never saw a need for it. It's just a potion variation." Brant rolled his eyes. "Opal." The little elf popped in. "Please owl a patent application to Miss Tonks for a potion variation." She nodded and disappeared. "You're going to make me do that?" Tonks asked. "You showed an impressive amount of creativity solving Buttonwood's budget issues. Then you don't see the point in patenting a potion that could be sold to every traveling wizard around the world. It baffles me." "Fine, I'll do it," she said with exasperation. "Where have you been?" Brant smiled back. "Well, I visited a clothing store in Nocturne Alley, then made a quick trip to a brothel, and finally had a debriefing with Lord Black on our recent trip." "Ah, now I understand. You must need your romantic affairs to be private. No public philandering. If that were the case, I wouldn't be telling you about it. I just thought it would be fun to see where your mind went." Tonks gave him an angry squint and said, "So, you weren't there for a shag. That's what most people would assume if you mention a quick trip to a brothel. So, what were you doing there?" "I was referred there for someone who would discreetly develop photos." Apparently, this brothel has someone employed who provides such a service. Okay, that's weird, she said. I'll ask Moody about it. He knows everyone in Nocturne, especially those that he doesn't need to arrest. This is where I'll say good night, Miss Tonks. He started to head out of the room before stopping and turning around. Do you have another one of those potions? This one was for you, she said, standing up and passing it to him. He took it from her hand and smiled. Thank you, Miss Tonks, and good night again. Chapter 64. The Return to Hogwarts. Chapter text. When Harry woke up in the morning, he found everyone else was already awake and in the sitting room. Tonks was eating from a plate of pancakes, while Lyra and Whispers were drinking juice, and Brant was checking his watch and looking anxious. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Opal popped into the room holding a small package. Finally, Brant exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank you, Opal, he said as he took the package. As the paper was torn off, Harry could see that it was full of large photo prints. Brant flipped through them until he found the one he was looking for and pulled it out. I've got the picture you wanted of Cynthia and Hannah, he told Harry, holding out the photo. Lyra, Whispers, and Tonks got up to look as Harry took the photo from him. Cynthia, the demiguise, was sitting at the base of one of the trees, cuddling little Hannah in her arms. Hannah was still almost completely hairless, with the exception of her eyebrows growing in curls over her eyes to match her mother's. The animation of the photo had Cynthia rocking her child as she looked up at the camera. Oh, that's adorable, Tonks cooed at the photo. Is that your family? She asked Whispers. Not seeing that Tonks was addressing Whispers, Harry just responded, Yeah, she's pretty great. Tonks raised an eyebrow towards Brant as the kids looked over the photo. He just gave her an indecipherable nod back before skimming through the photos, pulling out several more and passing them to Lyra. He took out one more and passed it to Tonks. That photo was of Charlie standing next to Brant, displaying his full height of just over 7 feet tall. No way, she stared at it. You weren't kidding about how big they were. She held it up to compare it with Brant. Whispers is going to be this big too. It would be amazing. Lyra spoke up while looking through other photos of demiguises. Then he could start carrying me around everywhere. Tonks looked at all the photos on the table that Brant had put out with so many large demiguises. So this is how Harry was going to be supplying all the hair for the venture Brant had got him into. With so many and such large creatures, Harry would be very rich very quickly. For the next hour, Harry and Lyra showed Tonks many pictures and told her the names of many of the demiguises in the photos. Brant seemed to be a bit hesitant for them to show her so much, assumingly because their upbringing was supposed to be a secret. Near mid-morning, there was a knock on the door, and Opal announced that Moody was at the door. Brant walked over to the entrance and beckoned the old Auror inside. Not a chance in hell that I'll be coming inside unless I have a warrant, he told Brant. We need to be going soon if they want to have enough time to visit with Lady Abbott and her daughter before leaving for Hogwarts. Harry and Lyra quickly ran to their room to change, while Moody just stood at the door, his blue eye twitching back and forth at what he could see from the doorstep. Can I get anything for you? Brant asked him. Nah, however, Nymphadora can get me a cup of coffee and the pictures on the table in the other room. Tonks sighed and picked up the stack of photos and walked out to the entrance to pass them to her trainer, then walked back to the kitchen to fix her boss a cup of coffee. Opal tried to help, but she waved him off, knowing he wouldn't accept a drink made by a black family elf or anyone else. Alistair looked through the pictures and smiled a bit at different ones, while Brant stood just inside the door like he was guarding it to keep him from entering a place he didn't want to be. After Tonks returned with his coffee, he asked Brant, So how did you like it? Anything almost kill you? Looking briefly at Tonks, he tried to keep his responses vague. I almost got my hair styled like Aura Nevitt, though I was a bit quicker in my apparition response time. I also got photos of Lyra playing with the stylists on her broom and Harry playing with his friend as well. Moody's eyes widened at his response. I think I would enjoy seeing those. Is it possible to make a temporary truce at some point? Now it was Tonks's turn to be surprised. Moody had told her about the situation with the eye patch, and it was not like her mentor to forgive such a transgression unless these photos of Lyra playing with a stylist on a broom and Harry playing with a friend of his were something quite incredible. Brant stroked his beard for a moment in thought before responding. I'm starting an investigation on some foreign government officials. If you have any information on them, I could exchange the photos for that." Moody gave him a piercing glare before Brant added on, "It's people who don't like the kids for some reason." Moody just gave him a brief nod and said, "Send me an owl." Tonks just continued to stare with interest and shock before Harry, Lyra, and Whispers came back out. They were both dressed nicely, and Whispers was wearing his hat from the party. Lyra asked, "Will Opal be able to bring our trunks later?" Brant nodded. "Okay, kids," Moody spoke up. "The flue at Lady Abbott's tea house is under repair, so we are going to be taking the night bus to the shop." Brant groaned. "That's the thing you like less than airplanes, right?" Harry asked. Brant just groaned again. "You don't like the night bus?" Tonks teased him. "It's so much fun." Lyra looked back and forth between them, unable to decide who to believe, but knew she would get to make up her own mind soon. The group walked down Tangent Alley towards Gringotts, then looped back towards the Leaky Cauldron. They attracted a bit of attention as they strolled through, but glares from Mad-Eye Moody kept people from getting up to speak with Harry. As soon as they were out of the pub, several other witches and wizards were standing on the street. One of them had their wand held out into the street. Brant guided the group to queue up behind the others. It took about 5 minutes before there was a loud asterisk bang which caused Whispers to vanish, and a purple, triple-decker bus appeared out of thin air and stopped impassably fast in front of the line of people. The bus seemed to rock back and forth as it pulled in and had quite a few extra mirrors sticking off the side that a regular bus would not. The driver also was a strange sight, as he wore a set of glasses that looked like he was an optometrist, with extra lenses on both sides, all of which seemed to contain a set of blinking eyes. Another man stood with a ticket machine at the entrance, wearing the same uniform as the driver, but no glasses. Brant led the group onto the bus, paid for them, and told the ticket taker they were heading to the Abbott's tea house in Abbott's Langley. Harry was second to last to get on, and as he passed the ticket taker, the man reached out and grabbed his coat. "You're a Rye Potter, ain't you?" the man exclaimed. However, that's as much as he could say before his arms snapped to his sides and fell over from a body bind cast by Moody. Moody propped the man up and stuck his wand under his chin. "Did your mother ever teach you to keep your hands to yourself?" He unfroze the man's face so he could answer. "She might. Ave mentioned it." "Well, see to it that you remember it," then ushered Harry onto the bus and unfroze him so he could take the fare of the next wizard. Harry looked around the bus to see the entire first level was full. All of the riders were sitting in an odd assortment of different types of chairs: dining chairs, folding chairs, plush chairs, and even a few recliners. Tonks called to Harry as they were heading up the stairs to the next level. She led them to the top level, which had much fewer people. Brant was arranging a group of nicer chairs and applying sticking charms to their legs. Alistair joined him in doubling up on the sticking charms, but Tonks pulled Harry and Lyra to the front of the bus where there was a large window overlooking the road. "This is the best part of the bus," she told them, as Whispers turned visible next to Lyra, hanging on the railing. "You'll need to hold on tight, but it's a great view." From a pipe next to them that connected to the floors below, they heard the driver call out, "Next stop, Greenwich." Tonks grabbed tight to the railing as Harry, Lyra, and Whispers mimicked her. There was a loud asterisk bang asterisk and a small flash, and the bus shot forward with a flash. When the light went away, they were speeding down the street, and all of them had their feet swept out from under them as they zipped down the road. Tonks squealed with excitement. Harry could see that they were avoiding the other cars on the road, as if the bus were some kind of serpent, bending in impossible ways to avoid collisions, and none of the muggles seemed to notice anything amiss. Ahead of them, he saw two buses having an elephant race and couldn't figure out how they were going to get around them, but the bus seemed to contract itself, which caused him to get completely squished next to Lyra and Tonks, and he could feel one of Whispers' feet gripping his arm. Their bus then just slipped in between the two red buses and continued on its way for another 3 minutes before coming to a sudden stop which nearly had them fly into the window in front of them. "Greenwich Station," the driver called out below. "What do you think, kids?" Tonks asked with excitement. Lyra yelled out, "That was awesome." Harry thought it was insane, but kind of fun. He looked back to Alistair and Brant, who were breathing heavily in their chairs with their knuckles white from gripping the armrests. Moody's clawed foot was dug into the floor of the bus. Around the rest of the floor, some other riders had fallen over or drifted around a bit from where they were before and were setting up their seats again. Harry looked back to Tonks and asked, "Can we bring some chairs up here to sit?" Tonks just waved her wand, conjured a shaggy purple couch, stuck it to the floor where they were standing, then sat down. Harry sat down on the strange couch, which was much better. Whispers climbed into his lap and held on tightly to the bits of shag on the couch. Just then, the driver called out, "Next stop, Romford." The bus ended up making 7 stops in total, including 2 which weren't at a station for wizards who couldn't be bothered to get to one. Tonks explained that there was an extra charge for fares that didn't originate at a station. In total, it took only 15 minutes to get to their stop. Harry jumped up when he heard the driver call out, "Abbott's Tea House." As soon as he got outside the bus, he immediately recognized where he was. This was his secret path. All the times he had hidden here from Dudley and his gang, now he knew why it was here. This was where the night bus must stop and stay hidden from Muggles seeing it. The rest of the group got out, along with a few other riders, who started walking down the path as the bus drove off and vanished. Lyra watched Harry as he looked around and stared at where they were. He seemed to be doing more than just looking around, so she asked, "What is it? Remember when I told you about when I played Harry hunting with my cousin?" The adults gave him a bit of a concerned look. This was the secret path I always hid in to get away from him. "Oh," said Lyra, and looked around, but the location didn't have much meaning to her. It just looked like a long driveway with a hedge on one side. "Wait a second, I want to check something." Harry ran out of the path to the main street, with everyone else running after him. He turned the corner and went along his old route home before he stopped when he heard the whispering. Somewhere across the street, there were a lot of snakes all chattering about this and that. "What is it?" Newt asked as he caught up. Harry looked back towards Brant and Tonks and then said, "I'll tell you later." Then as he started walking back, he casually scratched at his ear where Lyra could see. When they arrived at the tea house, they all walked through the arch on the blank wall and into the shop. Just like last time, Hannah was at the hostess table, dressed nicely to greet people. Unlike last time, the entire shop was packed with people, except for one table that was marked reserved. Hannah saw them come in and called out, "Harry, Lyra," then covered her mouth with her hands as everyone in the shop turned to look. "Sorry about that," she told them. "Let me take you to your table." Cynthia came out from the kitchen as they were sitting down with another woman. She told her, "Norma, please take over for Hannah." And the woman went to the front to play hostess as everyone sat down. Just as Tonks was about to sit, Alistair told her, "Nymphadora, you're on overwatch. Put up all the necessary security and privacy wards, and then keep guard on the entrance." She looked a bit miffed at not getting to join the party, but gave a quick salute and said, "Yes, sir." Cynthia looked at Alistair with a frown. "That wasn't very nice. My shop is secure." Alistair started to say something, but she cut him off. Yeah, constant vigilance and all that." Tonks was walking around their table casting spells when she finished and stationed herself at the entrance. Then a 4-tiered stand with various sandwiches and sweets appeared in the middle of their table, along with teacups filled with hot water at each place and a selection of tea for everyone. "It's good to see the two of you again so soon. How has your break been?" Cynthia asked the children. "We got to go see our family," Lyra said with a smile. "Family," Whispers repeated as he started to climb on the table to get to the food. Alistair stopped him and passed him a selection of snacks. "Did you get to see the other Cynthia?" the human Cynthia asked. "We did," Harry replied. "She also had a daughter while we were gone who has the same eyebrows, so we named her Hannah." "What?" Hannah squeaked. "We got a picture." Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out the rolled-up photo and slid it across the table to Hannah and her mother. Both women's eyes seemed to sparkle as they admired the photo. Hannah looked up at Harry and Lyra quite a few times before looking back at the photo. "I can see why you named her after me," Cynthia said. "She certainly has very curly eyebrows." "How old is Hannah?" Hannah asked. "She was born just after we left," Lyra told her. "She's probably a few days short of 5 months old right now." "Can we meet her sometime?" Hannah asked. Harry and Lyra looked uncomfortable, so Alistair said very seriously, "Harry and Lyra's home is in a secret location. Most things about them are, you and your mother only know as much as you do because this was the first place they came to when they returned to the country. That's also why my trainee is not sitting with us." Cynthia rubbed Hannah's arm as she looked a bit sad at his response, then turned to Lyra. "How did you and Harry like the party?" "It was fun," she replied. "I liked the performance, and I might get tutoring from Pyrock and Dissaris. Harry might work with Lumino." "I heard about that," she replied. "The whole troop might be getting more work. Hannah is going to receive tutoring from Umber Iamare. I'm hoping her talent with her biology will transfer over into earth magic." "That's good," Brant commented. The man seemed a bit put out that we couldn't find anyone for him to tutor, while everyone else got a potential lead on extra work. Cynthia and Brant started a conversation about different elemental magics, while Lyra started picking apart sandwiches and eating them with whispers. Harry leaned over to Hannah and asked, "Are you doing better in potions class now? I remember Snape scaring you the last time we were here." Hannah ducked her head a little bit. "I'm doing a little better, I think. He seems a lot nicer than he was last year. I think that helps me concentrate on the work. People keep telling me that, but he's always been nice to me. He just likes to be scary, kind of like how McGonagall likes to appear strict, or Dumbledore likes to be weird and mysterious." The two of them continued to talk about potions, and Hannah started telling Harry about the antidotes they were brewing in her class. Lyra swapped seats with Whispers, so she was sitting next to Alastair and brought her teacup with her, which was now filled with a pink liquid that had swirls of gold in it. She tugged on his sleeve and said, "I think I fixed the potion I tried to make last time. Can you catch it if I need to spit it out again?" Alastair nodded and pulled out his wand, which got Cynthia and Brant's attention. Lyra carefully lifted the cup to her lips and took an experimental sip. Her eyes lit up as she drank and took a much larger sip after. "It's really good," she exclaimed. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to glow yellow but went back to normal when she stopped. Brant looked at her closely and told her, "Say something else." "Like what?" Her eyes quickly glowed again. "Your eyes just glowed when you spoke," Alastair told her. "Were those the same ingredients you put in the last time?" She shook her head. "I used sunflower seeds instead of cucumber and chamomile blossoms instead of petals." Her eyes were glowing again as she spoke. Cynthia looked interested. "It's an interesting cosmetic effect. Do you feel any different?" Lyra shook her head. "Please have Severus run tests on it," Bran told her. "I'm going to send you 2 patent applications for this and your sticking solution. Have your professor help you with them." Then he turned to Moody. "I also sent a patent application to Miss Tonks. She possibly invented a potion during her time at Hogwarts that helps adjust people to time differences when traveling, and she never saw the need to register it as a new potion. Please make sure that she files it." Alastair just nodded, and the conversations continued for another hour before Cynthia looked up and towards the entrance as her husband walked in. However, as he approached the table, he was stopped by Tonks, who insisted on running diagnostic spells on him and giving him a spritz with Thief's Downfall before joining them. He objected harshly, but she refused to let him pass before finishing, and then let him enter into the privacy bubble as a chair appeared between his wife and daughter, allowing him to sit. "I'm not used to such heavy security in my wife's shop," he said. "When certain people are back in Azkaban, maybe we won't need it," Alastair told him. "Point taken. I need to take Hannah to the train station. Would Harry and Lyra like to join us?" Alastair looked towards Tonks and then back at Gerald Abbott. "My trainee and steward Brant can join you with the children. I'll keep your wife company until you return. I'm sure we'll have plenty of sneaky Slytherin stuff to talk about while you're gone." Cynthia smiled as she spoke. Alastair gave a quick look towards Tonks and motioned for her to follow the group. Her husband just rolled his eyes and led Hannah, Harry, Lyra, Whispers, Brant, and Tonks into the kitchen area. Towards the back was a small fireplace that they were going to leave through. "This fireplace is too small for groups, so you'll need to go through one at a time," he specifically addressed Harry and Lyra. Brant told them, "We are going to platform 9 3/4. Repeat that back to me." They did, but Lyra asked, "Why do you always ask us to repeat it back?" Gerald Abbott responded for Brant. "For beginners with the Flu network, young witches and wizards should always repeat the location many times. The system will still work if you mispronounce a destination. You'll just go somewhere similar on the network. Most times you'll go where you need to go, but in others, you'll end up somewhere completely different." Hannah added, "My parents would always tell me a story about a kid who mispronounced a Flu address and ended up interrupting a dark ritual in someone's basement and had no way to escape." Tonks added her own anecdote. I actually did mispronounce a destination once when I was 13 and ended up at a pub in Wales. There wasn't any flu powder for the return trip, so I had to wait for my dad to come to get me after someone he knew sent off a patronus message to him. I did get to learn some fun drinking songs from the other patrons while I waited, though. Moody mumbled. The one Miss Abbott mentioned did indeed happen. It was my third case when I was a trainee in the Aura Force, had no scars, and all my parts. The arrival of the kid disrupted the ritual and destroyed an entire manor house. You've all learned about Ashwinders, right? The children nodded. Well, the failed ritual burned the surrounding countryside with dark and corrupted magical fire. Regular Ashwinders are easy to deal with, but the ones that were spawned from this accident took quite a long time to contain and kill. Everyone looked a bit frightened, even the adults. Gerald tried to lighten the mood with a chuckle and said, "So the moral of this story is to repeat your flu destinations a few times so you can get where you're going without incident. And close your flu before you perform any dark rituals," Brant added as he passed crystal vials to Harry and Lyra and gestured for them to go first. Harry picked up Whispers and held him in a one-armed hug as the hidden hung from his neck. He threw the powder into the fire and called out the destination. It was a short journey, and he barely stumbled when coming out of the fireplace on the platform. Lyra arrived a few seconds later, followed by Tonks, Hannah, Gerald, and finally Brant. Gerald called for their house, Elf to bring Hannah's trunk, which had Brant do the same for Harry and Lyra through Opal. There were quite a few people on the platform saying goodbye to their families, so Harry and Lyra said their goodbyes as well and boarded the train. Hannah stayed on the platform to wait for friends, so they found the first empty compartment, put their trunks up on the racks, and sat down. Whispers climbed onto the rack as well and laid down. Right as the 2-minute warning whistle blew, Fred and George popped their heads into the cabin, strangely enough, from two directions. "Ah, Harold Potter, just who we were looking for. Why were you looking for me?" he asked suspiciously. They both came in and sat down across from Harry and Lyra and smiled at them for a minute. "We have 2 requests," said Inigo. "The first is we would like for you to brew 10 batches of Pinaccio's tincture for us," said Fezzik. "Why don't you do it?" Lyra asked. "Everyone says you're amazing at weird potions. To be honest, we just don't have the time," said the first one. "And yours got approval from the greasy bat himself," said the second, "so we know it must be of top quality." The train whistle blew again at that moment and started to move forward. "What's the second thing you want?" Harry asked. "We want to measure your head," they said together. "Why?" Harry and Lyra said together as well. "Why not?" one of them said. "It's a surprise," the other said with a devious smile. Harry rolled his eyes as Lyra said, "And what do we get out of this mystery deal?" "We are prepared to offer you 3 targeted pranks of a fun nature," said the one on their right. "And 1 targeted prank of a malicious nature," said the one on their left. Both Harry and Lyra were expecting favors or gold, so the twins' method of repayment was a bit odd. The looks on their faces were quite telling in their confusion, so the right twin said, "We can give you time to think it over, and welcome you to consult with our good friend Lee about the nature of our offer." The left twin added, "Though we would like to measure your head now, and will advance you 1 fun prank whether or not you accept the job to brew the potion." Being curious, Harry agreed, and the twins pulled out a tape measure like the one Ollivander had, which flew through the air and wrapped around his head in various ways as notes were recorded on a piece of paper with a floating quill. When it was complete, the one who seemed more good-natured opened a bag he was carrying, as the quill, paper, and tape measure flew inside, then pulled out a few chocolate frogs. "Our little sister tells us that you have a fun game to play with the frogs. Would you like to have a few rounds?" Harry and Lyra agreed, and Whispers jumped down to play as well. After a few rounds, Harry brought out some more of their chocolate frogs, and they played more rounds with theirs too. The twins won just as many as they lost, having very quick reflexes. When they were almost out of frogs, Whispers perked up and his eyes glowed, but instead of vanishing, he just growled towards the door. Both Harry and Lyra had seen him growl before, so they pulled out their wands and pointed them at the door. Fred and George took the hint and also drew their wands to point them toward the unknown danger. The door slid open to reveal Draco, Vincent, and Miles Bletchley. Miles took one look inside and said, "I'm out. You didn't tell me it was Mr. Potter, and double no for the twins." He nodded to both of them. No offense intended, then turned and walked away. Draco muttered, "Another traitor. We're just here to deliver a message." Even in the face of 4 wands and a growling demiguise, the 2 boys took a step into the compartment. Immediately upon passing the threshold, both boys screamed. Draco grabbed his shoulder where Harry stabbed him and fell to the ground, while Vincent started shaking his hand where Whispers bit him like it was on fire. Vincent grabbed Draco by the robes with his other hand and dragged him back into the hallway where they both started panting, the pain having gone away. The twin closest to the door stood up and said, "Message received," then closed the door and cast Colloportus, locking it. The still-sitting twin stared at Harry and Lyra, who didn't seem the least bit surprised at what happened. He asked, "Was that wandless magic?" Lyra responded, "It was a pain ward based on the injuries they received the last time they tried to hurt us." "Wicked," they both smiled sinisterly. Harry looked towards the door. "I think I'll cash in on the prank for measuring my head, targeted at Vincent or Draco, both if it still counts as one, and it needs to be public." The twins shared a look, then one said, "I was going to do it after what just happened, but I'll take it up a notch from your request." The second one stood up. "Well, I'd better get planning. Don't get in too much trouble without us. Talk to Lee about the other proposal." The train arrived as quickly as it did when they left school for the break, and when they departed, Harry stopped well outside of the view of the Lestrals drawing the carriages. At least he didn't have a bag to carry, as he scooped up Whispers to carry with him through the snowy ground. Just as he started to trudge around the carriages on the side of the path, Lyra stopped him. "What are you doing?" she asked. "The Lestrals, I was walking around them." She just smiled at him, then pulled her broom out of her pouch. Harry swatted himself in the forehead for not thinking of that. He too pulled out his broom and had Whispers sit in front of him as the 2 children mounted their brooms and took off towards the castle, plenty of other students pointing and shouting at them as they flew. They both arrived long before the carriages, stashed their brooms, and ran in to get to their common room. After getting through the maze, they opened the inner door to reveal their newly blessed common room. Their eyes widened at the sight before them. Whispers screeched with happiness and ran off toward the trees. The room was back to its previous size, with the living landscapes on the walls and the sun shining in the sky, about 2 hours before sunset. The 5 balit trees were now bigger than the Giver's tree, and the 3 at the back of the circle had grown together into one massive cluster of roots, trunks, branches, and vines. The other 2 had space between them and the 3 in the back, and were twice the height they were before. On one side of the room, the banana and mango groves had been moved to near the back, but not in the shade of the larger trees. The other side of the room had smaller fruit trees, lemon, lime, pomegranate, and more. Next to the smaller trees was the open entrance to the greenhouse, which they could see was still completely overgrown from the magical growth. With all the trees blocking the walls, there was no room for the doors to their rooms. However, in the front 2 corners of the room were spiral staircases that wound halfway up to the ceiling. At 3 landings, small colored circles could be seen, which must be the doors to their room. The first-year boys' room was on the ground level on the right side, so they went over to check it out, and the door appeared as they got close. Inside, the room was the same as it was before, with beds for Harry and his doormates. All of their belongings had been delivered. "Whoa!" they heard from back in the common room, as well as many other exclamations of surprise. Leaving the room, they saw Dumbledore standing there, surrounded by the other members of their house. They ran over to join the other students. Dumbledore waited patiently for everyone to finish looking around and pay attention to him. "Welcome back to the second term of the year." As you can see, the blessing that young Mr. Potter and Miss Black performed was a great success. There was quite a bit more growth than what you see here, as the entire floor was covered with dittany as tall as Mr. Diggory. The headmaster pulled out many photos and passed them around for people to look at as he spoke. Lyra glanced at one and saw it was the same pictures that had been sent to Newt at the island. "We haven't seen all the benefits that the blessing has granted, so if you notice something unusual, please inform one of your professors. Mr. and Mrs. Scamander won't be back at school for at least 2 weeks. If you have anything you need to speak to them about before then, please approach me during your meals, or ask another professor to speak with me." There was more chattering as the students exchanged photos. "If you notice, There is now no space on the walls of the common room for all the dorms to be on the ground floor. So now the boys' dorms are on the side of the room with the new fruit trees and the kitchenette, while the girls are on the side with the mangoes and bananas. First years get the first floor, second years on the second, and third and fourth on the third floor. Are there any questions? No one responded, and just looked like they wanted to explore, so Dumbledore just told them that dinner would be in an hour and a half, and let them run off. Harry and Lyra greeted all of their friends, many of them who wanted to know about the blessing or just wanted to ask about their brooms. They exchanged thanks with all of their housemates with whom they had sent and received gifts over the break. They were eventually approached by Cedric, who smiled at them for a few moments before saying, "So, you both got brooms." "Uncle Arcturus gave them to us," Lyra told him happily. Cedric seemed to bite his lip hard before responding, "Well, that's great. Are you going to join the flying club this term?" Harry and Lyra shared a look before she replied, "Yeah, I think so. We've been doing a ton of flying since we got them." "Sounds amazing." It looked like he wanted to add something, but stopped himself and wandered off, leaving Harry and Lyra a bit confused. Fred and George somehow pulled together their prank in time for dinner that evening. As everyone was chattering on about their winter breaks, there was a pair of screams from the end of the Slytherin table. Everyone turned to look to see that Draco and Vincent were somehow wearing matching red sweaters, labeled with a D and V in bright green. They both tried to take off the sweaters, but they wouldn't go over their heads, getting stuck inside out around their necks. When they pulled them back down, they also had curly red hair and freckles all over their faces. The twins ran over to them, calling out, "Draco, Vincent, our long-lost brothers." What's going on?" Draco cried out. Pansy was looking at both of them in horror. "You're both gingers, with freckles." They looked at each other and screamed, just as Fred and George embraced them, pinning their arms to their sides, and started chanting, "One of us, one of us." Ron and Ginny both looked like they would rather French kiss a flobberworm than go near their new brothers. However, Percy got up and approached the four redheads with a stern look on his face. "Draco, Vincent," he began. "I understand this must be difficult for you, but I'll add you to the rotation of our brothers that need to dig gnome the garden. Your shifts will be on Thursday and Saturday. No dessert at dinner if you don't finish on time." Then he turned around and went back to the Gryffindor table. Everyone in the room was laughing at them now, except Pansy and Snape, who approached the group like a wraith. "Misters Weasley, let go of my Slytherins." The twins released the two boys from the hugs that had been confining them. 10 points each from Gryffindor and detention this weekend. "But we didn't do it," cried out Thelma. "And we can prove it," said Louise. "We'll go with the Harry Potter method of innocence," they said together, pulling out 2 vials and downing them, then shaking their heads in disgust. "My name is Fred," said George. "My name is George," said Fred. Both of their noses grew a little bit, then they repeated it with the correct name and no growth of their noses. "We did not plan this prank on Draco and Vincent. Their noses didn't grow. We did not give them the sweaters, the hair, or freckles." Still there was no growth. Snape looked angry. "Your detention is revoked. The points stay for the disturbance, and an additional 15 points off each for the possession of alcohol at school." The twins looked at each other and shrugged. George called out, "My father is a leprechaun. I have a pet dragon. I jumped in the lake last month fully clothed. I'm the prettier twin." Fred yelled, "My brother Ron stopped wetting the bed when he was 8. I'm running for minister. I wrote our transfiguration books. I'm the smarter twin." Both of their noses grew dramatically as a result of the stream of lies until they were each nearly 10 inches long. Ron cried out desperately over the laughter, "I never wet the bed. The whole statement is a lie." With both of their noses extra long, the twins proceeded to have a sword fight with them as they walked back to the Gryffindor table. Ron jumped up to punch them, but they just started jabbing him with their noses over and over. Meanwhile, Draco and Vincent had fled the hall to try to reverse the prank, with Snape following them out. Harry and Lyra were laughing along with the entire hall as they watched Fred and George pull off their prank, though how they were able to beat the truth potion was unknown. Harry got up from his spot and squeezed in between Lee and Patricia. "Hey, Lee," Harry started. "I need your advice about something Fred and George related." "Go ahead," he responded with interest. "They offered me and Lyra 3 fun pranks and 1 mean prank for brewing 10 batches of a potion that takes a month to brew. Are all their fun pranks as good as that?" That. That was maybe a 3 out of 5 for their fun pranks. The mean ones are the reason why no one messes with them. However, for a month of work, I'd ask for 4 and 2. Harry nodded and stood up on the bench to catch the eyes of the twins. When he managed to get their attention, he just held up 4 fingers in one hand and 2 in the other. After a moment of them whispering to each other, they both gave him a thumbs up and went back to eating. Harry returned to his spot and told Lyra that he accepted the twins' proposal. "It's good to be back at Hogwarts," she smiled and started on her dessert. Chapter 65. Apologies. Chapter text. The first week back was hectic, but fun. All of the readings that had been assigned over the break had been the theory work for what would be introduced next in their classes. For charms, they were continuing with locking and unlocking charms, but using more complicated locks. The set of locking doors they had in their study room now consisted of a sliding gate, dial, combination, and tumbler locks. They also were given transparent versions of each so they could see how the mechanism worked. Most locks could be brute-forced with magic, but it would help the learning process to understand how each worked so you wouldn't need to work so hard on such a simple spell. They were also given homework to start studying the tickling charm. Lyra was incredibly dedicated to this task of mastering that spell because it would lead to Tonks teaching her how to style her hair with magic. The only thing that Harry could learn to help style his hair was to hold his breath underwater. In herbology, they began to study the sunlight spell, Lumos Solemn. The spell would modify a Lumos charm to produce sunlight that would be capable of growing plants when used as an enchantment. When asked, Professor Sprout told them that they would only be learning enchantments starting in their 3rd year, as part of the charm's curriculum. For now, the spell would just create an orb of light that could adhere to surfaces for extended periods. The reason they needed to learn this spell was that they would be handling Devil's Snare soon. It was a very dangerous plant that would often grow in dense vines and reach out to constrict and suffocate living things that would get near it. However, it only grew in dark places so light and heat were deadly to it. Harry and Lyra were instantly afraid of it when they were shown the dark vine, flailing in a terrarium. But when the plant also seemed to be terrified of the two of them, it made them feel a bit better. The plant would slowly reach out towards all the other students before running into the glass wall. But when Harry and Lyra approached, every nearby tendril retreated quickly to be as small and bunched up near its roots. Professor McGonagall jumped right in with a new spell as well, to turn various small objects into a matchbox. This was another transfiguration with an incantation. This one was Flinterforce. Every student was given a real box of matches before they started and was told to play around with it, and even light a few matches before dropping them in a glass of water which was also on their desks. Playing with the matchbox and its functionality, this would help them to better perform the transfiguration. They each had a chunk of glass, 3 different rocks, a wedge of wood, a nail clipper, a tea bag, a light switch, and an engagement ring box. Certain materials were generally harder to transfigure, but occasionally someone would be able to work with specific material with more ease due to an innate affinity for it. Like some of their previous exercises, Luna ended up showing the most progress by the end of class, with all of her objects becoming at least box-shaped, and all of the materials except volcanic rocks resembling some kind of wood. Harry, on the other hand, had the most success with the glass, which stayed the same material but turned into a box that had a drawer in it for the matches. The others also stayed the same material and started to become rectangular, but didn't get all the way. Lyra seemed a bit too enthusiastic about the exercise and blew up her tea bag, light switch, and wood. The nail clipper melted, but the volcanic rock ended up turning into a wood block with a striking surface on the side. Harry missed having Greg around, but was happy that his friend had passed his exam and was now back in with the other 2nd years for transfiguration and potions. For defense against the dark arts, Professor Lockhart began going into detail about his book, A Year with the Yetis, to Lyra's delight. Harry enjoyed it as well, though he wasn't sure what a Yeti had to do with the dark arts. Their professor had begun discussing this book in particular because it didn't have any tales of him killing monsters and was just an anthropological discussion on the life of the Yetis. From what he wrote, the Yeti were much like the Demiguises in their daily lives before meeting Harry and Lyra. and with the help of humans had become slightly more advanced, creating doors to cover the front of their caves, and even one of the largest tribes near Kumbu domesticating a herd of yaks and mountain goats for milk and meat. There are even attempts at teaching them to make cheeses from yak milk. That project had been going on for nearly a decade and had varying degrees of success. Their family structure was more akin to humans than to demiguises. They tended to mate for life instead of the polyamorous lifestyle of demiguise. Children were raised primarily by their parents, but also had almost no issues going exploring by themselves from a young age. There was significantly more violence than with the hidden tribe, though. As their primary attribute was strength, that is how they settled disputes and hierarchy issues. The alpha was always the biggest and strongest of the group. While discussing the leader of the tribe near Kumbu, Lockhart showed a picture of the two of them. The alpha, who was called Tavron by the locals, was enormous. While Newt had told them that Charlie was roughly the same size as a Yeti, it certainly wasn't this one. This one was probably a couple of feet shorter than Hagrid, but that would still put it at around 10 or 11 feet tall, with significantly more girth under all that hair. However, as Lyra looked at the picture, she noticed something off. While they were standing in heavy snowfall and Tavron had an enormous hand on Lockhart's head, he was wearing just a regular heavy cloak in red, yellow, and blue swirls that was blowing in the wind along with bright blue earmuffs. She leaned over to Harry and whispered her observation. He also thought it was strange. Harry made sure to stay after class and waited for his professor to finish some paperwork before he looked up and saw he was still there. "Harry, how was the winter break? Did you do anything interesting?" he asked. Harry thought about it and responded, "I killed a dark creature and intimidated some government officials." "Astounding," Lockhart laughed. "No rest for the boy who lived. Always another grand adventure. So what can I help you with?" "I wanted to thank you for your present. My tutor, Brandt, says he will schedule calligraphy lessons for me later in the new term. Excellent, strong writing skills will see you rubbing elbows with important people. Good handwriting will show others that you are more important than the standard riffraff." Harry nodded. "Lyra and I also had a question about your year with the Yetis." He raised an eyebrow as Harry continued. "We wanted to know about your Yeti suit." "My Yeti suit?" he asked, looking upward as if trying to remember something. "Oh yes, a Yeti suit. I have a picture of myself in one somewhere." He trailed off as he started digging through his desk, pulling out quite a few photos of him in the Himalayas and the snow, but all of them were in the kind of warm clothes that Harry would wear out into the snow in Scotland. Eventually, Lockhart pulled out a photo of himself wearing a fluffy white bodysuit in a clothing shop. Upon a closer look, he saw that it was the knitter Critter, with Madison standing in the background at the desk. The Lockhart in the photo had the hood off, and he smiled at the camera over and over, making different poses and looks, occasionally taking a look back toward Madison, who wasn't paying any attention to him. Harry could ask her about that later. He thanked his professor again and went to meet Lyra outside. "He showed me a picture of him in a Yeti suit, but it was taken at the Knitter Critter. Madison's the one who told me about them. We can talk to her about it this weekend." "Whispers is really going to like his gloves," she smiled. "We should get started on the potion for the twins," Harry told her. "We can start it now and check up on it Wednesday in the club." That sounded like a good idea, so they headed to the meeting room. A few other students were working there on extracurricular potions, so they just exchanged nods with the older Slytherins that were present and started brewing a large batch of the disgusting truth serum. At their first potions class of the term, they walked in to find a steaming green beaker on the front desk of the classroom. No one sat there. After everyone had settled in, Professor Snape burst into the room in his usual fashion, robes billowing behind him, and walked straight over to the steaming potion and picked it up. "Welcome to the second term of your first year. Now that you have accomplished the basics of potion making, we will journey into more dangerous aspects of the craft, poisons." He held up the beaker to everyone. "This poison is a nasty, but generally mild poison known as the dull seed. This potion will give you 22 days of hiccups, and then you die." There was a collective gasp from all the students at the mention of death. With a sinister smile on his face, their professor looked out at all of them and said, "All of you will be drinking some of this today." That kicked off a bit of pandemonium in the room as some students ran towards the exit, only to find it locked. Snape waited patiently for the students to calm down and stop pounding on the door. For all the people who didn't immediately run for the door, I am taking away 2 points from each of you. What kind of dunderhead would stay in a room with someone who had outright declared they would try to poison them? Though just to be clear, I am going to poison all of you today. Harry started to get up and inch towards the door. Lyra just shrugged and stayed seated. Too late, Mr. Potter, and to the rest of you trying to leave. The points stay off, and you already know the door is locked. So who wants to be the first person to take a sip of this? He held up the poison. There was enough silence to hear a pin drop, but Lyra just raised her hand and said, "I'll try it." Snape sighed. "I'm very surprised the hat didn't force you into Gryffindor. Go ahead, have a sip." Harry looked fearful, but was pretty sure Severus wouldn't kill his sister. She hesitantly took the flask and took a small sip. After a few seconds, she let out a large hiccup. "Congratulations, Miss Black. You now have less than 22 days to live. Now, what do you need to do to survive? Do you have an antidote?" she asked, then gave another loud hiccup. "That would have been something I would have given you points for asking before you drank the poison. However, no, I do not have the antidote." Lyra looked around and saw one of the boxes marked with a goat. She had several small hiccups as she walked over and pulled out an object that looked kind of like a walnut, except slightly smoother. "Should I swallow this?" she asked, and Snape gave her a nod. It was quite large, so it took her a little bit of time to swallow the large object and choked on it a bit as it went down, and even had a few hiccups which almost made her cough it out. After it had gone all the way down, everyone stared at her for a few moments as she had a few more hiccups, though a minute later they all seemed to stop. "Well done, Miss Black. Again, I'd give points, but I don't feel like it is an accomplishment to do something sensible, such as avoiding death." He waved his hand, and many small glasses appeared on the empty desk, and he poured the beaker into all of them. "All of you go ahead and take a drink, then swallow a bezoar. You will not be allowed to move on to your lessons this term before you do it. You will lose 20 points for each day that you do not drink this." By the time they were halfway through the class, everyone had drunk the poison and swallowed one of the large, roundish stones from the boxes around the room. "Congratulations," Snape drawled, with very little enthusiasm. "You have all now learned how to avoid your own deaths. Now, for the rest of the class, you will all help me procure more bezoars to replace the ones you used." From behind his desk, 2 large trunks levitated out and settled in front of their desks. Their lids vanished to show dozens of fleshy objects inside each. "These are all goat stomachs that have bezoars in them. You will need your dragon-hide gloves and retrieve nickel-plated tools from the cabinets, as the stomachs are highly acidic. Take a cup as well and place them inside when you've cleaned them off. For each one you retrieve, that will be 2 points for your house." Many students were disgusted by the task, but a few managed to earn quite a lot of points by just slashing open each stomach and pulling out the stones, then repeating the process for the rest of the class period. In the evening, they no longer had flying class. The club took place on Sundays, but to take the place of the class, they now had double history. Even though both Harry and Lyra already felt adjusted to the UK time, they nearly fell asleep during the class. Though as they were about to pass out, the smell of meat wafting through the halls woke them right back up. Later, when they arrived for dinner, there was an incredible number of dishes made from goat meat that had been cooked for the school. Cedric looked at the first years and asked, was it a bezoar day in potions? After dinner, Harry made their way up to the Ravenclaw common room. Harry and Lyra had been hearing whispers and murmurings about Hermione's new arm, but she hadn't shown it publicly yet. When they arrived at the Eagle Knocker, a few students were standing around and discussing the riddle. Seeing reinforcements, Alyssa from their year group turned around and asked them, "We need fresh ears." She turned to the knocker and asked, "Can you repeat it again?" The eagle turned to look at Harry and Lyra before it spoke up. "Only one color, but not one size, stuck at the bottom, yet easily flies. Present in sun, but not in rain, doing no harm and feeling no pain. What is it?" Even though their recent experiences with the answer over the break conflicted with the line about doing no harm, Lyra answered, "It's a shadow." The eagle nodded, and the door opened to reveal Roger Davies standing behind the door. He looked to the first-year Ravenclaws standing there and said, "Let this be a lesson that you don't need to rely on your own knowledge to solve a problem. You will often need to seek out others to help you overcome an obstacle that you cannot defeat on your own. He let that sink in before telling them to run along. He smiled at Harry like he knew a secret, then asked, "Are the two of you here to see Hermione?" "And to read," Lyra smiled. "I also wanted to speak with Penelope," Harry nodded, which got a questioning look from Lyra. Roger pulled two small notes out of his pocket and scribbled on them before casting Avaforce at each one. The papers transfigured themselves into hummingbirds and zipped off to find their intended recipients. "You can wait for them on the first floor. They should be down shortly." He turned and went back to his own business. Harry and Lyra crossed the tall room and picked out a spot at the large window overlooking the grounds. The room was filled with other students, but quiet with everyone studying or just reading. After a few minutes, they heard the door to the R&D rooms open, and Fred and George ran out with a cry of Eureka! "It's done!" They ran back in as Penelope and Hermione came out and looked down into the main room to find Harry and Lyra on their couch. As they came down the stairs, Roger intercepted Penny and could be heard asking, "Is it done? Is it really done?" Penny nodded. "Excellent. Can I set up a meeting for this weekend? Does Saturday night work?" Another nod. "Perfect. I'll inform the others," he said happily as he ran off. Hermione was giddy with happiness as she approached Harry and Lyra. She immediately gave a big hug to Lyra. "Thank you," and Brant and Lord Black. Lyra flinched. "That's too tight." Hermione jumped back. "I'm so sorry. The new arm is a bit more than I'm used to." She raised her arm, which was under a long-sleeved shirt with a black glove on the end, but it was more than she had done before, just covering the entire arm with a cloak. Then turned to Harry and jumped on him to hug him as well. "And thank you for the Martin figure. I had him watch over me while I was getting the new arm put on. He's so lifelike. My parents told me he would even yawn now and then, but he refused to fall asleep until the procedure was done." Harry smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. "I didn't get to see him before he was sent. I just told the lady the details of how to craft and paint him." "You haven't seen him. Come to my room, I'll show both of you." She started to run off and grabbed Penny to pull her with. When they arrived, she turned to Penny and asked, "Can you allow Harry to enter my room?" Penny nodded and took out her prefect's badge and placed it on Harry's shoulder and guided him through the door. Harry felt a tingle from the gender ward as he passed through. The inside of the room was Hermione in every way possible. There were 3 bookcases, all filled with tomes of different sizes. The shelves all had different plates below them to identify the subject. One shelf had a gradient of colors below it from red to green, with the plate in the middle reading library books, and another small plate on the red side that said, "Do now." Most of the books were in the red section. Ravenclaw's got single rooms, so there was only one bed, as well as a large L-shaped desk taking up an entire corner. The desk was covered with various parchments, quills, pens, pencils, highlighters, and books. Though even with the amount of material on the desk, it was still very organized and sorted into sections. The dresser and nightstands all had pictures of various people, mostly her parents, and people that were assumed to be family. Hermione ran over to her nightstand and pulled out the top drawer. Inside was a tiny bed that had a sleeping mouse in it, wearing a green tunic. As soon as the drawer was opened, the mouse jumped up and drew his sword, and picked up the shield lying next to him, squeaking at the intruders in the room. "It's okay, Martin," Hermione soothed the mouse with a stroke of his ears. "This is Harry and Lyra. They gave you to me." The mouse sheathed his tiny sword and gave them a sharp salute. Harry and Lyra giggled at the little guy Hermione was rummaging through a drawer and pulled out a pink tank top. "I'll go change real quick to show you the arm," she said, and ran into the bathroom. Penny turned to Harry and asked, "What did you want to speak to me about, Mr. Potter?" "It's about that spell you did to break down what Lyra did with the postal feathers in the library. Though let's wait until after we see Hermione's arm." Penny nodded, and Harry went over to Hermione's drawer to pick up the figurine of Martin the Warrior. Pulling out his wand, he had a quick duel with the tiny mouse. Lyra, on the other hand, was looking through all of Hermione's books and had pulled out a book on magical creatures, leafing through it and looking at the pictures. After another minute, Hermione came out to show off the new prosthetic. The new arm was as far from the older one as possible. It had been made of tarnished steel and wood, with dull white strands connecting the parts. Being the first prosthetic any of them had seen up close, they had nothing to compare it with. Now that they did, it looked like trash when compared to this work of art. The new arm was made of bronze or colored to look that way. It was assembled in panels where you could see the cracks between them, which would occasionally glow like veins moving toward the fingertips. Each joint, the elbow, each side of the wrist, and every knuckle had a dark blue gem that would give a small pulse as she moved it or as the energy from the veins would reach it. The arm stopped just above her elbow and then wrapped in a spiral, once around her bicep up the shoulder, where another bronze plate wrapped around the shoulder joint. On top of the shoulder joint was a larger blue gem, though this one stayed bright and didn't pulse. As she turned around to show the full apparatus, one could see blue threads coming from the shoulder piece and running into 3 points on her upper spine, under her tank top. "What do you think?" Hermione asked. It wasn't as fancy as some of the other arms she was shown in the shop, but she wasn't trying to stand out. It was functional, durable, and would last a very long time. Harry and Lyra didn't know what to say, but Penny, having not seen it uncovered in its entirety, had quite a few questions. "That isn't actual bronze, is it? Bronze wouldn't last very long." "It's alchemical bronze," Hermione replied. "Some of it was pre-made, others, but many of the parts were made with a mixture that included my blood." "Incredible," she said, and reached out like she wanted to touch it, but then pulled her arm back. Hermione saw the interest on her mentor's face and held out her arm to be examined. Penny ran her fingers over the arm and put a fingernail between the panels on the forearm. "The arm is made in panels aligned with your bones and muscles. Will it grow along with you?" Hermione smiled and nodded. "This panel on the top of your forearm doesn't align with the others. What is it?" Hermione smiled and stepped back. Holding her arm across her chest, she clenched her fist, and a large bronze buckler expanded from the panel Penny had pointed out to cover the entire front of her chest. She opened her fist, and the shield retracted into her arm. Harry's eyes widened. Now that was really cool. Next, Hermione reached over to the pinky and twisted it off. A bright blue thread still attached it to her hand, but the tip of the finger turned into a sharp point. Runic carving tools with a magical tip. Penny was practically drooling at the sight of it. "That's amazing." Lyra was staring in wonder. "It has a couple more features, but nothing as interesting as all of that." Hermione seemed very happy with the new arm. "What else does it have?" Harry asked, wanting to see everything she could do with it. "Well, the thumb can leave glowing marks on things. I figured it could completely take the place of bookmarks. The middle finger can give an electric shock, and there is a compartment on the underside of my forearm that can fit 2 or 3 normal-sized books inside." She demonstrated by opening the panel and pulling out a book, then putting it back. "You should show it off more," Harry told her with support. Hermione's face got less excited and a bit afraid. "What if people make fun of it?" "You could crush them with a hug," Lyra suggested. "Or shock them with a finger," Harry added. "You could also tell me, and I'll have them eat their shoes by the end of the day," Penny said protectively. Hermione blushed. "Maybe, though not just yet." They were silent for a minute before Penny spoke up again. "So, Mr. Potter, what did you need me for?" "Well, Brant got me a deal with a shop in Diagon to import demiguise hair, and I found that I can draw out magic from types of animal parts like the feathers. I need to find out how it can be done without my staff to make some money." Penny looked a bit more serious. "If it's for making money, we would need to work out a contract. Has your tutor taught you about solicitors and contracts?" "We met my family's solicitor," Lyra supplied, "and we know not to sign a contract without a solicitor present." "That's a good start," Penny told them. "I won't be able to assist you with anything for another week or 2. Why don't you give me an idea of what you are trying to do, and then find yourself a solicitor to write us a contract, okay?" Harry looked to his sister. "Do you have your coat?" Lyra squinched her face in thought and reached into her pouch, up to her elbow, and fished around before pulling out her winter coat from the party and passing it to Harry, who had drawn his staff out of his pouch. Harry informed the Ravenclaw girls, "This coat of Lyra's is made of Aurora wool and Yeti fur." "Like Lockhart's Yetis?" Hermione asked. "Yes, and sheep that are born under the northern lights and grow wool coats of the same colors." Harry recounted what he had been told. Both girls reached out to touch the fabric. Penny smiled at the feeling and asked, "Can you somehow make it softer?" Harry shook his head and placed the antler on his staff inside, lighting it up and causing the blue light to snake around the room. though now they also got the benefit of the lamashu tooth and got a boost of strength whenever one of the ribbons of light passed through them, which was evident when everyone took a large breath and stood up straighter. Everyone watched the light around the room with awe, and then the glowing of the fabric until it stopped. That was incredible, Hermione gushed. The strengthening wasn't supposed to be part of it, Harry commented. That's just something my staff can do now after the winter break. Penny just raised a questioning eyebrow, then said, "Find yourself a solicitor, and we can meet again the weekend after this one." Harry nodded. He could ask Brant about it later on the weekend. Much of the week, outside of classes, Harry and Lyra tracked down the students who had given them presents to thank them. Hagrid got a big hug and a promise to come by for tea to look through the album. Many of their friends were also doing the same thing, especially with the amount of candy and sweets that everyone had purchased for each other that didn't warrant a personalized gift. On Thursday evening, they took a break from dealing with so many people and went searching for secret chambers on the first sublevel. This level wasn't as dark as the second or third sublevel and had lighter-colored stonework. In addition to looking for the hidden areas of the castle, Lyra wanted to find a window somewhere to see if they were below the lake on this level, like they had managed to be for the room above the Slytherin common room. As they looped around back to the main staircase, they ran into their Slytherin friends. Blaise approached them quickly and pulled up the sleeves on his robes to show the cufflinks that Harry had given him on the shirt underneath. "Thanks for the present." He grinned a bit. "My mother thought they were a superb gift and enchanted them to hold liquids, so I might one day use them to hold small amounts of poisons." He gave a devious smile and then a chuckle. Harry looked a bit shocked, but Lyra was staring at Daphne a bit, who had a strange look on her face. She didn't return Lyra's gaze, but just looked to her side before quickly reaching out towards a suit of armor next to her, which caused Whispers to reappear quickly and jump away. "Almost got you, you little sneak." She yelled at the demiguise. Whispers ran around behind Lyra and peeked from behind her back. "Nest time," he growled, then vanished again. Harry laughed. "You might think you've won, but you just took the game to another level." Daphne groaned, but then asked Lyra, "You can see him, can't you, when he's invisible?" Lyra looked like she had just been caught, but Harry answered for her. "Yes, she can. I can too, but not as well as her." Tracy spoke up. "Thank both of you for your presence." "We didn't get anything for Lyra. Can she also use the mapping paper and book that Daphne got you?" Harry nodded. "And thank you, Blaise, for the wand holder." "Did I get it close to the real thing?" he asked. Harry looked around, then asked quietly, "Do you want to see a picture?" All three Slytherins looked very interested and took a few steps closer as Harry started to dig through his pouch for the album Colin had gotten him, that he had been adding pictures from the island. However, just as he was about to open it, two older boys came around the corner, took one look at them, and ran off. Harry looked at Lyra and said, "Maybe a little privacy." She pulled out her staff and produced a plume of dark smoke that wound around them until they were completely covered. Harry drew his staff as well to light the inside of the smoky dome. Tracy looked around. "Whoa, is this what you did for the Draco slapping incident?" Harry nodded. Daphne was looking at their staves closely. "Both of your staves are different from before. What are the teeth on them?" Harry was happy to explain. "Mine is from a lamashu we met in Istanbul, and Lyra's is from a Sigbin I killed." The Slytherins had looks of confusion, and awe on their faces. Blaise told the girls, "A lamashu is a sentinel chimera, similar to a sphinx. I have no idea what Sigbin is." Remembering what Newt and Aurora had told them, Lyra explained, "It is vampiric. It drinks your blood from your shadow." All three Slytherins looked terrified at the thought. "And you killed it?" Tracy asked with a high-pitched voice. "It was in a cage," Harry supplied. "You both lead strange lives," Daphne commented, still a bit scared at the idea of a shadow vampire. Blaise gave a nod to the album in Harry's hand, and he started turning the pages inside. Whispers reappeared next to them and looked along with them. One page was filled with photos of demiguises, and Whispers pointed to one of Chief and Teacher, saying, "Mutter, fatter." Harry turned the page again to show just one photo of the head of the usurper, resting on the top of the sand. There was no movement like the others, but the eyes of the snake were pointed towards the camera, with its red crest on full display and the splash of gold on the tip of its mouth shining in the sunlight. "Snake," Blaise commented. "How big is it?" "A little over 50 feet, Lyra informed them. All three Slytherins jumped back at that information and bumped into the wall of their dome. Harry closed the album and they dismissed the bubble so the three of them could have a proper freakout and digest that information. 50 feet, Tracy said in her pitched voice. Closer to 55, Harry supplied. Then that head, Daphne seemed to be running calculations in her head, could probably swallow you whole. Sounds about right, Lyra nodded. Well, me for sure, maybe 2 bites for Harry. Definitely strange lives, the two of you lead, Blaise echoed Daphne's comment. The three Slytherins mentioned they had been on their way to a meeting with some of the older students in their house when they bumped into Harry and Lyra and excused themselves to attend that. Harry and Lyra, along with an invisible Whispers, continued to explore the first sublevel. There didn't seem to be any one-way passages or dead ends, but had more corridors for sure. Close to the main staircase, they were able to locate the Hufflepuff common room and a hallway filled with still-life paintings of food. However, other than that, most of the rooms looked like old classrooms or empty storerooms, but they did find one that held a potential interest. After magically unlocking a door, they found a room filled with crates. Pulling the top off one, they found a gargoyle. It didn't make any attempt to move after being discovered, so they put the lid back on and checked another to reveal another stone guardian. Towards the back of the room, they found another door, however. This one was just made of bars, like a jail cell. Behind the door was a small set of stairs that led down. No matter what spells they tried, the door wouldn't open. They just marked it on the map and went back to their dorms to take a nap before astronomy later that night. They were both looking forward to Friday, as that was going to be the Hufflepuff party that Theo had invited them to. Their day went by quickly, with the morning taken up by more stories of Lockhart's adventures with the Yetis and reviewing larking and tickling charms in the afternoon. After dinner, Harry and Lyra changed into nicer outfits than their school robes and started to head down to where they had discovered the Hufflepuff entrance the previous day. Whispers, of course, tagged along wearing his feathered hat. The corridor that held the entrance was filled with barrels. Most were on their sides and lined the walls, but there were a few that were stacked on top of each other in different places. Lyra told Harry she remembered there being a wine cellar like this in the house she grew up in. Unlike the previous evening, one of the larger barrels had no lid on it, and there was a tunnel inside of it. Just like Theo had told them, they just left the door open for anyone to enter. Upon exiting the tunnel, a second year that they didn't recognize greeted them. Welcome to the Hufflepuff common room. Please follow the passage to the main room. He stood at attention like a soldier who had been given an important task and waited for the next guest to arrive. Lyra just shrugged and continued down the passage until it opened up into a large, circular room. The room was well lit, both with sconces on the walls and unusually bright fireflies that floated around, their lights occasionally going off and reappearing somewhere else. Small windows surrounded the top of the room, with the night sky seen through them. That answered Lyra's question if they were below the lake or not. At opposite ends of the room were small sets of stairs that went down, probably to the dormitories. The room had been set up for an extravagant party. There were platters of food, mostly snacks and desserts, on all the tables, and there was light dancing music being played through a gramophone in the corner. Nearly 50 students were already milling around and talking to each other. Only about half of them were puffs. Harry spotted Ryan from their year group and went over to talk to him, while Lyra took Whispers over to one of the food tables to sample everything. After a quick conversation with Ryan, Harry joined Lyra at the food table. Most of it was the same things as his first meeting with Lockhart, including the crystallized pineapples that he liked. As they were experimenting with the different foods, Theo approached them with a big smile. Harry, Lyra, you two made it. Thank you. Whispers held up a piece of salmon he had been eating and said, Thank you, food. Theo did his best to control the reaction to Whispers speaking directly to him and gave him a simple nod back. I have a letter for the two of you from my father. It was delivered yesterday morning, but I haven't had a chance to give it to you yet. Their last interaction with the man was not pleasant and accepted the envelope with a bit of hesitation. Theo seemed to be very curious as to what it contained. Using one of Whispers's fingernails to cut the envelope, Lyra pulled out the parchment inside and read, Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Lyra Black, I wish to apologize for my actions and words on the night of the solstice party. If my son is to pursue a friendship with either of you, it is not my place to stand in his way. I have sent another letter to Steward Brant to apologize to him as well. I do hope you enjoy the party my son has invited you to. Sincerely, Lord Benedict. Not the apology surprised the two of them, but even more so to Theo, who had been reading it upside down as they held it between them. The handwriting seemed to be a bit shaky, and the signature did not look like it belonged to a lord of the Wisengamot. My father sent you an apology, Theo exclaimed. I don't think he has ever apologized to anyone in his entire life. Are you sure it was from him? Harry asked. The handwriting looks like Lyra's. She jabbed her brother in the shoulder with her wand. It came from our family's owl with his seal. We can ask Brant tomorrow, Lyra supplied. It says he got an apology too. Let me know what he says. If there's some way to influence my father like that, I want to know about it. Lyra nodded. She was also very curious about the mean old man's change in attitude. Well, have fun, meet some new people, and if you need anything, let me know. Theo gave them a smirk and walked off to greet a group of older Gryffindors that were entering with caution. Whispers was looking around the room and spotted Luna and Ginny in the corner and loped off towards them, with Lyra running after and Harry staying put at the table. Whispers interrupted the conversation between the girls and reached up to put his hands on Luna's shoulders and challenge her to a staring contest. Lyra caught up and sided in next to Ginny, who was a bit shocked at the humanoid creature's presence. What's he doing? Ginny asked as her friend stared deeply into Wisps's eyes. It's a game, Lyra told her, and sometimes a dominance contest. Luna is the only human we've ever seen him do it with for more than a second. As with other hidden, they are trying to outlast each other by sensing the future. Ginny's eyes widened and looked at her friend. Can Luna see the future? I didn't think there were any seers in her family. Lyra just shrugged and waited for it to be over. Their staring contests tended to last close to a minute now before stopping. Sure enough, after a minute, Whispers' eyes stopped glowing and he took his hands down. Can she see the future? Lyra asked her little brother. Whispers just looked confused and Luna just smiled with a spacey expression in her eyes. Whispers started to open his mouth to say something but then stopped, then raised his hands to sign something but stopped. He looked back at Luna and shrugged. Are you a seer? Ginny asked. I don't know. Anything is possible, she said with a smile. Though where would the fun be in knowing everything that is going to happen? I just like being myself. Looking down at Whispers. I like our staring contests. We can do it again later. Whispers nodded enthusiastically, and then Luna skipped away towards a group of older Ravenclaws who were in the middle of a discussion of some kind. I like Luna, Lyra said. I never know what's going to happen next with her. I've known her all my life, Ginny added. Things are never boring around her. There was a long silence before Lyra said, Can you thank your mom for the presents she sent us? What? Ginny was surprised. What did she send you? Oh, well, she gave Harry a sweater and she gave me a chocolate frog. We fed the frog to the Kingspan. He didn't like it and ended up eating a shark to clean his mouth out. Ginny looked a bit frightened. What is a Kingspan? Oh, it's a big magical snake that lives with us. Its skin is on Harry's staff. Ginny's mind was processing all that before she looked back towards Harry talking with a Slytherin girl at the food table and said, My mom made him a jumper. Yeah, with a big H on it. It looked really warm. She also apologized for our last meeting where she thought I would betray Harry since I'm a black. Ginny looked even more confused. What does that have to do with anything? Lyra realized she probably said something that was a secret and whispered to Ginny. A lot of blacks in the last war, including my cousin Sirius, served Voldemort. Ginny let out a large squeak and glanced around furiously as Brant did near the fear ward at the volcano. Don't say the name, she whispered harshly to Lyra. Lyra had been told about the significance of not saying the name of the Dark Lord by Brant, but thought it was ridiculous, so she just rolled her eyes and nodded. Later, after Lyra went off to chase Whispers, Harry was busy enjoying all the little bits of food and snacks at the table when he was approached from behind. Harry, a girl asked. He turned around to see the girl he had met at the Scamander party standing there. Thinking back, he remembered her name. Hey, it's Cho, right. You remembered, that's nice. People tell me I have a good memory, Harry added. How are you liking Slytherin? It's different, she said with a touch of evasion. There are a lot of things you need to know to be in that house. Plenty of rules and power structures. Well, I know Rule 3 and Rule 10. Harry told her with a smile, watching the shock on her face. I'll try to find the others as I go. Cho looked at him with a calculating glare. I was right about you. You've got some Slytherin in you. Though I don't think you would fit in the house. You stand out too much. Most Slytherins try to keep at least a little anonymity. Harry thought about that and said, Draco doesn't. Malfoy, well, he's a different case like you, I guess. Harry scrunched up his face at that. No offense, Cho quickly amended. He doesn't have much anonymity because of his father, especially now. He must have unloaded a lot of money and blackmail to get released from Azkaban early. It makes him both stronger and weaker at the same time. What do you mean? Harry tried to dig for more information. He didn't know when he would get to meet with the minister, but he would definitely want to also ask the man why he was intent on endangering his sister, in addition to the information on Sirius Black. Cho noticed the dig and smiled, then told him, to be able to influence enough people to be released, he would need a lot of powerful people and a lot of favors owed to him. That amount of power to overturn the system shows how influential he can be. However, a lot of that probably involved using resources that can never be used again. So Draco's father showed how much influence he has to anyone paying attention, but probably couldn't pull the same trick twice. Harry nodded in understanding. She seemed to know a lot about the way things worked. She would be a good person to get to know. Just as she was about to say something else, someone called her from across the room. Hey, Cho, come over here and take a look at this. She rolled her eyes and turned back to Harry. I'm sure we'll speak again, then smiled and walked over to the boy who had called her. Harry watched her walk away, then turned around to look for Lyra, then walked over to where she was with Ginny and Luna. Hey, Ginny, hey, Luna, he greeted them as he approached. Hello, Harry Potter, Luna greeted him back, while Ginny just smiled nervously. Your brother is going to let us visit his dragon reserve this summer, Harry remarked casually. You're going to see Charlie. Ginny perked up. What are you doing there? I invented a potion that he wants to test out. Before she could respond, and if summoned out of thin air, Fred and George appeared next to them. You're inventing potions now too, said one. If you need anyone to test them on, I'm sure we could find you some victims, said the other. Ginny addressed the second one. Fred, what are you two doing down here? I'm George. Ginny just gave him a death glare before he shrugged. You always know. I don't know why we even try anymore. George responded to the question. We're checking on an investment we made. Have any of you seen Zach and Ernie? Ernie is over there. Zach is somewhere else. Luna blindly pointed over her shoulder towards a small table where a couple of older Ravenclaws were sitting with a younger Hufflepuff. George went off to speak with the boy while Fred told them, while he's doing that, I want to know more about your potion, Herald. What does it do? Harry looked a bit apprehensive at the Inquisition, but having talked about it to others, he told Fred, it's a hair growth potion that works on people that have had hair burned off from magical fires. And that's why Charlie is interested, to grow back hair lost from dragon fire. Mind sharing the recipe? Fred leaned in closer. Remembering what he was told by Arcturus, sorry, Potter family secret. Well, just be sure to patent it when you complete it. You never know who will steal it from you if you don't. Fred gave an evil grin. Lyra's patenting 2 of her own this weekend, he pointed over to his sister. Rounding on the blushing girl, a whole family of potioneers and what have you brewed. It's a sticking solution. I made it with our tutor. The main ingredient is lamprey teeth, she told him. Lamprey teeth. Fred asked, would any of the other ingredients be fresh honey, butterfly wings, or crushed fireflies? Lyra's eyes widened. Fred continued, I thought so. George and I happened to find a jar of them last year, just laying around, and tried to make a sticking solution with them, but couldn't figure it out. We ended up using it for an already established skin-dissolving potion. Skin dissolving? Ginny shrieked quietly. Why not? Luna asked. Some animals have thick skins that need to be removed before they can be eaten or have potion ingredients collected properly. You were always a smart cookie, Fred ruffled her hair. Then looking back at Lyra, we'll be sure to look up your potion when you have it filed. What's the other? Then, as if hearing an alarm in his head, he looked behind him to see Percy walk into the room. He looked back to the Lyra and said, next time Georgie and I are stumped on a potion, we'll be sure to talk to you and Harry. Let us know when the batches of Pinocchio's draft are done. I need to go bug my older brother. He turned around and started to follow Percy as the older boy explored the room. Harry and Lyra continued to walk around and visit with their friends. One thing that did start happening as the night went on was that Theo would occasionally come to them and introduce them to an older student. This occurrence only increased when Lyra got taken away by Lavender and was hanging out with a group of girls. Whispers decided to stay with Harry because he was closer to the food. He was currently in a conversation with a boy Theo had introduced named Hayden Colton in his 6th year, who was taking the advanced newt classes in ancient runes, herbology, and care of magical creatures. "You really should bring Whispers to see Professor Kettleburn," he was saying. "I'm pretty sure you could earn quite a few points for your house by letting him use the furry guy in classes." "I'm not sure he would go without me or Lyra." Harry was hesitant. "Just talk to him. I bet he'd give you a pass to ditch whatever class you have to bring him by. Demiguises are very skittish by nature, so being able to approach one for studying would be quite a treat." Harry glanced over to where Lyra was with her friends, then back to Hayden. "We are going to see the unicorns tomorrow night. I could talk to him then." "Excellent," Hayden smiled. There was a bit of silence before Harry asked, "What are you planning on doing when you finish school?" He put on a thoughtful face. "Ideally, I'd like to be a wand crafter. My classes are geared toward that. However, I'll have to leave the country to do it because the market is cornered by Ollivander and his family." "Why do you need runic studies for making wands?" Harry asked, seriously. The older boy looked surprised. "The incorporation of runes into wands is what allows them to channel magic so efficiently." He pulled out his wand, a polished pale green with lines like a spider web across the handle. "You can't see them, but the entire inside of a wand is covered in runes that allow a wizard to interact with magic in a controlled fashion with ease that isn't just bursts of power or elements relating to the core. If you ever find a broken wand, crack it open and see if you can find the tiny rune clusters inside." Harry pulled his staff out of his pouch and looked at it along with Hayden. "I didn't use any runes when I made my staff with my tutor. Is that why I can only cast a few spells with it?" "You made it yourself." "How?" he asked, then apologized. "I'm sorry, I know most creation techniques are a secret. Would you be able to tell me the components, what it's made of?" "I guess so." Harry ran his hands over the staff as he responded. "The antler is from a lampung, the snake shed is from a usurper, and the wood is from a balit tree. There is a coating on the wood and the shed from a potion that I created that makes it strong, pretty much unbreakable as far as I've found." "I don't know what any of those things are," the boy said. "What about the tooth?" "That one is new. I just added it over the break. It is from a lamashu. He bit my staff, and I thought it would break, but the tooth just popped out, and then he went to sleep." "That's nuts," he just said in disbelief. "And I had no idea it was possible to modify a wand or staff after it had been made." They continued to talk for a few minutes, with Hayden sounding very interested in the protective coating he had made for his staff. Wand breakage was a very common problem with young wizards and with older wands. If the coating would work for wands in the same way it did for his staff, it could be very beneficial for the industry. Lyra was also enjoying the party. After she met up with the girls in Gryffindor, she was introduced to various people around the party by a Hufflepuff named Ernie. He seemed a bit nervous about doing so, and now and then after making an introduction would run over to Theodore Nott and take a small piece of paper from him, and then come back and join whatever conversation she was in. Most of the people she was speaking with were people who wanted to know information about her uncle Arcturus. Not knowing much about him, she thought it would be best to only give out the scary details about him, as he seemed to like to appear that way. A lot of other people asked about her training with Stevens and anything she could tell them about Harry. Eventually, she saw Seamus and ran over to chat with him. He seemed to pick up on her using him as a haven from talking to other people, and when Ernie came back to bring her to another introduction, Seamus politely told the other boy to bugger off. Looking a bit disoriented, Ernie went back over to where Theo was speaking with another Hufflepuff boy and had just given him a slip of paper and exchanged words with him. The three of them looked briefly towards Lyra, and Theo took the paper from the first boy and passed it to Ernie, then looked around the room and scribbled another one and passed it to the other, and the three of them split off in different directions. "Ha! I don't think I would have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself," Seamus stated. Nart is teaching the Hufflepuffs how to network. Seeing Lyra's questioning eyes, Nart is teaching those two how to make inter-house introductions and forge connections between people he thinks could benefit from an introduction. I'm betting this whole party is a way to get Hufflepuff to stop being so insular. Lyra kind of understood, but changed the topic instead. I wanted to thank you for your present. I haven't gotten to play with them yet. Seamus smiled back. For yours too. I've been using the dragon figurine to light stuff on fire. I got my to modify the animation charm on it, so I can control it with simple gestures. Now it breathes fire on things when I point to them. Lyra smiled. That's neat. I should get a hoo-hoo that does the same thing. You should take runes for your third-year elective. You can learn to do it yourself. That's what I'm taking next year, though I already know a bit of enchanting from my parents. When I started igniting everything around me last year, they made sure I could enchant everything I own to be fireproof. I haven't burned down anything yet, Lyra said, then thinking about the creeping death and frowning, not even something I want to burn down. He looked surprised. There's something you want to burn down that you can't. It's, she tried to find a way to tell him. If you don't want to tell me what it is, that's fine. It must be pretty big for your fire not to work. Or resistant, making up her mind to reveal a little bit. It's a plant, and I can't get close to it. The little bit of fire that caught onto it, it just shook itself like a wet dog, and the fire went out. Seamus scrunched his face up in thought, then looked towards one of the windows above the room they were in. Is it the Whomping Willow? Lyra's eyes widened at his deduction. No, it's more dangerous, she said evasively. I want to put a fence around the Whomping Willow or markers to see how far it can reach, but Harry and I haven't made time for it yet. He stared at Lyra and then looked around the room till his eyes landed on Dean and Ron. He put his fingers to his lips and gave a short whistle, which made Dean turn around. He grabbed the other boy and they made their way over. What's up, Finny? Dean asked, while Ron was eyeing Lyra with wariness. You can conjure squirrels, right? He asked. Sometimes they don't walk properly, but yeah. Why? How's your levitation charm doing, Ron? Seamus asked. Ron blushed and seemed to mouth the incantation for the levitation charm with heavy enunciation. Good, and it's getting better, he said with a somber tone. We're going to help Lyra with something, Seamus told the other two. I know you two got nothing to do on Sunday, so we're going to mark a barrier around the Whomping Willow. Why would we do that? Ron asked. Well, other than you having nothing better to do and helping someone else out with something, we could also earn points for our house, which we desperately need if we want to at least beat Slytherin this year in the Cup rankings. We're never going to win this year. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are too far ahead, Dean remarked sadly. Then his face tightened up. But I at least want to beat the snakes I'm in. Ron just shrugged. I guess I'm in too. Turning back to Lyra, so we can meet after lunch on Sunday and build a perimeter. Sound good? Lyra nodded happily. Toward the end of the night, Thea was getting a bit tired and disappointed. While there had been a large number of people in attendance, only a couple of Slytherins had shown up, and they were nobody important or worth getting to know. So when he heard silence come across the room, he smiled, knowing some of his old housemates had just arrived. Turning around, he saw Marcus Flint leading the Slytherin Quidditch team and the reserves into the room. Thea gave a quick nod to Zack and Ernie, who had been given instructions on who to arrange meetings with to multiple Slytherins that might be in attendance, and went to go greet the arriving students. Using a prearranged phrase, he whispered to Minxie, the elf who had helped them arrange the party and food, and 2 buckets of ice-cold butter beer appeared next to him, which he carried over to the new arrivals. He could have had Minxie bring the beverages directly to them, but he wanted to make a good impression as the host of the party and appear slightly subservient. All of the Slytherins waited for Theo to approach and glared back at the other students who had frozen and ceased conversations at their arrival. Marcus shook hands with Theo and accepted a drink from the bucket, then gave a nod to the other players to grab drinks for themselves. The room let out a collective sigh as the group of Slytherins took their drinks and started to explore the common room individually. Marcus just gave Theo a small nod and walked over to talk with the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, Tasman Appleby, and pass her a folded note. In another corner of the room, Harry was talking about potion recipes with several older students. He didn't realize it, but to anyone looking in on the situation, It would look like he was holding court. He sat, with his back to the wall, holding his staff in one hand, with students sitting around the table all exchanging ideas with him. However, he was just having fun learning about all sorts of ingredients he didn't know about and giving his insight on how certain ones could interact differently in the recipes of the Hogwarts curriculum. He was in the middle of a discussion about whether it would be possible to use agitated porcupine quills to deliver an antidote to a stone skin curse when Miles Bletchley approached the table and waited for Harry to recognize his presence. One of the other students noticed him standing there first, and when he looked towards the slithering Quidditch keeper, Harry looked up at him as well. "Mr. Bletchley," Harry nodded. "Mr. Potter," he replied, and looked around at the other students at the table. "May I have a word in private?" Harry jumped up and walked with Miles to an empty table a little ways away. The older boy cast a privacy charm as Harry pulled out a silencing feather and activated it. "Thanks," Harry started. "I was feeling a bit trapped there. I've been trying to get away for the last 10 minutes, but they keep asking me more questions." "Do you keep giving them answers?" Miles asked, and Harry nodded. "Then until you run out of answers or just run away, they'll probably keep at it, particularly the Ravenclaws." "They could have at least brought me some more food then," Harry said with a frown. "One more question," Miles asked with a half-grin. "What is that?" He pointed to the feather. "Owl feather, it creates a silencing field. I don't know how others can do it, but I'm looking into it. Lyra did something similar with the post-owl feathers in the library." "Neat." "Well, I wanted to apologize to you for my role in what happened with Draco and Vincent on the train. I wanted to make sure there were no hard feelings. I'm also hoping that I'm not going to be the target of another Weasley prank. I'm sure that was retaliation with the sweaters after they left the room. They started to shrink until they had to be cut off by Professor Snape." Harry had thought the sweaters and red hair were funny, but the shrinking moved a bit more into being a malicious prank, not that he didn't approve of it. It seemed like his lessons on intimidation with Severus were paying off if Miles was apologizing to him even after he didn't do anything. Though Harry couldn't let the boy completely off the hook if he wanted to grow his legend, to try and keep people from coming after him and Lyra. "It's not a problem," he told Miles. "Draco and Vincent just needed a reminder to keep away from me and Lyra. The twins didn't do that prank either. You saw them take the truth potion. They said they didn't do it." While he was saying that to Miles, Lyra approached behind him and was listening in. "What did you do to them on the train?" Miles asked Harry. Stepping out from behind him, Lyra answered, causing Miles to jump a bit. "Like my brother said, it was a reminder. If they come near us with negative intent, they will feel the pain of the last time we had to remind them." She turned to Harry. "Can we go now? I'm getting tired." Harry nodded to her, then looked back towards Miles. "If you can pass on a message, please tell Draco and Vincent that the next reminder will be worse." With dread in his eyes, Miles watched the scariest first-year's stroll casually out of the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 66. The Girl in the Tower. Chapter text Saturday morning brought Brant to Hogwarts. He met them outside their common room after breakfast and was led inside. He was just as shocked as everyone else at the state of their room, even though he had seen the pictures before. Looking at the high ceiling, he asked, "Are you allowed to fly in here?" "We're not allowed to fly in the castle," Harry told him. "It doesn't look like we're in the castle," Brant said with a smirk. "I guess we can ask Newt and Tina when they get back," Lyra mumbled hopefully. Brant gave up on that. It didn't look like they were going to break such a simple rule. They didn't seem to have any compulsion for rules when it came to defending each other, but still recognized authority when it was reasonable. It was good to know where to draw the line with them. "Well, the two of you should get ready," he told them and passed a small box to Harry. "This is the big wardrobe. Tap it with your wand to expand it. I'm just going to leave it with you. Pick out something elegant, but also that would pass for Muggle clothing in London for when we go get more music." Harry took the box and ran off with Lyra to change. Brant walked over to the little kitchen area where Melly and Daria were sitting at a table and asked to join them. "How are the two of you enjoying Hogwarts?" he asked. "It's quite fun," Daria commented while sipping her drink. "I thought I would be in Ravenclaw, but then all this happened." She waved her hands at the room. "My parents grew up Catholic, so they're having a bit of trouble disassociating witchcraft with evil. They seem to be better when I went home, though. It's the opposite for me. Melly added. My parents are Romany, so they have always thought the supernatural was real. My mom even had me reading fortunes for our neighbors before I got my letter. A lot of her customers swore I was better at it than she was. She gave a little smirk. Maybe I was. Brant smiled at both of them. Daria, have your parents look into the old witch trials. Most of them were fabricated to kill off people the church didn't like. Though they'll find anecdotes about targeting women who healed incurably sick children, found lost animals, and allowed barren noblewomen to give birth. A lot of these were real witches, and you can show your parents that magic isn't necessarily evil. Miracles can be done with it as well. The little girl smiled as he turned to her friend. As for you, you probably do have some seers in your distant family or talent for divination that you should look into. If you want to continue reading fortunes in the Muggle world, you will need a permit to do so, and you will need to read up on the statute of secrecy. A lot of magicals do have businesses that provide fortunes for Muggles, but it needs to be monitored to avoid them finding out about the existence of real magic. Melly nodded at his serious tone, and Brant got up to explore the rest of the expanded room. He ducked into the side room with the new greenhouse to find Neville tending plants alongside Greg Goyle. Neville was explaining to him how to trim some of the more delicate plants in the room and control the direction of their growth. He just stood and watched the boys work before Greg looked up and saw him standing there. He jumped to his feet and stood at attention. "Steward, I didn't see you there." Neville looked a bit confused and didn't get up for a couple of seconds before mimicking Greg's pose. "Relax, I was just watching you work. How were your vacations, Mr. Goyle, Mr. Longbottom?" Neville just nodded and didn't reply, while Greg looked like he had a question and didn't respond until Brant gave him a nod. "I had a question about Harry's gift. The gloves, what are they for?" "Boxing," Brant told him. "It's Muggle dueling. The gloves keep you from hurting your hands or your opponent too much. It can be as much fun as magical duels, and it builds strength and stamina." "Harry wants to fight with me," Greg asked. "I think it would be better if you talk to him about it," Brant told him. "I'm positive he meant the gift as something fun for the two of you to do together." Greg nodded, and Brant left the two of them to their gardening. Returning to the common room, he found Harry and Lyra waiting for him by the exit. Harry was wearing a long black coat that went down to his ankles, with silver buttons down each side of the opening. He wore a blue shirt underneath and black slacks. Lyra was wearing her fur coat with a dark blue dress underneath and black earmuffs for going out in the cold. Whispers was wearing the leather and fur hat he had gotten as a present from Luna Lovegood. Brant gave them both a brief nod of approval and then escorted them down, through the castle, to the dungeons and Professor Snape's office. It took their teacher a minute to answer the door, and when they entered, there were nearly a dozen students huddled around the sinks scrubbing cauldrons. All of them were older, and most were Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, with one Hufflepuff mixed in. Harry recognized a few from last night's party. They all stopped to look toward Harry and Lyra as they walked in, but one dark glare from Snape had them return to their task of furiously scrubbing at their sinks. "There was a massive breach of curfew after last night's gathering in Hufflepuff," he told them loudly. "I am glad the two of you had the good sense to go to sleep on time. Come to my office, and we'll get you sent on your way." Brant walked them after Snape into his office. A few of the snakes in the terrariums perked up at his entrance and greeted Harry with reverence while he did his best to ignore them. Snape opened his desk and pulled out a paper, placing it on the desk. "I corrected your patent applications for the sticking solution and the tea potion you invented. Have you tested the sticking solution yet?" Lyra nodded. Brant placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "Mr. Potter thoroughly tested it. He stuck his staff and wand to his broom and used it to joust with the lampung on the island." Snape's eyes widened. "Truly?" Harry and Lyra nodded. "I gave a recording orb to Lord Black. You can speak with him to watch it." A quill appeared in Snape's hand, and he signed the bottom of the form that was marked for a qualified potions master to approve, then rolled up both forms and passed them to Lyra. "Whenever these potions are made commercially, you will receive 5% of the profits from the brewer," Snape told her. "Should I patent the potion I made to strengthen my staff?" Harry asked. "Definitely not," Brant said very quickly, drawing a questioning look from Snape. The steward relaxed slightly and explained, "When you patent a potion, you also reveal the ingredients and brewing method. As it contains details of the creatures where you live, it might tell people about the island." Snape gave Brant a piercing glare as Harry nodded along. Then Brant added, "This is also why you shouldn't patent your hair growth potion, as it would reveal that the base ingredient is your own hair. You can still sell it without revealing the recipe, as long as it is proven to work." Harry nodded, then perked up as he remembered his conversation with Penelope. "I need a solicitor." Seeing the questioning looks on the faces of Snape and Brant, "I don't know how to make Lyra's coat glow on its own. I asked Penelope Clearwater for help, since she figured out how to use the post owl feathers to search for things without Lyra. And since you're getting paid, she wants a contract, so she gets paid too." Brant finished the story, and Harry nodded. "Amicus Slant represents House Black, so he won't be able to represent you specifically. Ideally, you will want someone to represent you in all of your dealings, but for your agreement with Penny, I will ask Mr. Slant to send one of his apprentices to help you draft this contract, and then we can spend a weekend meeting with solicitors for a more permanent arrangement. Let's plan for the apprentice to meet you next weekend, all right?" This was all incredibly complicated for Harry. He was still reluctant to fully trust Brant, but he seemed to be doing everything possible to look out for him. Sharing a quick look with Lyra, he smiled and nodded to Brant. Then he asked, "Professor Snape, do you have an owl I can use?" Snape nodded and opened a wooden panel on his wall which contained a large tube leading upwards, then passed a paper and quill to Harry. He quickly scribbled out a note to Penny asking if they could meet next weekend. Just as he finished, a tiny owl fluttered down the chute and regained its bearings before almost crashing into the floor. Snape took the note and tied it to the leg of the owl, who flew right back up the shaft, and the door closed behind it. With all the business settled, Brant ignited the flames in the fireplace of the office, and without making the children repeat their destination, just took a pinch of flue powder and threw it in, calling out, "Elmswood Lodge," and vanishing. Harry watched him vanish, and then opened up his coat for Whispers to grab hold, but the hidden backed away from him and just reached out a hand to Lyra, who grabbed hold and hesitantly took a pinch of flue powder. She spoke the destination a few times to herself before throwing it in the fire and calling out the destination, whisking her and Whispers away into the emerald green fire. Harry hesitated for a moment, then picked up a pinch for himself, and under Professor Snape's protective gaze, whispered to himself, like his sister, then threw the powder in and took off through the spinning fire. The spinning was less disorienting when he wasn't doing it as a group or with a silver monkey adhered to his side. When he arrived, he barely staggered and slowly regained his balance. Though he looked up to see Lyra and Brant pointing their wands at Tonks, who looked menacing and pointed a wand directly at Brant's face. "That's not Tonks," Lyra yelled out to her brother. Harry drew his wand and didn't hesitate to fire a bolt of magic at the intruder. This caused the woman to spring into action and deflect his spell toward Brant. At the same time, Lyra let loose a torrent of flames, and Brant cast a black bolt of lightning. Harry's deflected bolt hit Brant in the head and knocked him to the floor, while Lyra's flames just washed over the intruder, and the black lightning was caught in the intruder's hand, coalescing into a ball of crackling energy. Instead of casting another bolt of magic, Harry created a large pulse which made the intruder stagger and gave time for Lyra to pull out her staff and slam it into the ground. As it hit, a stream of black smoke erupted from the Sigbin tooth at the top and coiled around the intruder like a snake, binding her in place. Brant had gotten back on his feet and pointed his wand towards Not Tonks, his mouth starting an incantation and a hint of green glowing at the tip of his wand. Before anything more could happen, a pulse of magic came from the intruder's wand, which dissipated the smoke, wrapping them up and freezing the three of them in place, though Brant seemed to be resisting just a bit. Not Tonks raised her wand to cast another spell, but Whispers appeared and dropped from the ceiling in an attempt to bite into her wand hand. But she just moved her arm out of the way and froze the demiguise in place, like the rest of them. She then pointed the wand to her face and incanted, "Finite incantatum." There was a distortion in the air, and Alistair Moody stood in her place. He looked over the frozen wizards and called out, "You can come out now, Nymphadora." From the next room, Tonks walked in, holding a trembling opal in her arms. The elf jumped out of her arms and cast spells all over the place, unfreezing everyone there. "Well, that was fun," Alistair said with a grin and turned to a glass of whiskey on the table. Brant was furious, and as soon as he was unfrozen, lashed out with his empty hand, casting a ball of green smoke that turned into a tiny, screaming skull at Moody. The man didn't even bother to turn around and just cast a bluish shield on his back which dissipated the skull. "So, Arcturus has been teaching you the family magics?" he asked as he picked up the glass and took a drink. Brant just growled and turned to Opal, who was checking over Lyra to see if she was injured. "You were supposed to be protecting the house," he snarled at the elf. She bowed low on the ground, whimpering a bit and not meeting his eyes. "I ordered her not to interfere," Tonks told him, apologetically but with resolve. "She didn't want to do it, but I assured her no one would be hurt." Brant stared her down, but she didn't flinch. After a few moments, he turned back to Opal and pointed his wand at her. Along the base of her uniform, there were several small buttons, purely ornamental, and with a twist of his wand, two of them were ripped off and summoned to his hand. Opal began to cry, looked up at Brant with tears in her eyes, and then popped away. Brant reached up to his forehead and wiped away a trickle of blood from where Harry's spell had been reflected, and then marched out of the room. "What the hell was that?" Lyra screamed at Moody. A pool of shadows was starting to form under her feet. "Calm down, girlie," Moody snarled while raising his wand toward the shadows. "I wanted to test your perception skills. You saw right through it, but Harry was the only one to take action." He looked at Harry, who was conflicted in his emotions. 10 points to Scamander House. "You're not a professor," Harry stated. "That doesn't mean you don't deserve the points. Though if you ever see me take a teaching job, that's not me. Curse first, ask questions later." He looked behind him at the mantel and told Lyra, "Tell Whispers to stop stalking me. He's not going to be able to sneak up on me." Harry could see a bit of shimmering where Whispers was crouching on the mantel. Lyra quickly double-tapped her staff on the ground, and Whispers became visible. He looked at himself and jumped down and stood next to Lyra, growling a little as he did so. "So, what are we doing today?" Real Tonks asked. "We are going to do some business for Whispers, and then head into Muggle London," Brant said, walking back in the room, his forehead cleaned up and healed. "The two of you can stay disillusioned and as far away from us as is safe to do so. Don't get your panties in a twist," Moody smiled. "It was just a flesh wound. You are also no longer welcome in this house," Brant added, his voice with extra weight. Magic shimmered around Alastair and he stood up, and as if taking forced steps, walked towards the entrance and out the door. Rounding on Tonks, Brant said with a touch of anger, "I need to speak with you later as well about business, but for now, I think it's better if you join your instructor." Tonks looked like she wanted to say something back, but under the darkness of his glare, she relented, looked apologetic, and left the house as well. Once she was gone, Brant turned back to the children. "Good work, both of you. Even though he wasn't being serious, you can both claim that you landed hits on Mad-Eye Moody. I doubt even Miss Tonks can make that claim." Lyra looked a bit smug, but Harry was concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Did my magic hurt you?" "Don't worry, as Mad-Eye said, it was just a flesh wound. However, it did pack a punch." Looking at Lyra, "What was that shadow thing that you did?" "I just called on the magic of the staff. I asked it to protect us," she said with a shrug. "Have you experimented at all with the Sigbin tooth yet?" She shook her head. "I've observed that the fire from your staff comes from the base, though the shadows came from the top, from the tooth. Try to cast that spell again on me." Lyra hesitated, but when Brant started casting protective spells on himself, she could see that he was serious and waited for him to finish. He walked to the other side of the room and gave her a nod to begin. Harry took a step back to give her space and watched as she concentrated for a moment before tapping the staff lightly, and a dark aura appeared around the giver's fur and the Sigbin fang. It slowly grew in size before a tendril shot out and wrapped around Brant's body many times. His eyes had widened as it wrapped around him, but now he just looked down and examined the writhing black mass. He struggled a bit in the barns and said, "Can you make it tighter?" Lyra's face tightened and she twisted her staff a little bit and saw Brant's face turn to a grimace, but he gave her a nod, so she twisted it more and he called out, "Too tight, too tight." And she lifted her staff, which made the tendril dissipate into the air. "That was interesting," he said as he flexed his arms. "I'll update Stevens on this. I have 2 homework assignments for you. The first is to practice that effect and see if you can use it as a shield or to knock away spells and physical objects. The next for both of you is to see if your staves carry an effect when you invert them." Both of them seem to rely on a kinetic effect when they are on the ground. I have no idea if it will do anything, but see if you can do something else with the limited magic the staves give you. Harry thought that might be interesting to try. He could create his shield at any angle with his staff, but hadn't tried to pierce the ground with the antler while channeling its magic. That also reminded him of something else. I need to send a letter to Araden about Hamidrez's tooth, he told Brant. I don't think we will have time for that today. Just pass the letter to Professor McGonagall. She will be able to make sure it gets all the way to Africa. Let's get to our meeting now. They exited to the street, where a few people were wandering around, and started to make their way to the Knitter Critter. They didn't see Moody or Tonks anywhere, but occasionally Lyra would wave to a passer-by or stare at nothing. Both Harry and Brant knew she was tracking their bodyguards. Since she didn't seem agitated, Harry assumed it was just Tonks and Alastair. One person tried to approach Harry, but found himself frozen in place as they continued walking. And he looked back. He saw a visible Moody warning the man to stay away. When they entered the clothing shop, Madison was dealing with another customer, but quickly passed them off to her assistant and approached them. "It's good to see you both again, Mr. Potter and Miss Black." She looked up at Brant. "You two, Steward Brant." "Hi, Madison," Harry greeted her. Whispers started walking around the shop and sniffing various garments. "Have either of you made any progress on the Aurora wool?" she asked them. "The children are going to start on it next weekend. Their holidays were taken up with threatening foreign governments and slaying dark creatures," Brant said with a smirk. "I'm sure," Madison said with a smile, though it was clear she thought he was being sarcastic. "I didn't get a good look at Whispers last time, but it's good to see that he's nearly full grown. I won't need to make too many adjustments to his gloves." "He's only 5 years old," Lyra told her. "Not possible," Madison said flatly. "He's nearly an adult. We met him when he was hairless and a few months old," Lyra told her. "It's been a little over 5 years since then." Madison's eyes widened. As Brant said, "It's true, here's a picture of his father and uncle." Brant pulled out a photo of Chief and Charlie standing next to him. Chief stood as tall as his chin, and Charlie was leaning with his elbow on the steward's head. Madison took the photo and choked at the sight of the enormous demiguises. When she was finished coughing, she looked at it again, speechless. When she regained the power of her voice, she said, "Well, I guess there will be a lot of alterations in the future, though now I think I'm going to tell the Aura Corps that we can go into full production for as much as they need. Just let me know how much you need, and I will see to it that it gets delivered," Brant told her. "I will do that." Looking to Lyra, "Miss Black, please call over your familiar and I'll get to work. Mr. Potter, please feel free to explore the shop and see if you can evoke any other interesting properties from the garments here." Getting a nod from Brant, Harry began to explore the shop, while Lyra called over Whispers and instructed him to pose for Madison to measure his hands and feet. Harry was trying to keep his eyes on Whispers and Lyra, not turning his back on them while he walked around. His little brother didn't seem to like all the measuring Madison was doing and tried to fit him with sample gloves. She had to stop every half-minute when he would growl at her or just turn invisible, which required Lyra to calm him down. When he finally stopped vanishing, Harry started to pay more attention to the garments around the room. When Whispers was relaxed, Brant asked Lyra, "Can you go outside and find Miss Tonks? I need to speak to her about something." Reassuring her little brother first, Lyra peeked outside the shop and looked around, spotting a man playing chess at the cafe across the street with a boy younger than her, but a bit taller than average. She approached the table and said, "Brant wants to talk to you." The man looked up and said, "What? Who are you?" The boy frowned and said, "Can it wait a minute? I'm almost done here." He didn't say, just that he wanted to talk to you. "Fine, I'll just speed this up." She advanced one of her pieces and started making motions for the man to hurry up. Both of their decisions sped up, and the man tried to speed up his moves to match the speed at which the child in front of him was making moves. After another 10 moves from each of them, the child moved his bishop across the board and announced, "Checkmate." The man's eyes scanned the board and grunted angrily. Then he took out 2 galleons, slammed them on the board, and walked away. After he had gone, the child morphed back into Nymphadora Tonks as she waved her wand and changed her clothes back into her aura uniform. She picked up the coins and tossed them in the air, caught them, and smiled. "Let's go see what the Broody Brant wants." Lyra led Tonks back into the shop after waving to a disillusioned Alastair who was standing on top of a nearby roof overlooking the entrance to the shop. Once inside, she returned to Whispers, who was starting to flicker with anxiety again. "So have you calmed down yet?" Tonks asked Brant. His face was grim, but said, "I'm not used to being ambushed in my own house." "Then don't ever be a trainee for Alastair Moody. He ambushed me in my home on Thursday by disguising himself as my father and making me breakfast. I was halfway through my eggs when he stunned me. He even got my mother to go along with it. Yesterday morning I stunned both of them just to be sure and to dissuade them from being complicit again." Brant chuckled at the thought of that, then straightened up again. "I wanted to ask you to pass along a message to your friend Ricky. I want to see if he would be willing to work with me on a business venture. You could just owl him, 'What's the venture?' I want to discuss it with him first, and I felt like it would be treated as a more genuine offer if I had you pass on the request. I'll be at Elmswood all day tomorrow if he's free then. Just ask him to owl me a confirmation and time." "I'll talk to him at the end of the day today," Tonks told him. "Do you want me to go back outside now?" Lyra interrupted me while I was hustling at chess. "You can stay if you'd like. How does Matt let you do other things when you're supposed to be on watch?" "It's on his orders. While I'm blending in on guard duty, he gives me many locations to watch. At random times, he casts a light spell on the location, and I need to count them and report the number at each spot that the spell was cast. Every spell I miss is a stinging hex. That old man is crazy," Brant commented with wide eyes. "If he weren't the most decorated aura in the Corps with the highest closure rate and arrest record, I would agree with you." "I guess that's true," Brant nodded, and they both turned back to watch Madison start working on the measurements for Whispers' hind feet. After a few minutes of silence, Tonks spoke up. "You know, I don't think I've ever seen or heard of a demiguise attacking someone. Attacked Spencer Crab's son on the train when the boy threatened one of Lyra's friends. However, I hadn't heard of such a thing before either. He probably would have gotten Moody too, if it weren't for that eye of his. It's probably all instinctual for him, though I bet if he can learn to talk, he could probably learn to fight as well." Brant's eyes widened at the suggestion. "I have no idea how we could even teach him such a thing. I already have way too many things on the curriculum for the children. They have their dueling practice now, and I am going to get them started on geography, occlumency, and knife fighting." Seeing Tonks's reaction, he elaborated. "Their first tutor gave them fancy knives for Christmas presents, and the Hogwarts Charter allows for the possession of Muggle weapons if they are trained to use them. Knives for gifts sounds like my kind of guy." "I'm pretty sure he's not your kind of guy," Brant said with a laugh. "What? Why?" she pestered him, but Brant just shook his head. Suddenly, they were distracted by a muffled yelp from Harry across the room. Brant rushed over to see a necktie around his neck, getting smaller and cutting off his air. Harry fell to the ground, and Brant held him in place to cast a cutting charm as carefully as he could to remove the garment. Even with his precision, it still left a small mark above and below the band. "What happened?" Madison called out as she arrived next to him. Harry was taking in large gulps of air. Suddenly there was a large cracking and the sound of broken glass from all around them as Moody apparated directly into the shop, his wand drawn and scanning for threats. Lyra and Whispers were fussing over Harry as caught his breath and pointed to the tie on the ground. It was silver and brown and looked like the impossible combination of chain link metal and skin. "It was the tie," Harry coughed, then looked at Madison. "What is it?" The proprietor picked up the broken tie and said, "It's from a Chank. It's a magical snake that is normally used for armor in South America. I got a hold of a single piece and thought it would look nice as a necktie." Suddenly her eyes grew very wide. "It's a constrictor. It crushes and suffocates its prey." "It's still alive?" Tonks asked, fearfully looking at some of the other animal skin garments around the room. "No, it's dead," Harry said. "I thought it looked like armor, so I put it on and let my magic run through it. Though instead of growing stronger, it started to shrink and tighten. I don't see any use for clothing that kills the people wearing it," Madison said flatly. "You can skip on figuring out how that one will work on its own." Alastair still had his wand out and was scanning for additional threats. He turned his head slightly towards Harry. "I can think of a few uses for a defensive magical snake skin that can kill people. If you find out how to use it, I'll buy it from you." Madison looked shocked, but Tonks just chuckled. As Lyra helped Harry to his feet, Brant asked the owner, "How much longer do you need Whispers for?" "I just finished with the measurements, but I want to take casts of his feet so I can chart his growth. I should have the gloves done by midweek." With everyone settled down, Madison set up small buckets for Whispers to submerge his feet in for the castings. Alistair had shattered the shop's anti-apparition wards, which was what caused the sound of broken glass before. He was directed by the shop assistant to the wardstones to fix them. Just as they were leaving, Harry ran back to Madison and asked, "I had a question about Gilderoy Lockhart." "He occasionally shops here," Madison said delicately. "I had a question for him about his time with the Yetis, and he showed me a picture of him trying on a Yeti suit. I recognized it as your store." While he had been talking, Lyra approached and stood next to her brother, listening. "I was hoping for a big sale from him that day," Madison sighed. "But he just took some pictures and told me he was going to do some comparison shopping. A little over a year later, he published A Year with the Yetis. He did come back and give me a signed copy, though." Harry shared a look with his sister. Both of them were a bit confused about the situation. Madison also seemed to pick up on it and narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. When they left, Brant took them all back to Tangent Alley for lunch. He picked out a French restaurant, but Moody pulled Tonks away and had the two of them stand guard away across the street while disillusioned. The children ordered multiple types of escargot as appetizers, and Lyra asked for one plate to be put on a barrel next to where Tonks and Moody were standing watch. The waiter looked confused at the request but complied. Every time they looked at the barrel, a few of the snails were gone from the plate. Brant ordered the kids and Whispers a few dishes to share, wanting them to learn about fine cuisine. They had ratatouille, blanquette de veau, bouillabaisse, filet mignon, and creme brulee for dessert. The children hadn't shown a desire to make money, so he wanted to expose them to bits and pieces of extravagance so they would have a desire for more in the future. When they were finished, they returned to Elmswood Lodge, though Moody was not allowed inside. Looking at Harry and Lyra, Brant said, "We are going out into Muggle London now. Make sure that nothing magical is visible. Keep your pouches and wand holsters under your coats. Do not take them out for any reason. Miss Tonks and Moody will protect us if there is any need to do so. Whispers will also need to stay here." Whispers perked up when he heard his name and repeated, "SS stay here." Shaking his head a bit in disbelief, and with a smile, Brant repeated back, "Whispers, stay here." The silver monkey looked around and pointed towards the back of the building and asked, "Warm water." Brant nodded and called out, "Opal." The elf popped in, and her eyes were still a bit red from crying, though the hem of her uniform was repaired from where the buttons were ripped out. She looked up hesitantly at Brant as if expecting a punishment. "Please prepare the master bath for Whispers," he instructed her. "Yes, steward." She bowed and popped away. "Lucky monkey," Tonks mumbled, while Whispers went off to soak in a luxurious marble bathtub with steaming hot water, perfumes, and house elf service. Brant led Harry, Lyra, Tonks, and an invisible Moody out of Diagon Alley, where they caught a cab to Piccadilly Circus. While en route, Tonks discreetly transfigured her aura jacket to be longer and with yellow cords across the chest and stringy shoulder pads. While the driver was stopped at a traffic light, she cast a quick spell at him, which made his eyes turn white for a few seconds while she turned her hair from short and red to bushy and black, with a few red and purple highlights. When his eyes changed back, he just continued driving, as normal. Brant had no idea how Moody was following them, but Tonks wasn't worried, so he didn't bother to ask. They were dropped off at a triangular plaza in the middle of a very busy street. Harry and Lyra hadn't been around this many people in a long time and just spun around and looked at everything from the old buildings to the enormous number of colorful advertisements covering the sides of some of the buildings. Tonks just smiled at their wonder while Brant herded them towards a large fountain in the middle of the plaza with a statue of a winged man holding a bow perched on top. Lyra had never seen this many people in one place before, all just bustling about. There were cars everywhere too, dodging each effortlessly without hitting each other. Everywhere she looked, there was even more going on, and when she looked back at where she had been looking a second ago, everything was different than it was before. Then someone said her name loudly. "Lyra," Brant got her attention. "Please try to focus." "Sorry," she muttered, while Harry patted her on the back. "Don't worry if we get separated, this is where we will meet." Brant passed the warning vials to everyone, including Tonks. They crossed the street to one of the larger buildings facing the fountain. There were signs over the top of the entrance in red and yellow. Kids, Tonks waved dramatically at the building. This is Tower Records. All of your musical needs can be found here. Brant led them inside, where they found dozens of aisles, all divided up by many different sorting methods. Muggles just roamed the store, digging through the collections, oblivious to everyone else around them. They just stood there and took it all in for a minute before a young man in a black leather jacket approached Tonks. "I'm digging the Sergeant Pepper jacket. Can I help you guys out with anything?" Even though he was addressing all of them, he didn't spare a glance at anyone but Tonks. She gave a glance towards Brant, who took a step towards the clerk, looked down at his name tag and said, "Leo, that's a good name, named after a great lion. We're trying to expand on the music collection of the children here. They have some of their parents' old records, the Stones, Zeppelin, Beatles, and a few others, pre-1980. Then imagine that they were locked underground for the last 12 years and know nothing about any modern music since then. They could use a curated tour through anything and everything you think would be relevant." Leo just stared at Brant like he was from another planet. Sure, dude." Brant reached into his pocket and flashed a billfold. "If you have the time to help, it would be appreciated, but we can always find another clerk." His eyes widened and then smiled. "Don't worry, I've got this." He knelt a bit towards Harry and Lyra. "Hey kids, let's go check out some tunes." He stood up and started to lead them into the aisles. Tonks grabbed his arm and stopped him. "Only vinyl, no CDs." "Oh, Kay," he shrugged. "You're some of those people." "Those people," Brant echoed with an accusatory tone. "People who think vinyl sounds better than remastered music on CD," the man said carefully. Then, getting a nod from Brant, he guided Harry and Lyra to the vinyl section. "You know, I wonder," Tonks started after Leo took the kids away, "how many vinyl enthusiasts are wizards and are making up excuses to avoid the new compact discs." "At least a few," Brant mused. "So where'd Mad I get to? He's here somewhere. I can feel his eye on me." Brant glanced around, trying to guess which other patron was moody in disguise. It could be anyone because he didn't need to be looking directly at them to be observing them. "Keep an eye on the kids," Brant told Tonks. "I need to pick up some albums for Lord Black while I'm here." He pulled a list out of his pocket and wandered into the aisles, leaving the young Aura to watch after him and the kids. Tonks followed the clerk, Leo, and the kids at a distance. He pulled out many different albums to show them and explain the various bands as well as sing along to some of their songs. Harry and Lyra seemed to just follow him and nod along to whatever he said. While they both were very bold in some areas, they seemed to be very humble when being introduced to new things. After Leo had a large stack of albums, he started to guide the children toward a back room. Tonks caught up and walked with them into a back room where there was a record player setup. She sat down on a couch while Leo dropped the first record on the player, Aerosmith Greatest Hits. Harry and Lyra sat down on the floor by the speaker as Dream On started to play, and Leo sat further back on the other side of the couch as Tonks. "So, is the other guy your boyfriend or something?" he asked. Tonks chuckled. "Nah, he works for my great-uncle." She always found it funny when she told the truth about who she was, so she added, "He hired me for the day to be a bodyguard for the kids." Leo looked at her strangely, trying to fit the puzzle pieces together in his head, then asked, "So you're single?" "Yeah, but as I said, I'm on the job." "Sure." He scooted a little closer to her. "So what's your name?" "Tonks, just Tonks." "Like the weatherman." Her eyes widened. Her father was indeed a weatherman on the BBC. After her mother and father eloped, he could never find work in the wizarding world due to the combination of being a muggle-born and the Black family making sure no one would hire him for anything else. She chuckled a moment in her head, wondering if that's where the term blackballed originated. He ended up going back to Muggle University and getting a degree in meteorology, which led to being a weatherman. Ironically, that job ended up paying more than most jobs in the Ministry of Magic below a department head, even if one were to include all the payoffs most of them got. "Actually, he's my dad," she told him. He scooted a little closer. "So what's it like to be the daughter of a celebrity?" "I make my own way." She saw this guy was treating her like a soft target, so she added, "I'll be a D9 officer next year." Leo stopped his advance and almost jumped back. You were serious about the bodyguarding. Tonks nodded. So it's just a side hustle while you're in the academy. Another nod. Leo just stared at her speechless, trying to reassess the situation he was in. Tonks smiled both in her head and on her face at the man's halted advance, though the smile in her head was bigger. She had seen the man checking her out as they had arrived at the room, but now he seemed to be examining more than just the obvious parts. She subtly adjusted her muscular structure a little larger and concealed the change with a deep breath. Leo looked back at the kids. So who are they? Classified, Tonks said simply, and stood up to change the record to a band called the Stone Roses. Leo regained his confidence when she got back to the couch. So how much free time do you have outside the academy? Tonks frowned. Not as much as I would like. My instructor likes to surprise me at home to catch me off guard, or engage me in an impromptu sparring match in my off hours. Leo seemed to lose the little confidence he had gained back. Tonks gave him a brief scan with legilimency and saw that he was definitely used to being the bigger man in relationships, and flirting with a significantly stronger woman was losing its appeal fast. Well, I think I'll gather some more records for these kids. I'll be back later. He walked quickly towards the door and slipped out. With a sigh of both disappointment and relief, Tonks got up and approached the stack of records that had been gathered so far. She divided them into 4 piles and told Harry and Lyra, "We want to let you get as much exposure as possible, so only listen to a few songs from the top of each pile. If you like what you hear, you can take all of them and head back outside to gather more from that section." Both of them nodded, and Harry got up to take off the one they were listening to. "I don't really like this one." Lyra snatched it from his hands. "Well, I do." Tonks smiled. The Britpop influence from their time before the Abbots party had certainly washed off on her. Leo came back with about a dozen more albums, and they started listening to more. Leo kept his distance and just waited for the children to need more albums. Nearly an hour later, it was obvious that their musical interests didn't overlap much. While they both enjoyed a lot of music from before 1970, when it came to more modern music, Harry liked more rock and hard rock, and Lyra liked more pop and lyrical groups. Instead of having Leo go out to get more, she guided both of them and pointed out the sections they would like, and told them to just find a dozen or so they would like to listen to, put them in a basket, and bring them back to the room to try out. They both rushed off to their respective sections with baskets to pick stuff out. Spotting Brant over in an obscure section for music that didn't fit in any other section, she went over to join him. He looked up at her approach. "So, how's it going?" She explained the situation with Leo and the different tastes of the children in music, that they were picking out things they wanted on their own now while she had instructed Leo to keep the listening room reserved for them. Brant approved and said, "I think I've picked out Moody. Can you help me confirm?" "Really?" Tonks looked around at the other patrons, but no one stood out. The clerk behind the register. He inclined his head towards a woman with a spiked jacket and a shaved head. "Went to take a break almost an hour ago and came back with a hitch in her step. There's a possibility for sure, let me check," Tonks said with a smile. She walked over to the counter and started talking to the girl in whispers, glancing back towards Brant every so often. Then they both had a chuckle and Tonks walked back. "Nope, not Moody," Tonks smiled. "She had a quickie with the store manager while on her break. She also thinks you're cute, but a bit too gothic for her." "I'm too gothic for her?" Brant asked incredulously. "She's punk, you're gothic. Harry's got a bit of a gothic look, too. Lyra looks like a posh, rich girl, and I'm whatever I want to be." Just as Brant was about to respond, the bell at the front signaled a group of new customers coming in. A gaggle of about 10 girls, probably around 13, flooded into the store, all laughing and chatting among themselves. They quickly moved their way into the back of the store where the clothing and other merchandise section was. Brant tracked them until they settled in. "You think Moody is one of them?" "It would certainly be unexpected," Tonks responded. Brant took a look over towards Harry for a second and then said to Tonks, "Please come with me, Miss Tonks, and play along." Intrigued, she followed him until they were near the group of girls, but in the CD section nearby. She followed his lead as he started looking through whatever the collection was in front of them. After nearly a minute, he spoke up, louder than he needed to converse just with Tonks. "I wish there was more to do than just look after rich kids, you know. Sometimes it gets boring, especially with the ones who don't get out enough." Tonks stared at him for a second before following suit. I don't think it's so bad. Guarding kids is a lot better than adults. They cause less trouble. What's up with the silver in his hair, though? He's only 12. I wouldn't have thought so when I met him. He acts older. What 12-year-old is that strong? Probably to look after his sister, Tonks replied. He looks out for the women in his life. I guess so. Probably comes with the territory when you're an orphan, Brant said with a somber tone. I guess you're right, she said, matching his tone, but glared at him to tell him she didn't approve. Brant just gave her a tug on the finger and started walking away. When the two of them got to the other side of the store, Brant reached up and tapped Tonks on her ear. Suddenly, she heard a multitude of other voices, and he turned her to face the group of girls in the corner. I placed a listening charm while we were standing around, he told her. I didn't catch it. I hope Moody didn't see me miss it. Just then, the group of girls seemed to nominate a girl with strawberry blonde hair to go talk to Harry. She seemed a bit nervous, but slinked her way closer to the hard rock section where Harry was. He didn't notice her approach, as he was engrossed in reading the lyrics of the album he had open in front of him. Even though the girl couldn't hear it, Tonks and Brant could hear her friends, through the listening charm, pushing her to talk to him and giving her encouragement. When she was standing almost right next to him, the girl said, I like your coat. Harry looked up and stared at the stranger in front of him. After a second, he looked down at the black fabric and buttons and replied, thanks. This is the first time I've worn it. They shared an awkward silence for a moment before the girl smiled and said, I'm Liz, what's your name? It's Harry. He took a half step back and extended his hand for a formal handshake. Liz was a bit surprised, but extended her hand, which Harry took and turned a bit for the more feminine grip and raised it slightly, causing the girl to giggle a bit at the formality of the action. Do you live around London? She asked. Brant could see that Harry was having trouble figuring out an answer as he knew he wasn't supposed to talk about magic. I go to a boarding school in Scotland. During the breaks, my sister and I do a lot of traveling. That sounds like fun. My family went to France over the summer, through the Channel. Where have you been? Harry had no idea what the Channel was, and hadn't been anywhere other than the island and the UK, but he had landed in a few places. It wouldn't hurt to exaggerate his travels a bit. Recently, we've been to Istanbul, Dubai, Nepal, and a few places in South Asia. Harry smiled smugly to himself that he sufficiently disguised their real home to the girl. That's so cool, she beamed at him. Her smile made Harry shift a bit back and forth. Do you come to London a lot? A couple of times a year. We came today to get. He paused for a moment to try to figure out how to talk about Whispers, but then just abandoned it completely. Music to play at school. What kind of music do you like? I'll show you, Liz exclaimed and grabbed Harry by the hand, giving him no choice but to follow her lead. Liz's friends scattered as she pulled Harry over into the merchandise corner into an upright album of posters sticking out from the wall. Liz flipped through them until she came across a poster of three boys sitting around together with the name Aha written across the top. Harry stared at it and asked, What's their music like? Liz thought for a moment before saying, Some upbeat, fun, a bit soulful at times. She stared back at the photo. Oh, you've got hair like Morton, though yours is a bit wilder and with those streaks. Harry reached up to his head and twisted a strand where he knew a silver streak was, remembering when Weaver first put it in his hair. He looked back up at the photo of the three older boys. Maybe he looked a bit like the middle boy with dark hair, but much younger. Do you want to go listen to them in the back? Harry offered. What? Where? Liz asked. There's a back room where my sister and I are listening to music. Liz smiled with a bit of hesitation. Okay. This time, Harry took her by the hand and started to lead her back to the viney section when an adult woman stepped in front of them. Where do you think you're going, young lady? She asked. It's okay, Mum, Liz told the woman. This is Harry. He was going to take me in the back to listen to some music. Don't think so, she said firmly, then turned to Harry. You're a bit too well dressed to be a Ned, but you're still not taking my daughter off somewhere by herself. Harry had no idea what a Ned was and just stood there speechless and a bit uncomfortable. Luckily, he was saved by Brant and Tonks, who arrived up the aisle he was standing in. Madam, what seems to be the problem? Brant said, with an adversarial tone. She seemed to compare Brant's outfit to Harry's and then said, This is your boy. Brant gestured to himself and Tonks. We are his escorts for today. She raised an eyebrow at the phrase, but continued with the same firm tone. This boy was about to take my daughter off to some dark room without my permission. I'm sure he meant no harm, Tonks told the woman. All the same, we need to be leaving now. Liz gave her mum a pleading and embarrassed look as her mother pulled her away. When will you be in London again? She called back to Harry, though he had no idea. Tonks reached into her pocket, and Harry saw a quick sparkle of magic as she pulled out a white card and approached the woman. If your daughter wants to write to Mr. Potter, she can send him a post here. The woman looked at the card and squinted. Hodge and Ward's Academy. I've never heard of it. It's a very exclusive school, Tonks informed her. Fine. She passed the card to Liz and dragged the girl away, the rest of the group of girls following after. When Tonks got back to Harry, Brant raised an eyebrow and said, Hodge and Ward's Academy. I've also never heard of it. There's a post box in Aviemore that forwards mail to Hogwarts. It's for Muggle parents and others who don't have owls, Tonks explained. Harry tugged on Brant's coat. What just happened? He asked with confusion. That woman didn't like you pulling her daughter around, he told Harry. We'll need to have a talk about things like that sometime soon. But she dragged me around before. That's different, Brant said while Tonks rolled her eyes. It's also possible that the woman didn't see it. Like I said, though, we'll talk about it later. Still a bit confused, Harry loaded up his basket with more records and went off to the back room, presumably where Lyra was. That's not fair to Harry, Tonks said after he disappeared into the back room. Especially after you orchestrated that whole situation. This isn't the time or the place to give both of them a witches and wands lecture. Though we need to do it soon. From what little I know about you, I bet you need time to create some grand plan for counter-indoctrination of whatever you think I'm going to tell the children. Tonks flushed with guilt, then tried to shift her red face away, but made it purple with pink darts for a moment before it returned to normal. I thought so, Brant said smugly. Lord Black is giving you space to operate how you see fit, but there are lines, and some traditions that must be followed. I'll let you know when you cross them. Recovering herself, Tonks asked, then how about we plan on giving them the talk next weekend? I'll prepare a separate one for Lyra as well. They have dueling in the morning on Saturday. You can come to watch them fight with Augustus Stevens and probably some of their Slytherin friends, and we'll talk with them after. Ooh, I'd love to spar with Stevens, Tonks said giddily. Maybe it would give me a leg up in my duels with Moody. When Tonks and Brant returned to the back room, they found Harry and Lyra having a discussion with Leo about different types of music, while sitting on the couch. Lyra jumped up and grabbed a few more albums she had picked out to show Tonks, while Harry put on some louder rock from a guy called Ozzy Osbourne. When it started to get late, Leo found a cart for them to load up all of the albums they had assembled and brought them up to the front to be paid for. Brant brought a large amount of Muggle money and paid for all of them, then took a few more bills and passed them to Leo for all his help. He smiled and took the money, putting it in his pocket. Thank you very much, Steward Brant, and you too, Nymphadora. He winked, his eye glowing blue for just a moment. Both of them looked at Moody, disguised as the clerk, in shock. Brant held his hand out. Give me the money back. No, I earned it. I spent all day helping you out and teaching the children about music, he smirked back to Brant. You were flirting with me, Tonks said accusingly. That was Leo, Moody said. I switched with him when he left the room. He's under my invisibility cloak in a closet right now. I'm going to dump the memories of the day into his head and half the tip you gave me into his pocket when we're done here, though you should come back and talk to him sometime. While he's terrified of you, he was thinking of giving you some gigs as concert security for shows that the store sponsors. Brant looked down at Lyra. You can see through glamours. Lyra and Harry smiled while she said, he asked us not to tell you. And you left the children alone in a dark room with a stranger that you hadn't vetted, Moody said to Tonks. You've got a long day ahead tomorrow. Tonks shivered. Moody finished running up their purchase and said, you can bring this all to the back room and call your elf to take it away. I've turned off the security cameras there, which is also something you should have done, Nymphadora. The four of them returned to the back room and called for Opal, who took all of the records back to Elmswood to pack. When they returned to the front, Leo had a spacey look in his eyes and was staring off at the ceiling like he was half asleep. Tonks cast a non-verbal diagnostic spell to confirm that he was the real thing before they exited and took a cab back to the Leaky Cauldron. Tom, the bartender, offered to have them eat dinner there and put on some music of their choice, but Brant said they needed to be back at Hogwarts. They got back to Elmswood with a minimum of hassles from people wanting to talk with Harry and found Whispers lying on the couch next to a spread of fruit and fish prepared by Opal. The elf had placed all of their purchases in a trunk near the door and was busy combing Whispers's hair while he ate. All four of them had a good laugh at the very well-groomed demiguise who didn't even bother to get up and greet them, just turn an eye towards them in acknowledgement. "You're welcome to stay," Brant told Tonks. "The children will flew back to Hogwarts now, and I have some errands to run." Lyra was busy getting Whispers ready for the next few minutes and told him quite a few times about how nice he smelled. Harry brought the trunk of music to the fireplace and seemed to be going through some kind of list in his head. After a minute, he stopped and approached Brant, who had been surveying the odd behavior. "I wanted to ask you about something," Harry said hesitantly. "Theodore not gave a letter to me and Lyra from his father," he trailed off. "Yes, I got one as well," Brant said with a grin. Lord Black paid him a visit and explained to him the error of his ways, and was told that he would need to provide letters of apology to you, me, and Lyra. "Thea said he has never apologized in his life," Harry pushed for a better answer. "I don't know the exact details of what happened myself. However, you can compare the situation to your first meeting with Draco. Some situations can be solved with a strong word, others require a more forceful approach. While I can't be sure which happened, I can make an educated guess." Harry understood and asked, "Does he need us to make an amulet for Theo's father?" Brant considered the situation and said, "If there was any blood, I doubt he kept any. I will ask, though, for the future." With both children ready to leave, they said goodbye to Tonks and held Whispers's hands as they took the flew back to Severus's office at Hogwarts. Chapter 67, Patches. Chapter text: Severus wasn't in his office to greet the children when they arrived, but a house elf was. As they exited the classroom, Harry took a look at the chair behind their professor's desk, and just as he was about to walk towards it, the elf snapped his fingers, and 5 tall spikes shot up out of the seat. Harry and Lyra stared at the elf, who just casually said, "Professor Snape tells Tweak to guards his chair from yous," then gestured for them to leave the classroom. Once they were out, the door closed behind them, and the elf vanished with a pop. Whispers led the way back up the stairs to their common room, where they set up all of their new record albums in the corner where the gramophone was situated. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, which Whispers won, they put on some jazz piano by a man named Art Tatum and waited for dinner. It was going to be a long evening of waiting before they could go see the unicorns later that night. Hermione was incredibly anxious. Along with Penny and the Weasley twins, they had finished the helmet design with a degree of success that she couldn't have anticipated before. Now, they needed to give a presentation to the Council of Quidditch Captains. It boggled her mind how such a thing even existed. She had seen no evidence in her time at Hogwarts that anyone, with the possible exception of Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, could rationally sit down and discuss anything. When you threw Quidditch into the mix, she didn't even see how they could do it. The project had taken up her entire winter break, spending time at the house of Ron Weasley of all people to be with the twins. It was there that she also discovered one of the biggest injustices she had encountered so far. Purebloods were allowed to do magic at home. There was too much magic around their households to isolate the individual magic of the children, so they were allowed to break the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery with impunity. Fred and George's mum had her children believing that it still affected them, and they were forbidden from using magic in their home. Percy tried to enforce it on the 4 of them as well, saying it wasn't proper for someone as young as Hermione to be violating the rules. But after a kind request from Penelope, he dropped the subject. The twins had them working in their dad's shed, which filled with the strangest enchanting and parts to Muggle electronics. They said that there was too much magical interference in there for anyone to detect their use of magic. The 4 of them worked tirelessly on the project, with Hermione only leaving to spend evenings with her parents, going to the library to look up books on mathematics to try to follow Penny's arithmancy work, and getting her replacement arm done. She even got to miss the Grunnings' yearly Christmas party, which was such a relief that she wouldn't have to see Harry's cousin again. She heard the next day that her parents got into a shouting match with the Dursleys, but managed to avoid mentioning Harry's name. She was busy setting up for the presentation, having skipped dinner completely because she couldn't even think of eating at the moment. Just like their research room, the Terror twins had managed to locate the perfect room for making their presentation. Apparently, Hogwarts had a small theater that everyone seemed to have forgotten about. On the fourth floor, there was a room with stadium-style seating that you had to climb stairs to the top of from the entrance, then walk down either of two aisles, past 7 rows of seating, before getting to a band pit and a stage. They had set up 5 spots in the first row with plates for appetizers and glasses for drinks to serve the captains, like VIP guests. On the stage, they had 2 shaggy purple couches that the twins had conjured earlier along with samples of their work. There were 5 mannequins, covered with sheets, along with a smaller table in the front with a few of their other samples, also covered with sheets. A large chest was placed under the table with some practical aids they would need for the presentation. Now, it came down to a waiting game. She sat on the couch and tapped her feet while waiting for her group partners to show up. She smiled to herself and realized that this was one of the first group projects she had been in where the other members pulled their own weight. It was crazy that she was probably the weakest link on a group project for the first time, though that made her work even harder to keep up. 30 minutes after dinner was over, Penny and the twins showed up. She could almost always tell which was which now. Unless one was seriously pretending to be the other, she could identify them with just a few questions. They approached Hermione on the stage and looked around. "Well, it looks like you've got us all set up," Penny smiled. "We just need the refreshments," Fred said. "Snickers," George called out, and a house elf popped into the room. Snickers was a young elf, and in addition to a toga with the Hogwarts crest on it, he also had several small patches sewn onto it. He had a smiley face, a toucan, a set of Rolling Stones lips, a Grateful Dead bear, a British flag, a ballerina, and a strawberry. "Can you bring up the arranged goods?" Fred asked. He gave them a small grunt and a salute, then vanished with a pop. "So that's how you know everything about the castle?" Penny asked. "Not at all, apple of our brother's eye," Fred said with a wink. "He tries to show us around every now and then, but we like to do our adventuring through other means," George told her. Snickers popped back in holding a large icebox and started to put meat and cheese onto the plates for the captains, along with a butter beer in each spot as well. When he was done, he levitated the box behind the purple couches, which they went to sit down on. George leaned over the back of the couch and pulled out bottles for each of them as well. However, when he put a bottle down in front of Hermione, she saw it was cider instead of butterbeer. When she looked up at him, he said, "You didn't seem to like sweet stuff during the break." 10 minutes later, the captains filed into the room: Marcus Flint, Tasman Appleby, Oliver Wood, Roger Davis, and Cedric Diggory. Cedric must be there to represent a future Scamander team. They gazed at the room they were being presented in. Obviously, none of them had been here before. Eventually, they made their way down to the seats in front and sat, with Marcus in the middle spot. Looking at the bottle in front of him, the Slytherin captain asked, "Do you have anything stronger than butterbeer?" Fred just gave him a smirk and asked, "Would you like red or white wine?" "Red," Marcus instructed. George snapped his fingers, and Marcus's glass filled up with red wine. Seeing it happen prompted Roger and Tasman to ask for white wine, while Cedric and Oliver both took reds. When they were all settled, Penny took the lead. "Roger presented us with this project to design new helmets for every member of a Quidditch squad. This proved to be a difficult task, not just from a safety perspective. It was pointed out to us early in the project that the current helmet that keepers wear has almost no visibility issues, that the only real issue with it is it looks dumb and Quidditch players are vain, pretty boys. And girls," George added, gesturing towards Tasman. "Except you," Fred added at the same time, gesturing towards Marcus, who sneered back. "Anyways," Penny continued, adding a pause and glaring at the twins, "we needed to design helmets that could protect from a bludger strike, didn't hinder visibility, and looked cool. We are proud to say that we accomplished all 3 of those objectives." Hermione got up out of her seat and pulled the box out from under the table. From inside, she pulled out a set of beaters, bats, and 2 bludgers, one solid iron and the other light and fluffy for training. Using her wand, she levitated the first of the 5 dummies to the front of the stage. Pulling off the sheet was just a mannequin wearing pure black Hogwarts robes and a Quidditch keeper's helmet, the current version that looked like a rugby helmet. She tapped the training bludger, causing it to float up in the air, and then started to attack the head of the mannequin. Each time it hit, a pink splotch was left in the area it hit. After a minute, nearly every spot on the face and helmet was pink. As you can see, Penny began, the current helmet does absolutely nothing to protect the face of the wearer. Now, Hermione tapped the iron bludger, causing it to jump up and attack the mannequin, the first hit striking the helmet on the side, then the top, then the same side as before. On the third hit, there was a cracking sound, and the neck bent a little bit. The bludger then went for the face, knocking the head clean off. When it fell to the floor, the heavy ball proceeded to pound the head over and over until it was totally smashed, and whatever charm was attracting it broke, and the ball just went back to hovering. Hermione approached the ball and tapped it with her wand, causing it to drop into her hands, and she carried it back to the table, placing it there. I don't think I need to explain to you why this is a bad design, for any position, Penny said grimly. The faces of all the captains mirrored her tone of voice. George stood up and approached the front of the stage. Knowing our goals, we knew that the first goal was full facial protection, our second goal was visibility, and the third was something Quidditch players would enjoy wearing. Charms would come last, as magic could solve any problems we encountered. Fred stood up and whipped the sheet off the table at the front to reveal 5 jet-black motorcycle helmets. These ended up being our base models. Seeing all the captains start to lean forward, he added, "Please save your questions for the end." Penny picked up one of the helmets. One of the reasons why no one has instituted invisibility charms on helmets in the past is that they are unstable and tend to fail at the wrong times or when impacted by physical objects. Any of you who have already learned disillusionment know that you also need to move delicately for active invisibility charms, and there is still some distortion. We have found a way around that problem. This drew great interest from the captains as they waited with bated breath. Instead of going with charms, Fred said with a sinister smile, we went with curses. The interest on the captains' faces turned from interest to shock and concern. Penny fired off a small cannon blast to snap them out of their worries. The curses will only affect the helmets, and they have been layered in a way so that they feed off each other. The solution to what curses to use and how to layer them properly was discovered by Miss Granger here. Hermione blushed with the praise and the gaze of the older students in the audience as Penny continued. The first curse we decided to use in the cluster is one you may have heard of, the Emperor's New Clothes curse. Tasman and Oliver didn't seem to know what it was, so Penny explained. This curse is applied to clothing and makes it invisible to everyone except for the person wearing it. Obviously, this is the exact opposite of what we want to happen, so when Miss Granger stumbled upon this curse, she proposed inverting the curse. That way, the wearer would be the only one unable to see it, while everyone else would. Realization crossed the faces of the captains that such a curse would allow for full 360-degree visibility, even if your head was in a box. From there, we picked out 3 other charms, and another curse to power the full array, Fred began. The 3 charms for protection are a softening charm, a weightlessness charm, and an imperturbable charm. The softening charm will absorb any impacts on the helmet, the weightlessness charm will keep any additional weight off the player's neck, and the imperturbable charm will make sure nothing can stick to the surface of the helmet. Any form of weather or other potentially sticky objects will not adhere to the helmet, keeping the visibility completely clear. The imperturbable charm also adds a layer to the helmet, which makes the softening charm not work as hard when the helmet suffers an impact. George took over. Like any of these charms, they can be disturbed or wear off, and the solution to keep them intact and powered was again stumbled on through the research of Miss Granger, who discovered an obscure curse known as the Pugilist's Curse. Seeing no recognition from any of the captains, he continued. She found the curse in a court document from over 100 years ago when the defendant was arrested for muggle baiting. The curse causes the recipient to suffer a small headache when thinking about athletic feats. This damage increases when physical attacks are performed or received. The criminal defendant used the curse to fix a muggle dueling match and profit from the bets he had made on the outcome. We deconstructed the curse, Penny told them, and instead of using it to inflict damage on the helmet, it now converts physical impacts into magic and channels that into the other charms and the Emperor's curse. All you need to do to activate the curse is slap the helmet before the game begins. From there, the desire to beat your opponents will be all that you need to keep it going. Hermione spoke up for the first time. Now, are there any questions? There was silence for a while as the captains seemed to think over everything that they had been told so far. Roger was the first one to speak up and asked, "What about long games? I know that in long games my attention has wavered from victory to just having fun and flying around." Penny answered, "If your helmet starts to feel heavy, it needs more power, and all you need to do is slap yourself in the head to get it going again." "Can we try them on?" Oliver asked. Fred snapped his fingers, and the 5 black helmets floated over to the 5 captains, next to their plates. They each put them on, and before they could say anything, Hermione told them, "The curses don't activate until you buckle the strap under your chin." After the buckles were clipped, they all stared around in wonder as their view must have instantly gone completely clear. No one else could see their eyes under the visors, but they must be looking amazed at the sight. They started to stare straight ahead as Fred and George picked up the beaters' bats and began walking in their direction. The twins proceeded to chase the captains around the room and hit them in the head with the bats as many times as it would take for them to stop moving and just take a few more hits. Once they realized that there wasn't pain, just getting their head knocked around, they each allowed a few more impacts before the ginger terrors moved on to their next victim. After they had all settled down and taken off the helmets, checking them over for damage, Cedric was the first one to say something that wasn't threatening revenge on the twins for their actions. "What are the other 4 mannequins on the stage?" He gestured to the sheets covering them. The 4 presenters smiled at each other, then 3 of them nodded to Hermione, who didn't know she would be presenting this part of the show. Turning back to the others, she started, "Well, do all of you like the design of the helmets here?" She received 5 nods of varying enthusiasm. When we realized that the entire helmet would be both weightless and invisible from the inside, we started to have more fun with the design. Since the curse and charms affect the entire helmet, we figured we could change them into anything we wanted and make them look even more interesting. Hermione waited for nods of approval from the others as she approached the first covered dummy, and with a pull of the sheet, she revealed the first one. This dummy was dressed in a Slytherin Quidditch jersey with flowing robes. The helmet, however, was green and covered with scales. There were 2 bright amber eyes, with split pupils on each side, and 2 giant fangs that ran down the front over the visor. Hermione pulled off the next 3, which revealed similar helmet designs on top of each Quidditch uniform of the 4 houses other than Scamander. Each one was the represented animal, with Gryffindor represented by a lion whose mouth was open around the visor and a mane of golden hair around the top. Ravenclaw had a small beak pointing out from the top, with feathers along the sides. Hufflepuff had 2 small ears of the badger on the side, with rows of tiny sharp teeth around the face, striped in black and white fur. The captains were stunned into silence. Hermione took that opportunity to tell them, "The helmets can end up being anything you want them to be. Slytherins could have many different types of snakes for each player, and Gryffindor could have many types of big cats. Or you can just keep the basic design and make them with multiple colors or designs and the names and numbers of each player." The 5 captains turned to each other and started to have a hushed conversation. Hermione sat down on the couches with the other members of her team, and they all took a sip of their drinks and waited for the response. After just a minute, Marcus stood up to address them. "All of you have gone above and beyond what we originally thought was possible for this project. We would all like to institute these helmets as part of the uniforms for our teams." He glanced over to Cedric and potential teams. The 4 of them all shook hands and smiled at each other as Marcus continued, "If you could hand over your project notes, I can get the ball rolling and production started." Penny started to gather together the project notes, but Fred and George stopped her. "Not so fast there, Marky Mark," Fred said seriously, causing Hermione and Tasman to spit out their drinks and choke before sharing a look and giggling. Everyone else looked at them in confusion. George addressed Marcus, If you would like to start production, you'll need to have the school contact the ministry, as we've already filed the patent." "You did what?" Marcus looked furious. "We filed the patent," George repeated slower. "None of us were paid up front, nor was there any agreed-upon fee for our time and efforts, so my brother and I organized it for ourselves. The patent has been filed with the following ownership shares: 20% for each of us four." He gestured to the project team while Penny and Hermione looked shocked, "and 4% for each of you five." Cedric raised his hand. "How did you file it without our signatures?" Fred smiled. "We have friends in the ministry. If you want to challenge our decision, I'm sure we can just refile it with it split just between the two of us. Or you can accept the split as it is. The five of you did nothing for the project itself. Cedric was the instigator, and Oliver and Roger were the ones who brought it to us. Technically, Tasman and Marcus did the least, but we still included them in the split." "I am the head of this council," Marcus sneered at Fred. "For however much that counts for," George replied, as he rolled his eyes. "Look, this has the potential to go league-wide, maybe worldwide. We have complete records that at no point did anyone on the council even bother to inquire with the patent office about this project, nor did any of you approach us about a contract. So the split we have made is fair to all parties involved, and since I'm pretty sure that none of you on the council, with the possible exception of Roger, could replicate anything we've done, so you should just approve our contract and backdate it to the beginning of the project." Fred snapped his fingers, and a large scroll of parchment appeared in front of the captains. Then they sat back down with the Ravenclaw girls. While the captains started reading over the contract, Penny asked quietly, "When did you have time to do this?" "We do this for all our inventions," George told her. "We've got stacks of patent forms with us all the time. The day after we invented shrinking sweaters and instant ginger powder, we patented those too," George smirked. Hermione caught on instantly, "But you swore that you didn't do that to Malfoy and Crabbe." "We swore that we didn't plan anything and we didn't do anything," Fred said with a smile. "I did the planning," George said. "And I did the doing," Fred said. "Smart," Penny said with an approving nod. Oliver stood up, getting the team's attention. "We've decided to accept your proposal." He levitated the signed contract back to George. "Great." He snagged it out of the air. "Take your team's helmets as you leave." He snapped his fingers, and each helmet vanished from its mannequin and appeared next to the appropriate captain. Marcus grabbed the snake helmet and gave a dirty look to the twins before stomping off. George took another black helmet out of the box and had a short conversation with Cedric before passing it to him. The project team exchanged handshakes with the other captains and headed off to their respective dormitories for the night. Once the captains had left the room, Fred snapped his fingers, and a bottle of fire whiskey appeared in his hands, along with 4 glasses on the table. "My brother and I think we should toast the success of the project," George told the 2 girls. Hermione looked a bit apprehensive about drinking alcohol, but as part of the project, she had used a book stolen from the restricted section, deconstructed 2 curses, and apparently been party to duping an older Slytherin out of stealing their work. A shot of alcohol looked tame in comparison, plus she didn't want to be left out. She did have a question, though. "How does the patent work?" she asked the older students. Penny answered, "Due to the advanced nature of the array, I believe that we get allocated 8% of any sale that includes it." She looked to the twins for confirmation and received a nod. "The current helmets sell for only 10 galleons, but I assume with our improvements, they will go for at least 5 times that amount. From there, the 8% is split among the 9 of us on the patent and deposited directly into our accounts. Additionally," George began, "since the array needs to be added onto a completed helmet and can't be transfigured, more advanced designs will end up costing more money. If it does go worldwide, at least 14 helmets per team, plus backups and for training purposes, that will be quite a bit of money, even with the split. Since a lot of people won't be comfortable enchanting the helmets right away, or casting the curses that we have modified from the originals, you can bet that we will get a lot of buyers who will be coming directly to us to avoid mistakes in the enchanting. We can charge them whatever we want for our services and set a baseline for the cost." Fred grinned. Hermione was a bit overwhelmed, but understood the implications of what they had just done. She looked at Penny and asked, "Are all the R&D projects like this?" "Definitely not, Most of them are a half-day's work for a few sickles to do someone's homework, or charge a galleon or two for a runic array for some personal project. Though you're welcome to tag along with the project that Mr. Potter has for me next weekend. I can't promise there will be any money in it for you, but it will at least be educational. While that sounds incredibly interesting, George said, let's get onto the toast. He poured out the shots. Fred raised his drink to us. When you combine creativity with intelligence, George continued, and splash in innovation and magic, anything is possible, they said together. They all took their shots together. Hermione immediately started to cough and choke on the alcohol. However, being fire whiskey, her first few coughs contained bursts of fire, and the later ones were just smoke. Fred and George both blew out streams of fire before coughing a bit of smoke themselves. Only Penny was able to breathe out a full breath of flame without any coughing after. Fred and George applauded her between coughs as Hermione continued to wheeze out smoke. Once Hermione had gotten control over her breathing, she told them, "Well, I'm never doing that again." Penny just smiled at her little apprentice, still a bit naive. "One more thing," George declared. "Snickers." The patch-adorned house elf popped into the room. "Yes, Mr. Weasley's?" he asked. "Your assistance has been instrumental in this production, providing the food, drinks, and theatrics to make it look like we could do wandless magic," Fred told him, causing him to blush and bow. "We know you will never take any money from us," George added, "but you need to remember that you can always call on us if you need something, and we still will always show our appreciation." George took a small box out of his pocket and passed it to the elf, who accepted it with reverence. When he opened it, there was a clothing patch inside of a Quidditch player on a broomstick. The whole thing seemed to sparkle, and Snickers took it out and held it up like a trophy. He smiled and placed it on his toga. Then, after a brief flash of magic, it stuck there along with the others he had already received. He grinned at all of them and asked, "Anything else Snickers can do's for you alls?" "Just take all of this back to the ballet room, please," George told him. He just snapped his fingers and vanished, along with the rest of their things. On the way back to their common room, Penny and Hermione were stopped by Oliver Wood at the end of the hall. "Miss Granger," he began, "would you mind giving me a moment with Penelope?" "It's all right, Hermione," Penny told her. "Just wait for me by the main staircase." Hermione smiled and walked ahead. "I haven't heard back from you about Valentine's Day," Oliver told her. "It's still over a month away," Penny told him. "And I got another invitation from Percy, as I'm sure you're aware. He has reminded me that my request hasn't been accepted yet, but you were visiting his house over the break." "We didn't spend any time together," Penny defended herself. "I was just working on the project with the twins." "Still, I would hope that I might have some time with you myself before February," he said hopefully. "I recently discovered a secret room in the library that might be nice to spend time in with a friend." "I know many secret rooms there," Penny said with confidence and a touch of curiosity. "What's in it?" "I want to leave that as a surprise, but I'll tell you the entrance is in the giant book section and is accessible through the cover of one of them." "Is it a red book?" Penny asked. "Blue." "Is there another secret room through a red book?" "Knowing the library, there are probably a few. You have my interest, and I'm free next Thursday evening. I'll meet you there at the circulation desk at 4:30 p.m. Oliver was a bit torn. That was Quidditch practice time. Worse, he was sure that Penny was testing his priorities, so he made up his mind to pass it. "Sounds good to me. It's a date." Cedric rushed back to the Scamander common room with the black helmet he had been given by the twins. They had told him that they had made sure it would be a perfect fit for Harry Potter. Now that they had helmets, Harry would have to join the team and bring along his sister and any of the others that tagged along with him. Exiting the maze, he went straight for the first-year boys' dorm, only to find it empty. He looked around the common room, but didn't want to climb one of the trees to see if he was up there. He did see Whispers sitting in the corner with that incredible portrait that had been helping all of them with their essays. Not seeing any better option, he approached the furry creature. The portrait of Laborio Montesi was in the middle of trying to help Whispers with his pronunciation of different words, trying to get him to shape his mouth correctly so they would come out properly. Cedric approached cautiously and asked, Whispers." The demiguise turned to him, his eyes glowing blue for just a moment, then waited. "Do you know where Harry is right now?" Cedric asked. Whispers just gestured in the direction of the common room entrance and enunciated slowly, "Unicorns forest." "Good job, Whispers." The portrait of Laborio commended him. "That's right," Cedric remembered. There were a few others from their house out in the forest right now. Though it was still a couple of minutes before 10:00 p.m. maybe he could still catch them. So without grabbing his winter coat, he made a dash for the courtyard to see a freshly paved path leading through the snow. He shivered a bit and ran through the courtyard to see a bright red glow, almost at Hagrid's hut, signifying Lyra using her staff to plough through the snow. Letting out a big sigh, he looked at the helmet in his hands and said out loud, "I guess this can wait till tomorrow." Chapter 68, Fauna and Flora. Chapter text. Daria, Melly, Luna, Patricia, and Harry huddled close to Lyra as the bubble of heat from her staff paved their way through the waist-deep snow. When they got closer, they could see Hagrid standing next to Professor Kettleburn and 4 other students. There was a small fire going next to his hut, and they were standing around to keep warm. Lyra recognized 3 of the 4 from their year group as Alyssa Sweetleaf, Lloyd Hickories, and Jason Middleton. The 4th Ravenclaw looked much older and wasn't recognized. Harry and Lyra hadn't met Professor Kettleburn yet, only known him by reputation. They had seen his mechanical arm before, but were seeing it up close now for the first time. He had white hair that covered one side of his head where he was missing an ear. On the other side of his head, he wore an eye patch for a missing eye. Sticking out one arm of his winter coat wasn't a human hand, but more like a pincher with 3 fingers, equally spaced around the wrist joint. Even in the snow, he wore a kilt that went down to his knees so they could see he had 2 metal legs. One of them was just a foot and went halfway up his shin, and the other they couldn't see the top of. All of them were the color of brass, and he was using his real hand to hold a large cigar, which was smoking in the light of the fire. "Welcome, welcome," he began. "We're all here now. For those who don't know me, I am Professor Kettleburn for the Care of Magical Creatures class. Tonight we will be going into the forest to visit the unicorns. How many of you have gone to see the Thestrals?" 2 of the Ravenclaws and all of the Scamanders raised their hands. "Excellent. We will be going to the same clearing to see them. I will be giving each of you a backpack to take with us. It contains leaves, flowers, berries, and fruits that we will be using to feed them. Mr. Hagrid here will lead the way, as most of the more dangerous creatures in the forest will avoid him and those who accompany him. Any questions?" No one responded, so Professor Kettleburn pointed them toward a pile of bags for them to take. Hagrid picked up a large lantern and yelled toward his hut, "Fang, get out here." The large boarhound barreled out the door and barked as he approached the students. Harry and Lyra just growled right back at him. Seeing the 2 of them, he just stopped and laid down in front of them, rolling onto his back and showing his stomach to them. "Bloody coward," Hagrid grumbled at the dog. "Get yourself up and come over here." The dog slowly got up and trotted over to the groundskeeper. With all of them prepared, they started to walk through the forest. All of the students had their wands lit. Harry forced his light to be as dim as possible to allow other students to use the spell as well. Both Harry and Lyra loved the forest, but they hadn't had time to come back or try to find a teacher to explore it with. Lyra desperately wanted to climb some of the trees, and Harry wanted to explore the forest to look for potion ingredients. When they had been walking for 5 minutes, they heard the sound of chittering laughter from a couple of places around them. Everyone stopped and looked around. Professor Kettleburn left the rear of the group and approached the front. "We've got some pixies around us. They're trying to scare us, but I doubt there are enough of them to abduct anyone." Looking at the 2 older students, "Mr. Squabs, Miss Stimpson, have you learned how to deal with pixies?" "Yes, sir," the older Ravenclaw stated confidently, while Patricia nodded as well. "Draw your wands and wait for them to come for us," the professor told them. The 2 older students had their wands out, as the younger students all stood between them. The laughter echoed from various places around them. After a minute of listening to it, there was a pitched scream as a tiny creature flew out of the trees toward them. It was about half a foot tall with long, skinny legs and arms. It had long, pointed ears and a set of 4 wings on its back that beat as fast as a hummingbird. They couldn't tell the color in the shadows of the trees, but it seemed to shine just a bit when the light hit it. Mr. Squabs took aim, balancing his wand on his opposite forearm, and incanted, "Immobulus." A small wave of energy burst from his wand, almost imperceptible in the dark, but it passed over the small creature, slowing it down almost to a halt in the air. Keeping his wand braced on his arm for aim, he cast Stupefy, and a bright red bolt tagged the creature and caused it to fall to the ground. From that point, there were almost a dozen screeches, as many more of the little creatures flew at them from the trees. Patricia and Mr. Squabs took them all down with precision and accuracy, one by one. Sometimes the immobilizing spell caught a few of them at once, and then each was stunned individually. One brave pixie grabbed Hagrid by the beard and attempted to pull him upward, very unsuccessfully. The great big man just reached up and slapped it down with a giant hand, causing it to crash into a tree and fall into the snow. "Good work, both of you," Professor Kettleburn praised them. 10 points to each of your houses. Let's keep moving." As the group started to move, Harry noticed that Luna stopped to scoop up the pixie that Hagrid knocked down and slipped it into her pocket. Shortly before Harry remembered they would be at the clearing, they all started to hear the sound of hooves on the ground and perked up to look around. The beats on the ground grew closer, but what approached wasn't unicorns. 2 centaurs approached them at a gallop. The first was a large male, his head reaching nearly 8 feet tall. The horse section was brown with spotted hindquarters. His human head had brown hair down to his shoulders, just above a muscular torso. He held a bow in one hand with a quiver of arrows across his back. The second was a female with a near-golden horse body. She was shorter than the male by about 2 feet, with long black hair. It cascaded down the front of her lithe, but very toned body covering her breasts. But as she galloped, it would move so they could be seen in brief glimpses from the wand lights of the students. Most of the children alternated between trying to catch a quick glimpse of her form and blushing at the sight of it. She carried a long spear with an ornamental yet menacing head on it. Hagrid held up a hand and gestured for the students to gather behind him. He called out to the 2, "Good evening, Talos, Aegistra. What brings you here?" The female, Aegistra, stopped in front of Hagrid as Talos began to slowly walk around the group. "We were alerted by the sound of spellfire and came to investigate," Aegistra said to them. Talos spoke softly. "Mars continues to glow brightly as the months go by. One would have thought it would dim at the beginning of summer as the defiler of our woods was banished, but it continues to flare." He continued to circle behind Professor Kettleburn at the back of the group. Fang half growled, half whined at the archer. "There were some pixies," Hagrid explained. "You did not injure those that dwell in our forest?" Aegistra asked. "They were only stunned," Hagrid told her. Talos stopped his circling near the students and pointed to them. "You bring the star among the darkness to us." Aegistra trotted around Hagrid to look at the students. Not only that, but also the darkness among the stars. She tilted her head, then said, "But it is not as dark as we predicted. Strange that it changed so much from how we first foresaw it." All of the students were a bit freaked out by the cryptic words of the centaurs and huddled closer together. Even the 2 older students looked concerned and weirded out. Aegistra took a few steps closer and pointed the base of her staff towards Melly. "You, child, may see great things in your life. Take heed of what you see and try to separate what you can change from what you cannot." Talos looked back towards Hagrid. "We will stay with you until you leave our woods." The 2 centaurs walked toward the front of the group and then paused to wait for Hagrid to begin leading the group again. Everyone followed in silence. When they reached the clearing, Professor Kettleburn led the students to the middle of the expanse. They unloaded the backpacks into a large pile with stacks of sparkling leaves, red berries, small fruits of different colors, and the buds and petals of many different flowers. Hagrid put down a large wooden box that he had been carrying, from which he took out a honeycomb nearly as large as Lyra and placed it against a rock. When everything was unloaded, they were taken back to the tree line to wait. Just like before, they didn't need to wait long before the magical equines came out. Harry was almost dancing in place when he started to see bits of light between the trees. They looked almost spectral and without form before they exited the trees from the other side of the clearing, like they were slipping between the shadows with practiced ease. When they fully revealed themselves, they seemed to solidify so you could see their precise and elegant forms. Looking around, he could see they had a similar effect on the other students. They were all taking deep breaths and holding them as it was almost like happiness was getting into every cell of their bodies. and they wanted to hold it in for as long as possible. Each of the luminescent horses had a horn of various lengths, which somehow was an even purer color white than the rest of their bodies. Looking at the two centaurs, they were standing with their arms out, as if to embrace the feeling that was permeating their bodies. Nearly 30 stallions came out to eat, the last of which was a foal with a golden coat. Harry could hear Professor Kettleburn explaining facts about the unicorns to the other students, but Harry couldn't take his eyes off the animals in front of him. The foal in particular shined with a powerful light that made its golden hair shimmer from every angle. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts by Hagrid's gruff voice. "Yay, the herd is smaller than last year. We had some sort of dark creature attacking them. Definitely vampiric in nature. I saw it myself feeding on one of the poor horses before I put a crossbow bolt into it." He pulled out a large crossbow that was larger than most of the students, with a silver-tipped arrow resting on top, waiting to be cocked. The arrowhead was bigger than Harry's fist, and all the students stared at it with a touch of fear. "Did you kill it?" Lyra asked. "Wouldn't be possible," Hagrid replied. "I just scared it off." Once you drink from the blood of a unicorn, not even getting your head cut off will kill the drinker. "It's just temporary," Professor Kettleburn amended. "Once you take your first sip, the blood curses you. By killing something so pure, you are condemned to die. As soon as the effect of the blood wears off, you will slowly die, as your body will no longer be able to heal itself from any wound inflicted on it. No healing spell or potion will be of any effect, and you will just crumble away, eventually turning to dust." All the children looked horrified at this. "So the moral of this story is, don't hurt unicorns, don't drink their blood." Trying to lighten the mood, Hagrid asked, "Who wants to go say hello to these beautiful animals?" That seemed to shake a few of them out of their dread musings, and Luna raised her hand. "I do." She smiled widely. Professor Kettleburn slowly led the little girl out onto the field, where she almost skipped up to a medium-sized unicorn and held out her hand, palm up in greeting. Everyone watched in bated silence as the pearly white horse sniffed her hand and gave it a slow lick. There was a collective sigh from everyone watching as Luna leaned in to hug one of its legs. Kettleburn looked back towards the group and motioned to Hagrid. "Okay, who's next?" the giant man said. Every hand but Harry's rose immediately. He picked one Lloyd Hickory's and guided him out to the group. Daria asked Harry, "You don't want to go. What if they don't like me?" he asked apprehensively. Daria didn't know what to say and looked to Melly for help. "Give them some jerky," Melly told him. "I don't like the stuff, but all the animals seem to like it." Harry nodded and took some out of his pouch and put it in his coat pocket to have prepared. Kettleburn had come back and started to take another Ravenclaw. He and Hagrid switched off, bringing students out until it was just Lyra and Harry left. Lyra took her brother by the hand and asked the professor, "Can we go out together?" Kettleburn looked at Harry. The boy might have killed a Dark Lord and done many other legendary feats, but here he was, just scared that unicorns wouldn't like him. He just nodded to Lyra and walked the two of them to meet the magical horses. The rest of the students were petting them and feeding them the various treats they had brought by hand. They were all smiling and enjoying themselves. As they got closer to one of the unoccupied unicorns, it looked up suddenly at Lyra and Harry, causing Kettleburn to stop dead and put a hand back to signal them to stop. After it stopped staring at them, they continued their slow approach. When they got right in front of their target, Lyra mimicked Luna's approach and just held out her hand to the magnificent creature. It leaned in to sniff her hand, then rubbed its head on her hand as she giggled and began to scratch it. Kettleburn motioned for Harry to approach another stallion and hold out his hand. Inch by inch, he got closer until he could almost reach one of the larger unicorns and held out his right hand. The pure white horse leaned in to sniff his hand. It seemed to inspect his hand much longer than anyone else, which had Kettleburn on guard for something to happen. After nearly a minute of sniffing, it started to work its way down Harry's forearm to where his wand was holstered and gave a grunt towards Harry, nuzzling his wand in its spot. "I think it wants my wand," Harry told the professor. "What is the core?" he asked. "Is it from another unicorn?" It continued to nuzzle his arm as Harry responded, "No, it's a glowing white deer called a lampung." Professor Kettleburn didn't seem to recognize the name, but took a metal band out of his pouch and wrapped it around Harry's shoulder, explaining, "This is a portkey." If there is any danger, I will activate it. You can go ahead and unsheath your wand." His attention was so focused on the unicorn in front of him and his wand, he didn't notice that all the others, unicorn, wizard, and centaur, were now staring intently at him. Harry slowly pulled the long, curved wand of Ermin's birch, with the core of powdered lampung antler from his arm, and held it up. The unicorn in front of him continued to nuzzle the wood, and one by one, the others came to take turns to do so as well. When the adult unicorns were done paying attention to him, they parted to allow the foal to approach him. Its eyes were a brilliant blue to contrast its golden coat. It trotted between the adults, curiously looking towards Harry, and began to sniff his wand like the others. However, as the foal started to rub his head on the wand, the tip seemed to prick a spot on its forehead, and a small trickle of blood came out. Harry jumped back and looked to Professor Kettleburn. "It's bleeding." "I didn't mean to do it." Kettleburn looked to be panicking as well, but just as he was about to say something, a hand fell on Harry's shoulder. He looked up to see Aegistra standing behind him. She did not seem agitated. "Children, Professor, friend Hagrid," she said calmly. "You have just witnessed a great event. Look closely at the head of the foal." The others gathered closely and looked at the foal as the little bit of blood trickled down its face. At the spot where it originated, there was a small sparkle, like a diamond, in the middle of its head above the eyes. Talos spoke from behind them. "This foal has sprouted its horn. This will be a day of celebration for the rest of the herd." Kettleburn smiled as well. "I have never seen a horn sprout myself. I did not know there would be blood. As the new horn grows, the white coat will spread from where the horn has sprouted until no gold remains." One of the adults approached the foal and licked away the blood until it was clean of the crimson liquid staining its golden coat. From there, the other bright white horses returned to paying attention to the other students and eating the food that they had brought. 30 minutes later, the group started the hike back to the school. After the group had left the clearing, a speck in the sky, unseen by those below due to the light of the moon shining around it, grew closer to the ground. As it moved away from the moon, if anyone was left in the clearing, they would have been able to identify the figure as Albus Dumbledore floating on a small flying carpet. He watched as the unicorns gazed up at his presence, then returned to their food. Turning to the side, he said, "So, Fox, what do you think?" There was a swirl of fire in the air, and a phoenix appeared, his wings spreading from inside the flames and dispersing them, leaving only the golden-orange bird in the air. Taking a couple of flaps of its wings, he perched onto Dumbledore's shoulder and gave a melodious trill. "I know, it was a bit surprising to see as well, but I was more curious about the girl." Fox twisted his head slightly, as if questioning the man he was sitting on. "You didn't think it would go differently? I assumed the unicorn's reaction would mirror Mr. Potter's interaction with the Thestrals." The phoenix gave a short chirp that sounded like a negative note. "Yes, she is one of your chosen wands, but she also communes with the shadows, while young Harry commands the light." Fox just nodded and started to sing a bit, which had the unicorns looking back up at the man and the phoenix in the sky. After a few moments of listening to the phoenix song, Albus sighed. "Well, he does have a connection to the unicorns. I will endeavor to nurture that. Please take us back to my office." Fox jumped up from Dumbledore's shoulder and flew a circle around him, then flew up from under him, stopping behind his shoulders and spreading his wings wide. Flames burst from his wings and enveloped the old wizard in a sphere of flame, which collapsed and left an empty sky in its wake. Harry walked back with the rest of the group, with a smile in his heart that the unicorns hadn't reacted to him like the Thestrals. That they also seemed interested in his wand made him wonder how they would react to his staff. Aegistra trotted next to him and looked down at Harry. "Young wizard, you carry a great light in your magic." Harry smiled. "I forgot to show them my staff. It contains more light than my wand." "Would you show it to me?" the dark-haired centaur asked. Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out his larger focus. She reached out to it with her spear and touched the tip to the antler, rubbing them together slightly. "There is great strength and incredible light contained inside." As she looked at the staff, she took quite a few deep breaths. "I like your spear," Harry told her. "Forged by the goblins long ago. They have no talent for seeing the future, so we see it for them, and they provide us with the means to protect our homes." Lyra walked next to Harry and asked, "And Talos's bow?" There are none who compare to the centaurs in archery, Aegistra told Lyra with confidence. We make all our bows and arrows on our own, from the trees that grow in our forest. As they reached the edge of the forest, the centaurs said good night and exchanged a few quiet words with Hagrid before returning to the darkness of the forest. Professor Kettleburn collected the backpacks from the students. When it came time for Lyra to hand in her pack, she asked the professor, Professor Kettleburn. When he acknowledged her, she continued, Some of the other students told me you might want to have Whispers come to your classes. I didn't want to intrude, he told her, though it would be amazing to have such a fine specimen to help with the instruction, especially since you and Mr. Potter probably know more about their care and lifestyle than I do. I have a series of lessons planned with Mr. Scamander at the beginning of February when he will bring Dougal by. I can write a pass for you and your brother to bring Whispers as well. That would be great, Lyra told him. I expected him to be here tonight. I rarely see the two of you without him. He's back in our common room, she explained. There's a portrait there that helps him learn to speak properly. Is that how he learned? The professor asked with great interest. No, it was just from being around us. We've known him since he was a baby. His name comes from when he first started to mimic us. It sounded like Whispers. Incredible. Well, I'll send you a note when I have the lessons planned. I'll try to put them on when you have a history class scheduled, but no promises. He smiled and winked, which lost its effect because he didn't have a second eye to keep open. Cedric managed to catch up to Harry the next morning at breakfast, almost vibrating with excitement as he sat down across from him, Lyra, and Whispers at the table. His sudden arrival had quite a few people look towards him. I need to talk to you after breakfast, he said quietly, now that so many eyes were on him. Okay, Harry said questioningly. Why? It's a surprise, but a good one. Meet me in the common room after breakfast. After getting a slow nod from Harry, he grabbed some toast and an almond croissant and headed back to the room to get things ready. Cedric sat and waited at the base of Harry's favorite tree with the black helmet in a box. He was visible from the door, straight through the trees, so when he entered, they saw each other and walked over. Whispers ran ahead and started poking at the box. Harry and Lyra just stopped and waited for him to say something when they arrived. Smiling, Cedric held his hands out like he wanted to keep them from immediately rejecting his offer. Okay, so you know how you said that you wouldn't play Quidditch without helmets? Harry nodded slowly. Well, I got together with a few people, and we designed a helmet that all of the teams are going to use. That way you don't have to worry about getting hurt, not you or your sister or anyone else. He pulled the box away from Whispers, who was trying to open it up. He took out the jet-black helmet and showed it to Harry. Harry took it and looked it over, not knowing what to say. Lyra, on the other hand, was smiling and bouncing with excitement. Try it on. Poked her brother in the side. Harry slowly put it on his head. It fit perfectly, and he asked, Is this why the twins wanted to measure my head? Almost certainly, Cedric chuckled. Buckle the strap under your chin. Whoa, Harry exclaimed. I can see everything. Let me see. Lyra reached up to take it from her. He passed it down to her. As soon as she had the strap buckled, she gasped and started looking around. So, what do you think? Cedric asked. Would you like to play Quidditch now? Lyra took the helmet off and passed it to Whispers, who put it on and started to play with it. Can we play, Harry? Lyra asked, with a pleading look. Harry was still conflicted. He had seen the injury that the bludger had caused Arthur. Despite how quickly it had been fixed, he still could hear the snapping of bone in his head as the iron ball crushed it. He looked back up at the expectant faces of Lyra and Cedric as Whispers wandered around with the black helmet wobbling on his smaller head. I'm not sure, he said slowly, drawing looks of disappointment from the two of them. I need to think about this. Without waiting for a response, he walked off towards his dorm. Cedric looked down at Lyra. Do you think he'll want to do it? Lyra frowned. I don't know. He really doesn't want to hurt anyone. She ended up sulking away towards her dorm, with a helmet-clad Whispers loping after her. Cedric didn't know what to do. That was supposed to seal the deal. He needed to go after Harry and get this solved. Not wanting to interrupt Harry's immediate thought process, he sat near the kitchenette outside of the first-year boys' dorm and made himself tea with a slice from a lemon another student had picked that morning. However, after 30 minutes of waiting, Harry hadn't come out, so he went to the slightly open door and knocked while poking his head in. Harry, are you here? He asked. Colin and Arthur were sitting near a desk looking through some photos. Carlin's entire side of the room was covered with picture frames of his family, housemates, and various things around Hogwarts. Arthur, William, and Harry had some frames near their beds, though they still had some open wall space. "Here, Cedric," Carlin greeted him. "You just missed him. He ducked out about 10 minutes ago." "What?" Cedric looked confused. "I have been sitting outside. I didn't see him come out." Arthur swished his wand and incanted Tempest, which caused a small analog clock to appear in thin air made of whitish lines. "Yay, just about 10 minutes ago. He asked me if I was interested in playing Quidditch, but I told him after getting my arm shattered, it lost its appeal. I'm happy to cheer on my sister and fly for fun, but I don't think I'll be going near bludgers any time soon." Cedric swore to himself. He had no idea how Harry had managed to sneak past him, so instead of searching for someone who didn't want to be found, he sat with the 2 first years and chatted with them about their lives and classes. Though it was through talking with Carlin and looking through his photographs that he got an idea for what he could do for his project to benefit Scamander House and check off one more box to becoming a prefect. Once Harry got up to the 2nd floor, he turned visible again. He had no idea what to do. Everyone thought Quidditch was the best thing in the world, and he loved to fly, but didn't want to do to anyone what that bludger did to Arthur. He wanted Lyra to be happy, but also didn't want her to get hurt. Cedric as well seemed to be incredibly dedicated to his mission of getting him to join the Quidditch team. He went out and had helmets designed for the entire school just to assuage his feelings about the danger the sport presented to him and his sister. Even with him doing so much to get him to join, he still couldn't tell the nice older boy yes. Making up his mind, he took a hike up to the Owlery to send a letter to Brant. It took him a whole page to tell him about the situation and ended it with a plea for guidance on what to do. Just as he finished, Hermes flew in and scared off the other owl that was waiting for him, puffing up his chest with the vest pocket for Harry to put the letter into. He gave the proud bird a scratch on the head and put in the missive to be sent to Brant. When he got near the bottom of the stairs, he saw Cedric coming towards the Owlery and jumped back and vanished. Cedric must have seen him for a second because he looked like he thought he saw him, but looked confused when he turned up the stairs and the boy was missing. Looking around, the older boy pushed on a stone in the staircase and a secret passage opened up. He looked inside and after seeing it empty, continued up to the Owlery past an invisible Harry, with the passage closing once he had gone. Once Cedric had gone, Harry looked at where the hidden door was and knew he needed to investigate whatever this secret of the castle was. With a sigh, he pushed on the stone that Cedric had and opened the door and entered the dark tunnel. Casting a Lumos spell with his wand, he trekked down many stairs until he got to a flat wall. Luckily, there was one darker stone, which was obviously the way out, and when he pushed it, the wall slid out from in front of him. On the other side, he found himself in a library. Stamping his feet 3 times showed that he was in the library and not some other place in the castle. Before following the green footprints back to the circulation desk, he tried to make a note of where he was. There were books on magical birds, and a small owl was carved into the bookcase next to the hidden door. He would need to mark this down in the Explorers Club logbook and add it to the mapping paper that Tracy had given to him. After lunch, Lyra grabbed her warm coat and headed out to the courtyard to meet Seamus and the other Gryffindors. The 3 boys were waiting for her, along with Parvati, Lavender, Ginny, and Shirley. The group of Gryffindors and Lyra followed the path she had paved the previous night down towards Hagrid's hut, and then she blazed a trail through the snow toward the Whomping Willow. The tree had less foliage hanging than it did when she first saw it at the end of summer, and they could see a few spots in the branches of the giant tree where they came together to form large fists made out of wood. The entire tree was covered with a light dusting of snow and ice that looked a bit like powdered sugar, sparkling in the midday sun. The group stared at the tree for a few moments. Ron broke the silence. "So what exactly are we doing?" Everyone looked towards Lyra, but Seamus was the one who answered the ginger boy. "Dean can conjure squirrels, so he's going to send them towards the tree. Once they get crushed, we're going to mark the spots with large rocks. I'm going to enchant the rocks to turn red permanently." "Where are you getting the rocks?" Shirley asked. "Well, Ron here, as our master of levitation," Seamus began with a touch of sarcasm. "He's going to bring some large rocks from the lake over here." Ron grumbled a bit and started practicing the incantation for the spell under his breath. "What should the rest of us do?" Shirley Baker asked. "You all just followed us out here." Dean smiled. "I guess you can help us bring out more rocks. But they need to be big," Seamus told the group. "At least this big." He made a hoop shape with his arms to show they needed to be about 2 feet across. Ron looked towards the lake and frowned at the snow blocking the way. With a bit of hesitation, he asked, "Hey, Black, do you think you could melt the snow down to the lake?" Smiling, Lyra led the group down the path she had just melted towards the tree and stopped when she got to the path that went between Hagridess and the castle. With everyone waiting behind her, she pulled out her staff and wand, motioning to everyone to back off. "I'm going to try to burn it out instead of melting it." Seamus smiled as he motioned for the group to back off even more. There was about a football field's length from where she stood before the ice of the lake began. Placing her staff and wand together, she focused her magic and incanted Incendio Orbis. The ball of fire coalesced at the end of the staff and shot forward into the snow patch, melting as it went. It managed to make it about 30 feet before it fizzled out, the cold and snow draining the spell. It took 3 more attempts of the spell pushing through the frost until the last one hit the ice and exploded, causing the ice to crack on the surface. From there, Seamus, and Lavender used warming charms to melt away a large patch of ice to look for large rocks under the surface. Ron Weasley was the first one to wrangle a large stone. With very deliberate and practiced wand movements and pronunciation, he cast Wingardium Leviosa. A large rock about 3 feet across lifted out of the lake, and he directed it back towards the tree as he walked. Seamus grabbed one slightly smaller, while smaller ones were taken in teams of 2 by the remaining 6 of them. When they returned to the tree, they took a break before returning to their task. Stepping up to the tree, Dean brandished his wand and cast Sirusosha. A small brown squirrel with a fluffy tail appeared in the snow in front of him. It looked around in small movements that looked twitchy and almost mechanical. He waved his arms to scare it towards the tree, and it started to run diagonally. When it got close, the tree leaned away, causing a cracking noise as the ice on the branches fell off. Then a large fist of branches swung down on the squirrel, crushing it into the ground, shaking it, and causing everyone to flinch a bit at the death of the squirrel. When the tree resumed its original posture, they were all reminded that the squirrel was never alive, as whatever magic had been holding it together vanished, and it started to fade away. No blood or body parts were left in the snow at the impact mark. Ron levitated his large rock and placed it a few feet back from the impact site. The tree swung again to try to hit the new object that had encroached on its territory, but landed a few inches short. The rock was levitated again back towards the group, just to give it a bit more space. Seamus carefully approached the rock and cast a series of spells. First was a Kipir, which caused the surface to be covered with a jelly-like substance. Then he cast Calaveria, and then twisted his wand slightly as the rock turned red. Finally, he incanted Obsepi, which caused the jelly to absorb into the rock. Turning back to the group, he explained, "That was a basic enchanting spell. It makes charms cast on the object permanent." "How many charms can that spell hold?" Parvati asked. 2 or 3 very simple spells, he told her. "Why, can I add one?" she asked again. Seamus cast the jelly on the rock again, and Parvati cast Splendino, which caused the jelly to sparkle. When Seamus closed the enchantment again, the rock was red with sparkles. With the plan in place, Dean summoned squirrels to mark the range of the willow's reach, with Seamus and Parvati enchanting the rocks with red and sparkles around the outside. The rest of the group made multiple trips down to the lake to retrieve more rocks. They took a break after 2 trips, with Lyra handing out bits of Harry's flabberworm jerky. Everyone was a bit hesitant to try it, except for Ron, who just saw the food and ate it. Though when he reported it was pretty good and felt the energy boost, everyone else took the plunge as well. The whole project took until dinner time, and they hiked directly back into the castle and straight to the Great Hall. Lyra looked around when she arrived, but didn't see Harry anywhere. Halfway through dinner, Dumbledore approached the lectern at the front, which caused a lot of whispering until there was quiet across the hall. Speaking with some magical amplification, he said, "Good evening to all you hungry children. I wanted to make note of a particularly interesting event that I witnessed this afternoon. A group of students just spent their afternoon marking the boundary for the reach of the Whomping Willow. The tree has been on the Hogwarts grounds for nearly my entire tenure as headmaster, and not once during that time has anyone thought of making sure that there was any kind of demarcation around it, including any professor and myself. Lyra looked over to the Gryffindor table and shared a smile with Seamus and the others. To properly reward them, I am giving 15 points to each of the Gryffindors who participated in the event, an extra 10 points to Seamus Finnegan for leading it, and 25 points to Miss Lyra Black for conceiving the project. There was a cheer from the Gryffindor table as 115 points were added to their current total, and polite clapping from the Scamander table for Lyra. Additionally, Dumbledore continued, I will be adding my own enchantments on the stones that the group placed, so that they will softly glow at night and when underneath snow or mud. Short of burning down every deadly tree in the world, this was an acceptable outcome for Lyra. Chapter 69. Goods and Services. Chapter text. While the children were having dinner, Brant was taking a trip down Nocturne Alley. Opal had updated him that the pictures would be finished developing by the end of next week, but the old couple at the Dapper Bazaar had completed their analysis of the samples he had left and wanted to speak to him immediately. He checked the contract he had them sign the last time, and so far it showed no evidence of a betrayal on their part. So now he walked down the broken cobblestones of the dark alley to their shop. He walked in and saw another 2 customers looking at the garments in the shop. However, as soon as the old man saw Brant enter, he got up and spoke to the other customers, who looked a bit insulted at what he said, but they left quickly all the same. Once they were out, he darkened the windows on the front, flipped the sign to closed, and guided the steward to the back room. The old man's wife was there, surrounded by all the samples he had brought them as well as with a large stack of paper. She looked up at him and gave him a small smile, gesturing to a stuffed chair in front of the table. Well, she began, you certainly brought us a lot of interesting specimens. What do you want to hear about first? Let's leave the most obvious for the end, Brant told her. Tell me about the core samples I gave you. The elderly woman picked up one of the cylindrical core samples he had given and tapped it with her wand. One of the papers in the stack in front of her jumped out of the pile, and her husband snatched it out of the air. This is the most confusing piece of dirt I have ever laid eyes on, he commented. It is dead soil in nearly every aspect we could test. You see, most volcanic soil is rich in nutrients, but this is devoid of them. Neither of us can figure out why except to tell you that at one point some kind of organic compound was introduced into the environment through the soil that killed everything planted in it, both mundane and magical. That is what stumped me the most. He walked over to a cabinet and pulled out a jar of dirt that just looked wrong, as if something was screaming inside of it to look away. This is a sample of soil from Azkaban, he explained. Years ago, I was given the task of growing anything in this soil. The only thing I got to grow in it was a type of potato that feeds only on magic. They couldn't be eaten as the magic in the soil around the prison turned this normally tasty potato into something that kills people in a particularly gruesome manner, and not from ingesting it. The soil around the prison is rich with magic, dark, evil magic, but magic all the same. The soil you brought me is devoid of almost any kind of energy. He took a breath and continued, I say almost devoid because there are traces of necromantic magics present. Seeing Brant's face, he shook his head. Not anything a wizard would create, but the kind that you might find in a mass grave from a battle between wizards or an area where many magical deaths had occurred over a long period of time. Is there any additional information you can provide us on the soil? Brant thought about what he could tell them and decided on trusting them with as much as possible. It is from an extinct volcano, as far as could be determined. There is some kind of naturally occurring fear ward in the area that extends far around the area, even into nearby waters. Standing in the area gives trespassers specific mental intrusions that make them believe that they are about to be attacked by others they are with, that poltergeists are in the area, that they are being stalked by a large animal, or that they are trapped and suffocating. There is someone who knows exactly what is causing this effect, but won't reveal it to me. I was told that each of these fears is based in truth, one way or another. The couple seemed to be even more confused by this, and the woman said, "Let us know if you want us to continue researching this phenomenon." "Tell me what else you've got first," Brant instructed them. The woman took out the red crystal sample and tapped it to bring forth the paper with their findings. "This is rubellite tourmaline. It is used to promote healing and life force. It is typically about half as expensive as a diamond of similar quality, but not these. These I would value at about 2 to 3 times the value of a diamond of the same carat, as these are flawless. Typically flawless means that there are no inclusions in a stone at 10x magnification, but more can turn up with deeper examination. These gems typically have inclusions that appear as hollow tubes, needles, irregular thread-like liquid, or gas inclusions, often in mesh-like patterns. However, the stones you brought me are flawless at 100x magnification." Brant's eyes widened without blinking. These were being used to warn people away from the scary tree, and there were over 50, the size of a quaffle. From Nestor's report, they had no idea where they came from, just that they had to originate from somewhere on the island. If these were being used as some kind of archaic warding stones around something that kills people, what significance could that hold? Brant asked. "How archaic?" The old man asked. "Depending on the age, they may just be ornamental, as crystal warding techniques weren't developed until after the advent of wands, except in the Middle East and a few dwarven communities." Brant just shrugged, but the comment about the dwarves was something he'd need to look into. "Now, I've catalogued all the other samples you gave us," the old woman told him. "However, the one you thought was the most important is probably exactly what you think it is." She pulled out the small container of the buffalo manure that Brant had collected with Harry. "This is undoubtedly from a ram, though I am curious how you could possibly think it is anything else." "They're small," Brant told her, silently cheering in his head that they were exactly what he thought they were. "They are minuscule in comparison to any I've read about. Each one is between 450–900 pounds. "That is interesting," the man commented. "I would have heard of such a thing, so this must be from outside one of the reserves. I hope that once you manage to start harvesting the blood, you'll come here first. We'll make sure you are flush with customers, paying top prices. You may even get a bidding war. As much as I would like to, I don't think I will be killing any of them. I am working with an unlicensed potioneer on a method to extract their magic without killing them." Harry's durability potion from the manure was just his first step with the animals. If he could find a way to create a ram blood potion without killing them, Brant would make Harry the richest wizard in the world, and he could take a percentage of that. "Well then, in that case," the elderly man said, "I will still make sure you are flush with customers, paying the same price as if you were killing them. The longer we can keep people assuming that you have limited supplies, the longer people will pay through the eyeballs for the potion, even if it takes you a little bit longer." Brant took a small blue gem out of his pocket and tossed it to the man. "Please continue your work on the soil sample. I will keep you informed about the rest when it concerns future business possibilities." He took back the other samples and their written findings. This would be something to inform Arcturus about, but he hadn't come back from his visit to the second Black Island after paying Lord Narty's visit. However, he needed to find a way to tell the man without him trying to force Harry into a marriage with one of the black children. Once he knew about the ram on the island, he might even think that telling Narcissa to seduce Harry would be a good idea to gain control of the island. No one had ever said that the blacks were adept at positively dealing with children. However, now he had a lesser business opportunity to focus on with Tonks's friend Ricky. That was going to be a whole other can of worms, with the man's background. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Nymphadora had just gone through a horrendous and hellish day of training with Moody. She had lunch in the Aura infirmary as she had too many injuries from her last duel with her instructor. Before she could even start on her sandwich, she had to jump up and curse the healer that gave it to her as her poison-detecting spell came back positive on the food. The healer turned out to be one of the other trainees who Moody had talked into passing off the poisoned food. While Tonks was celebrating stunning the healer, who she assumed was Moody, she got a bludgeoner in the back from the real deal, breaking 3 ribs and starting the duel over again. That's how the rest of her day went, running detection spells on everyone she met in the ministry, occasionally getting into fights with people she thought was the crazy old man, only to find out it was just someone standing in for him. At the end of the day, Alistair left her in the infirmary and told her he was going to have dinner with her parents. Like hell was she going to go home tonight, never be where they expected her to be, right? Constant vigilance and all that bollocks, right? If she went home now, she'd probably torch her childhood home with fiendfire, just to be sure. Ricky's was always a good place for her to hide out, and he was having his meeting with Brant tonight, so she could crash with him and get a spa treatment while she was there. A short jump on the night bus, and 2 stops later, she was walking distance from Ricky's place. He had a basement apartment in an ugly muggle building. He got a basement flat by design, as there was no elevator going down to the subfloor of the building, and no one would get to his place by accident. That left him with plenty of room to enchant the ever-loving piss out of the place. Ricky answered the door wearing a purple turtleneck and blue jeans. He took one look at her and said, "What the bloody hell happened to you?" "I need a mud bath," she told him. "I've broken 11 bones today, been stunned somewhere close to 20 times, and got my 10,000 steps a day in for the next few months. I was also hoping to crash Brant's business proposal for you." "Well, let's get you to it. How are you paying for it tonight?" Something she found out while on a shopping trip a few days ago was that Opal was answering her calls even when she wasn't at Elmswood Lodge. So she told Ricky, "I'm offering house elf dinner service. Might be good to set the stage for your meeting as well." Leading her into the house, they went into a back room with 4 tubs sunken into the floor. Around the outside of the room was a large shelf of tiny bottles with dark liquid inside. "Any preference on the mud for today?" Ricky asked her. "One of the magical ones, something to promote healing," she said with a small smile, which turned into a groan. "Opal," Tonks called to the elf. Opal popped into the room and looked around. "Hey there, little girl. Do you think you could make dinner for this handsome gentleman in the kitchen, and then set him up with some snacks and drinks for a meeting?" Opal was a bit hesitant, considering the last time Tonks had asked her to do something. "You remember Ricky, right? He has a meeting with Brant tonight and needs some drinks and snacks." Opal nodded and said, "Yes, Missy Tonks," then popped off. "That was a weird elf," Ricky told her. "Under my fault," she said. "I let Moody talk me into getting her to stand down while he made a surprise attack on Brant and the kids to test their awareness." "No, that's completely your fault," Ricky said with a wince. "I'm surprised she still looks you in the eye." He grabbed a bottle off the shelf and showed her the label. "You're getting Romanian mud from Lake Tekagyal tonight." He scooped a bit of the mud out of the jar on the tip of his wand and pointed it at an empty tub, then cast Gemino. The magic interacted with the mud on the tip of his wand and created a hose of mud that filled up the tub. When he finished the spell, his wand was wiped off on the edge of the jar and then cleaned off with a towel. Afterward, he cast a warming charm on the mud until it began to bubble. "I'll leave you here." He set out a towel and closed the door behind him and left her in the darkened room. When the door was closed, Tonks shrunk herself to let her clothes just fall off her body, then conjured a dozen floating candles and lit them up around the room. Slowly, she slipped into the hot mud and let her head rest on the softened depression in the side of the tub. Brant shouldn't be here for another hour or so, so she'd have at least that long to soak and heal from her day at work. Brant strolled with purpose down the street, heading to the address that Ricky had given him. After his trip to the Dapper Bazaar, he shot off a patronus message to Arcturus to let him know when he was back in London, but hadn't received a response yet. It might be the middle of the night, where Lord Black was. He knew that at some point before Arcturus died, he would need to be shown all of the Black Islands, and was looking forward to it immensely. He had spent the last hour in one of his favorite restaurants, a place designed to look like a Nordic hunting lodge. One of his electives at Durmstrang was wilderness survival, which was taken mostly by students who wished to explore the vast wilderness around the school and hunt some of the more dangerous creatures that lived there to achieve fame and fortune. That particular class also had a mortality rate of about 5%, with many permanent injuries for others. He had quite a nice scar when he almost lost a leg to the webbing of a tripwire spider that lured him into its nest. There was a way station that was used as a base camp for the students. It was littered with trophies left by past students, and this restaurant reminded him of that place. Looking through the notes that the proprietors of the bazaar had given him, his mood improved with every entry. The plant and animal life on Lyra's island was incredible, not just in the rarity, but the magical saturation. Any potions or materials made from the flora and fauna on the island would have maximum potency, and potions masters around the world would certainly pay handsomely for them. The problem was that the Filipino ministry would know this as well, and would likely start pushing for more harvesting of the island's resources very soon. Brant arrived at the building in question and stared at the decrepit building. He hadn't been expecting much as he was already in a very bad part of town, but this place was worse than the rest of the neighborhood. There were junkies on the stairs to the building, and he clutched a small knife in his pocket as he walked by them into the building. The instructions took him down a set of stairs next to the elevator, and he felt a strong set of wards wash over him as he went down. At least the place was protected. The corridor that led to the apartment had a creaky floor which might be a nightingale alarm, or it might just be worn out. There were wards on the door to the flat, two he could identify as alerts. One keyed to muggles in general, and the other was blood-based, but he couldn't determine any further details. He could ask about the wards later, so now he just knocked. Ricky answered the door in casual wear, just a turtleneck and jeans. "Good evening, Steward Brant. Welcome to Shateout de Ricky." "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me," he responded, as he allowed himself to be shown into the room. The living room had been transfigured, expanded, and charmed to the limits. There was a color scheme everywhere of golden lights on white furniture and floors. Plants with large leaves and fronds were evenly spaced along the walls, with a U-shaped couch with a drink tray on a coffee table in the center, situated across from a moderate-sized fireplace made from white marble columns. Two paths were leading out from the main room, slightly raised with 3 stairs each. The next rooms were magically darkened, which seemed to illustrate that he shouldn't enter them. "This is quite impressive expansion work," he told Ricky, "plus the charms and transfigurations for the decor." "Thank you, Steward," he smiled back. "Have a seat, let me pour you a drink." They sat down and Ricky poured him a glass of brandy. "You have excellent taste," Brant commented. "This is a Baron de Lustrac." "I keep my liquor cabinet stocked with a few bottles myself." "You don't say," Ricky trailed off. "Well, it is good to see you again. How are Mr. Potter and Miss Black doing?" They had an interesting winter break, filled with all the intrigue you would expect from an heiress and the boy who lived, and then there was the situation with Lyra's father. "Of course, I heard about that," he said, and took a sip of his drink. "I think that's what convinced Nimmy to take you up on your job offer." "She told you about that?" Brant asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of course she did. She's in the next room right now," he said, gesturing behind him and surprising Brant. "You know, it takes a real man to understand he knows nothing about a woman. I would like to think I know plenty, but certainly not enough to be a teacher of any sort. I wasn't aware that Miss Tonks would be joining us tonight." "She's just here to relax," Ricky told her. "Moody kicked her ass all day, and she needed a little respite from training." As if on cue, Tonks walked out of one of the darkened rooms. She was wearing a baggy blue t-shirt that fell off one of her shoulders and gray sweatpants. Her hair was in a frizzy mess on top of her head. She was wearing slippers that looked like giant hairy feet as she walked over to the couch and collapsed over the side. "Good evening to you, Brant," she said with a sigh. As she wiggled her toes, Brant realized they weren't slippers, but her real feet, grown to be warmer on the cold floor. He glared at her informality since this was supposed to be a business meeting. However, Ricky was the one who called her out on it. "Sweetie," he chided, "this is supposed to be some kind of proper conversation. If you're going to be here, at least sit up straight." She rolled her eyes as she sat up straight as a soldier and made a small hand gesture that said, "You may proceed." "So what kind of proposal did you want to make?" he asked Brant. Switching to business mode, he began, "First of all, I would like to say that I was impressed with your work for Lyra for the party. The two of you did an excellent job setting up the situation for Ricky to be brought in to work." "What do you mean?" Tonks said hesitantly, but Ricky just smiled. "Obviously, you had arranged for Ricky to be ready to do Lyra's makeup in advance, Miss Tonks. Already knew that you wouldn't be able to do it, or you could, and you just played the fool to bring in your friend. You had one of his products on hand for Lyra's hair ahead of time, which you do not need for yourself. He also did not ask for a payment, nor did you pay him when the job was done before he left. You also coordinated hairstyles in advance, not to mention that pretty much everything you were doing that day was designed to try to push my buttons. So yeah, definitely planned in advance. Tonks let out a sigh of resignation while Ricky just patted her on the back. Well, thank you for the compliments, Ricky nodded as he continued to pat Tonks. So, on to business. I was impressed by your work, not just the makeup for Lyra, but also the hair bag and your work case. Both show a good deal of skill with expansion charms, as does this apartment. Ricky swelled a bit at the compliments. So what I wanted to ask is if you were interested in expanding your business and having your own shop. Ricky's eyes widened, but then narrowed. Is this some kind of trick? Because I have tried to open a shop before. You're referring to your family? Brant asked, drawing a gasp from Tonks. I have done my research, Ricardo Aguila. The normally jovial face of Ricky turned into a scowl. If you have had me investigated, you know my family, he said the word as if he were spitting on the ground, is dedicated to seeing me fail. Which is why you would benefit from another family supporting you in your enterprise, Brant told him. They would still see my name and work to get it crushed. I think you are underestimating the power behind the Black family name, Brant said with a serious tone. Well, Lord Black will officially support me? Ricky asked with curiosity. Of course not. This is my business venture, Brant told him. The name is still Black, though, and any business you start will be under the Black name. If your family goes after the business, then it will be treated as an attack on the Black family, and then Lord Black would make a personal response. Ricky was still skeptical as Tonks was looking excited at the prospects. You don't know anything about me. You've seen my work once. How do you know I would make any money? As I said, I've done my research. After the party, I had one of my investigators visit Club Deviant and speak to people you know for character references. I also went there myself a few times last week and confirmed all the reports. Ricky looked like he was about to say something, but Brant interrupted. I wore a glamour, and I know how to do an investigation without ruffling feathers. With a shrewd look on his face, he asked, And what did you learn? You do more than just makeup, that you could probably run an entire salon if you wanted. Most of your techniques could be used for both muggles and magicals alike. You want me to work with muggles? Ricky asked. Only if you wanted to. Most people who grew up in a pureblood house have an aversion to them, so it wouldn't be required. Though you live in a muggle neighborhood, so I figured that you wouldn't mind too much. You could make a bigger mudroom. Tonks jumped into the conversation. Mud room? Brant asked questioningly. Have you ever had a mud bath? Ricky asked Brant, who shook his head no. Most spas around the world will give people hot mud baths. It's very relaxing. I collect fresh samples while I'm traveling and preserve them. Then when people want a mud bath, I duplicate the sample for a full bath and let them soak. Some locations have just rich nutrients in the mud. Others are nearby or on top of magical ley lines and have more revitalizing effects. That is an added benefit, Brant said thoughtfully. If that were a muggle service, I'd need to find a way to explain how you did it. For now, are you interested in the possibility of working together? Tonks looked excited at the possibility, but Ricky looked more serious and eventually gave a small nod of his head. Since they had crossed that bridge, Brant took many papers out of his jacket and held them in front of him. One of the few things I wasn't able to find out in my investigations was your financial status. I'm certain you don't have access to your family's vault, and I couldn't get verification from the goblins if you have your own. However, I am prepared to invest whatever remainder you need to get the business off the ground and allow you to buy back up to 60% of the business while you pay back my loan, adjusted for standard bank interest and inflation. I will be able to put you in touch with a muggle realtor who can help you find a location that will fit these requirements. He passed Ricky a few pages of paper. These are what will be needed to place the proper warding on the property, as well as have a separate entrance for witches and wizards. You will probably want to add your own requirements as well. I'll need to look through everything with a solicitor, Ricky said, as he looked through the papers. I would really like to know what your interest is in this particular project. I don't think you'll be using any of the services I'll be selling, so what's in it for you other than money? Honestly, it's an experiment. All blacks are given a trust vault. No one can touch it, not even the lord of the house. It's given as a test to the children in the family. If they manage to make it grow, they are rewarded in life later on. If they squander it, they might get cut off or disinherited. I have a few small investments from my vault, which will have steady payouts for the rest of my life. I'm trying to branch out more into larger ventures, and I want my first few to be close to home, so I can keep a better eye on them. At the same time, if this pans out, I can back off and let it run itself. Not to mention it helps my relationship with Lyra and with Miss Tonks here. Ricky nodded, but Tonks told him, I hope you're not thinking like Arcturus that this will entice me to join your evil club. You already know my motivations, Brant said defensively. We should get that out of the way, Tonks told him. Can we give them the talk in 2 weeks? That will work. Turning back to Ricky, I'll leave you to look through the location requirements plus the incorporation and partnership paperwork. He took another stack of paper and passed it to his host. The two men stood up and exchanged a handshake, then Brant left through the flue system. As soon as he was gone, Ricky covered the fireplace and collapsed back onto the sofa with Tonks. Rich guys don't just throw money at me every day, he said to her. There is no way any of the other old families would risk doing business with me and upsetting my father. Well, as far as I've seen, the blacks don't seem to give two shits what other people think, Tonks told her friend, and they have enough magical and political power to back up their apathy. Additionally, who cares about having the old families as customers when you can have all the young ones? Brant is going to be the proxy in the Wisengamot, so he's also going to have the power to handle all their investments, other than his own. I just hope he knows what he's doing. My father has quashed 2 businesses I've tried to start since I graduated. He definitely knows I'm working at the drag club, but he hasn't done anything about that yet. I'm guessing he thinks that's a perfect place for me to be, despite how much I'm enjoying it. Tonks wrapped an arm around her friend and pulled him onto her shoulder as she grew a few inches to be the right height to comfort him. Don't worry, everything will be all right, she told him as she took his shot of brandy from his hand and drank it herself. Oh, and I'll be crashing on the couch tonight. Chapter 70, Avoidance. Chapter text the next week was long for Harry, primarily because he was doing his best to keep clear of both Cedric and his sister, who seemed intent on getting him to talk about the Quidditch team. Keeping clear of Cedric wasn't a problem, as whenever he thought the boy was trying to corner him somewhere, he would just duck out of sight, then turn invisible. He found a lot more secret passages that way, as Cedric would reveal one when trying to follow where he thought Harry disappeared. Each day did have its own little events, though. On Monday, Professor McGonagall added a new element to their transfiguration work, bringing them back to their very first lesson. When they got to class, there was a match on each of their desks. When everyone had entered and seated, she began her lecture. Today, we are going to introduce an element into your lessons that will be part of every future assignment you do, and most exams for the rest of your time at Hogwarts. Part of advanced transfiguration involves a lot of what is called shaping. Shaping is something that involves using your willpower and imagination to add little extras to your work. It's also one of the reasons I always start students with matches to needles as their first assignment. She paused for a moment before continuing. When most elemental transfigurations are performed, such as wood into metal, there is a direct change in form, like a stick to a stake, same shape and size. However, when you all turned a match into a needle, you converted the match head into the eye of a needle and created a pointed end. You did all of that with your willpower, and because I told you that you could do it. She picked up a match from her desk and waved her wand, making it grow until it was the size of Harry's staff. With another swish of her wand, it transformed into a needle of the same size. However, it wasn't silver in color, it was tarnished gold and covered with a spiderweb design. The eye became shaped like a sunburst with tiny protrusions around the outside edge. If I told you this is what a needle was, I would expect you to be able to transfigure your match into something like this. However, in your mind, it probably still looks like a plain silver needle, so this level of sophistication would be very difficult. This goes along with your lessons for the bird transfiguration and the object to matchbox. This is about overcoming the preconceptions in your head of what a bird looks like and what a matchbox looks like. To demonstrate, she transformed a candle into a matchbox that was decorated with pink sparkles, then turned that into a small hawk with orange and purple feathers, which glared at the students around the room. have records of what all of your bird transfigurations produced from your first attempts, and what your matchboxes looked like as well from last week. We will start today on basic color and design changes to your needles, and once you have completed that, you'll move on to the transfigurations that carry incantations. By the end of the class, nearly everyone had made some changes in the final design of their needles. However, most of them no longer looked like needles, but at least they were metal. When they were dismissed, Harry hung back to talk to his professor. When the others had gone, McGonagall looked up from her papers and addressed him. "What can I help you with, Mr. Potter?" "I was hoping you could send a letter for me," he responded. "To Mr. Balindong, you could have just sent it to me by owl." "No, it's to Uagadu in Africa." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Why Uagadu? What do you know?" "What?" He was confused. "Did Arcturus tell you something?" "Ha! What are you sending a letter for?" "I met a boy over the break who goes there. I wanted to send him a letter." "Oh, that's fine." She relaxed a bit. "You can just owl me letters that are going anywhere out of the country, and I'll pass them on, though some of the larger birds in the owlery will go to the continent without needing to go through me." "Why were you asking me about Arcturus?" Harry asked, as he passed her the letter he wrote. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. I was just remembering your father. He was always up to something, and I assumed you were doing something you weren't supposed to. Run along now to your next class." With a little hesitation, he left the room. Tuesday evening, while avoiding Cedric, Harry ducked into the common room greenhouse to avoid the older boy. There he found Greg, Neville, Millicent, and Megan tending to the plants there. They were doing a good job organizing them from the mess that the blessing had made. Nearly half the room had been cleaned up and organized with labels. He watched them work for a moment, remembering his garden back on the island before speaking up. "Can I help?" he asked, as all four of them turned to look in his direction. They all turned to Neville, as it seemed he was organizing the effort. He looked a bit nervous, being on the spot, but nodded and pointed towards one of the planters where Greg was working. Greg gave him a pair of trimmers and a bucket to trim the mess of vines and white flowers down to a manageable size. The flowers smelled nice, so he asked, "What is this?" Before Greg could answer, Neville did. "It's jasmine, primarily used for tea and perfumes, but also can be used for hair potions and some variations of love tonics. I wanted to grow it here for the first two." He paused for a moment, then turned back to his work, as if he had interrupted himself with the answer. Greg shrugged, then asked Harry, "The present you gave me, the gloves, Brant told me they are for Muggle dueling. It sounds like fun. Do you want to give it a try?" That was what he wanted, to spend more time with Greg, so he nodded and started to put away his tools. However, just as they both stood up, Neville stopped them and said in a serious voice, "Finish your work before you go play." He glared at them, startling them before his expression grew spacey before continuing to work. A little bit spooked, Harry and Greg kneeled back down and continued to work on the jasmine. Neville continued to work on the box he was currently on, untangling the mess of weeds like magic before helping out Megan and Millicent with theirs. By the time he finished working with the two girls, Harry and Greg had finished their work as well. "So you two are going to do some boxing?" Millicent asked, with Megan smiling next to her. "Can we join you?" "Where can we do it?" Harry asked. Greg looked at Neville. "Can we use your climbing room?" Neville seemed to think about it for a few moments before nodding. Greg ran off to get the sets of gloves, then Neville led the group towards the maze and checked the directions to the room he had posted on the bulletin board before taking them the rest of the way to the room. The walls were covered with fake rock formations with different types of handholds in various places. There was also some kind of structure in the center of the room with ropes hanging down to climb up. What made the room particularly interesting was that the entire floor seemed to have a permanent softening charm, which was slightly bouncy as they walked on the floor. Neville stood to the side with the girls as Harry and Greg put on their gloves and stood facing each other. "Now what?" Harry asked. "I guess we hit each other," Greg said. "I don't think I've ever asked permission to hit someone before." Megan told them, "You're supposed to touch gloves. It's like bowing before a magic duel, then hit each other." The two of them approached each other cautiously and touched their gloves together. After a few seconds of waiting, Greg swung a wide punch at Harry's head. He instinctively ducked and swung for Greg's chest. His punch connected, but it felt like punching a wall. Greg was surprised that he had just been punched, but then took another big swing which Harry also dodged. They took turns like that, with Harry dodging and landing small punches that did nothing until Greg connected one of his punches. The hit caused Harry to do a half spin and land on his stomach. Greg immediately checked to see if Harry was okay. "That was strange," Harry commented as he rolled over to see Greg looking incredibly worried. "I felt the punch, but it didn't feel like a physical impact." Greg looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "Take off your glove and punch me in the stomach." Harry looked confused but complied. When he connected, Greg made an oof sound, then stood back up straight. "Why did we do that?" Harry asked. "The gloves are magic," Greg told him. "It's like the sleeping spell Mr. Stevens used on me." That made sense. When Harry used his fists on the boy, it would hurt him more than if he used the magic boxing gloves. Greg could just absorb the magic, for whatever reason he could with the sleeping spell. "Can I try?" Millicent asked. Harry nodded and started taking off his gloves. Greg looked a bit pale. "I can't hit a girl." Harry faltered with his gloves. "Why not? You're not supposed to hit girls," Greg told him. "Why not?" Harry repeated. "Because they're girls," Greg said defensively. "What if I hit you first?" Millicent asked Greg, but he shook his head no. "I'll hit a girl," Harry said with a shrug. "Give her your gloves, Greg." He hesitantly passed her his set and helped her lace them up. When they were secure, she approached Harry and they touched gloves. Though instead of pausing, as Harry and Greg had done, Millicent just slugged Harry straight in the stomach. He wheezed, before standing up and connecting a glove to the side of her head. That one felt like it connected, much more than it had with Greg, and caused her to stumble. From there, they traded wild swings until Harry was on his back gasping, and Millicent was running circles around him with her hands in the air. From there, they traded off with each other, though Neville and Greg refused to fight either of the girls. Megan was the weakest of the group, but she put in the most effort. Neville, on the other hand, seemed to dodge punches like a tree swaying in the wind. He rarely landed a punch, but he could dodge better than any of them. Eventually, they were all exhausted and needed to clean up before dinner. However, Harry stopped Greg before he left, so it was just the two of them in the room. "So why is it that magic doesn't work on you?" Harry asked. "My dad says I'm not supposed to talk about it," Greg responded. Harry was curious, but didn't want to push him. "Stevens said that Brant was training you to do whatever you do. What is your training?" "He's just casting the sleep spell at me over and over until I pass out. It takes more spells every week for the spell to work." Harry thought about that before thinking of something. He started to put the gloves back on and said, "The gloves are magic. I can help with your training." Greg understood immediately and placed his arms to his side as Harry took a swing straight for Greg's stomach. It felt like punching a sandbag, and the larger boy barely flinched. "Do it harder," Greg said with a smile. Harry took another few swings, achieving the same results. Greg just smiled, like he was being tickled. Harry took the next 2 minutes punching as many times as he could before Greg made another oof noise and Harry stopped, exhausted. "I felt that one. Maybe we should stop now," his stomach growled. "My stomach agrees." Both boys laughed and headed off to the dorms to clean up and then go to dinner. Wednesday morning, a package arrived for Harry and Lyra at breakfast. They opened it up to find the set of 4 Yeti gloves for Whispers. Of course, they tried them on themselves, but their palms and fingers weren't the right sizes in comparison to the anatomy of a hidden, so they gave up as other people were asking to try them on as well. Forgetting about the rest of breakfast, they went back to the common room to present the gloves to Whispers. He examined them in great detail, touching them all over, sniffing them, and running them over the skin on his face. Finally, he put them on. They went all the way up to his knees and elbows and immediately ran out to the stone floor of the hallway to test them out. Harry and Lyra caught up to him in the hall as he was touching the floors and walls with the gloves. He took one glove off and touched the floor before saying, "Cold." He put the glove back on and said, "No cold," then gave a big smile. Harry and Lyra followed after him as he ran out into the snow of the courtyard and started throwing it in the air, now that the cold didn't bother his hands and feet. They proceeded to have a 30-minute-long snowball fight with their little brother before realizing they were late for Transfiguration. McGonagall docked them 5 points each for being late. Thursday morning at breakfast, a letter was delivered to Harry from a regal-looking owl with a vest containing the seal of the Ministry of Magic. As soon as he took the letter from the owl's pouch, it took off again, leaving Harry and Lyra with the letter as they ate. The letter was addressed to Harry. But that didn't stop Lyra from looking at it, as it said it was sent by Amos Diggory. Harry took a glance down the table towards the boy he had been avoiding the last few days, then broke the seal and pulled out the parchment. "Dear Mr. Potter, I am writing to you today concerning a letter that my boy, Cedric, sent home to me earlier this week. He is unaware that I am writing to you directly, and I used an owl from work, so he would not recognize our family carrier. I was very impressed with my son's initiative to commission a project to have new helmets designed for the Quidditch teams, to accommodate the need for additional protection for yourself and your sister if you were to play on the house team. So I was very disappointed to hear that you had still rejected his offer when the project was complete. I have very high hopes for where my son will go in life, and it would benefit him greatly for you to join the team he intends to be the captain of. He mentioned to me that you seem to have many other members of your house that may not join the team if you do not join yourself. So I am asking, as a return on the favor I did for your sister, to do this favor for my son. I look forward to good news from Cedric in the near future. Amos Diggory, British Ministry of Magic Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Head of Records, Beast Division. Harry took another glance towards Cedric, who was finishing up a glass of pumpkin juice, then passed the letter to Lyra so she could take her time reading it. When she was finished, she looked at Harry with a mixture of worry and expectation. "So does that mean you'll join the team?" Harry didn't know what to do. He had been told that Cedric's father might ask for the return of the favor he had done for them, but he didn't expect it to be something he had such an adverse opinion of. "I don't know," he told his sister. "I wrote a letter to Brant already on Sunday, but he hasn't responded. I'll send him another before class." "Then do it now," she told him, "so we don't lose points like we did yesterday." Harry took her advice and ran off to the owlery. Hermes seemed to have anticipated his arrival and was sitting at the writing desk, flexing his wings in preparation for the urgent delivery. He quickly wrote his note asking for advice and included Amos's letter in with his. The speedy owl didn't even wait for Harry to promise a treat before speeding off through the open window. Later that evening, after dinner, Harry and Lyra were sitting on a couch in the Ravenclaw common room, reading Matimeo from the Redwall series. Even though Harry had his own copies now, it felt better to read them in this common room where they had started them. Hermione was sitting on a chair near them, but she was engrossed in schoolwork and was surrounded by books for reference. The door out of the common room opened, and Penny came in, looking quite happy. She immediately ran over to where Hermione was sitting and grabbed her by the hand, pulling her to her feet and knocking some paper and books onto the floor. "You've got to come and see this room that Ollie found," she said excitedly. Harry and Lyra had stopped reading to look at the two girls as Hermione responded, "This was on your date. How was it? You missed dinner." "The room was amazing. I'll show you. Come on." She started to drag the younger girl off. Hermione looked back at Harry and Lyra. "Can they come too?" Penny looked back, noticing Harry and Lyra for the first time. "Sure, come quick." They followed quickly as Penny led them, not to the main door, but down a long corridor past some dorm rooms and into a back room with a long pole in the middle of the room. Hermione just jumped on the pole and slid down through the floor, with Penny waiting a few moments and following her. Harry approached the pole hesitantly and placed one hand on the pole. He felt some kind of spell hold his hand in place, but he could move it freely up and down the surface. Carefully, he placed another hand on it and wrapped one leg around as well, feeling them attached securely to the metal. "It feels safe," he told Lyra. "Wait a few seconds and then follow." She nodded, and he wrapped his other leg around the pole and slid through the floor just as the two Ravenclaw girls had. He proceeded to fall for what seemed like 30 seconds as he could feel the air rush by him. He slowed down as he reached the bottom of the tunnel and carefully pulled his legs from the pole and put them on the ground. He could hear a squeal of excitement from Lyra above, so he stepped away quickly before she arrived and jumped off the pole. Both of them turned around to see Penny and Hermione waiting in the small room they had arrived in. Penny opened the door on the side of the room, and a large statue shifted out of the way to reveal they were now in the library on the first floor. As they entered, and the statue of a large eagle moved back into place, Harry recognized the location as about 100 yards to the left side of the circulation desk. Lyra looked around at where they were, then back to Hermione, saying, "Of course, Ravenclaw has a secret entrance to the library." "It's not a secret," Penny said. "You must not have seen the sign outside the door that says Library Shortcut. But you need to be in the house to use it," Harry asked. "It's just like the common room," Hermione answered. "You just need curiosity and a desire for knowledge." Turning back to Penny, "So where's this room?" Penny led the group back to the circulation desk and across to the other side of the library. They walked until the floor started to change to dirt and the books became more obscure. After they got to the section with the extra-large books, Penny pointed to the shelf near the ceiling, which contained a 5-foot-tall blue book with the cover facing the front of the shelves. The title of the book was A Treatise of Language. "Drat," Penny said. "Ollie had his broom to get us up there when we were here. The entrance to the room is inside the book." Harry and Lyra just shared a look and jumped onto the shelves, racing each other up to the top. Lyra got there quicker, but only by a couple of seconds, and opened the cover of the blue book to reveal a corridor. Lyra jumped in and held out her hand to Harry, who grabbed it and jumped inside the corridor. They looked back down at the astonished looks on the faces of the girls below. "I don't suppose you have any rope," Penny called up to them. Harry dug around in his pouch until he found a long coil of rope from the hair of the hidden. Feeling around in the darkness, he found an unlit sconce for a torch and tied one end around the holder, then threw the rest of the rope out the front of the book to the girls below. Both girls took a while to climb up to the entrance, occasionally losing their footing and swinging back and forth to regain their hold. Eventually, they made it, panting with exhaustion and relief at making it up. "It was so much easier with Ollie and his broom," Penny commented. "We have brooms," Lyra mentioned, pulling hers out of her pouch. "What?" Looked a bit annoyed. "Why didn't you say so?" "You asked for rope." Harry looked confused. "Because you climbed up," she responded. "That was easier than taking out our brooms," Lyra said innocently. Hermione just rolled her eyes and lit up her wand in the dark tunnel as Harry gathered up the rope. At the end of the corridor, an open doorway revealed a hexagonal room with a 10-foot-high ceiling. In the center of the room, there was a table with 6 sides, lined up with each side of the room with a red stone, shaped like a teardrop in the center. On the walls of each side of the room was a small bookcase, anchored onto the wall, but most of the wall was just the dull gray castle stone. As they were examining the room, Penny told them, "Look at the books." The 3 of them each took a wall and examined the books, turning back to Penny almost immediately. "I can't read this," Harry said. "Is this Russian?" Hermione held up one of the books. Penny nodded, pointing to each set of books on each wall: English, French, Italian, Russian, Portuguese, German. She gestured to the seats. "Go ahead, sit down." The 4 of them sat down with Penny sitting in the spot by the English books. She began to speak, but Harry only heard a whole lot of words he couldn't understand. Hermione spoke excitedly. "It's translating what you say. I can't understand any of it, but I've heard Russian before." "That's what's happening, right?" Penny nodded. "Do any of you speak another language?" Harry perked up, but stayed silent so as not to reveal his language skills. Hermione said, "It's not perfect, but I know French." Penny pointed her to an empty seat and called Harry and Lyra over to her position, conjuring 2 extra chairs on her side of the table. When Hermione sat down, Penny told her, "Go ahead, say something in French." Hermione's eyes widened and said slowly, "I hear you say French." "I mean, you spoke French." It was strange, as even though they heard her speaking English, her lips weren't matching what she said out loud. "We're just hearing English on this end," Lyra said excitedly. "And I'm listening to French in this chair." Hermione told them, though her lips didn't match what she was saying again. Penny got up and gestured for them to move back towards the entrance, then told them, "Ollie and I had such a great dinner down here. If you take the books on the shelves and move them to different positions, it changes which languages are translated in each spot. The books don't matter as long as there are enough of them in each spot. The magic is matching words from each book and translating them for the people sitting in each spot. So if you take off enough books, it can't fully translate what each person says, and some words slip through the cracks. So, if you brought other books in other languages, you could replace the ones that are here." Hermione asked. "That is what Ollie thought," Penny told them, "though you would need many books from that language so the room would be able to make accurate translations." "What about a language like Dwarven?" Harry asked. "I don't see why not," Penny said with a shrug. I've never seen a book in the language of another creature like Dwarven, Gobbledygook, or Mermish, so I can't be sure. How would you even have a Mermish book? Hermione pondered out loud. Paper and water don't mix too well. The group continued to play with the room, mostly repeating whatever Penelope had done with Oliver, until Lyra let out a yawn, signifying they had probably spent at least a couple of hours in the room. To get back out, Harry and Lyra shared their broomsticks with Hermione and Penny, while they just climbed down the bookcase themselves. Unfortunately, the passage from the Ravenclaw common room didn't work both ways, so they all just said good night as the older girls walked back upstairs to their dormitories, and Harry and Lyra just navigated the first floor to get back to theirs. Friday morning, Harry received a response from Brant. It just said, "We will speak about it on Saturday before your dueling practice. Also, make sure to clear your schedule for Sunday." Brant, when they were done eating, Harry led his sister over to the Slytherin table, not noticing the sinister smile that Draco gave him as he passed. He found Gemma sitting with the other prefects, and after waiting for her to acknowledge them, confirmed that she would be able to help them in the dueling room after breakfast tomorrow morning. On the way out of the hall, he exchanged a look and a nod with Blaise to confirm that he would be there as well with Tracy and Daphne. Friday was their long day of Dada, and they spent it listening to Lockhart tell them more about his experience with the Yetis, though today also focused on an incident where he had driven off some poachers, creating an avalanche that exposed an ancient cave system that had been unused by the Yetis for over a century. He showed a few more pictures of himself in flamboyant outfits on snow-covered mountains in heroic poses, some with Yetis in the background, others just himself. After dinner, Harry and Lyra started to read through the book that Severus had given them as a present on cantrip spells. They grew excited to learn more as they read through the introduction. This book is a handy guide to spells that seem useless, but are enhanced by the creativity of the caster. In your journey to be a powerful witch or wizard, you will find that sometimes it is the simplest spells that will amaze or distract the people around you. While you may not be able to use a disarming hex to kill a Dark Lord, you might be able to use it to have him relinquish his hold on your one true love before casting something more powerful. One of the first charms you probably learned in school is the one to make light, but think about how it could be used other than just having it come out of your wand. Maybe you want to attach an orb behind your head or back to create a silhouette of your body. About using it in an enchantment linked to your pillow so it turns on if you wake up in the middle of the night. Or why not throw every color you can think of into your mouth so you vomit rainbows? There is no limit to what you can achieve in a creative mind when it comes to magic. This book will give you some basic spells that even a preteen can perform. However, even the oldest and most powerful warlocks can still make use of these in their everyday lives or in a professional dueling environment. Good luck, and remember, be creative. Harry waited until Lyra had finished with the introduction before they turned the page to the first spell. The picture showed a person's head with a glowing halo around it. Below was an animated picture of the casting movement. One needed to circle the target with their wand and then tap the body part while incanting Coronus Lux. The Lux needed to be timed with the tap at the end of the spell. If everything was done correctly, it should create a ring of light around the target. Since Harry's element was light, he gave the spell a try first. Circling his head was easy, but timing the incantation was a bit harder. The first time did nothing, the second he got a fizzle of light around his head, then the third time a glowing white halo appeared, creating light all around them. Lyra tried it on herself, but hers came out like her Lumos spell, which had a slight tinge of orange to it. From there, they continued to practice the spell for the next hour, trying to work with the intensity of the light, the size of the ring around their heads, and eventually changing the color like they could do already for their light spell. When they had figured all of those out, Lyra also found out that it worked on any body part, as well as objects too. They were currently sitting in their favorite tree, so casting it around the branches provided them with extra light in the darkened room. Luckily, when it was time to go to bed, a simple Nox spell got rid of all of the halos they had cast on themselves and the objects around them. When Harry woke up on Saturday, he found Brant waiting in the common room when he went for breakfast. Joining him and accepting a glass of mango juice from him, they sat in silence for a moment while he took a few sips. "So, "Regarding your Quidditch situation," he began, "what is it that makes you not want to play?" Harry thought about it for a moment before responding. "It's violent. I don't like to be violent when I don't have to be." Brant couldn't deny the violence inherent in the sport, but he needed to find a way around it for Harry, primarily due to Amos Diggory calling in a favor, but also because it would help to advance Lyra's position in the wizarding world with her desire to become a seeker for the team. Harry was already a well-known figure, but Lyra needed to do more to get her name and face out there. Being the seeker on the new Scamander Quidditch team would be perfect for her right now. After thinking for a while and taking a sip of his coffee, he asked Harry, "What about when you play with the lampung? Isn't that violent? When it threw you, you could have been seriously injured if Mrs. Scamander did not cast that softening charm on the ground." "We were just playing." "I did that for years with him and never got more than a few bruises." "Then you were very lucky," Brant told him with a serious tone. "You were just playing with a 4x magical creature. People don't do that and not get injured." "Well, neither of us was trying to hurt the other. In Quidditch, you're always trying to injure other players." "Same with dueling," Brant reminded him. "You got those gloves for Greg too. Have you done any sparring yet?" Harry still didn't want to give in, but latched on to changing the subject. "We played with them yesterday, with Millie, Megan, and Neville." Then he smiled a bit and said, "Millie can punch really hard." Brant raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You fought with girls." "Neville and Greg had some problems with it, but they want to play too. Wouldn't it have been worse to just make them watch?" "So, what you're saying is that if other people are open to playing with you, you're okay with being a little violent as well, even if they are girls?" Brant could see that Harry was agreeing with him, but also for the first time realized that Harry could also be just as much of a stubborn 12-year-old as any other child he had met before. Before, he had only seen Harry's stubborn attitude when it came to protecting Lyra. As frustrating as he was right now, it was nice to see Harry acting like a normal child for once. Stubborn children don't respond well to being pushed, so he had already prepared a bit of a carrot to offer, rather than a stick. "So you know how I wrote that you should clear your schedule for Sunday?" Harry nodded. "I managed to get private seating for us at a professional Quidditch match. I'm not sure you know any of the local teams yet, but it will be the Tutshill Tornadoes against the Holyhead Harpies." Harry risked a smile through his stubborn face. "Good." Brant gave a small smile as well. "I'm going to grab a seat at the professor's table for breakfast. Stevens is already there, and after breakfast, we'll take Greg and your friends in Slytherin to the dueling room to practice." Without waiting for acknowledgement, Brant took his cup of coffee and left. Harry sat there and drank his mango juice as he waited for Lyra and others in the house to come out of their rooms. He saw Cedric and made eye contact with him for a moment, but the boy just sighed and walked away. It made Harry feel guilty, but he was still feeling stubborn. When Lyra came out, he told her about the Quidditch match on Sunday, and she was nearly bouncing with excitement. They made sure to eat a hearty breakfast, knowing that they would be getting a workout in the dueling room afterward. Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne were staring at them and smiling through the whole meal, and even Gemma seemed excited too, but she did a better job containing her excitement. When the group was all finished, Brant and Stevens walked the group of 7 children back to the common room to find Tonks waiting outside, wearing a long leather trench coat and combat boots. Brant looked a bit surprised, but Tonks just said, "Remember, you said I could join you this week." Brant squinted his eyes at her and looked to the dueling champion next to him. "Augustus, please stun her." Without missing a beat, Stevens drew his wand and unleashed a flurry of red and yellow-tinged spells at Tonks. In response, she jumped out of the way from the first flurry and let a stream of blue and orange spells fly towards him, moving in such a way that Brant needed to shield himself from the ones that Stevens dodged. All of the students jumped back to avoid the firefight. A suit of armor lunged from the wall to attack Tonks, but she leveled a kick at its midsection, causing it to collapse, and then launched its sword at Stevens. The sword was almost upon him when it exploded into confetti. Under the guise of the confetti, Tonks shifted into a clone of Arcturus, though she was still wearing the same clothing. Stevens hesitated for just a second before transfiguring the confetti into a swarm of roaches which proceeded to fly and crawl at the young aura. Tonks jumped backward and let out a stream of fire to burn all the insects, but a stunner burst through the fire and knocked her down. Stevens summoned her wand and passed it to Brant, then cast a waking spell on her. Not just Harry and his friends started to applaud, but several other Scamanders on their way back to the common room and a few other students who were probably on their way out to the courtyard, though there was also a very slow clapping from Albus Dumbledore, standing among the rest. Old Wizard casually strolled by Brant and plucked Tonks's wand from his fingers and passed it to her as she stood back up. "Miss Tonks," Dumbledore began, "it has not been very long since you attended this institution, but I don't think you would have forgotten that there is to be no magic in the hallways, and particularly an unsupervised duel. If you still attended this institution, I would deduct points from Hufflepuff. However, since you are an Auror now, I will just ask for an explanation." She just pointed at Brant and Stevens, saying, "They started it. I guess that even outside of school, some people are still just children," the headmaster sighed. Turning back to Brant, he said, "Can you explain what we just saw? Alistair Moody attacked me inside a black property last weekend, disguised as Miss Tonks. I was just making sure it was her," Brant said, trying to stand tall in front of the powerful wizard before him. "Ah, that," Dumbledore sighed again. "I will excuse your behavior today, but I will be writing to Arcturus about the incident." He turned to Tonks and to Alistair. He looked around at the assembled students watching him admonish adults like they were his students, then just said to everyone with a wave of his hand, "Carry on then," and walked past Tonks out into the courtyard. The other students started to disperse, and Brant led the group into the maze and to the dueling arena. Once inside, Stevens hopped across to the platform while Harry, Lyra, Greg, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, Gemma, and Tonks sat in the seats together. Brant stood before them and waited for them to get settled. Brant addressed Gemma. "Thank you, Miss Farley, for agreeing to assist with Harry and Lyra's training when Mr. Stevens can't be around to help. The dueling circuit is about to start for a few months, and he will not be able to be here for the next few weeks. However, before we start for the day, we need to be a bit serious." He paused to look at all of them. Harry, Lyra, and Greg all have specialties for their magic and their dueling techniques. As Stevens works with all of you, he will also be attempting to determine if you have any specialties as well. I have a contract here that I want you all to sign that states that you will not share any of the styles of each other to anyone who is not signing. "Let me see the contract," Gemma demanded. Brant took out the rolled parchment and tossed it to her. Looking at the Slytherins, she asked, "Do all of you know how to examine a contract for curses?" Blaise and Daphne nodded, but Tacy shook her head. "First of all, see the silver runes on the edge when I tilt the paper to the side." Harry, Lyra, and Greg looked on with Tracy as Gemma tilted the contract back and forth, and tiny runes could be seen around the edges. "Never sign a contract that doesn't have these runes. They keep you from putting quill to parchment if you don't understand the terms. The incantation to reveal curses is Revalio Maledictum." She pointed her wand at the paper and cast the spell, which caused the paper to turn blue for just a moment, then the glow vanished. Looking back at Brant, "There are no curses on this document. How do you plan on enforcing it?" "One of the nice things about being a black is that we don't need to make threats. The name itself carries the warning. You will all sign the contract, and if someone betrays another's secrets, a line with an arrow will be drawn from one name to another showing who betrayed whom. Any further action can be taken after that." Gemma reread the contract and then signed her name, passing it to Daphne. All of the children, plus Tonks, signed, then passed it back to Brant, who added his name. From there, Stevens called each of the Slytherins down to the platform for a quick evaluation. None of them were able to touch them with any spells, but he did get to see the power of Daphne's ice spells up close. He wasn't able to identify anything special for Blaise and Tracy, but Gemma was a different story. Because she was older and knew more offensive magic, he opened up a bit more with a wider range of spells. As she dodged and parried his spells, it became obvious that she had some kind of grace that wasn't normal. When she jumped, she almost floated. When she dodged, she seemed to glide from one spot to another. Even when Stevens covered her entire side of the platform in ice, she never lost her footing. Because she appeared to float when she jumped, he eventually tagged her with a stunner in midair, then cushioned her as she fell to the ground. "Well, that's a bit interesting," he told her after waking her up. "I didn't detect any magic in your dodging from a spell or enchantment. Do you know the secret to your movements?" Gemma blushed a little, then said, "Well, I grew up learning to dance ballet with my mother. That might be where it is from." Stevens shook his head. "You probably excelled at dancing because of this, not the other way around. Keep practicing, have your students run you through dodging drills and see how far it can take you." "Is it my turn?" Tonks asked. "You already had your turn," Stevens told her. "I'll give you an evaluation at the end." To Greg, he asked, "Mr. Goyle, have you been keeping up with your practice?" Greg nodded and said, "Harry found a new way to practice with me. He gave me a Christmas present of magic muggle dueling gloves." Stevens nodded in understanding. "Keep at it. Try to cast spells while you're being hit." Brant asked, "Harry, Lyra, have you done the homework I gave you?" Harry answered, "I couldn't find anything my staff could do while inverted other than make the ground glow, but Lyra found something with hers." Lyra smiled and asked, "Can Harry fight with me? It works better with the two of us." Brant looked at Stevens, who nodded. Harry and Lyra entered the ring, and Stevens activated the wards. Harry took out his wand, while Lyra readied her staff, inverted so the Sigbin fang was pointed down. When Harry realized that Stevens was waiting on them, he brandished his wand and cast the first spell. Lumos Salem. He cast the sunlight orb they had just learned in herbology as Lyra lifted her staff above her head like a spear. The orb flew towards Stevens, who looked at it funny, as a ball of light wouldn't do anything to him. Regardless, he still leaned out of the way as the ball of light stuck to the dueling wards behind him without vanishing. As quickly as she could after he had dodged, Lyra slammed the fang of the Sigbin into the ground in front of her. Harry followed up her action by casting 5 pulses of magic at Stevens, who appeared to panic, but didn't dodge, just yelling out, "Protego Maximus." A large yellow shield appeared all around him as Harry's bolts impacted the shield. Frustrated, Harry started to cast as many more as he could in a row toward the shield as Lyra held her staff in place. Spell after spell from Harry splashed on the yellow shield, but it didn't fall. Even though it wasn't breaking, Stevens was still looking around with a panicked look in his eyes with each impact. Lyra held onto her staff with one hand and pulled out her wand with the other. After casting a sticking charm on her staff in the ground, she let go of it and ran around to the side of Stevens, bellowing out, "Incendio." A raging orange flame escaped her wand and crashed into his shield, along with Harry's repetitive bolts of magic. She held it for nearly 20 seconds before Stevens called out, "Halt!" Lyra and Harry were breathing heavily as they stopped their spells. Stevens was still standing in the same place, with fractures running through his yellow shield and Harry's light creating a silhouette around him. "Why can't I move?" Stevens asked. "This isn't petrification or a bind of some kind. I can't break it at all." Before Harry or Lyra could respond, Brant spoke up. "Well, that's twice that Harry's got you. Look at Lyra's staff." Now that everyone was still, they could see that Lyra's staff was stuck into the ground in the middle of the dueling champion's shadow, projected from Harry's light spell. Stevens called out, "Lumos Totalis," causing a bright white light to envelop the platform and erase the shadow in front of him, which let him step away from the light stuck to the wards behind him. "Well, that was new," he told Harry and Lyra. "That's the Sigbin Fang that I heard about." Lyra nodded. "Well, all I can think of is to tell you to keep practicing that combo move, and for Lyra to see if she can cast the light spell with her wand, and then follow it up with the staff. Now we should all practice." He deactivated the dueling wards and gestured for all the children to come down to the platform. "I know everyone else knows basic dueling spells, but Harry and Lyra don't. We will go through the most basic dueling spells, and I will correct you all on anything to make these spells stronger." Stevens repeatedly cast a spell at the green corner of the dueling arena, and a total of 15 golden balls, a little larger than a fist, flew out, floating around the room at random. The first dueling spell everyone learns is the knockback jinx. The incantation is flipendo. The wand movement is 2 flicks, down and up in a V shape, followed by a squiggle towards your target. The incantation should match the movements in 3 syllables, flipendo. Miss Farley, please work with Harry and Lyra, while Brant, Miss Tonks, and I will work with the others who know it. It took Gemma nearly 30 minutes to get both Harry and Lyra to start casting it on their own. Their lessons were interrupted every 10 seconds or so with a asterisk ding asterisk from one of the others, tagging one of the floating orbs. From there, Gemma and the other adults walked around giving extra pointers to the children. The wand movement for this spell was particularly annoying, so Lyra just started casting it over and over without worrying about aiming it anywhere. Augustus came over and stopped her, then said loud enough for everyone to hear, "I know this wand movement is difficult, but part of every spell is your intent. If you want to get yourself to the level where you can point cast this spell, you need to treat every cast like you are intending to do something purposeful with it." Looking to everyone else who had stopped to listen to him, there are no shortcuts to becoming powerful. Anyone who tells you differently is either a fool. If there were shortcuts, we would all be Albus Dumbledore. Lyra fixed her stance and cast the yellow spell at one of the floating orbs, missing it by inches. It took her 2 more tries to hit it as it moved around the room, but the ding asterisk of hitting it encouraged her to keep going. Harry and Tracy were in their element. Harry picked up the spell quickly, as its nature was similar to the bolts of magic he was used to with his wand. Tracy's spell seemed to travel faster than any of the other students, so the only thing she was trying to work on was her aim. Because of the squiggle of a wand movement at the end of the spell, it was a particularly difficult spell to cast accurately. Between the two of them, they were having minute-long contests to see who could tag the most orbs. When it was nearly 11 a.m., Stephen stopped everyone and told them to take a break. They sat down and Harry passed out jerky to everyone. As they were eating, Stevens motioned to Tonks to join him on the platform. She stuffed her face with a piece of jerky and excitedly jumped on. The dueling champion threw a spell at the obelisk at the top of the steps and activated the dueling wards. Everyone else sat up straight to watch. "Before we start, let me just say you did an admirable job defending against my attacks earlier. I didn't expect you to last more than a few seconds, especially since I started the fight." Tonks smiled widely, but he continued with a serious tone. "That being said, I figure I was fighting at about 30%. While I know you weren't going for the kill, your skill is lacking in quite some areas." Tonks nodded, which seemed to surprise him. "Good, you can take criticism. I'll have Moody come and duel with you sometime. Every move he makes is humiliation or criticism. He comes to my home and pretends to be my family to surprise me, poisons my food regularly, booby traps my office, and on a good weekend, I have to heal only 5 broken bones at the end of the day. But every bruise and every layer of skin I need to regrow is a lesson to learn, so teach me something." Stevens was a bit shocked, but continued. "So the first thing you need to learn is that there are no wasted movements. If you have a second to spare, use it to cast a protective spell on yourself. I didn't have to worry at all about the fire you cast on my transfigurations in our duel, because I had already cast a flame-freezing charm on myself. I didn't have to worry about you kicking me like you did that suit of armor, because I had a kinetic reversal shield from my knees to my neck. You lost the duel because you blinded yourself with your own fire spell and didn't put up a shield to block incoming attacks." "I'll give that a shot," she said with determination. Stevens raised his wand and assumed a dueling posture. "Come at me with intent to maim. I'll be fighting to stun." Tonks raised her wand and called out, "Chaos Sphere." A glowing ball of rainbows jumped out of her wand towards the top of the arena. When it got there, it exploded into close to 24 colored balls that seemed to bounce randomly around the platform. Stevens cast a standard shield around himself and started casting spells at Tonks, who had used the few seconds after casting a spell to put a few protections on herself. None of the balls seemed to bounce towards her, but occasionally one would lunge straight for Stevens, but they just fizzled out on his shield. The two duelists continued to cast spells at each other, occasionally hitting one of the balls while they dodged and parried each other's spells. After about half a minute, one of the blue balls jumped towards Stevens and fell right through his shield, landed on his foot, and began to melt. The melting ball had his boot stuck to the floor, and now Tonks started to unleash a flurry of other spells, faster than she had before, as if she broke his shield, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Stevens just smiled as he continued to rapidly cast spells back. He seemed to be looking at the remaining balls and shouted out loud, "Pratigo Maximus Progresso." A second yellow sphere grew around him, and as soon as it was complete, it expanded rapidly, pushing all the balls toward the dueling wards. The ones on his side impacted and vanished quickly, but Tonks was able to see the advancing shield coming at her and respond before it hit her. Gripping her wand with both hands and pointing it forward, she called out, "Lagan!" A conical dark green light appeared in front of her as the advancing shield impacted it. There was the sound of broken glass, and what was left of his shield shattered. Tonks pointed her wand at him again and cast that spell another 2 times along with 3 slashes of red, coming in from different angles. Stevens responded by conjuring a large slab of granite under his shield, so when it broke, the spells impacted the stone wall and exploded, creating a huge wall of dust and debris. Unable to see through the dust, Tonks just resorted to casting dozens of wide-area cutting curses mixed in with a few explosive curses, which kicked up even more debris, and the crimson spells impacted the floor and wards on his side of the arena. She paused for a moment to cast a flame-freezing charm on herself, but felt a wand poke into the side of her head. Stevens faded into visibility next to her, his wand on her temple. "Yield," he said firmly. Tonks did not, and immediately shrunk her size by about 2 feet to get under his wand. However, as she shrunk, the floor glowed orange under her feet and exploded, popping her up in the air, where Stevens tagged her with 2 stunning hexes and caught tiny Tonks with a levitation charm. When she was on the ground, he woke her back up, then threw a spell through the wards and deactivated them. All of the students applauded as he helped Tonks to her feet, and she began to regrow the 2 feet she had shrunk earlier, though Blaze was waving his hand in the air like he wanted to ask a question. When he had the man's attention, he asked, "How did you just do that?" "Well, before I put my wand to Miss Tonks's head, I placed a mine at her feet." "Not that," Blase said quickly. "You shot a spell through the dueling wards." "Ah, saw that, did you?" "I won't tell you exactly, but I will give you some hints. The first one is, do you need a specific spell to activate the wards? The second hint is, what can penetrate a standard shield spell without breaking it? Work that out on your own and let me know the next time you see me. For now, come back down and stand across from each other in pairs. You're going to take turns hitting each other with the knockback jinx. You need to know what it feels like to be hit by it." They hesitantly came down and paired off, Harry with Greg, Tracy with Lyra, and Blaze with Daphne. Greg went first and cast the spell at Harry. It hit him right in the chest and pushed him off his feet and straight into the wards, falling forward but catching himself before his face hit. Harry responded, but he just made Greg stumble backward without lifting him off the ground. He was able to stop himself from hitting the wards by putting a hand behind him. The others began taking turns firing the spell at each other, getting similar results to when Harry got hit. After a few rounds, Stevens stopped them. "Now I want each of you to take turns casting the spell at Greg." Greg looked a bit scared of 5 people targeting him. "Tough it out. Go as long as you can." Tracy and Blaze came across the area and stood in a line with the others. Each time the spell hit Greg, it made him stumble until Tracy at the end of the line hit him with a particularly speedy jinx, which did lift him off his feet and fall into the wards as it had done for everyone else. "Good," Stevens told the bulky boy as he helped him to his feet. "Keep training with Harry, and you'll get even stronger in no time at all." Looking at all the young children, then at Tonks and Gemma still sitting in the stands. "You all have your assignments, and I will be sending an owl to Miss Farley on what to do with you in the next few weeks while I am unavailable to visit." The group split up with the Slytherins heading back to their dorms. Greg went to tend to the greenhouse with Neville, and Stevens left the school with Tonks running after him to plague the man with questions about dueling. Brant, Harry, and Lyra relaxed in the Scamander common room with some fresh juice. Over the last 2 weeks, they had observed one of the results of the blessing was that the fruit trees produced ripe fruit much faster than what should be possible. However, that also meant that they would fall from the trees and rot on the ground if not picked and used. Dumbledore had asked Astray to add fruit picking to the Urisk's duties. He was seen more regularly now, as he would pick ripe fruit during the midday, so that students could have their first pick of fruit in the mornings. Now they also had more fresh juice in the Great Hall at mealtimes, as Astray delivered all the fruit to the kitchens for the elves to prepare and use in their meals. As they were drinking, Minerva's feline patroness appeared next to them, and said in her voice, "Steward Brant, you have a visitor. Please meet me by the gate to the school." The cat dispersed in tiny globes of light when it finished speaking. "That would be Mr. Slant's apprentice, Mr. Potter," Brant told them. I will go fetch him. Brant stood up and pulled a tiny broom from his coat, shaking it until it grew to full size. After he had gone, Harry also ran off, realizing he was sweaty and in casual wear which would be inappropriate for meeting for business purposes. That left Lyra sitting by herself. Though after a minute, she looked up and to the side and just said, "No." Whispers appeared next to her and gave her a dissatisfied grunt, saying, "New fun." He sat down in Brant's spot and proceeded to drink the remainder of his pomegranate juice, then vanished and ran off to find someone else to play with. Lyra just pulled out Snape's book of cantrips and started to skim through it while she waited for everyone. Harry managed to get back, nicely dressed about 30 seconds before Brant re-entered the common room with a young man following him. He stopped dead at the entrance of the room and stared at the high ceilings and natural motif of the room. He was younger than Brant by a few years and wore a jet-black coat that went down to his feet and pointed leather shoes. His face had hardened features, a square jaw, and his head was shaved with just a bit of stubble poking through. It made him look like a Muggle infantryman. Brant gave him a moment to admire the room before escorting him over to the table with Lyra and Harry, giving him a small nod of approval in his change of attire. "Mr. Potter, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Chester Bulwark, apprentice solicitor in the Slant firm." Turning back to the man, he introduced him to both Harry and Lyra. Mr. Bulwark shook Harry's hand and took less than the average person to glance at the scar on his forehead. "Steward Brant informs me that you are working on a partnership agreement that requires a contract," the young man told Harry. Brant looked to Harry to continue the conversation. He hesitantly responded, "I need someone to help me duplicate the magic I can do on my own. We know a girl who did it for something my sister can do, so I hoped she could help me too. I asked her for help last week, but she said that since I'm getting paid, she would need to get paid too, and we'd need a contract." "She's right," Chester said firmly. "Since you are already being paid for your work, I assume you have the details of that agreement that I can look over." Harry didn't have anything for that, so he frantically looked to Brant, who pulled a series of papers out of his coat. "In the future, Mr. Potter, when you have a solicitor of your own, they will be in charge of all of your business dealings and manage your paperwork." He passed the stack of papers to Mr. Bulwark. "I'll need time to look this over. Can we reconvene in a few hours?" Harry was still a bit unsure about what to say, so Brant filled in for him again. "We can get lunch now, and then I have a meeting room prepared. We will meet there at 1:30. Looking at Harry, "It's the second floor, east wing, next to the tapestry of a small city on a hillside." Lyra ran off to get Whispers while Harry left for the great hall. The hall was already filled with people eating, and a few people glanced at his formal attire before going back to eating. He scanned the room and found Penelope eating with some of her friends and walked over to join her at the Ravenclaw table. She was wearing her school robes, but Harry could tell that they had been cleaned and pressed while her hair was done in a more stylish braid for their meeting. She gestured for some of the other eagles to move so he could sit across from her. "You're all ready for the meeting and brought a solicitor?" she asked, while some of her housemates shared curious and interested glances. Harry nodded. "He's an apprentice at the Slant firm." That statement garnered a series of sharp intakes of breath from the surrounding students. "We set up a meeting room at 1:30 in a room on the second floor, east wing by a tapestry of a hillside city." "Ah, the Cinque Terre tapestry," said a random student, listening in on the conversation. Penny gave a glare and he backed off. A couple of the students around them tried to make subtle inquiries about what their business was, but seeing as Penny didn't want to talk about the specifics in public, Harry also kept his mouth shut. After a few minutes of eating, Brant walked in along with Mr. Bulwark and sat at a few empty spots at the professor's table. The apprentice solicitor was introduced around and passed out contact cards to all the professors at the table. When he was done eating, Harry found Lyra over at the Gryffindor table. She informed him that she was going to go play in the snow with them after lunch. Harry smiled as he walked away, for her playing in the snow and for making friends with more people. He wanted to make more friends as well, but the mission from the usurper came first for him. He wanted to finish mapping the first subfloor by the end of the month in alignment with that task. Harry arrived at the meeting room 10 minutes early. It was just an unused classroom, with no special way of opening the door. Inside, he found a long table with 6 chairs set up around it, two on each of the long sides and one at each end. Mr. Bulwark was sitting in one of the end spots, and Brant sat to the side. Harry started to sit across from the steward, but he got up from his spot and told Harry to sit there while he took the other spot on the same side. The apprentice opened a briefcase and took out the contract Harry had with the knitter critter, along with several blank and half-filled pieces of parchment. Harry started to say something, but Brant interrupted. "We need to wait for Miss Clearwater to arrive before we begin anything." At exactly 1:30 p.m., there was a knock on the door and Penny entered. Following closely and hesitantly behind her was Hermione, almost peeking out from behind the older girl. She was also wearing her school uniform, but with no cloak and a black glove over her prosthetic hand. Penny and Hermione sat down in the spots opposite Harry and Brant. Penny spoke up. "I am Penelope Clearwater. This is my apprentice, Hermione Granger of the Velasco line. I am Chester Bulwark, apprentice to Amicus Slant of the Slant firm." He shook hands only with Penelope, but it seemed to only be due to the distance between him and Hermione further down the table. "Steward Brant has retained my services to act as a mediator and to draft a contract between you and Mr. Potter. I am not representing either of you, and am only seeking to create a contract that you will both agree on. Is that acceptable?" Both Harry and Penny nodded. "Mr. Potter already is aware of the agreement he has with the Knitter Critter garment shop, so I will explain it to Miss Clearwater and her apprentice. He and his sister have shown an unusual talent for being able to produce magical effects directly through animal parts related to the magic of the animal. I have been informed that you helped Miss Black with a project to analyze her ability to use postal feathers to locate objects already, and it is why Mr. Potter sought your help with this project, correct?" Penny nodded again. "Mr. Potter's agreement with the Knitter Critter is that he or his sister will find additional uses for various magical animal parts, and once he has been able to replicate the feats, they will be sold for exclusive reproduction back to the Knitter Critter. If the store does not wish to purchase the findings, they may be retained by Mr. Potter or sold to any other interested party at his discretion. It is my understanding that you already have one project ready to be started." Harry shook his head, too now. Brant looked confused, but then remembered. Harry explained to the others, "I found that the skin of a magical snake, called a chankle, will constrict when I put my magic into it. Alistair Moody expressed interest in buying the final product when Madison, from the Knitter Critter, wasn't interested in something that would kill people who wear it." Penny and Hermione looked a little pale at hearing that. Chester also looked a little surprised, but continued, "Because Mr. Potter is only being paid for the final product being delivered, I am proposing a contract between him and Miss Clearwater that she is paid 40% of the purchase price. Any costs spent during each project will be split 50-50 between the two of you. This includes any additional animal parts, crafting materials, or anything else that is not currently owned and won't degrade as a result of its use during the project. Research material must be first sourced through available libraries before being purchased directly. Upon the final sale of the formulas, enchantments, runic arrays, or other methods to activate the materials without Mr. Potter or Miss Black present, Miss Clearwater and any she chooses to assist her will be bound by the same exclusivity contracts that Mr. Potter and Miss Black already are. Is that acceptable?" Penny shook her head. "Everything except for the commission. It needs to be split evenly. While Mr. Potter's magic is instinctual and natural, all of the work for the project is coming directly from me. Tradition dictates, as the one to initiate the project, that he is entitled to a larger share. Would you be willing to do an even split with all materials needed for the project being deducted from your share?" Hermione suddenly looked a bit uncomfortable, but tried to put on a serious face to cover it. "That would be acceptable. Also, while Mr. Potter's deal was originally with the Knitter Critter, I want to be involved in any sale of our work that is not purchased by the garment shop. I don't want my work being used as an assassination tool or something similar. If I decide to work on a potentially harmful project, I'm sure we can figure out another use than killing people." Mr. Bulwark looked to Harry to see if he would agree. Harry wasn't sure, so he asked, What happens if we can't agree on someone to sell the finished project to? Then we keep it to ourselves, Penny said. We have to agree not to distribute the formula or method to anyone else without both of us agreeing on who will own it. Harry was a bit disappointed that he might not be able to sell something to Alastair without Penny's approval, but he preferred to work with her, and Hermione, than anyone else, mostly because he didn't know anyone else. He nodded in approval to Mr. Bulwark. Then we agree on the general principles. He took out one of the parchments that were partially filled out and added in various numbers and dates. The final thing that you need to be aware of, Miss Clearwater, is the time frame. Mr. Potter is currently under a deadline to have his first project completed by the end of the school year. If the first project is not completed by then, the contract will be voided, and any additional work will need a new arrangement. However, any work you have already completed will be kept confidential until a new contract is signed. Penny pulled a day planner out of her pocket and asked Hermione to clear her schedule of other projects until the end of the year, then turned back to Mr. Bulwark and asked, "Anything else?" If your apprentice is working on the project, she will need to sign the contract as well. Anyone else you bring in will also need to sign, in my presence before they are allowed to work, and will need Mr. Potter or Miss Black's agreement. All payments made to your assistants will come out of your share of the final payment. From there, Mr. Bulwark wrote up the completed contract and duplicated it 4 times, passing one copy to Penny and one to Harry. Each of them took a quill and signed in the designated spot. As they signed, they noticed that their signatures appeared on the other copies as well. Brant took Harry's copy, and Penny passed hers to Hermione to sign and keep safe. Brant smiled at the conclusion of the contract signing. "Thank you very much, Miss Clearwater, and you too, Miss Granger, for assisting with this project." To celebrate the signing, would the two of you be interested in joining Harry and Lyra tomorrow at the Quidditch match between Holyhead and Tutshill? Hermione started to say, "I don't really like," but was quickly elbowed by Penny, who said, "We would be honored to join you, Steward Black." "We can just leave school like that?" Hermione asked. "You will need permission from your parents and Professor Flitwick, but yes, you can. I will speak to your parents immediately after this and send you their approval if they give it." Looking at Penny, "If you would provide me with your parents' Floo address, I can contact them on your behalf." "Could my parents come?" Hermione asked, with a pleading look. Brant looked at Chester and asked, "Can I bring Muggles to a Quidditch match?" He seemed to think for a moment, then opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick tome that could only fit there if the case was magically expanded. He flipped through the book until he got to where he wanted to be and then scanned down to the middle of the page, tapping on it when he found what he was looking for. "You will need to fill out a secrecy exemption form, E45 sporting event, and will have to get the Muggles to agree to you as a temporary magical guardian for the time. They will need to be issued a Muggle repellent counter charm necklace that includes a tracking charm, and which will be locked to you removing it as their guardian for the day. Any infractions they make on the statute of secrecy at any future date relating to their exposure at this event will hold you responsible." Brant looked back to Hermione. "Do you think your parents will be able to avoid talking about the game to anyone who isn't magical?" Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent. Then I think we're done here." Penny scribbled her parents' Floo address on a piece of paper and tore it off for Brant. The group dispersed, but Hermione hung back with Harry. "I can't wait for my parents to see more magic," Hermione gushed. "They were amazed by the prosthetic shop, and while I don't like Quidditch, I bet they would love to see it." "I don't like Quidditch much either, but everyone seems to want me to play," Harry told her. "Why don't you like it?" Hermione asked. "I'm afraid of heights." "It's too dangerous," Harry told her. "I don't like hurting people when I don't have to." "Penny and I just finished a project with the Weasley twins to make new helmets. They keep people from injuring their heads." "That was you?" Harry asked, and Hermione nodded. "I think Cedric asked those to be made just so I'd play along with Lyra." "He must really want you to play," Hermione mused. "As I said, it seems like everyone does," Harry frowned. "The first time I saw Quidditch, a bludger broke Arthur Bell's arm." Hermione touched her prosthetic and said quietly, "At least a break could be fixed. I bet it took less than an hour." Then she looked back at Harry. "Well, if you think it's too dangerous, why not just make it safer?" "How?" Harry asked skeptically. "We made better helmets," Hermione explained. I bet we could do a lot more with better equipment. None of the equipment has changed for 900 years. The only reason why keepers even started to wear helmets is that they get targeted so often and they don't move around as much as anyone else. They still just use compressed wooden bats for the beaters rather than any kind of composite or treated wood. Harry stared at her. For someone that doesn't like Quidditch, you know a whole lot about it. Hermione blushed. I just did a lot of research during the helmet project. They had been walking for quite a while now and found they were back on the ground floor near the Scamander common room. Hermione looked around, realizing where they were, and asked, "What are you doing the rest of the day?" "I'm mapping the first subfloor. I'm trying to find all the hidden rooms of the castle," he explained. "Can I join? The twins have shown me a few on the other floors, and I've read about others in Hogwarts, a history." "Sure." Harry was happy to have assistance, then added, "There are some that are written down. I don't have that book. It was the first book I bought. It is in its 328th edition. Whenever new things are discovered at the school, they need to print a whole new book." They started to walk towards the stairs as they continued to chat about the various things Hermione had found or heard about in the castle. When they got down one floor, Harry showed her the storage room with the gargoyles, but noted that some boxes had been moved or were no longer there. Hermione also had no luck opening the barred stairway access at the back of the room. Outside of that, Hermione was incredibly helpful on the rest of the floor. She had already mastered the Revelio spell, which uncovered hidden objects, messages, and concealments. When she first showed it to him, he let out a big sigh as he realized that he needed to learn the spell and then retrace his steps from the beginning all over again. The castle really didn't like to have its secrets found out. They did end up finding 5 hidden rooms. 2 were empty and without windows, so they were probably just storage. One of them took almost 10 minutes to get out of after they locked themselves in. Hermione ended up finding a tiny room cluster under a fake stone, which she manipulated in some way Harry couldn't figure out until the door opened. The last 2 rooms were offices of some kind and had false windows that showed bright sunny days outside that were not the snowy landscape of a Hogwarts winter. As they started heading back towards the main staircase, Harry felt a tickle in the back of his mind, and the hair on his arms started to rise. There was someone following them. He knew this feeling from when a rogue snake tried to attack him back on the island. Quietly, he told Hermione, "Someone is following us. Can you cast the Revelio spell behind us?" She looked a bit scared, but pointed her wand through her armpit and whispered, "Revelio." Harry watched the pulse out of the corner of his eye go down the corridor behind him, but nothing lit up under the charm. They were almost to the staircase when they both heard a small noise behind them. Harry didn't waste any time and drew his wand to fire 2 bolts of magic and a larger pulse down the corridor, which knocked over a suit of armor. Way down the hallway at an intersection, they saw someone jump out of a hiding spot and run away. "Get to the stairway," he ordered Hermione, and took off after the person who ran away. Harry reached the intersection where the person had fled and turned the corner, wand pointing down the hall, and let off another large pulse of magic. This one didn't hit anything as it dissipated at the end of the hall. Seeing no one appear, he ran back down the hall and met Hermione at the stairs. "I didn't catch them," he reported. Hermione had her wand out and was looking around fearfully. "No one came by here either. We're going straight back to your dorm. You can come to dinner with your housemates later," he told her as if it were not a suggestion. She nodded in agreement and followed him, both with their wands drawn, up to the ground floor and to the main staircase. However, instead of going to the stairs, Harry took her to the painting of Sir Dockort. Remembering Lee's greeting, Harry gave the portrait a large bow and said, "Sir Dockort, we seek passage on a quest of great importance." The man in the blue uniform looked down on them and asked, "And what quest would you be on of such importance that you would need to travel so quickly through the castle?" Hermione was looking confused at the interaction, but Harry continued, "Someone was following us, and I need safe passage to escort Hermione back to her dorm." Sir Dockort nodded his head and replied, "A noble cause indeed." He bowed to the 2 of them, and his portrait swung open like a door. Harry jumped in, followed by Hermione, who asked, "What is this?" As the door closed, Harry lit his wand and responded, "Lee Jordan showed me this room. It's like an elevator to get around the castle, but the portrait only opens if you're being truthful and are engaged in chivalrous pursuits. Hermione blushed as Harry led her over to the two dangling ropes. Ravenclaw is on the 5th floor, right? You'll need to slip your hand through the loop and pull 5 times like this. Harry slipped his hand through and pulled 5 times, letting out a small yelp as the rope pulled him upwards. When the lift slowed down, he saw a handhold on the landing and reached out to grab it. He waited for another 10 seconds with his wand lit and leaning over the side until he heard a terrified scream from below, and shortly after Hermione flew up into view. Just as Lee had done for him, he held onto the handle on the wall and reached out for her to grab on. He ignored the pain in his hand as Hermione's prosthetic squeezed it too tight as he pulled her onto the platform. Harry pushed open the door and led her out, gesturing with his hand that wasn't hurting. "Welcome to the 5th floor. Other than that, I have no idea where we are." Hermione looked around to get her bearings and said, "I don't want to do that again. The entrance is this way." She guided him to the door knocker, and the eagle asked, "A word I know, 6 letters it contains, removes 1 letter, and 12 remains. What am I?" Harry had no idea, but after just a couple of seconds, Hermione responded, "Dozens." Harry thought the eagle actually smiled before the entrance opened. Before she entered, Hermione turned around and gave Harry a big hug, then disappeared into the Ravenclaw common room. Chapter 71. Toes in the Water. Chapter text. Penny and Hermione ate breakfast at the Scamander table in the morning. Towards the end of the meal, Professor Flitwick approached the 2 Ravenclaws and asked to speak with them privately. When they didn't return in 10 minutes, Harry and Lyra just went back to their common room and got dressed for their day out. Both of them dressed warmly, and Harry made sure to wear his parents' Gryffindor hat and gloves for added warmth. They hadn't been told that Whispers couldn't go himself, so he also made sure to put on his Yeti gloves and the warm hat that Luna had got him as a present. Not knowing what else to do, they just waited for Brant to show up. They didn't need to wait long, and he entered the common room before their second cup of tea. Without exchanging a word, they just followed him back out of the room, with Whispers scampering after them. Brant led them up to the 5th floor and to a door right next to the entrance of the Ravenclaw dorms, which turned out to be Flitwick's office. When they got inside, the professor was sitting at his desk, while Penny and Hermione were sitting in seats to the side. "Have a seat," he gestured to spots next to the girls. There were only 3 empty chairs, so Brant conjured a beanbag for Whispers. "I have not yet approved the outing for my eagles, so please tell me your plans for the day, steward." Brant cleared his throat and began. "First, we will be taking the Floo to the Leaky Cauldron to pick up Hermione's parents. From there, we will travel by Floo to Gargarth Stadium for the Holyhead/Tutshill match. We will have box seats above the bleachers, and I will provide lunch if the match goes longer than an hour. If the match ends before 4 p.m., we are scheduled for a meet and greet with the Holyhead team." At that point, Penny raised her hand suddenly and asked to be excused for a moment. Flitwick gave her a skeptical look, but let her run off, heading through a back door that probably went straight into the common room. Brant paused for a moment, but then continued. "Due to the situation with her father, Lyra has an Auror escort composed of Senior Auror Alistair Moody and his trainee, Miss Nymphadora Tonks. They will also watch over the rest of our group, but their priority will be Lyra." Now Hermione seemed to perk up and stared at the door that Penny had left through, anxiously tapping her feet. Flitwick nodded along, but now just waited for Penny to come back. After a few minutes, there was a knock on Flitwick's back door, and he waved his hand to let her in. She entered carrying a small duffel bag across her shoulder. If anything, Hermione's anxious tapping increased. "Their professor addressed all of them. This is important for all of you to understand," he began. "Leaving Hogwarts is not something that is normally allowed during the school year, as this is a boarding school. It is a privilege that is afforded to very few. I expect all of you to comport yourselves to the highest standards, as you represent not only your house, but Hogwarts as a whole. If any of you disgrace this institution, I will recommend to the headmaster that this privilege be revoked in the future. Do you all understand?" All 4 children and 1 demiguise nodded in agreement to his speech. Flitwick waved his wand towards a set of bookcases which slid outwards to reveal a fireplace behind it, then swished it again to light the fire inside. Brant picked up the pouch of flue powder on the mantel and held it out to Lyra. The destination is the leaky cauldron. Lyra picked up a pinch while grabbing the hand of Whispers and said, "Leaky cauldron." Then faced the fire and called out, "Leaky cauldron," and stepped through the fire with Whispers in tow. Brant held out the bag to Harry, who repeated the destination once before calling it out again as he vanished into the flames. The steward instructed Hermione to repeat the destination, which she hesitantly did before calling it out again as she went through the fireplace. When it came time for Penny's turn, she took a pinch and just said, "I'm almost 16." But Brant stepped in front of her to stop her from walking to the fire. He told her sternly, "Then you're a little over a year away from me allowing you to do this on your own. Repeat the destination, please." Penny grumbled and repeated it before he stepped out of the way and allowed her to announce it again and step through the fire. Brant traded a nod with Flitwick before he called out, "Leaky cauldron," and vanished through the flames himself. Arriving in the leaky cauldron was the same as usual, with several people wanting to speak to Harry or just staring at him and his scar. Though Moody and Tonks were waiting for them at the arrival point to keep people at a distance, like usual. When Brant arrived, he gestured to the group to sit at a table while he stepped outside. The students sat down, but their aura escort stayed standing. 5 minutes later, Brant returned with Lysander and Celia Granger. Hermione's father was dressed in a jersey, scarf, and warm-up pants from the Wimbledon Football Club, while his wife was wearing a long-sleeved shirt that was completely printed with a British flag on top of blue jeans. Both of them also wore a pendant with a red stone around their necks. They got plenty of strange looks from the other patrons as Brant escorted them across the pub. Hermione got up and gave her parents a big hug. "We didn't think we'd see you until the summer," Lysander told her. Hermione was smiling. Penny signed a working partnership with Harry, so Brant wanted to take us out to celebrate. "He told us," Celia said. "So we're going to that wizard polo sport you were telling us about." Brant grumbled a bit at the comparison. "It's a bit more complicated than that." Lysander patted his wife on the back. "I'm sure we'll learn all about it today. I just have one question right now." He pointed at Whispers. "What's that?" Lyra looked a bit annoyed but said simply, "He's our brother, his name is Whispers." Whispers echoed her, saying, "I am Whispers." "He can talk," Celia said with shock. "We taught him sign language," Harry told them, "and he slowly learned to talk from mimicking us." "You two are like the Jane Goodalls of Silver Monkeys," Lysander said, confusing Harry a bit. Moody leaned into the conversation. "They're called demiguises." Tonks stopped a waitress who approached the group. The woman leaned around Tonks and asked if they wanted to order anything, also taking the opportunity to stare at Harry. Brant passed her a few silver coins, saying, "For the flu." Turning back to the group, "Let's get going." As they stood up, Brant faced Hermione's parents. "Without magic, you'll need to travel holding on to one of us. Mr. Granger, I will be your anchor, and Miss Tonks, I would like to ask you to take Mrs. Granger." Tonks nodded and stepped up. Alistair lit the fire and stepped through first, and as a force of habit, muttered the destination under his breath to keep people from knowing where he was heading before disappearing into the fire. Hermione's parents looked a bit frightened, but Hermione tried to calm them down, saying, "It's fine. You might throw up, though." Brant held up a tin cup of flue powder to Hermione as the steward told her, "The destination is Gargarth Stadium." Hermione repeated it out loud once before announcing it as she stepped into the fire. Even though she tried to calm them down, Lysander and Celia still started to panic as green flames swallowed up their daughter. Tonks stepped up next, taking a large pinch of powder for her and Celia, then gripped the woman's arm tightly and pulled her into the fire while calling out the destination. Lysander was having a small freak out after watching his daughter and wife vanish into emerald flames, but Brant held him still. Harry and Lyra repeated their destination before hopping in one at a time, with Whispers holding on to Harry this time. Penny stepped up next, and after a glare from Brant, also repeated the destination to him before calling it out and stepping through. Finally, Brant stepped forward with Lysander, linked arms with him, and placed the tin cup of powder back on the mantel. Taking his own large pinch, he locked elbows with Hermione's father and threw the powder in as he called out, "Gargarth Stadium." He could feel the man struggling as he pulled them into the fire. After about 15 seconds of spinning, the fire spat them out at their destination, with Brant and Lysander toppling over onto the floor of an empty room with an open door on the other side. The man jumped up and teetered on his feet with dizziness, then oriented himself and embraced his wife and child. "That was intense," he exclaimed. "Beats a drive to Holyhead, though," Brant commented as he stood up as well. "We're in Wales," Celia asked. Getting a nod from Brant, she said, "That's a 6-hour drive." "There's a trade-off for everything," Lysander grumbled. "For magic, I guess it's comfort." The group exited the room, but as soon as they were outside, they looked back to see they had just come out of a tall tent that looked like it could fit 4 people laying down. There was a line of these tents across the hillside, with groups of people occasionally exiting them. Hermione's parents looked very confused, but seemed content to ignore the abnormality for the moment and keep walking forward. In front of them was a sea of people, standing at the edge of a cliff face above the water. Most people were either wearing green and yellow or royal blue and sky blue. Brant led them around the mass of people to an area sectioned off with a red rope. There was a small line here with a well-dressed man standing at the edge of the cliff. The cliff face was curved, and their roped-off area was on the far end of the bay. They could see that all of the people waiting at the edge were waiting next to admission gates, next to stairs, leading down the rocky side towards the water below them. Along the entire side of the cliff were bleacher seats down to just above the water. Down on the water itself were 3 large rings on poles at each end of the bay. Slowly, people were getting admitted down the crescent-shaped cliff, most of them split up with the fans dressed in blue closer to their location, and the ones in green and yellow further down. "Next," the well-dressed man called out. Everyone turned to look to see that the group that had been in front of them had vanished. Brant approached the man and said, "Black, party of 9. The man pulled a large golden ring out of a box next to him, then looked down at Whispers and said, "No pets." Lyra reached into her pouch and pulled out Whispers' documentation, saying, "He's my bonded familiar." The man examined the paper as Whispers leaned in and said, "Bonded familiar," causing the man to jump. After he steadied himself, he returned the paper to Lyra and handed the golden ring to Brant. He tapped it with his wand and said, 15 seconds. The steward held out the ring and said, "Everyone grab hold." Everyone grabbed on, with Whispers jumping onto Harry's shoulders and grabbing it from above. There were 3 small noises like a desk bell before everyone shifted slightly to their right, and with a blink of blackness, they were in a small but luxurious room. The portkey was incredibly short on distance and just felt like someone made a sharp turn in a car. One whole side of the room was a large window, which looked out on the water from somewhere near the top of the cliff, directly in the middle of the field. Directly below them was a plank sticking out above the water about 30 feet, with a small box on it containing 2 chairs and microphones at each spot. The room had a long leather couch across the front, next to the window. Towards the back of the room was a large dining table covered with small snacks and a few smaller tables and chairs to sit away from the front window. The only other thing of note in the room was a door on the far side. Moody stepped up and said, "I will be outside, securing the room." Turning to Tonks, "Cadet, when the match begins, your post is just inside the door." He vanished in a crack of apparition. "Any other types of transportation you all have?" Lysander asked. "Fire, travel, golden rings, and teleportation." "Well, brooms," Penny mentioned. "We'll see those soon, I guess." "What are the drawbacks to the ring thing and what that guy just did?" Lysander asked. Tonks answered, "The ring thing is a portkey, and it is usually a temporary enchantment on an object. Most times we use garbage like a tire or an old boot. The downside of that is the longer the distance, the more you spin. They are primarily used for international travel, which is like riding a carousel powered by a Hemi for 10 minutes straight. The teleportation, he just did, feels like being sucked through a straw and has the chance of losing a limb if you're not focusing well enough." "What's the downside to riding a broom?" Celia asked Tonks. She thought about it for a second, then responded, "You might fall." "Less dangerous than a motorcycle." The kids were all staring out the window, while Whispers was gathering snacks at the table. Brant called an elf and explained to the Grangers that they could call for him like a waiter and order whatever they wanted. Lysander looked down at the strange creature and asked, "Do you think you could bring me a pint of Stella?" The little creature popped off and appeared back 5 seconds later with a frosty glass with the perfect amount of foam, just barely slopping over the edge. He smiled as he took the first sip. The elf looked to the others for orders. Celia ordered a glass of champagne. Harry requested a pitcher of lemonade for him, Lyra, and Whispers. Hermione asked for an apple cider, Penny a butter beer, and Brant ordered something called an oak walker. The elf snapped his fingers, and several small tables appeared in front of the leather couches, and then he popped away himself. A minute later, all of their drinks appeared back on the table, and everyone went to claim their orders. Lysander was busy staring at Brant's drink, which looked like whiskey, but seemed to have a magical sheen to it and was garnished with a stick. "What is that?" he asked the steward. "It's a Canadian whiskey, matured in barrels made of Entwood." "Entwood?" Lysander asked suspiciously. "Like Tolkien's walking trees?" "Yes and no," Bran told him. Ents do exist in some magical forests, but they are not sentient, and they don't talk. They simply move from place to place, depending on the season or if there aren't enough nutrients in the soil. "So no epic battles between trees and goblins?" Celia asked. "Goblins live below ground, so no. You still shouldn't attack them, though, as they will instinctively protect themselves. It makes harvesting their wood particularly difficult." Lysander continued to probe Brant about the different types of wizard alcohol, going through a long list of cocktails that the stadium offered, such as a blueberry howler, cloudy pop, flying velvet, warm kiss, and gingerroot slap. Setting his beer to the side, as the glass was charmed to stay cold, and the foam wouldn't subside until the rest of the beer had been drunk, Lysander ordered a cappuccino walker, which was just a whiskey cappuccino made with Entwood whiskey. Celia sat with her daughter and her mentor, asking, "So, Penelope, can you tell me about the wizard polo we're going to be watching?" Penny smiled at the same time as Hermione giggled. "Your daughter and I aren't really fans of the sport, as you might have picked up on. However, it's probably more of a combination between polo, lacrosse, dodgeball, and capture the flag." She pointed out to the goalposts. "You have to throw a ball through the rings on either end of the field while avoiding two iron balls that try to unseat the players from their brooms, and the match ends when a specific player on either team catches a tiny, super-fast, near-invisible golden ball." "Wait," Celia paused. "So how long are we going to be here for?" Hermione answered. "Brant said we'd go back before dinner if the match lasted past 4 in the evening." The longest Quidditch match was just under 3 months, while the shortest one was 3.5 seconds. "That's insane," Celia exclaimed. "Do people just stay in their seats for the longer ones? If a match goes longer than 8 hours, the stadiums just provide people with a return pass," Penny explained. "Then they can come back whenever they want until the game ends. The average match in the professional leagues is just around 2 hours. At Hogwarts, they normally go for slightly less." Brant sat down and joined them, bringing Lysander over as well. "If the game goes longer than a week, we can come back next weekend to keep watching. I'm hoping for a shorter game, as I requested a meet and greet with the home team after the game." Right below the window, a man and woman, in yellow and green respectively, walked out on the platform with the microphones, as the crowd roared with cheers. Looking to both ends of the cliff face, it was a little over half filled with colorful fans cheering on and looking over the water. The announcers sat down and the woman spoke up, her voice echoing across the bay. "Welcome to the second game of the new year in Gargarth Stadium." The crowd roared in response. "As always, I'm Gera Hickories, captain of the Harpies from 7178. "And I'm Manny Silverling," the man in yellow said. "As much as I would have liked to play for the Harpies, I never had the required equipment." Brant provided an explanation. "The Harpies have been an all-female team since they were founded almost 800 years ago." The announcer, Gera, continued, "Today's match will be against those English tossers from Tutshill, the Tornadoes." That announcement was met by a chorus of cheers mixed with boos and insults yelled at the announcers. "Well, without those smelly blue dogs, we wouldn't have a match, so let's just announce their team so we can get to our ladies." I can do that," Gera agreed. "On our far right, the starting chasers for the Tutshill Tornadoes are Samson Minks, Olin Fledgling, and Violet Masters." As he spoke, 3 players in flowing blue robes flew out of the base of the cliff face to the far right. "They're beaters, Lambert Ironwood and Guy Rooks." 2 more players flew out and joined the previous 3 in circling the pitch over the water. "Keeper Briar Oakwood and Seeker Regina Winters." The crowd roared from the blue side of the seating as the players performed complicated maneuvers, primarily for the fans on their side of the stadium. Manny began in a deep voice. And now, our hometown heroines, the starting lineup of the 790th year of the Holyhead Harpies. His announcement was met with a roar from the crowd and green and yellow fireworks going off all over the pitch. Our stupendous chaser trio, Golda Eaglet, Sally Gulls, and Arlene Green. The three women shot out from the far left of the stadium, trailing streaks of green sparkles. The guardian of our goalposts, Rue knew. The keeper exited the cliffside and shot straight up into the air, climbing to the top of the handle of her broom and balancing on it before falling towards the water and grabbing her broom again to join the chasers flying around the pitch. A seeker after our own hearts, Angelica Rivers. A streak of gold shot out of the cliff face, performing a constant barrel roll as sparks fell on the water below her. The crowd chanted, "Jiggy, jiggy." As a young woman with long, pale brown hair shot straight across the field and through the center goalpost on the side of the Tornadoes, and an explosion of gold erupted as she passed through, before pulling back to her teammates on the other side. And finally, the powerhouse of the Harpies, the dynamic duo, to beat all our opponents into submission, Madeline Gorgon and our captain Gwenarg Jones. Two more streaks flew from the Harpies' entrance, though it wasn't their brooms trailing sparks, but the wooden bats they carried. One of them pulled far out ahead and circled back, and they clashed together, hitting their bats against one another and creating an explosion of gold and green in the middle of the pitch. The fans loved it. The group inside the black skybox cheered along with every announcement and aerial maneuver. The teams assembled at the center of the pitch, about 50 feet above the water. The referee, a wizard in black robes, flew out above the water, tugging a red leather trunk behind him. Two chasers flew in next to him, while the others spread out in various formations. The ref opened the trunk to show the balls for the match and performed some kind of complicated wand movement over the balls, then repeated it. He seemed to be addressing the two chasers next to him, and then held the quaffle up on the tip of his wand and put the whistle into his mouth. The chasers backed off a bit and angled themselves to point upwards. After a moment of tense silence across the stadium, the whistle was blown and the quaffle shot straight into the air, with the two iron bludgers rocketing off after them and the snitch disappearing in a flash. And we're off, both announcers yelled at the same time. The first few minutes were intense, with both teams going full tilt at each other to gain an upper hand. After about 5 minutes, there was a whistle blow and the ref summoned the quaffle to him. And that's a carving charge on Rivers and a turnover to the Tornadoes, Manny announced. While they get set up again, let me point out that both teams are now flying with the new Nimbus 2001 racing brooms, currently the fastest brooms in the world with a top speed of 135 miles per hour. Celia looked to her daughter. "What's carving?" Hermione answered absent-mindedly. "Excessive elbows." Lysander raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does that mean there is an acceptable amount of elbows?" Before he could be answered, the quaffle was given back to the Tutshill chasers, and the game started up again. Harry was desperately trying to analyze the formations the players were using, but it was all going way too fast for him to follow. He could occasionally see small movements and finger gestures from the players as they would execute maneuvers, but their response time was insane. The beaters on both teams just seemed to be smashing the iron balls around with such incredible frequency that there was a strike every 10 seconds on one of the balls. Each team seemed to be targeting the Seekers, but they were heavily defended and also just too quick for accurate targeting. Playtime never stopped unless there was a foul, so even when a goal was scored, it would just be passed to the keeper who would start up a play again. After 20 minutes, there was a cry of excitement, and Gera called out, "The first hit of the night by Gwenarg." There was a player in blue barely hanging off his broom with one hand while he clutched his leg with the other. Though as the bludger swung around for another pass, he performed an incredible feat of acrobatics where he seemed to deactivate the hovering charm on his broom and fall towards the water, while pulling the broom back underneath him and shooting off again to the crowd's cheers. The game continued on with a few minor injuries, but no one was subbed out for a reserve player. A little after an hour into the game, when they realized that it was going to go on for a while, Brant ordered lunch to be served for everyone and a lavish spread took the place of the finger foods on the table behind them. Harry didn't want to miss a second of the game and took a sandwich back to the front window to keep watching. As he stood there on his own, the gameplay got closer to the seating for the fans, and a chaser for the tornadoes strafed by their window, inches away from the glass. As he looked in briefly, his eyes widened, and he seemed to mouth out, "Harry, poor dear." Then he crashed into the seats next to their box, and the whistle was blown. Healers got summoned to check over the spectators he had crashed into, and the other players from the team landed to assist their teammate. Manny, the announcer, was reporting on the incident. "Samson Minx just crashed into some Holyhead fans. What is going on?" A large group of Harpies fans started to push into the Tornadoes section, trying to retaliate, and were met by an equal force pushing them back. With all the attention being given to the area right next to them, one of the healers on a broom floated next to their window and looked right at Harry, her eyes widening before she swooped down to the announcer's desk and whispered something to them. Gerard called out, "Well, I think we've found the reason for Minx's blunder. He just had a close encounter with the boar who lived in the skybox right above us. You heard right. Harry Potter is here at the game today." There was a roar of cheers from the stadium, and Alistair Moody popped into the box next to Tonks in a crack of apparition. The senior aura took off his jacket and tossed it to Tonks, saying, "Outside now. You get to be me until this blows over. I'll provide cover inside the box. Scare the piss out of anyone trying to get in." Tonks nodded and took off her jacket, quickly morphing into a clone of Moody before throwing his jacket on and apparating back outside. As soon as she was outside, Moody's wand was a blur as the walls and window began to shimmer with spells and protective wards. After half a minute, he threw one more spell toward the front window and breathed a sigh of relief. "That should keep them all out," he said to the group inside. "I also tossed a one-way viewing charm on the window so no one will see in again." Celia looked concerned and turned to her daughter. "You told us Harry was famous, but this is like royalty famous." "That's about right," Moody said grumpily. "He ended a war as an infant and became a mythical creature when he vanished for 11 years. Without anyone to tell them otherwise, the people just took the legends and built them up even more." "But he wasn't gone," Lysander began. But he couldn't say any more as Brant hit him straight in the face with a silencing charm. He opened and closed his mouth without any sound coming out as Brant whispered in his ear, "My apologies. Miss Clearwater does not know the circumstances of Harry's upbringing. We're trying to make sure that as few people know as possible." They shared a nod, and Brant cancelled the effect. Celia was looking confused and angry, but after a hushed conversation with her husband, she also gave the steward a nod. Meanwhile, Penny was looking a bit confused, but seemed to realize that she was the only one not in on whatever was happening. Suddenly, there was a pounding on the door followed by a few screams and thuds, then silence. An ethereal jackrabbit appeared in the room suddenly and spoke in Tonks's voice. "5 stunned, 2 shocked, and I'm setting up a wall of sapphire flames just for extra deterrent." Moody summoned a patroness as well, but his was just a puff of light, without form, then said to it in a squeaky voice, "Tell Nymphadora, you can take it up a few notches if you want, build my legend more." Then the light moved straight through the wall to deliver the message. Manny called out to the audience, "Well, it seems like old Mad-Eye is on-site providing security, so approach Mr. Potter's box at your peril. Everyone needs to sit down so we can start the game again." The rabble of fans seemed to move back to their seats, but one brave soul with a broom floated up in front of their window and tried to lean on the glass to look through the charm. As soon as he touched the window, electricity flowed through his body and he screamed. Then he was hit with many spells, presumably from Tonks, before his skin turned green, sprouted antlers, and he fell into the seats below, unconscious. Moody smiled. "That's a little better." "Are we safe in here?" Celia asked nervously. "Completely," Alistair told them. "With my trainee outside scaring people off and pretending to be me, we should be fine. If anyone that isn't her comes in here, they will be put down harder than you just saw that poor soul was through the window." There was a whistle blast, and the game started moving again as Gerard announced. "And we're moving again. Samson Minx has been replaced by Skylar Rosewood. Minx suffered a broken collarbone, a fractured rib, and several bruises. If his healing goes well, Minx can return to play in 2 hours. Hermione's parents were shocked, with Celia exclaiming, 2 hours! How will he be ready that quickly? Then, before anyone could respond, she answered herself, Yeah, magic, I know, but still, Moody answered her, it depends on the severity of the injuries. The two of you are doctors, right? Getting nods back. If the breaks are comminuted, displaced, or segmented, it will take quite a bit longer. The cleaner the break, the quicker they will be to heal. If the bones need to be vanished or regrown, he'll be out for at least a few days and need to wear a sling for a week. Despite the explanation, both of their mouths hung open in shock. Lysander asked, Is there any way we can get our hands on a magical healer's textbook? Moody shook his head. I doubt it. Too many secrecy laws with the Muggle world. Brant also answered, I'll look into it. I'll ask our solicitor to see if there are any loopholes to exploit. The group returned to watching the game, which started to get interesting as the Seekers started pulling more dangerous feints and disrupting plays the Chasers were trying to run. The Tornadoes were getting more desperate to keep the score down as the Harpies had a lead of 80 points for a total of 61-40. Just as the Harpies scored another goal, there was a knock on the door. Moody drew his wand, with a yellow spell glowing at the tip. They could hear the muffled sounds of an argument on the other side before a more complicated knock was heard, which made Moody relax slightly and the glow vanished, but his wand was not lowered. He just flicked the tip slightly, and the door opened to reveal another aura standing next to Tonks, who still looked like Alastair. What do you want, Dawlish? He growled a bit. The man looked back and forth between the two Moodies in confusion, then said, I'm guessing one of you must be Cadet Tonks. Which one is it? Tonks growled at the man. I'll go poison your field rations, and you can see if that will convince you who I am. That confused Dawlish even more before real Moody broke his thought process and said, You can rack your brain later on which one of us is a woman and which will kill you in your sleep. I suggest you tell us now what you're doing here. Before he could respond, Tonks whispered gruffly in his ear, Just because my cadet is a woman doesn't mean she won't kill you in your sleep, so be careful how you speak to her. Now he was especially freaked out, and Lyra started to giggle as she watched the interaction. Look, I just want to get out of here. I'm on security detail for the minister. He'll be coming up here after the game to meet with Harry Potter. That's all I have to say. He looked back and forth between the two Moodies and said, I hope you don't pull this shtick on him. With that said, he turned around and vanished with a crack. With Dawlish gone, Moody told Tonks, Secret Knock 17 is burned, move on to 18. She gave him a nod and closed the door. Lysander looked to Moody and asked, So your minister is here at the game? It looks like it, Moody grumbled. I knew he was a Harpies fan, though I hadn't heard he was going to be at this game. Must have been a last-minute thing. Harry was looking anxious and looked up at Brant. Am I ready to talk to him? Brant thought hard and asked back, Do you think you're ready? Seeing Harry's uncertainty, he said, No, not now. He will still come and meet you. Shake his hand and try to schedule another meeting with him. Try to plan with him for 2 weeks on Saturday, that's the 30th. It will give you enough time to prepare. Try to feel him out now, see what he wants from you, and don't reveal anything you want from him. Don't threaten him. He looked over to Lyra, who was following the conversation. Don't attack him, though you can look as scary as you want. I suggest staves out when he gets here. He looked back at Harry. Though this is only if the game ends in the next 2 hours. If it ends any later, we will prioritize meeting the Harpies and getting back to Hogwarts if it gets too late. The guards of fate must have been listening to Brant, and 15 minutes later, Gera announced, and Rivers has caught the snitch. Harpies win 310-70. Cheers rocked the stadium as yellow and green fireworks rained down on the water, and the Harpies did a victory lap around the stadium. Below them in the stands, the spectators started to file out of the stadium as everyone in the skybox stayed, milling around, waiting for the minister to arrive. 10 minutes after the game had ended, Tonks's jackrabbit patroness appeared in the room and said, 30 seconds, before vanishing. Moody stood next to the door as the other guests hung out near the food table. Half a minute later, there was a knock on the door, and after Moody's blue eye stared at it for a few seconds, he swished his wand to open it. 2 auras marched in, Dawlish from before and one other, followed by a portly man in a long dark green coat with yellow accents and trim, a golden tie, and a lime green bowler hat that didn't match the rest of the outfit. He was followed by a thin woman holding a book and a man with a camera. Following them were two more Auras and Tonks, still disguised as Moody. The portly man stopped dead and looked at Moody, then back at Tonks, then back at Moody. "Which is which?" he asked, clearly confused. Moody said with a sinister grin, "There are actually 5 of me. 2 of them are sleeping, and the other is hunting down a dark wizard inn." He looked at something inside his coat. "In Cork County." The man got a terrified look in his eyes as Dawlish leaned over and whispered in his ear. He straightened up and looked a bit calmer, saying, "Ah, so one of you is the metamorph magus I've heard so much about. Good show. You almost had me there with the 5 others." The Grangers shared a look of disbelief. Brant approached the man and shook his hand. "Minister Fudge, welcome to the Black Skybox. Let me introduce you around." He guided the minister over to Penny, despite him leaning toward Harry right away. "This is Penelope Clearwater, 5th-year prefect of Ravenclaw and burgeoning runic enchantress." Penelope blushed at the praise and shook the man's hand. Brant guided the man to Hermione. "Hermione here is Penelope's apprentice and recently discovered to be of the awakened squib of the Spanish Velasco line." Hermione nervously shook the minister's hand as he said, "Awakened squib line, you say? It's always good to have more of our old magic brought back into society. Shame it couldn't be from an English family, but we appreciate it all the same. Those who come from old blood often do big things in the first generation back. We shall all be watching you closely, young lady." She blushed a bit in embarrassment. Brant introduced Hermione's parents next, but the minister didn't make any small talk with them as he almost pushed his way towards Harry, but Brant casually deflected him towards Lyra. "And this is Lyra Black, heiress to the Black family." Lyra stood with a dark look on her face, glaring at the man who had released her father from prison. A pool of shadows started to grow under her feet as she passed her staff to her left hand and raised her right, almost mechanically to shake the hand of the minister. The green-clad minister seemed oblivious to the anger of the tiny blonde girl in front of him, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. You have big shoes to fill if you will be leading the Blacks one day." A couple of sparks jumped off her hair, which caused Fudge's eyes to widen, and he responded, "What beautiful magic. I guess it can't be helped to still experience a bit of accidental magic when meeting the Minister of Magic." "Now, I know I'm forgetting someone," Brant started to say as he stood firmly between Fudge and Harry. "Whispers, where'd you disappear to?" he called out. Despite her anger, Lyra couldn't help but giggle at Brant's behavior, which caused the pool of shadows under her feet to disperse. From the other side of the leather couches, a winter hat and white gloves popped up into the air as a demiguise faded into visibility between the articles of clothing and approached Brant. "Minister Fudge, may I present to you Sir Whispers of the Hidden Village?" Polite as always, Whispers gave a small formal bow and reached out a gloved hand to the portly man. The minister hesitated, so Brant added, "You may have heard that the Aura Corps recently put in an order for a large number of invisibility cloaks. You have Whispers and his family to thank for that." Feeling the pressure of leaving the demiguise waiting with his hand out, he reached out and shook the creature's hand. As soon as he grasped the small hand, Whispers' eyes glowed blue, but he didn't vanish, and a second later a flash went off as the photographer with them took a picture of the minister shaking hands with a demiguise. Whispers held tight to the man's hand and said, "Good to meet you." The minister was shocked but couldn't pull his hand away, so he just said nervously, "It's a pleasure." Then Whispers let go and scampered back to Lyra. "Now, I know you've been very patient," Brant told the man, with a tiny smile. "So now I would like to introduce you to Harry James Potter." Brant stepped out of the way as Minister Fudge almost ran towards Harry with his hand outstretched. Harry quickly transferred his staff to his left hand to meet him and shook the man's hand. There was another flash from the camera, but it didn't quite make it to Harry and the minister, as Brant had stepped in the way, so the photographer got a great shot of Brant's back. Fudge hadn't noticed, so he just kept shaking Harry's hand and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore has kept you quite well hidden over the years, hasn't he?" "I guess so," Harry said simply. "What brings you to the Harpies game today? They are my favorite team." There was another flash from the photographer, but Brant had managed to step in front of that one too. The steward shared a look with Lysander and Celia, who both nodded back. Lysander started to walk closer, while Celia leaned down and whispered to Penny, Hermione, and Lyra, who in turn signed something out to her demiguise brother. Then they all started to walk over to where Brant was casually blocking the photographer's shots. Meanwhile, Harry was continuing the conversation. We were just celebrating the conclusion of some business negotiations. No rest for the boy who lived. Already starting a business at your age. Any secrets you can share with me? I'm always looking for a good investment. Harry didn't really want to share, but he had noticed that Brant seemed to enjoy teasing the man, so thought he might give it a shot as well. I've been told my grandfather invented Sleekeasy's hair potion, so I wanted to try my hand at a hair growth potion. Would you be interested in trying it? Harry pointed to the minister's head under his hat. A few of the auras, including both Moody's, were biting their lips to suppress a smile at his statement. The photographer had snuck around to the side of the other people, consistently blocking his shot, and started to raise his camera, only for Whisper's face to show up right in front of the lens as he took the picture. However, this time, Fudge saw the blocked flash and started to wave the cameraman over to him. Harry, how about a picture with me, the Minister of Magic, to add to your collection? Brant stepped forward, blocking the shot again. I'm sorry, Minister. We really have to be going now. We have to meet the Harpies and then return the children to school. Maybe we can arrange something for the future. He turned to Harry and gave him a wink. What's your schedule like, Mr. Potter? Harry gave Brant a quick grin, then pretended to think a bit. I think I have some free time on the 30th. That's a Saturday, right? Brant gave him a nod, so asked Fudge, can we schedule a meeting for then? Fudge looked very disappointed, but agreed and told his assistant to clear his schedule for that day. Then he shook Harry's hand again, with the photographer attempting one more time to get a shot, only to get one of Whisper's butt instead. Then the minister and his entourage left the room. After they had gone, Tonks locked the doors and looked towards Moody, permission to collapse on the floor and laugh. Moody rolled his real eye and nodded. Tonks tossed him back his coat and fell dramatically to the floor in a fit of giggles, slowly shifting back to her real self, sans a shoe that she had removed to shift her foot into Alastair's clawed prosthetic. Celia looked towards Brant and with a look of disbelief asked, That was your minister, your head of state? Brant nodded sadly. Yeah, I guess it was. Is he playing himself down? Lyra asked. Is he hiding some secret strength or something? If he is, then he's doing an incredible job of it, Moody responded. He feels like a cockroach, Lysander supplied. I bet he got into office by being the smarmiest guy around, like he could fit any mold that the people voting wanted him to be. Brant nodded. That's probably the best description that I've ever heard of the man, and he does end up doing whatever people want of him too. Which is why he'll probably be in office forever. He doesn't need to leave if the lords and ladies don't need to compete with him, only with each other. Penny picked up the duffel bag she had brought with her and asked, Are we going to go see the Harpies now? Brant nodded and called out, Elf. A different elf than before popped into the room. Please bring us a portkey to the meet and greet. The elf popped away and came back a few seconds later with a silver ring, saying, 30 seconds. Brant thanked the elf, and it popped away. Everyone gathered around and grabbed the ring as Brant counted down to 0. When he finished, everyone felt a short pull to the left and appeared in a large room with several tables of food. About 24 other guests milled around speaking to each other, and all of the Harpies were still in their green and yellow uniforms. Brant walked the group over to a woman who looked around 60 years old, though as a witch, that meant she might be as old as 90. She was wearing a crisp suit that showed off a very strong physique. She saw Brant coming and stepped forward to meet him. Grasping his hand, she said, Glad you could make it, steward. Did you and your guests enjoy the match? Brant looked behind him, then back towards the woman. We did. May I introduce you to them? Brant stepped aside and said, Everyone, this is Loma Gerbils, manager for the Holyhead Harpies and the best keeper the team has ever had. She reddened a bit as he continued, Loma, this is Hermione Granger and her parents Lysander and Celia, Penelope Clearwater, Lyra Black and Harry Potter. He looked around, but it seemed that Whispers had vanished. As an afterthought, he added, Our Aura escort today is Senior Aura Alastair Moody and Cadet Nymphadora Tonks. The rest of the team had gathered around, as well as the other guests of the event. For the next 20 minutes, Brant spent running back and forth, introducing Harry and Lyra to various people. Penny had her own mission, and she snuck her way through the other people to the manager of the Harpies. When she was right behind the woman, she tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, Madam Gerbils." The woman spun around fast, startling Penny. She glared at the girl before her and responded sharply, "Yes." Pushing herself to stand up straight, Penny said firmly, "I was hoping to speak to you regarding a business proposition." The older woman gave a huff. "What you got, girlie?" Keeping her posture, she responded, "My friends and I at Hogwarts just completed a design for new Quidditch gear that we plan on using for the teams there. I was hoping to show them to you too and see if the Harpies would be interested as well. You got something faster than a Nimbus?" "No, tougher beaters, bats." "No, they're well, we don't need cups for the girls, so I don't think we will be interested in anything else." "Helmets," Penny blurted out. "We made helmets." "Don't even bother," Loma told her. "Keepers are just fine with what we've got." She smiled at Penelope to show her 3 gold and 2 silver teeth in her mouth. Penny was getting annoyed, so she just pulled out a jet-black helmet from the duffel bag and dropped it on the table next to her with a thump. Loma just laughed at the helmet, saying, "There's no way we'd wear something like that. How can you even see through it?" "Put it on," she demanded. Met with the fury in the 15-year-old girl's voice, Loma smiled and said, "I'll humor you." She picked up the helmet off the table and placed it on her head. "Well, it's certainly comfortable, but we're still not wearing something this clunky." Penny reached over and buckled the strap under the woman's chin, and she froze. More than just a few of the other people in the room were staring at the two of them now. Slowly, Loma looked around her, then reached up and twisted the helmet back and forth, then unclipped it and took it off. "This is astounding. That wasn't disillusionment, was it?" Penny raised her chin with pride. "No, it wasn't, so you're interested now." "Getting there. How are the protective features?" "We beat each other in the head numerous times while designing them, and no damage was done." She smiled at the woman to show her perfectly straight teeth. "So you're confident in your design?" Penny nodded. Loma turned around and called out to one of the players, "Maddie, get over here." Madeline Gorgon, who had been at another table, eating a large turkey leg, hustled over to the manager. "Yes, boss," she responded. Loma tossed the helmet to Penny. "Put it on," she instructed, which she did, buckling the strap. "It didn't vanish," she commented. "It's only invisible to the wearer," Penny told her from under the visor. "That's quite complicated work." Turning to the side of the room, she pulled out her wand and called, "A Keo bat." A beater's bat flew across the room, and Loma caught it, tossing it to Madeline Gorgon. "Hit her in the head," she instructed the beater. Madeline looked conflicted, but Penny just spread her legs into a wide stance and braced herself for the impact. Obeying her manager, like a good soldier, the beater wound up and swung the bat right into the side of the helmet. There was a large thwack noise as Penelope did a sideways flip, landing on her side, with Hermione running over to check on her. With Hermione's help, Penny stood back up and took off the helmet. A little bit dizzy, but with no damage done, she tossed the helmet to the manager and asked, "Are you interested now?" "Almost," she responded, then called over to a man at the side of the room, "Davy, get over here." The man in question ran over quickly as she ordered him, "Check her for brain damage." The man, who was probably a healer, pulled out his wand and started running diagnostic scans all over Penny's head. After 2 minutes he finished and said, "Except for a bruise on her shoulder, she's in perfect health." To Penelope he asked, "Would you like me to heal the bruise?" She nodded, and he started to cast a few healing spells. "Well, I can say I'm definitely interested," Loma told Penelope, with Hermione's eyes widening along with her smile. "Is the patent filed with the Ministry?" Hermione and Penelope nodded together. "Can you leave us with a sample to test out?" Penelope opened up the duffel to show a sample of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw helmet designs, saying, "Take a look at these two. We can style the helmets however you'd like." Loma smiled at the designs, then took the black one on the table and tossed it to Madeline Gorgon. "You have until the end of next week to destroy this." Hermione jumped forward. "Make sure to buckle the strap before you try to destroy it, otherwise it might break." Madeline nodded towards her, then she buckled the strap, tossed it in the air, and swatted it with her bat across the room towards a door on the far side, the helmet bouncing a few times before it arrived. "I'll deal with it after the party," she smiled dangerously. Lyra had introduced herself to the chasers, and Brant had just started to talk to get Harry talking to Gwennog Jones when Penelope started her demonstration, which drew everyone's attention. After the other beater swatted the helmet across the room, Gwennog turned back to Harry. "So you enjoyed the game?" she asked. "It was so fast," Harry exclaimed. "I've seen games at Hogwarts, but I could follow the patterns and strategies there. In this game, I could see that there were formations, but they changed so quickly that it looked like chaos." "That's true," she said. "On the professional level, things go so fast that you have to change formations and strategies every few seconds or the other team will pick them apart. Every strategy has a weakness, so you have to switch constantly before they are taken advantage of." "Makes sense," Harry said quietly. "Well, it sounds like you've got a good head for the game. Are you thinking of playing at all?" Harry kicked the ground. "Everyone wants me to play, but it's too violent. My first time in a stadium, my friend's arm got broken by a bludger, and he wasn't even playing. It seems like everyone is fighting and wants to hurt each other. I don't want to hurt anyone." "It's not like that at all," Gwennog told Harry as she kneeled next to him. "We're all friends in the league. After this thing is over, we're heading over to the pub where all the drinks are being paid for by the players on the tornadoes. Sure, the game is violent, but that's what makes it fun. If there wasn't the chance of getting injured, it would be like playing gobstones, and even that has the chance of getting shot in the face with stink spray. Every game needs some element of danger." Harry nodded along to her explanation. "How often do people get injured?" Harry asked. "I've played every game so far this season," she told him. "In 10 games so far, I've broken only one bone bad enough that I had to sit out. That was fixed in less than an hour and I was back playing before the game ended. The bastard that hit the bludger that broke my foot, I bought him a drink at the end of the game, and I promised to get him back the next time we played." "That doesn't sound so bad," Harry mused about it. "Tell you what, let's grab you a broom right now and hit a bludger around, see if you like it." "I don't have a broom with me," he told her. "This is a Quidditch stadium. We've got dozens of spares. We'll put you on a Nimbus 1700. That shouldn't be too fast for you." She looked around and saw Brant talking to Angelica Rivers, the Seeker, and called out gruffly, "Hey, steward, I'm taking Potter out for a flight." Then, without waiting for a response, started walking Harry toward the end of the room, which had an opening out to the water. At the end of the room was a large closet filled with brooms. Gwennog dug through it until she found an older-looking broom and tossed it to Harry. He caught it out of the air and let his magic run through it, so it hovered in place. She also pulled out a newer broom, 2 bats, and a large iron ball. "Are you ready to go?" she asked, handing him one of the bats. He took it hesitantly and nodded, mounting the Nimbus 1700 carefully. Gwennog tapped the bludger with her bat, and it hovered in place next to her as she mounted the broom. As soon as she was on the broom, she shot out the entrance, with the bludger following her, but not chasing her. Making up his mind, Harry accelerated and followed her out. As he flew, he noticed the difference between his clean sweep and the Nimbus brooms. On the Nimbus, he had much greater acceleration as well as much less control over how much the broom attempted to keep him balanced on top of it. He had to focus hard on not tipping over to one side or the other. This was made even more difficult by needing to hold on to the bat in his right hand. He followed Gwennog until they were about 20 feet above the water in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. Stopping next to him, she said, "I'm going to hit the bludger to you. It's not going to chase you, it's just going to fly toward you. Hit it back to me." She flew about 50 feet away and turned around, the bludger following her, but keeping about 3 feet of space. She moved the bludger in front of her broom and with a strong swing, shot it at Harry. He panicked a bit as it went almost straight towards him, but slowed down as it got close. When it stopped next to him, he stared at it, then maneuvered his broom closer and hit the bludger as hard as he could with the bat in his hand. Feeling the impact with the iron ball was exhilarating, and even though his aim was horrible, he knew he wanted to do it again. They proceeded to hit the iron ball back and forth for about 10 minutes before Harry looked up to see Brant floating above them taking pictures. He waved, then flew up to him, with Gwennog following close behind. "This is actually pretty fun," Harry told Brant. "Good to hear," he replied. Just as he was about to say something else, there was a happy scream from above them as Lyra shot through the sky at least 300 feet up, followed closely by Angelica Rivers. Her hair was coming undone behind her and trailing off like a golden comet, sparkling in the sun. Brant angled his camera upwards to take shots of Lyra. Looks like Angie has her on a Nimbus 2001, Gwennog commented. You don't think that's too fast for her? Brant asked with a worried tone. They looked up at the two girls, both with their long hair trailing in the wind as they sped through the sky. Looks like she's doing just fine to me, Gwennog said. Hey, Harry, do you want to do some real beta maneuvers? I can try to hit your sister, and you can try to stop me. Harry panicked and said, No, definitely not. Gwennog tapped the bludger floating next to her with the base of her bat, which turned it pink, then swatted it with the bat straight at Brant. It just bounced off him before he even had time to panic, leaving a big pink splotch on the side of his face. It's a training bludger, she explained. It feels normal when you hit it with a bat, but if it hits a person, the only thing that happens is it leaves a mark when it bounces off. Harry seemed to think hard and ended up saying, I'm okay with it if Lyra agrees. Gwennog put two fingers to her lips and let out a loud whistle which got Angelica's attention. She stopped following Lyra, and the two girls swooped down to where the three of them were sitting. Lyra's hair had come completely undone and fell below her broom as she arrived. This is amazing, she squealed. Can I get a Nimbus when we go back? Brant didn't want to tell her no, so he just said, maybe next year. You're still a beginner on the clean sweep. She pouted a bit, but Gwennog said, Hey Lyra, I'm going to swat a training bludger at you a bit, and your brother is going to try to stop me. Does that sound fun? Lyra looked excitedly at Harry and nodded a lot. Gwennog hovered closer and tapped Lyra on the back with her bat, creating a small blue glow, then repeated the gesture with Harry and herself. When I hit the bludger, it will now go after the three of us. Are you ready? Harry nodded, but Lyra just flew off instead of agreeing. Gwennog slapped the bludger with her bat and it went off, chasing Lyra. Harry shot off to intercept it. The three of them dipped, dived, and dodged the bludger over and over. Most of the time, it never even got close to Lyra before she got away from it, but the rest of the time, Harry was able to hit it away. One time, after Lyra dodged the pink ball, it got dangerously close to hitting Harry, but he just transferred the bat to his left hand and hit it away with that hand, drawing a look of astonishment from the professional beater at his ambidextrousness. After 30 minutes of playing, Gwennog just caught the bludger with her bare hands, leaving big pink splotches on her arms. Lyra and Harry came to a stop as well, both of them clearly exhausted. They started to head back down to Brant, who was sitting side by side with Angelica on their brooms watching them fly and engaged in conversation. Altogether, they flew back to the room they started in and stashed the brooms in the locker. All of the other guests had left, except Penelope, who was sitting with the manager and talking business with Hermione listening in, while Lysander and Celia were chatting with the healer, Davy, but looked a little agitated. Moody was eating a sandwich with one hand, but his magic eye was still constantly spinning with his wand in his other to make sure to cover all the angles. As Brant looked around for Tonks, she flew in from outside on her broom, shrunk it, and stashed it in her jacket pocket. With everyone present, Brant called out, It's getting close to 3 p.m. We need to start heading back. Everyone thanked the team members they had been meeting with and promised to come back for another game. Penelope passed out contact cards to the manager and a few other players, plus Davy, the healer. Tonks did a quick and dirty job of fixing Lyra's hair so that it wasn't dragging on the floor as Brant guided the group towards a fireplace in the back of the room as everyone was chatting with each other about what they just experienced. Brant saw that Hermione's parents looked a bit upset and asked them what was wrong. Lysander almost growled. That healer, as nice as he was about talking shop with us, when he heard about Hermione and the Velasco bloodline, spoke to the two of us like we were just breeding stock. He did more than just imply that we were wasting ourselves if we didn't just pump out magical children until Celia couldn't do it anymore. I'm sorry about that, Brant apologized. From his perspective, there are too few wizards in the world, and with a lot of old lines disappearing, he says that kind of thing with the best intentions. It's still incredibly rude, Celia stated. Hermione looked a bit hopeful, but could I have a little brother or sister? If I had a brother, you could name him Archidamus or Leonce. A little sister could be Amelia. This is not the time to talk about that, Lysander told his daughter. We should get back, Brant said seriously. Miss Tonks, Moody, would you be able to escort the Grangers back to the Leaky Cauldron? I can take the children directly to Hogwarts. Moody nodded, and Hermione said goodbye to her parents, giving them big hugs and promising to write soon. Tonks and Moody linked arms with Hermione's parents and called out for the leaky cauldron and disappeared into the emerald flames of the flue. The four children plus Whispers, who showed up with a swollen stomach from eating too much, repeated the longer destination, Hogwarts, Ravenclaw house office, 3 times before they were allowed to step through the flue. When he arrived, Penelope was already telling the long story of her adventure to Professor Flitwick, with Hermione jumping in and adding details here and there. Brant thanked Flitwick for letting them use his office flue and started to walk Harry, Lyra, and Whispers back down to the Scamander common room. Along the way, he asked Harry, "How do you feel about Quidditch now?" Harry really wanted to stay stubborn, but he had enjoyed himself a lot. And it certainly did seem like the players enjoyed themselves and got along with each other, despite the violence of the game. He stayed silent, pondering the possibilities of playing. When they were on the second floor of the grand staircase, he told Brant, "I think I'll give Quidditch a try." Lyra let out a squeal and hugged her brother tight, almost knocking them down the stairs. Whispers, who didn't know exactly what was going on, jumped on as well, and the 3 of them started to roll down the stairs before Brant caught them with a levitation spell and allowed them to get back up. "I'm happy to hear about it," he said. "But you should probably tell Mr. Diggory in your house when you get a chance. I'm sure he's more anxious than anyone else to hear about it." Harry nodded, and Brant left them to walk the rest of the way to the common room. After they had left, he gave the largest sigh of relief before marching down to the dungeons, where he knocked on the door to the potions classroom. Snape opened the door and revealed a classroom full of students brewing potions in various-sized cauldrons. Brant smiled at the situation. These were all of the students being used as slave labor from Miss Tonks's suggestion to take advantage of the cauldron bottom thickness standard issue. That just made one more thing to make him happy. "Severus, I am in the mood to celebrate. How much longer do you have these dunderheads brewing for?" Brant said with a huge smile. "I could get rid of them all right now," he growled. "All I'd need to do is make their cauldrons explode, and then send someone to deliver their corpses back to their dormitories." He said that part loud enough for all of them to hear. Then quietly he added, "Come to my office, give them 20 minutes. Brant entered the potion master's office and conjured a couch, collapsing into it. "Are these students working on the cauldron thickness issue for Buttonwood?" he asked Snape. "How did you know about that?" Snape asked skeptically. "I was there when the deal was struck. You'll never guess who was responsible for making it happen." Brant felt a brush against his occlumency shields and poked back. "Stop it. You said I'd never guess, so I wasn't going to." "Fine, the person that thought up the idea of paying you and slaving out the job to students in detention was none other than Nymphadora. Don't call me that, Tonks." "You're taking a piss at me," Snape said slowly, but seeing the smile on Brant's face. "You're not kidding. How did that happen?" "It just did. I'm heading over to the Harpy's Nest, so if you want to join me, drinks are on me, as soon as you're done with your cauldron slaves out there." Snape stood up and walked out of the office. He walked by each student's cauldron and cast a preservation charm on each one. "Write down the step you were on, and you will continue your detentions tomorrow night, after dinner." He stared at every one of the children there. "Get out now." They all ran out the door as quickly as they could. Snape turned back to Brant. "My schedule just opened up." Walking back into his office, they each grabbed a pinch of flue powder and called out the Harpy's Nest, and vanished into the fire. They both got spit out into a raging party. People were singing and dancing on tables, with alcohol spilling everywhere and making the floor sticky. There were people from Tutshill and Holyhead partying, but many more Harpies fans were present. Brant yelled towards the bar, "2 beers." And 2 bottles were thrown at him, which Snape caught with a levitation charm. They popped off the tops with their wands and toasted together before drinking. A dark-haired girl, with streaks of gold and green dancing on the table, slipped off and landed in Snape's arms. She looked at him and panicked. "Ah, vampire," she cried out. Brant laughed out loud as Snape snarled, "It is 3:30 in the afternoon. I am not a vampire." The girl, still being held by Snape, took another look at him and said, "I'm not sure, you might be." Then reached over and pulled up his front lip to look at his teeth. "Pretty sure you're not a vampire now." Snape put her down and she walked off, looking back at him twice. Brant told him, "If I were you, I'd follow her." Snape sighed. You know, a very wise old seer told me over the summer to stop living in the past. I think I'll follow her advice. He turned around and followed the young woman who had just walked off, with Brant giving a none-so-silent cheer as he walked away. Without his wingman, so early into the outing, Brant approached the bar and set up a tab. As he drank his beer, he was approached by Gwenog Jones. Sitting in the seat next to him, she reached over and took the beer out of his hands and started to drain the rest of it. A man passing by whistled at her as she chugged the beer. She held up one finger at him, causing him to stop and wait until she was done. When she finished the beer, she winked at the man who whistled at her, then slugged him in the face, knocking him out as he fell into another table which got cheers from the other patrons. "So how'd it go?" she asked Brant. "Well, I'm back here, and I brought along Severus Snape, who is possibly hooking up with a girl who has a vampire fetish, so you tell me." "I'm guessing it went well," she said hopefully. "It went perfectly. Angie did say you could convince him. It's not like he's going to regret it. He's going to have a blast. He just needed to get a taste for it. So, for your reward," Brant pulled out a large ring of keys. "These are the keys to the Black family villa in Ibiza. The ring will act as a portkey for you and the Harpies for the entire month of June. You'll have 1 month of post-season partying with a service staff of 3 house elves and an endless larder of food and drinks, plus an on-call obliviator to deal with any muggles you accidentally or purposely reveal the existence of magic to." She snatched the keys from him and passed him back his empty beer bottle. "Go get yourself another drink, and go see Angie to tell her of our success." She swung the keys around her fingers and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 72. A Parliament of Owls. Chapter text The Daily Prophet, Monday, January 18, 1993. Harry Potter spotted at Holyhead match. Yesterday appeared like it was just going to be ordinary, but quite a good day for the Quidditch match between the Holyhead Harpies and the Tutshill Tornadoes. The sun was shining, and while the cold was a bit biting, there was no wind to drill it into the bones of the spectators at Gargarth Stadium. The game started quickly with the Harpies taking an early lead that would last them the entire match. At 68 minutes in, Tutshill chaser Samson Minks crashed spectacularly into the stands at midfield, injuring 3 Holyhead fans and himself. The crash also started several smaller fights between the fans of each team who thought the crash was intentional. The 3 Holyhead fans injured in the crash were completely healed before the end of the day. As the game had to be temporarily stopped, one of the arriving healers looked into the luxury box that Minks had passed by prior to his crash. Who did she see standing in front of her? None other than Harry Potter, the boy who lived. When the healer reported her sighting to the game's announcers, and the sighting was relayed to the crowd, chaos ensued. It was quickly discovered that none other than Senior Aura Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody, was providing security for Harry Potter and his entourage, which resulted in close to a dozen fans being stunned or knocked out in various ways in their attempts to meet the most famous magical child of the age. Saul Partridge of Bristol had his skin turned green and sprouted antlers while he was being electrified and stunned. St. Mungo's has been unable to reverse the effects that Moody placed on the man. When reached for comment, Aura Moody responded, he should be back to normal in 3 to 5 days. If Mr. Partridge wishes, he can visit the Aura office between 5:00 and 5:03 in the morning on Tuesday or Thursday, and I will swap the antlers for any other type of horns that he desires. When our reporters reached out to Samson Minks in the hospital, he laughed and said, "You know, some people have near-death experiences. I got to have a near Harry Potter experience." Following the Harpies' win, Harry Potter was reported to have gone to a post-game meet and greet with the ladies of the Holyhead. As when he was in the paper over the summer, he was accompanied by Lyra Cassiopeia Black, plus her bonded familiar, the talking demiguise, named Whiskers. Also in the entourage was the steward of the Black family, one Penelope Clearwater, the 5th-year Ravenclaw prefect at Hogwarts and a possible business associate of Harry Potter. Rounding out the group was second-year Hogwarts student Hermione Granger and her Muggle parents, Leonard and Carla. Reports from other attendees of the meet and greet informed our reporters that Miss Granger is the first magical child of an awakened squib line of Spanish descent. She is currently an only child, but we wish many more magical children for the happy couple in the future. Mr. Potter and Miss Black were also seen engaged in mock Quidditch drills over Gargarth Bay with Gwennog Jones and Angelica Jiggy Rivers. For pictures, please see page A4. In related news, Minister Fudge has initiated a trade deal with the bonded familiar of Lyra Black, Sir Whiskers. The agreement will provide our illustrious Auror with new invisibility cloaks. For pictures, please see page A5. Cedric flipped through the paper to the middle of section to find a full page of pictures, which consisted of Lyra with her hair fully unbraided flying back and forth across the Quidditch pitch, and others of Harry swatting a bludger back and forth with Gwennog Jones. There was a third shot of Jones taking shots at Lyra while Harry defended her. All three sets of animated photos were taken from a great distance, but he could easily identify Harry and Lyra in each one. On the opposite page, there was a shot of Minister Fudge leaning over to shake hands with Whispers. There must be a bigger story to that picture than just the invisibility cloaks, but he could find that out later. Now he knew who to thank for yesterday's amazing news. After being avoided by him all week, Harry Potter came to his dorm just before dinner the previous night. He apologized for being rude and said that he would like to try playing Quidditch for the house team next year. Cedric had been in shock for a few seconds before jumping up and hugging Harry, then running off to send a few letters. The first one he sent to his father to update the man on the good news, but the second he stopped when he finished writing it, as he had no idea where Newt Scamander was at the moment. After consulting his old head of house, Professor Sprout, she informed him that Mr. Scamander would be returning in early February, and if he had any mail for the man to leave it with her, and an elf would deliver it to his office at Hogwarts. Now that he had another person to thank, he left the breakfast table and ran off to the owlery to send a letter to Gwennog Jones and Angelica Rivers. He must have written, "Thank you," in at least 10 parts of the letter, while also inviting them to the first game of the fall season next year. With a spring in his step, he then proceeded to his morning care of magical creatures class. Wednesday during breakfast was quiet until the owls descended on the great hall. Typically in the morning, close to 100 birds would arrive through the small windows at the top of the hall and descend to the benches to deliver copies of the Daily Prophet and other periodicals for those who subscribed, and fly off immediately to allow for the dozen or so owls that would arrive for personal mail. Those who were paying attention appreciated how the castle wards coordinated the delivery of mail in order of importance. The same thing would happen in the evening if there was a special edition printing of the newspaper. The newspaper delivery went smoothly, but then there was a bit of a scuffle between several owls as a large group flew straight toward Harry and Lyra. Maybe it was due to the competition between the owls to be first, or that they were told their deliveries were more important than the others. But for whatever reason, the group of owls began to fight over who got to be the first to deliver to the two children. When feathers began to fly, Professor Kettleburn stood up from his spot at the table and cast a large and particularly strong Immobulus spell, which slowed all the birds down so they barely moved and floated in the air. The hall watched in silence as he marched down from the staff table between the Scamanders and Hufflepuffs. Stopping under the flock of birds, he reached upwards, and his mechanical arm extended high into the air to carefully pluck the birds down one by one as he told the students at the Scamander table to make room around Harry and Lyra for them. There ended up being only 5 owls for Harry and 1 for Lyra. 4 other owls needed to deliver to other students, but just got mixed up in the fight. Lyra opened up her letter to find a letter from Angelica Rivers of the Harpies. "Miss Black, since the game and your flight with me afterward, the team has received an overflow of letters from our fans about the pictures that ended up in the newspaper and your amazing hair. When your team starts its practices, have your captain contact us with your training schedule. I would love to come and assist in the training as well as a few others from time to time. We would bring our own photographer to document our activities. Please let me know what you think. Sincerely, Angelica Jiggy." Rivers Lyra squealed in excitement, then passed the letter to Harry and bounced up and down as he read it, then snatched it back and took it to Cedric, who also squealed in excitement before the two of them ran off to write a response. The rest of the hall looked on with confusion. After his sister ran off, Harry opened his first letter from the largest and most regal of the owls to find just a short message. To Harry James Potter. This message is to confirm the appointment with Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, for January 30th, 10 a.m. No response is necessary. Sincerely, Eugenia Fiddlewood, Executive Assistant to the Minister, British Ministry of Magic. Seeing another letter with the seal of the ministry, he took that next. Mr. Potter, thank you. Amos Diggory putting that in his pocket, he moved on to the next letter, which was in a muggle envelope with stamps on the outside. It had been quite a long time since he had seen a muggle letter, and it reminded him a bit of Charlie the mailman. Examining the return address, it was from an Elizabeth Manning in London. Harry scratched his head at the name and slowly opened the letter. It was written on lined notebook paper with a purple pen. Harry, I hope you remember, this is Liz from Tower Records in London. It took me a while to convince my mother to let me write this letter, especially because she couldn't find any record of your school, Hodge and Ward's Academy. Your escort, the one in the cool jacket, gave my mom the card, so unless she printed up cards from an imaginary place, it has to exist, right? Well, I was hoping you could let me know the next time you are in London so we can meet up and hang out. I don't think I'm going to be up in Scotland any time soon. Can you tell me about your school? What kind of classes do you take? I like chemistry classes, and I'm on a swimming team at my school here in London. I look forward to hearing back from you. Sincerely, Liz. Harry stared at the letter. He had no idea what to do with it, not that he had forgotten the girl, but his mind had flagged it as just an insignificant event. Now it seemed to have gained a bit more prominence. He added this as one more thing to add to the list of things he'd need to ask Brant the next time he saw the man. Moving on to the next owl, he opened it up to find just a large circle drawn on the parchment, and written inside the circle was written, "Tap your wand here." He had enough lessons in dealing with the unknown from both Alastair and Brant that there was no way he was just going to follow the instructions. So after he took the one remaining letter from the last owl and stashed it in his pocket without opening it, he took the mystery letter up to the staff table to the defense teacher, Professor Lockhart. The man saw his approach and said, "Good morning, Harry. Seems like the life of a celebrity is catching up with you. This is why I have a secretary to answer all of my fan mail. Otherwise, I would never be able to eat in peace." Looking at the parchment in Harry's hand, he asked, "How can I help you?" Harry placed the paper in front of the man and said, "I know enough not to do this. I thought you could check it for me." Lockhart's face grew serious. "You were right to bring this to me. I have a wealth of experience in dealing with booby-trapped letters from people who may have been under the impression I had wronged them in some way or another." He leaned in closely and whispered, "Mostly jealous husbands." Straightening up, he spun his wand over the paper, leaving a trail of golden sparks which settled on the paper. He performed another action which had the sparks turn blue, then purple, then they disappeared. "There are two objects hidden inside the parchment," Lockhart informed him. "I can't determine what the objects are, but the larger one has some traces of magic in it, but nothing harmful as far as I can tell. Just to be safe, step back, please." Harry took a step back, and his professor pulled up his magenta cloak in front of him like a shield, then reached over and tapped the paper. As Lockhart tapped the circle, the parchment burst into flames, which didn't feel hot or damage the surroundings. When the fire subsided, there was a small rolled-up parchment and a Quidditch beater's bat laying on the table. Harry was just about to reach for the parchment when Lockhart stopped him and cast a couple of other diagnostic charms on the items before letting him pick them up. On the parchment was written, "Potter, here's to a long and successful Quidditch career. Gwenog Jones." Harry passed the note to Lockhart and picked up the bat. On the other side was the golden signature of Gwenog and an etching of a harpy claw. "Impressive," Lockhart said loudly. "You do seem to attract the older witches quite well. Though I suggest that when you thank her, you tell her not to be so mysterious in the future. I've incinerated letters I thought might be cursed in the past. After the first time you've been covered with boils from opening a letter too quickly, you make sure to err on the side of paranoia." Since most of the school had witnessed the situation when he brought the letter up to the defense professor, he spent the rest of breakfast showing the bat around to other students who approached him. Just as he was about to leave, there was a strange chattering noise from the windows, as the silhouette of a monstrous bird flew up to the owl entrances, but couldn't get through. The bird tried another hole, then everyone watched as the outline of the giant bird flew away from the windows. Harry started to get up to leave when there was a scream from outside the hall, and a girl ran into the hall yelling, "It's a monster!" Professors Lockhart, Kettleburn, Babbling, and Sprout ran out towards the door as all the students backed away from the entrance. There was the clattering noise that the bird had made before, and someone nearby Harry whispered, "Sounds like a machine gun." The four professors who were at breakfast all drew their wands and pointed toward the door as the giant bird walked into the great hall. It was close to 6 feet tall, with legs that were long and skinny with 4 toes on the bottom. It had a large body of grey feathers, an enormous pale beak, and golden eyes. Strangely enough, it was also wearing a pendant around its neck made from shiny black metal. It was a circle with a vertical line through it and small spikes sticking out at 4 points. "Is that a diricol?" one student asked. "The legs are too long," said another. Professor Kettleburn spoke up. "It's a shoebill. They're from Central Africa." The bird stalked its way closer to the students, making a chattering noise that scattered many of them to the sides of the room. Professor Babbling approached the bird cautiously and stood in front of it, examining the pendant. She cast a few diagnostic spells on the bird as it stretched up taller than she was. "The pendant is a portkey," she announced, "and it's a Ghanan rune for perseverance, so it's here for a purpose." Harry suddenly made the connection and announced, "I think it's here for me." Breaking through the bunched-up group of students in front of him, he approached Professor Babbling and the tall bird. She stood in front of Harry as the bird leaned over and made the strange chattering noise again, then extended one wing, which had to be about 4 or 5 feet long, and revealed a golden scroll container attached to the side of its body. Professor Babbling carefully removed the container and passed it to Harry. Before he could open the container, the bird walked over to the table and started to look around for food. It started pushing around the meat, but couldn't decide what it wanted. Professor Kettleburn called for an elf and whispered something to it before it popped away and returned with a basket of fish, still alive and flopping around. The shoebill turned around and approached the basket, eating one fish whole, then taking its time with another. The entire room was watching intensely as it finished the second fish, then slowly marched out of the room. Another student screamed and ran away as it exited. Then the entire student body in the great hall ran after it. When it got to the courtyard, it spread its massive wings and leaped into the sky. Once it was over the permissible forest, there was a twist in the air as the portkey pendant must have been activated, and the bird vanished. Professor Sprout called out to everyone, "You all have 10 minutes until your first class. Make sure you're on time." It wasn't until lunchtime that Harry got to read the last 2 letters he got. The one he had stashed before approaching Lockhart had the black family coat of arms on the front and Narcissa Black written on the back of the envelope. He took a few seconds to debate waiting until Lyra was there to open it, but decided he could read it first and then see if he needed to tell his sister about her mother's letter. "Dear Mr. Potter, I am writing to let you know that, following our meeting, I spent quite a long time trying to figure out where I went so wrong in my life. I do not think I would have done anything differently in my marriage to Lucius, as we were in love at the time. Though in the later years, when Lyra did not show any signs of being magical, I should have stood up to my husband and kept him from causing Lyra any pain and made sure she wasn't sent away. I took your warning to heart, and I am desperately trying to understand the plight of an abandoned child. I am currently traveling and will return when I believe that I have fulfilled your mission for me, and you will see that I sincerely wish to be part of my daughter's life. I spoke to my son, Draco, before I departed and reminded him that he has his own mission to fulfill, so he may also be part of Lyra's life. Arcturus does not have high hopes for my son and believes he will do something foolish under the influence of his father. He has told me that he believes you have a limit to your tolerance of Draco's behavior, and you will eventually resort to something much more permanent than the results of your initial confrontation. I humbly request that, as I try to do as you told me in pursuit of a relationship with my daughter, you try to have more patience with my son as well. Sincerely, Narcissa Black. Harry stared at the letter. Then he read it again. It seemed too personal to show it to Lyra, but he resolved that if he did have another encounter with the arrogant boy, that he would show the letter to Lyra before taking action. After eating half a sandwich, Harry took out the golden scroll container, twisted the top off of it, and removed the paper inside. "Hey there, Harry. It was great to receive your letter here at school. Plenty of people here have heard of Harry Potter through our history classes and the children's books, but you are treated as an imaginary creature instead of a real person. So for other people to see that you exist was quite a story for me to tell. That's an incredible power that Hami has granted you for your staff. When I am training with my father, Hami often roars to make us weaker, so the training is more difficult and more effective when his power wears off. I have never seen him need to defend our family, but my father told me a story of a time when he was younger, when he fought alongside his cousins, and Hami and his roars empowered them to fight harder. After our flight to Switzerland, the magizoologists and healers we spoke to slightly confirmed what Mr. Scamander and your sister had said. He is getting into the later stages of his life, and he is approaching an age where he may not be able to father children of his own anymore. He may even realize that on his own. Mr. Scamander put my father in touch with the group in Syria that is raising the Lamashu cubs, and he is trying to arrange a meeting to discuss an arrangement or a way to purchase the cubs if Hami will want to foster them. I will update you on how that progresses. I am sending this letter with one of the school's long-distance letter carriers. I imagine he will cause quite a stir when he arrives in Scotland. Please make sure the post office on your end sends a hardier bird next time. The owl that was sent before came close to being eaten by the local wildlife here. Let me know of any other developments with Hami's tooth. Sincerely, Iraden Dooman Harry smiled. This one he would show to Lyra. He looked at the golden scroll container and stashed it in his pouch for future use. After dinner, Harry made his way up to the owlery to respond to a few of his letters. The first one he wrote was to Liz, adding to the outside of the paper the address he found on her letter. Liz, yes, the school exists. It's in Scotland, in the Highlands. We're not supposed to talk about its location. I know that sounds strange, but it is what it is. I guess I can tell you, the school is in an old castle with a lake and a forest nearby. I also like science classes, but I'm more interested in herbology and zoology. I have a meeting in London on the morning of the 30th. I'll need to speak to my escorts to see if I have time for anything else. I'll try to send another letter when I know more. Sincerely, Harry. Next, he sent a letter to Gwenog Jones. Hi Gwenog, thank you for the beater's bat. I guess that is what I will try out for on the team. That's what people say I should do since I dented that bludger in the first week of school. Your letter caused a bit of a stir because I thought it might be cursed. I ended up having Gilderoy Lockhart open it. He said he had experience with this kind of thing due to jealous husbands. Though jealous of what? Lyra got a letter from Angelica Rivers saying she might come to help us with practices. I think our captain, Cedric, squealed as much as she did when he read it. Please make sure to sign your name on the letters so I know they're from you in the future. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Finally, he sent a letter to Brant. Just as he started writing the letter, Hermes came down from his perch and sat there waiting for him to finish. He wrote, Brant, I received quite a few letters today. The first was from the minister's office confirming our meeting for the 30th at 10 a.m. The second was just a one-sentence message from Cedric's dad thanking me for joining the team. The third was from that girl I met in London, Liz. I already wrote her back, and I did my best not to say anything about magic. I told her about being in London on the 30th. Do you think I could meet up with her afterward? I also got a letter from Gwenog Jones with a signed beater's bat inside it, but she put it hidden inside some kind of charm that required me to tap my wand on the parchment. She just signed it with GJ. From your lessons, I thought it might be a curse, so I took it to Professor Lockhart to check before I opened it. The next letter I got was from Lyra's mother. It's nothing urgent, but I don't know if I should respond or not. Finally, I got a letter from the boy we met in Istanbul, Iraden. He updated me on the situation with Hamidreza. He sent the return letter with some monstrous bird that scared all the students in the Great Hall during breakfast. It was awesome. Harry Hermes puffed up his chest and allowed Harry to put the letter in for the steward, and he flew off. Just before he was about to leave, he thought of one more he should send. Professor McGonagall, I suppose you heard about the shoebill bird at breakfast this morning. It was a return from the letter I sent to Uagadu. My friend, they advised us not to send such small birds in the future, as the one that came with my letter was close to being eaten. Thanks, Harry. Chapter 73. Witches and Wands. Chapter text. Brant woke up before dawn on Sunday morning. He had a small room in Black Manor to call his own, but small for one of the richest families in the British Isles. Next to his king-size bed were 3 different clocks, each with its own alarm settings. It occasionally irked him that he couldn't have a digital Muggle alarm clock with multiple alarms due to the amount of ambient magic in the air on such an old property, but he was happy to have magic in its place, even if it did mean 3 bulky analog clocks next to his bed. There was also a small desk that he raised and stretched over the bed, which had his schedule and various other papers. He had always been a slow riser, but that didn't mean that he couldn't be awake and active right away. After pushing himself upright and looking through his schedule, he saw that Opal must have updated his schedule during the night to show that he would finally be able to visit the monarch tonight to retrieve the photos from their trip. Gemma Farley would be working with Harry, Lyra, and their friends today, and after that, Tonks would be showing up for them to give the children the talk. He started to run through emotion-suppressing occlumency exercises in preparation for whatever the Metamorph Magus had prepared for the event. Darby, he called out, summoning the elf to the room. Please bring me a large cup of coffee and a half-breakfast. The elf looked a bit disappointed, as he liked to cook a lot. Also, please coordinate with Opal to arrange the payment for Serenity at the Monarch when the bill comes in later this afternoon. Yes, steward. Darby popped away. Brant continued to look through his schedule for the next week. He really wanted to go to the Harpies game next Sunday, but he also had to meet with a few different ministers about the upcoming vote on the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Revision Bill. Lord Black had tasked him with trying to find a way to get exemptions on a few items for foreign officials and visiting dignitaries. It was very out of character for the man, and it felt like a test, so he would make sure to accomplish it. As he looked through the files on the ministers that he still needed to convince, something occurred to him. Randolph, he called, and another elf popped in. This one was wearing a towel in a way that made it look like a kilt. He also had a small backpack on and wore an eye patch over his left eye. Good morning, steward. You received mail during the night. The elf took off his pack and literally dove into it, with his feet disappearing into the pack. After a moment, he surfaced and passed a letter to Brant. Setting it aside for the moment, he instructed the elf, please bring me the standard files on Ministers Oakwood, Armstrong, and Webb. The elf opened a zipper pocket on the bag, which extended like a filing cabinet, and flipped through them until he pulled out 3 files and levitated them up to Brant's table. Thank you, Randolph. That will be all. Brant exchanged a nod with the elf, and he put his pack back on and vanished. Taking a sip of his coffee, he opened the first file, scanned it, and closed it, then repeated it with the other 2 and smiled. He could kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Pulling a piece of parchment from a stack of blanks, he quickly composed a letter but left the name blank. Jenny, he called, and an elf wearing a frilly lace toga popped into the room. Please duplicate this letter twice. The elf performed the magic. It was considered rude to send duplicated or form letters, particularly invitations to lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. However, it was nearly impossible to detect if it was done by a house elf. Brant took the letters back and added the names and addresses to the letters. Thank you, Jenny, he smiled at the elf. Please deliver these letters to the Oakwood, Armstrong, and Webb residences. The pretty little elf bowed and vanished with a pop. She was one of the few elves he had ever met who actually had a full head of hair. Sometimes he wondered why that was, and every time he just dismissed it as one of those things about magic that wasn't worth spending the mental capacity on. Due to her uniqueness, she was regularly used for passing on messages, as she seemed more human than other elves. She also made a delicious brisket. Turning to the letter that Randolph had delivered, he opened it to find a message from Alistair Moody. Steward Brant, if you ever repeat what is written here, I will deny it to the end of my life. I apologize for the incursion and attack at Elmswood. That being said, I am still interested in providing the assistance you requested in your investigation of the people who don't like the children on the condition that I get to see the pictures you promised. Update me at your convenience. Do not wait too long." Alastair Moody, as soon as he was done reading the message, it started to fade away. Wanting to keep the record of an apology from Mad-Eye, Brant quickly brandished his wand and cast a duplication spell on the paper. However, when the duplicate appeared, the only thing written on the paper was, "That's not going to work. Nice try." Then the duplicate burst into flame just as the original vanished. Brant rolled his eyes, then smiled. He raised his wand and cast a pinching jinx at a plaque on the wall of an owl, then pulled out a parchment to draft a return letter to the crazy old aura. "Alastair Moody, I will be retrieving the full collection of photos later tonight. Severus Snape has also expressed interest in viewing them, and I will probably be visiting him at Hogwarts next week to show him. I will provide you with the names of the people I am investigating at that time." Steward Brant, just as he finished, an owl swooped into the room through a passage near the ceiling and perched on his bedpost. Before putting the letter in an envelope, he pulled out a runic inscription pen and inscribed a few minor curses on the letter. And to dye the man's hands blue, another to make his hands slippery to keep him from holding a wand, and one more carefully crafted inside the letters of Alastair's name at the beginning, similar to the curse on the eye patch, that would be activated just by reading it, and would turn his magic eye from blue to purple. He didn't believe that the man would fall victim to any of them, but the harmless nature of all of them would make sure he knew that they were just because he still felt irked about the situation. Once the curses were applied, he put it into the envelope and passed it to the waiting owl. The room he was in did not have any natural light by design. Brant preferred to control the light in a room with magic. Looking over at an astronomical clock he had on the dresser near the foot of his bed, he saw that it was just after sunrise outside. Knowing that meant he needed to get up soon, he quickly ate the small breakfast he had been given and pushed the desk to the side to get up. Today was certain to be interesting. Due to some last-minute business he had to deal with, Brant didn't arrive at Hogwarts until after breakfast. He arrived at the dueling arena to find Gemma and the 6 kids already there, and practicing their targeting with the floating orbs. She added an element of difficulty to the lesson by conjuring a small orb of electricity that moved randomly around the platform that would give a small shock if you got too close to it. That way, none of the children could stand in one place very long while casting at the orbs. Brant just sat in the higher seats and watched. He felt his skin tingle for a moment before Whispers slowly appeared, passing him a mango as he sat down. "Jules," Whispers said to him as Brant accepted the fruit. Brant knew Whispers had been getting speech and etiquette lessons from the portrait given by Alessandra Zabini, so Brant just looked back at the demiguise next to him and said, "What do you need to say?" Whispers seemed to think for a moment before saying, "Juice, please." Brant gave a smile and a laugh as he conjured 2 small glasses, then cast the spell to squeeze all of the juice out of the fruit until it was just a dry husk remaining. Then he vanished the remains. Passing the glass to Whispers, he held the cup until he said, "Thank you." He must still be having trouble with his TH sounds. Down below, Lyra was getting frustrated. "When can I stop doing this stupid wand movement?" she complained loudly. Then, with a whip of her arm, conjured a huge stream of barely controlled fire which enveloped 2 of the orbs, creating a cacophony of ringing noises before the fire stopped. The others stopped to look at her, and Gemma moved the ball of electricity far above them as it continued to move around. Gemma addressed all of them. "There is a saying that you need 10,000 hours of work to become an expert at something. Right now you are beginners. Eventually, you'll be amateurs, then slowly work your way up the ladder to being an expert." They were all looking at her trying to figure out how long 10,000 hours was. She answered for them. 10,000 hours is a little over 400 days of continuous work. You're not going to get this overnight, or even in a month. Each spell you work on needs to be done over and over and over. You're training your mind and body to recognize how the spell works. When you get older and know more magic, point casting or nonverbal spells will become easier and quicker to learn after casting them for the first time. But for now, this is what you need to do. Harry patted his sister on the back. No shortcuts, remember. The rest of their lessons went as usual, and Brant reminded himself he needed to schedule more time with Stevens to practice his own dueling. Just in case he ran into Malfoy or Crabbe, he was now always wearing a vest made of dragon hide and covered with as many protective enchantments as possible without being obvious. At lunch, Brant saw Tonks at the entrance to the great hall from where he sat at the staff table. Excusing himself from a conversation with Septima Vector, he went over to greet her. She was wearing her hair long and straight today, with a touch of red streaks on one side. She also had a large bag with her, larger than anything he'd seen her with previously. After exchanging a greeting, Brant asked, "So, how did you want to go about doing this?" With feigned confidence, she grinned and said, "I was hoping to have a conversation with Lyra first, then we can talk to them together. I think it would be best if I do the girl talk before we talk to them about dating and relationships." Brant nodded in agreement. "Do you have something to do with Harry in the meantime?" "Harry got a letter from the girl at the record store and wanted to talk to me about it." Tonks brightened up at hearing that. "I think he's mostly concerned with how to talk to a muggle, but also wanted to meet with her after his appointment with Minister Fudge." "I think it will take a bit longer than that for me with Lyra," she told him. "Well, then he can do his homework until you are done," Brant shrugged. They only needed to wait a few more minutes before being approached by Harry and Lyra. Tonks started to guide Lyra away to have their conversation, saying, "We'll go find a private room. I'll send you a patroness when we're done. Can you cast one, or are you too black to do it?" Brant could certainly cast the charm, but just hid his annoyance and smile behind a mask of disappointment, and said, "Sadly, I delved too far into the dark arts at Durmstrang to be able to conjure the Guardian. Send me yours, and I'll ask an elf to guide me to your location." From there, Brant walked with Harry back to his common room, where they sat down at a small table to talk. "So tell me about the letter you got from the girl in London," Brant asked. "Well, her mother didn't think the school existed, and she told me about the classes she likes. I tried to be vague and told her that the school is in an old castle, and I like to take classes on plants and animals. In the owl I sent to her, I told her I'd be in London on the 30th, but have a meeting in the morning." Brant rubbed his forehead between his eyes. "You sent her an owl?" Harry nodded, a bit confused. "Muggles don't get owls." "Hopefully, the owl will put her letter in the postbox, instead of trying to pass it to her directly. I'll need to alert someone in the Obliviator squad of the Ministry to check up on her and see how it was delivered." "Oops," Harry apologized. "I'll need to get the information about the post office that Hogwarts uses. In the future, send Muggle posts there first, and they'll make sure it gets to the destination properly." Pausing for a moment to see that Harry understood, he continued, "Can you show me the letter from Narcissa?" Harry passed over the letter, and he read it thoroughly. "Arcturus knows where she is now, but I do not. It does seem like she listened to what you said and is taking your advice to heart. However, in the end, it is still up to your sister regarding anything in terms of her mother." Harry nodded. "I'm going to head to an empty classroom and do some of my own work while waiting for an update from Miss Tonks. You should work on your homework until then as well." Harry nodded, and the two went their separate ways. About 2 hours later, Tonks's patroness popped up in front of him. "We're ready for the two of you. Sorry for the hike, but we're in an empty classroom on the 6th floor. It's on the right-hand side from the main staircase, next to a knight with a red and white shield." The large rabbit winked out of existence. After collecting Harry, the two of them made the long hike up to the 6th floor to find where Tonks and Lyra were. When they arrived, Tonks opened the door and let Harry in, but stopped Brant outside. "We need to have a quick conversation first," she said seriously, stepping outside and closing the door behind her. "Something wrong?" Brant asked. "Maybe," Tonks said with uncertainty. "First of all, I don't think the kids need to learn any of the mechanics related to sex. Lyra, and I assume Harry too, seem to know exactly how babies are made, and she mentioned that they each have even helped with the delivery of Demiguise babies." Brant's eyes widened at that comment, but then just looked thoughtful. Tonks snapped her fingers in front of Brant's face. "Pay attention. I asked Lyra why she was assisting in the births of Demiguises and not someone else, like a magizoologist, and she refused to say anything else on the matter. She also fully understood about menstruation, but thought it would only start with her once she became an adult. She was under the impression that she would need to sequester and isolate herself while she was bleeding." She was shocked to hear that she might start her cycle sometime soon, and relieved that I was able to give products that would allow her to stay with her friends and not be forced to spend the time alone. Well, Brant started. I'm not finished, Tonks said, with a hint of anger. She also seemed to be under the impression that as soon as she did start menstruating, she would need to start having children. Don't know if she got these ideas from wherever she was raised, or from Lord Black's pureblood, incestual relationship, bullshit. But I've told her she doesn't need to worry about children for at least 15 years. I've been very patient about not being part of the club that knows all about what happened to Lyra after her father abandoned her, and how she met up with Harry for his secret Dumbledore training. However, it's getting to the point where I need to know, especially if I'm going to be close to her. Brant stared at her serious face for a long moment before saying, as of now, I can't discuss their background and upbringing. I will need to discuss it with others before I can speak about it with you. Why can't the children just tell me? Tonks asked. Because I said so, Brant told her with finality. It needs to be discussed with others before letting you in on the secret. He glared at her again. Now are you ready to proceed with the talk? Tonks glared back at him, but nodded. The two of them entered the classroom to find that Lyra had completely emptied the bag that Tonks had given her, and was in the process of showing Harry all of the pads, tampons, pain potions, cleansers, and books that Tonks had given her. Brant was a bit shocked, but Harry seemed genuinely interested in everything, and not grossed out like any other 12-year-old boy he had ever met, including himself. Tonks ran over to the table where they were and started to gather it all up. Lyra, I told you that you didn't have to show Harry. I told you just to tell him it was girl stuff, and you shouldn't have to talk about it with boys. It's just things for the Moonblood, Lyra said. Harry knows about it too. It's not some secret that boys don't know about. Brant pulled Tonks back away from the children, whispering to her, just leave it alone. Harry's showing remarkable maturity for his age. Tonks whispered back, it's not maturity. It feels to me like neither of them has ever been immature. Brant looked a bit sad at that comment. Yeah, you're probably right. He gave a big sigh and turned back to the children. Harry, Lyra, while it's perfectly fine to want to know about what Tonks was teaching to Lyra, it is not something that is discussed publicly. Women will normally discuss it with other women or with a healer, but it isn't part of everyday normal conversation. Boys certainly don't talk about it with other boys or with girls. He raised an eyebrow towards Tonks, who gave him a shrug and a nod. He continued, from some things that Miss Tonks has just told me, I think I need to change the nature of our discussion and ask the two of you some questions first. If there's anything you don't want to answer, please say so. Okay. After getting nods from the two, he asked, what do you think being an adult is like? Tonks wasn't expecting that as a question, but just waited patiently for Harry and Lyra to discuss their answer after holding up a feather that created a silencing ward somehow. Being an adult means being in charge, Harry started. It means doing more for your family and having children, then teaching them things. While that was essentially correct, it was a strange way to put it. Tonks decided to field a follow-up question. How do you think you find someone you want to have children with? That one Lyra had an answer for right away. You just know, and if they don't agree, you need to convince them. Convince them, Tonks asked. Show them you're smarter, stronger, or better than them, Lyra said. You don't need to fight, but just make sure they know you are more capable. I don't even know how to respond to that, Brant commented. Harry, what do you think? Exactly what Lyra said, while nodding. A girl should be better than me if she wants to have children, but I just like having friends right now. Tonks was a bit shocked, but still said, while you're 100% correct, that you should find a woman who is better than you in every way, you should make sure that you're as close as possible to her level too. Why would she want to be with me if I wasn't? Harry asked, looking confused. Harry, Lyra, Brant started slowly. Is this how it was done in your family? They both nodded back. Okay, I understand now. In England and outside your family, things are done a bit differently, and that's what we wanted to talk to you about. They both looked interested and adjusted their posture until they looked like they were paying attention in class. So first, what you need to know is that you both will not be adults until you are out of school. Even after that, you do not need to worry about getting married or having children until much later, Tonks started. However, in the next few years, you will find that you may find yourself having urges to be more than friends with other boys, girls, or both. Brant gave Tonks a bit of a sour look, to which Tonks gave him a small tag of legilimency that said, "Got a problem," to which he just shrugged. Then he took over. Because being an adult and having children is a bit more complicated here than it is back at home. Until that time comes, you're allowed and encouraged to practice everything leading up to it. It is very hard to find someone you're compatible with, and even harder to figure out the ways to test for it. Even as an adult, you may still be trying to figure out how to find the right person for yourself. Tonks was very confused with the wording Brant was using and tried to suppress her desire to just beat the answers out of him. Though from Harry's explanation, beating up Brant might signify the start of a courtship ritual. Regardless, it was all technically correct. Brant waited for a moment to let them absorb what he said and work out the cryptic nature of him, saying that courtship for humans was different than demiguises. Then, after a slow nod from each child, he continued, "You'll know when you meet someone who you think you want to do more than just spend time with. When that happens, you should try to spend more time with them and try to see if you enjoy the same things or would like to learn more of the things the other person likes to do." Tonks was a bit stunned. That seemed like the perfect explanation of what dating was supposed to achieve. However, it left out the possibility of just dating someone for fun. So she jumped into the conversation. However, it sometimes gets a bit more complicated than that, as not every person you meet will be someone you want to spend all your time with. You might also find someone you don't want to be with forever, but might enjoy spending time with now and then. That's also fine. Both children didn't take any time to think about what she said and just nodded and smiled. Right as Tonks was about to speak again, Harry raised his hand. Tonks chuckled and said, "Yes, Mr. Potter. Is that why Liz wants to hang out with me?" he asked. Brant explained, "The girl from the record store they might get a chance to meet after his appointment with the minister." "Really?" Tonks smiled. 5 points to Harry. "Yes, she probably wants to be more than just friends with you." "But I don't think I want to be more than friends with her," Harry told Tonks. "You should still meet with her and just be friends then," Brant said. "When should I start asking boys to hang out as that girl did with Harry?" Lyra asked, earning a smirk from Tonks. However, it was Brant who responded with a touch of steel in his voice. "When you feel like it, and not a moment sooner. If a boy wants to be alone with you, as friends or otherwise, and you don't want to, you tell him no. If he pressures you to say yes, leave the room or wherever you are. If he continues to bother you, feel free to hex him. Sometimes you might want to start with the hexing," Tonks added. "You'll know when it is appropriate to hex first instead of saying no." "That goes for you too, Harry," Brant added, "but also that if a girl tells you no, you need to stop there and leave her alone. There may be a time that she might say no, but mean yes. However, you should not associate with girls that play those kinds of games. No means no, and that's the end of it." "Why would it mean anything else?" Harry seemed a bit confused. He looked to Lyra, who just shrugged. "It shouldn't," Brant said. "I guess the next thing we should cover is etiquette." Tonks nodded, and he continued. "Hanging out with people when you want to be more than friends is called dating or courting. Almost every time, it is the boy who will ask a girl on a date. He will be the one who needs to plan what they are doing and pay for anything that needs to be paid for, including food, transportation, and entertainment." "That doesn't make any sense," Lyra butted in. "That just makes the girl seem weak." 5 points to Lyra, Tonks cheered her on. "That's exactly what it does. If you want to show the person you are dating that you're stronger, change things up. Miss Tonks is correct, but look at this another way. You said that you want to show the person you are with that you are stronger and smarter than them, right?" Lyra nodded. "Sometimes you might know for sure that you are stronger than them, but to be smarter, you could let them do things for you that you don't need them to. A boy paying for your lunch when you could do it yourself, or protecting you from a wild animal, doesn't mean you couldn't do it. However, if you let him do it for you, you don't take on whatever the risks are or the loss you would suffer from doing it yourself. That is being smarter, and if he doesn't want a girl who is stronger than him, then he'll have paid money for you already and got nothing in exchange later on." "What the steward is trying to say," Tonks told them, "is that women are traditionally smarter and more manipulative than men, and that men are traditionally stronger and better providers. While this is true, both of you can be whatever you want to be, especially since both of you have magic. If you want to be stronger or smarter than the people you are romantically involved with, do it. Ideally, You want someone who constantly challenges you to be better than you are now, and they feel the same way about you. Harry seemed to be unpacking everything he had been hearing. By now Brant recognized a look in Harry's eyes when he seemed to be replaying memories in his head, and was looking forwards to the boy learning occlumency to see if he was a natural or not. After a minute, Harry seemed to come across what he wanted to remember and said, "Tonks said that we might want to be with boys, girls, or both. What happens then?" 10 points to Harry, Tonks told him. "I did say that, and it's also why all the things we were talking about where one person has to be stronger and the other person needs to be smarter because they are a boy or girl is bollocks. Tradition is one thing, but people will love whoever they want to at the end of the day, and every relationship is different." "What about children then?" Lyra asked. Brant wanted to weigh in, but Tonks just continued. "There are plenty of ways people can raise a child without needing to give birth to one. Adoption is one way of it happening. In the last war, there were a lot of people whose parents were killed, and they needed homes. A lot of children ended up being raised by two fathers, two mothers, one of each, or just one. There are many other situations where a child could be raised by someone who didn't give birth to them." Tonks looked down at Harry, whose eyes had started to water. "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean you. I forgot about your parents." "You mean I didn't need to go with them?" Harry asked. "Shite," Brant cursed. "Tonks, out of the room, please." "What?" she said, confused. "Miss Tonks, get out of the room now," he said sternly. She left the room quickly, as she knew she touched a nerve by mentioning the war and Harry's parents, but it also seemed much more serious than that. As soon as she was outside the room, she heard the door seal with a squelch, then the pure silence from a privacy charm went up inside. Lyra was holding Harry in a big hug as he yelled at Brant, "I could have gone somewhere else. Why did I need to go to my relatives? Dumbledore could have sent me anywhere, but he sent me there. Why? I do not know. This is not something that we should ask him about yet either. Remember, first you need to deal with the situation with the minister and Sirius Black. Then we can think about Dumbledore." The desk started to rattle around the room, and Brant felt a pulse of energy from Harry that staggered him. Lyra hugged him tighter. "For now, try to focus on the results of everything you went through. You have Lyra, you have your family, the Giver, the Lampung, and that giant snake." Harry took a deep breath and calmed down, then returned the hug that Lyra was giving him. When he finished the hug, he wiped his eyes on his sleeve, and Brant passed him a conjured tissue to blow his nose. After he was done blowing, Brant vanished the soiled tissue. Harry still looked angry as Brant told them, "Miss Tonks is very curious about some of the things you both spoke of tonight, and is probably very confused about what just happened. I am going to consult with Severus about informing her about your childhood and the time on the island, though I don't want to do any of it without your permission." "What if she tells someone?" Lyra asked fearfully. "I am under an oath not to tell anyone, so not even I could inform her. If someone does, then it would probably need to be Severus or Minerva. I could ask her to swear the same oath as I have." Harry and Lyra held silent communication before agreeing. Technically, Brant was only under oath not to reveal information about how Harry had ended up with Lyra, but it would be worth it to have Tonks under an oath covering everything. "I'm going to go speak with Miss Tonks, and then I'll go visit Severus. Stay here in the room as long as you would like." Brant exited the room to find Tonks pacing with worry. Her hair was changing from blue to green and back to black as she marched back and forth. She walked straight up to him to try to push by into the room, but he stopped her. "They're fine now. It's just a difficult situation," he told her. "I just want to apologize. I didn't mean to bring up Harry's parents." "That's not the issue," Brant told her. "It's part of our whole secret club stuff. I wanted to thank you quickly for helping with everything today. You can imagine how I might have handled it by myself, except it would have been much worse. Go ahead and head home. I'm going to speak to some people about bringing you into the oaths we've taken to protect their secrets." "But," she started. Brant didn't even know what she was objecting to, but needed to get going, so he just told her, "No buts. This is how it has to be." Then he started walking off, leaving her no choice but to leave as well. Brant arrived at the potions classroom and knocked on the door. Snape opened it to reveal a group of 10 students all brewing potions in different cauldrons. Snape gave him a look and gestured towards his office. Right before they entered, a student yelled out, "My bottom fell out." Brant turned around to see a student whose desk was now flooded with whatever was in his cauldron a moment ago. Snape blew over to him like a breeze, wind in his cloak, and waved his wand to vanish the solution spilling everywhere. He pointed to a large ledger on another desk to the side of the room. Please add to the list the cauldron number, the potion you were working on, and the step you had performed before it fell through. Then scrub out the cauldron, put it in the closet, and take the next one, starting over from the beginning. He turned around and went back into the office with Brant. How's the project going? Brant asked the potions professor. Oddly enough, quite well. They're learning quite a bit more by doing the same potions over and over, especially since the cauldrons themselves keep destroying their work instead of their own stupidity. You can be sure to thank Miss Tonks for bringing this project to you. She's also why I came to see you. Oh, okay, Snape said with slight surprise in his voice. What? Brant said, hearing the tone of his voice. Did you think I was here for something else? I thought you were here to talk about last weekend, but we can talk about Tonks instead. No, 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 Brant perked up. Now I want to know what happened last weekend. I didn't see you after you followed the dancing vampire girl. What happened? Something that will never happen again. I don't know what I was thinking. Women are strange. I think she wanted me to be a vampire. Maybe if I could turn into a bat or grow my teeth out like Arcturus, I could have sealed the deal. Though now I see that taking myself out of the game years ago was the right move. No, definitely not, Brant admonished him. You said specifically you were told by a seer to stop living in the past. Doesn't matter when it was years ago, like you said, or just last weekend. The past is the past. I'm going to another Harpies game next weekend. I need to sweet-talk some Wisengamot lords, so I'm taking them with their families to the game. You can either come with me or I'll drag you back to the Harpies' nest after the game, but you're coming with me to try again. I'll think about it, Snape said with a sneer. Why are you here again? What's going on with Miss Don't Call Me That, Tonks? Brant flopped down on the sofa towards the back of Snape's office and took a flask from his pocket and took a swig. I had Miss Tonks come to the school today to help me give Harry and Lyra the witches and wands talk. Snape's eyebrows and eyes went wide. Then he summoned Brant's flask to himself and took a swig. So it didn't go smoothly. Yes, and number Harry and Lyra seemed to model most of their ideas of courtship and adulthood off of their family. Watching Snape pick up on what he meant, he added, Yeah, so that went about as well as you could expect. Most of the conversation was correcting them on how humans approach romance, dating, and having children. The good news is that we didn't need to tell them anything about the mechanics of sex. After having the National Geographic experience, they know everything already. Tonks even said that the two of them have assisted in the birthing of baby demiguises. He summoned the flask back to take another drink. I never thought about something like that, but it makes sense. So, what went wrong? Tonks was in the middle of discussing same-sex relationships and how adoption is possible to raise children. She brought up that there were many orphans from the last war that were adopted into other families, and Harry realized that it may have been possible not to have gone to his uncle's house. I got Tonks out of the room before he had his little breakdown, but now she is very curious, even more than she was before. Snape summoned the flask back again and took a drink. So, you want to have her swear a secrecy oath and fill her in. It seems like we're going to need to. I just wanted your opinion on it, since I'm under oath myself, not to reveal certain details to anyone who doesn't already know. I'm picking up the full collection of photos tonight from winter break. I'm trading Alistair a favor in exchange for letting him see them. Maybe you can talk to Professor McGonagall, and we can all have a drink while looking them over and discussing Miss Tonks as well. He gave a big sigh. I'll speak with her about it. Wait for just a second. Your pen pals with Moody. Strange how these things happen. I almost cast a killing curse on him last week, and now we're collaborating on an investigation of a political figure. Brant watched as Severus's face twisted through several confusing states, so he just smiled and added, If you want the full story, you can get it at the pub next weekend. After dinner, close to 10 p.m., Brant changed his appearance to match his last visit to the monarch and took a walk down Knockturn Alley. Even under disguise, he kept his hood up, shrouding his face in shadow. As before, he knocked on the door and a peephole was opened to have a man grunt at him. What's your business? I have a meeting with Serenity, he told the man. Like before, he was escorted from behind down a long hall as their security diagnostics washed over him. The lobby was empty this time, as he arrived too early in the night, or everyone was already occupied. The bouncer didn't bother to tell him to take his hood off and just walked him down the hallway with the beads until he arrived at Serenity's door, knocking on it with his club. "Your appointment has arrived," he called out and waited for her to open the door. After a minute, she opened her door and revealed herself wearing a floor-length golden dress, though this time it showed off her bare arms with silver gloves up to her forearms and a simple red blindfold over her eyes. "Come in," she smiled. The bouncer closed the door behind him as he entered. He crossed the room, remembering the layout from before, and sat down in the large chair. Serenity laid back on the couch next to it as they shared a bit of silence. "I received your bill earlier," Brant began. "It was not as much as I thought it was going to be." "That is for two reasons," she said, and pulled out one of the hoo-hoo feathers he had given her. "For starters, you provided a lot of the most expensive ingredients for the potions. The second is that your advice to burn them slowly yielded more ash than usual, and even though I couldn't see it myself, I could feel the difference while I slept. Some of the others who work here described a different feeling than I did, and if possible, I would like to buy more of this type of feather. Phoenix feathers do not produce the same effect." "I don't have enough to sell at the moment," Brant told her. "I might get more over the summer, and I can arrange for us to meet when I return from the collection." She let out a sigh of acceptance and said, "I guess I'll just need to wait until then. I do have a few left that will be good to ration out." She picked up her wand and swished it, causing several large boxes wrapped in brown paper and twine to float out of one of the back rooms and sit on the table. Seeing the product, he called for Opal, who brought in a large chest filled with galleons and sickles. Just as she was about to open it up and verify the contents, there was a loud tapping on the door followed by a knocking. "Open up, Serenity." It was the voice of the bouncer. "Your guest has a visitor." She swished her wand towards the door, causing it to glow for a second, and then open. Standing there was the bouncer with a very large owl perched on his baton. It flew into the room and landed on the table. Brant looked at it strangely and saw that it was Hermes, the same owl that Harry had used on a few occasions, though it was nearly twice as large as it had been the last time he had visited. The bird also looked both angry and tired. "Thank you," Serenity said to the man, and closed the door again. Brant relieved the bird of the message in his pouch, and the bird seemed to deflate a bit, shrinking down to the size he had seen it before, and then collapsing on the table. He unrolled the small paper the bird had been carrying and went into panic mode. "Shit, shit, 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 shit," he cursed. "Is there something wrong?" The blind woman asked the obvious. "I need to go," he said urgently, then dug into his pocket and took a handful of whatever coins were in there, placing them on the table. There were at least a few galleons in there. "There's a collapsed owl on the table. It might need medical attention. I left money on the table, but I need to leave now. Please call Opal again if there are any problems with the payment." Turning to the elf, "Opal, please take the photos back to the manor." The elf snapped her fingers, causing all the packages to vanish, then popped away herself. Brant ran out of the room as Serenity started to ask if there was anything she could do. As soon as he got outside, he sprinted towards Gringotts, slowing down only a bit as he entered to not have the guards kill him for hostile movement. Inside the bank, he walked as fast as he thought would be allowed towards one of the fireplaces and paid 5 sickles to use the flue. Arriving back at Black Manor, he called out, "Darby," and the elf popped into the room. "Bring me a dragon scale jacket and my potions belt." The elf looked alarmed and vanished, returning immediately with a jacket made of heavy dragon scales. Unlike dragon skin, this was very heavy, meant to function like plate armor, and was nearly impenetrable to most spells. The potion belt came right after and contained poisons, antidotes, healing potions, and various things that would explode. Dropping the note on the table, he picked up some flue powder and ignited the fire as he tossed it in, calling out, "Hogwarts Infirmary." As he vanished into the fire, Darby looked down and read the note that he had left. "Brant, remember when Arcturus told us to contact you first before doing something during that lesson with Stevens. I'm not hurt, but I'll be in the infirmary until morning. Harry." Chapter 74. Revenge. Chapter text after Brant and Tonks had left Hogwarts. Harry and Lyra ended up spending quite a bit more time in the room he left them in. Trying to distract Harry, Lyra took out Snape's book of weird spells and flipped to a random page to find a charm called the Ventriloquist Jinx. It managed to distract Harry from their situation as they started to study a spell that would allow them to throw their voice to any place within their eyesight. It took almost until dinner for them to cast it right, but they finally managed to cast it. After the wand movement of touching it to their lips, giving it a twirl, and throwing the shimmering spell at a target with the incantation of ventriloquo. Speaking into their wand for the next 20 seconds would make their voice sound from the target of the spell. They had a bunch of fun casting the spell all over the room, though it only worked well to cast the spell twice, because by the time the third it was cast, the first one would be wearing out. Still, it was neat to toss their voices in various places and then hear themselves speaking from somewhere else. The book said that with enough practice, they could increase the duration of the spell or be able to use it in enchantments. However, after dinner, Harry became restless again as he began to think about the day he had just had. He didn't want to trade his life with Lyra and the Hidden for anything, but it kept nagging at his brain that he could have had a different childhood without the Dursleys. That childhood had been stolen from him, and he didn't know why. With his mind made up, he headed for the main staircase to go confront Dumbledore and ask him why. Hermione had eaten a small dinner and decided to review some of the notes from the Helmet Project. Despite the praise given to her by Penny and the twins, most of the work was done by them. She would need to do a lot of catch-up to even begin to understand the advanced runic arrays and arithmancy that were used during the project. Each day for the past week, she had been gathering new books together and going to the fifth-floor ballet room to look over all their notes and try to use her own research to understand everything they had done. When she had almost arrived at the room, someone jumped out from behind a suit of armor and grabbed her, making her scream as they dragged her into an empty classroom. Once she was inside, she tried to draw her wand, only for the hooded figure to push her down and call out, "Expelliarmus." Wrenching her wand from her grip and into her assailants, he threw it into the corner and cast another spell at the door, Colloportus. Only when the door was sealed did he drop his hood to reveal Vincent Crabbe underneath. He smiled at her shock and said, "Good evening, Mudblood." Hermione dropped her bag as she scampered to her feet, trying to pull herself up on a nearby table, stuttering, "WW, what do you want?" "Nothing much." The boy smiled like a devil, "Just a little revenge. You made me miss a month of school and got me over a month of detention." "I didn't do that to you. You did it to me," Hermione screamed, still afraid. "You got what you deserved, what filth like you deserve." He cast a knockback jinx, knocking her over the table she was leaning on and back onto the floor. When she got back up, he aimed straight for her face and called out, "Densajeo." A pale blue light shot straight for her face, but she held up her prosthetic arm in time, squeezing a fist and causing the shield to rip through her sleeve and block the spell. "Where did you get that?" He spat at her, then smiled like a devil. "No matter, I know the perfect spell to deal with that. How about a disarming spell to disarm your arm?" The red light went straight for Hermione's shield, but when it hit, nothing happened. Vincent looked confused and tried Densajeo Hex again, but she deflected it again with her shield while she started to call out for help. "We can't have that." "Silencio," he cast at her chest, but it still silenced her whole body. Pointing the wand at her feet, he cast, "Ungisajeo." The spell hit her foot and did nothing for a second before she started to scream, but with no sound coming out of her mouth. He cast the spell a few more times on both feet, and the look of pain on her face got worse until toenails burst through the top of her shoes, splintering and continuing to grow outwards. "Disgusting feet to match your disfigured arm," he told her. Hermione heard him laugh while keeping her face behind the shield, and he continued to cast other hexes at her, causing small cuts, boils, and bruises on her before the door was unlocked, and he left, sealing the door again as she continued to cry in silence. With his mind made up to confront Dumbledore, Harry was halfway up the main staircase when he heard sobbing. He almost didn't follow it, but then he remembered Theo not, and put his current plans on hold to help whoever needed it. Walking down the hall, the crying got louder until he stopped in front of a door, but when he tried it, it was locked. So he took a big step back and cast Alohomora, but unfortunately it didn't open. He called out inside, "Do you need help?" He heard a whine of a response from inside, "Please help me." Making up his mind, Harry pulled his staff out of his pouch and backed up to the other side of the hallway. Channeling his magic through the Lampung antler, he unleashed a pulse that completely shattered the door, and he watched the shimmering red magic that had been locking it scatter and vanish. Stepping over the broken pieces of the door, he saw a girl on the floor who was bleeding out from various cuts in her torn Ravenclaw robes. She had a large circular plate over her face, and at least 1.5 foot long toenails were growing through her shoes. Then he noticed she had bushy brown hair all around her head. "Hermione!" He yelled and rushed to her side. She lowered the shield and it collapsed into her arm. Her face was unhurt, but her eyes were red and covered with tears. When she tried to roll to the side, she groaned in pain. "What happened?" Harry asked. She just continued crying and moaned out, "I want to go home." Harry stood up and began twisting his staff to give him strength, though this time felt different than when he had carried Lyra after Dumbledore's party. That time felt like energy flooding through him. This one felt like the muscles in his arms and legs were actually getting bigger. Holding the staff under one arm, he tried to pick her up, only for her to cry out in pain and grab somewhere on her back. He adjusted his grip to hold her across his shoulders like he did one time for Lyra years ago when she fell out of a tree. Focusing his mind on walking forwards, he carried her down 5 flights of stairs, at one point walking by someone in Gryffindor robes who stopped to look at him, then ran upstairs on his way. Continuing with tunnel vision, he made it down to the infirmary and called out, "I need help." Coming out of the office in the back, Madame Pomfrey stopped dead and asked, "What happened?" "She's hurt," Harry yelled. "She's bleeding in different places, plus her feet and back, and I don't know what else." Without taking her down from Harry's shoulders, she proceeded to run nearly a dozen diagnostic spells. Then when they were complete, she cast some kind of spell on Hermione, which froze her in the position she was across Harry's back, then levitated her to a bed. Once she was there, the matron slowly removed the petrification and straightened her out, one limb at a time, until she was flat on the bed. Once completely in place, she told Hermione, "I'm going to put you to sleep. When you wake up, things will be better." As she pointed her wand, Harry jumped in front and leaned down to his friend, whispering, "Who did this?" As she whispered back, Harry's eyes grew dark, and the room began to vibrate. Madame Pomfrey looked a bit frightened and cast the sleeping hex on him first and Hermione afterward. Harry woke up in a hospital bed. As he tried to remember how he got there, he rolled to the side to see Madame Pomfrey casting several spells on a girl's bare feet. They were swollen, the nails were jagged, and there was quite a bit of blood. Now he remembered why he was there. The healer looked up as he sat up. "You should not be awake yet, Mr. Potter," she scolded him. Harry was definitely going to kill Vincent, but then he remembered he had promised Arcturus to let him know if he was plotting a murder. Just as he said, "I need to send an owl somewhere," Hermes flew into the room and perched himself on the bed rail. Pomfrey looked at the owl, then back to Harry, saying, "That's a school owl. Why is it responding to your call?" Harry was a bit confused, but said, "I don't know, he just does that. Do you have something to write with?" Not wanting to leave her patient, she just said, "There's paper and a quill in my office. Whoever you're sending a message to, make sure to mention that you are okay, so they don't worry about you too." Harry scratched out a quick message to Brant and returned to find Hermes chewing on the lamashu tooth of his staff. As he nibbled, he grew a bit, even his feathers getting longer. When the owl was nearly twice the size he was before, he stopped, looked at Harry, then puffed out his chest to allow him to insert the letter into the pocket on his vest. With a great sweep of his wings, Hermes sprung into the air, ruffling hair and bedsheets all around the infirmary, and took off quickly through an arch in the ceiling and into the night sky. Harry looked back toward the matron working on Hermione's feet and said, "You can put me back to sleep. I'll be waiting here for a response." Harry started to focus on a plan for Vincent, and as soon as the beds began to vibrate again, he was hit with a sleeping hex and passed out straight away. Sometime later in the night, Harry was woken up suddenly as a strange smell flooded his body. Even though his staff was leaning against the wall, the antler glowed in response to his thoughts of wanting more light. Standing next to his bed was Madame Pomfrey, holding a small potion vial, and Brant, dressed in a strange red jacket that looked more like a shell and had a serious expression on his face. "You have a visitor, Mr. Potter," the matron told him. "I am not used to people invading my infirmary dressed for war. Please tell him that he may relax." Harry took a few steadying breaths and looked over to the next bed where Hermione, having been changed into a hospital gown, was still sleeping. Brant followed his eyes and saw the girl resting silently, but with heavily bandaged feet. When he saw Hermione there, he let out a large breath he was holding and relaxed a bit without being told. "Healer Pomfrey," Brant stated, "I need privacy with Mr. Potter. You have 10 minutes and then one or both of you need to leave." She ran a quick diagnostic on Hermione, then went back to her office. The steward pulled a chair to Harry's bedside, cast an entire array of silencing and privacy spells, and took a quick glance at his still glowing staff. "I want to talk about that later," pointing towards the magical focus. "But for now, tell me what happened." "I went to confront Dumbledore," Harry said, as Brant grimaced. "I was almost at the top floor when I heard crying. It was coming from a classroom that I couldn't open, and my unlocking charm wasn't strong enough to work. So I used my staff to knock down the door. I found Hermione inside, where someone had cast a lot of cutting spells on her and cursed her feet so that the nails had grown through her shoes. She had the shield on her new arm protecting her face." Brant looked back over to the sleeping, bushy-haired girl and saw stains from the tears on her face and clothes. With a quick twist of his wand, he cleaned her face and dried the stains on her hospital gown. Harry continued, "I picked her up and carried her down here as quickly as I could, then I sent you the letter. You carried her down from the top of the castle. I've been carrying Whispers all over the place for years," Harry explained. "This was a bit harder because her back was hurt too, but with the help of the Lamashu Fang, I managed. So you carried her and your staff down to the infirmary and sent me the letter." Harry nodded. Before she put Hermione to sleep, he looked towards the healer's office. "She told me that Vincent did this." "Oh, thank Merlin." Brant let out a huge breath, looking at the shock on Harry's face. "I thought you wanted to kill Dumbledore." Then he explained, "Your note didn't say anything about who, and when I left you, you were angry with the headmaster, so I thought that's who you were going after." "Do I look stupid?" Harry asked incredulously. "I'm angry, not a dunderhead." Brant gave an internal chuckle at Harry using Severus's favorite insult. "I'd never go after someone too strong for me like the—" He trailed off. "Like the tree," Brant finished for him, with Harry staring back in surprise. "Look, I have no idea why you and your sister hate that tree or why you want to kill it. You can tell me when you're ready. You can trust me." Harry seemed to think hard about what to say, but just nodded instead. Just then, Madame Pomfrey came back. They couldn't hear her through the privacy wards, but she solved that problem by poking it like a soap bubble with her wand, and the entire thing fell apart. Brant stared at her casual display of power, dismantling his wards with the slightest motion, as she said, "Okay, out. Mr. Potter, you were never injured, so you may leave as well. Miss Granger will be here for at least a day longer so her feet can fully heal." Harry stood up and took his glowing staff and walked with Brant out and down the hall to the room where they had their meeting with Narcissa, taking seats in the room illuminated by a bit of the stars from the window and Harry's staff. "So what do you want to do now?" Brant asked Harry as he took off the heavy jacket and tried resting it on a chair, only for the dragon scales to be just too heavy for the chair, and the back snapped off and fell to the floor. Brant just shrugged and took another chair to sit on. "I want to kill him," Harry said firmly, and with resolve in his voice. "I think that is the only way someone like him will stop. He is incapable of learning." Brant knew not to try to dissuade him directly, as that would just lead to a fight between the two of them. He needed to keep Harry's focus on the situation and see if he could find a different route that didn't involve murder, even though he still believed that it was very likely Harry had killed before. He didn't want to be an accomplice to a 12-year-old killing someone. He had been 16 himself, the first time he had been in a place where he had to decide whether or not to take a life. So instead he just asked, "How do you want to do it? This isn't an island. People will come after you, powerful people like Vincent's father. If you kill Vincent, you won't be able to come back to this school. Are you okay with that?" That made Harry think, and it also gave Brant a small amount of reassurance that Harry had some kind of attachment to the school and being here in England. Because if Harry left, that meant that Lyra would be leaving too. What Vincent needs is to know what Hermione feels like. Not just for a day, but for the rest of his life. When I found her, she said she wanted to go home. She wanted to leave Hogwarts, leave magic. I want Vincent to cry every night until he can't stand his own life anymore and would prefer to live as a muggle until he dies. Brant gasped. The killing was one thing, but now Harry was thinking of visiting endless torment on the boy instead, though it was technically better than murder, but was not by much. So, again, how do you want to do it? Brant asked. He watched as Harry started sorting through his memories. It astounded him to watch, as it looked like he was dreaming with his eyes open. Brant really needed to get that occlumency teacher for the children, and even if Harry wasn't a natural, he would benefit greatly from the talent, as he already seemed to never forget anything. He watched Harry pull on the connections and strands of memory in his head, while imagining the scene going on behind that mop of black and silver hair, until he finally stopped and looked back at Brant. "Can you teach me the snake conjuring spell?" Harry asked, without preamble. Yeah, that would certainly be the way to visit endless torments on the crab boy. It also confirmed Brant's theory about Harry being a Parselmouth. The only way to completely control a conjuration was to manipulate its mind through magic, or to give it a singular target during a duel. Another child his age might be able to conjure a snake, but it would attack whatever was closest to it. Harry had to be able to control it if he wanted to use it for anything complicated. "I can, but I need to talk to you about it first. I think there is something you haven't told me about yourself, something you may have told others, something related to the spell you want to learn. You're asking me for help to possibly kill someone, or at the very least, make him wish he were dead. I want you to know that you can trust me, but it seems like you don't." Harry looked trapped and glanced around. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean. Did someone tell you not to share this secret?" "No. Yes." Harry looked down at his feet. "They all said that people would react badly if they knew. They said that this country has a bad history with people like me, like the man that killed my parents. Well, you don't need to worry about that with me. I didn't go to school in this country. I went to Durmstrang. Watch my face when you tell me and see how I respond. If you don't like it, go to Professor Snape. I bet he'd be happy to erase my memories." "Yeah, I figured out that Snape also knows." "Then you already know," Harry exclaimed. "I assumed I didn't know," Brant told the startled child. "However, I want to hear it from you directly, so we know we can trust each other." Harry made a bunch of faces with his lips before looking Brant in the eyes and saying, "I can talk to snakes. I'm a Parselmouth." They just stared at each other for a very long time before Harry let out a large breath. "See, that wasn't so hard," Brant told Harry. "But you are right. Many people in this country would treat you differently if they knew." Outside of the country would be different. Parselmouths around the world have been known for powerful healing magics. Many Muggle symbols for medicine include a snake based on legends of Parselmouth healers from before the Statute of Secrecy. It is a very rare gift that no one knows for sure where it originally came from, but there are others all over the world. "There are others?" Harry asked excitedly. "You could probably even find one or two in the Philippines." "Nestor's grandmother seems to know everyone. You could probably ask her about it. I have heard of quite a few in India and around Uagadu where Araden goes to school." Harry looked excited to learn of this. "However, I do have a few more questions that need to be answered before I teach you the spell. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to, okay?" Harry nodded and said, "Okay. Is Lyra a Parselmouth too?" "No." There was evasion in the boy's voice which had to mean something. "Did you learn magic from the Giver while speaking Parseltongue?" "Yes." "Do you speak with the usurper and your familiar, the cobra named Flare?" "Yes." "Have you spoken to any other snakes?" "The ones around the island, but they're annoying. There is also a house somewhere near Mrs. Abbott's tea house that has snakes in it. I always listened to them walking by when I was younger, but I had no idea what I was hearing. Also, the snakes in the pet store in Manila." Harry stopped to think for a moment. "Professor Snape's snakes, and the Archami that Mr. Scamander brought to school at the end of the term. Impressive. So let's teach you the snake conjuring spell." The two of them worked into the night. At one point, they were startled by a prefect on patrol trying to get into the room, but the door was too securely locked for them to enter. As it was a conjuration, it was way above Harry's current skill level, so they had to start with a lot of theory and tried to get him to conjure a beetle first, as it was a much simpler creature. Luckily for Brant, Harry knew lots of insect anatomy from them being part of his diet for so long, and he had no issues with focusing on all the parts of and biological processes before creating a large blue beetle from the spell, which skittered away as soon as it appeared. At 3 a.m., Harry let out a large yawn, and Brant poured a small amount of a fizzing red potion on his belt into a tiny glass and told Harry to drink. He immediately perked up as a feeling of warmth spread to every extremity of his body. He looked back and forth to see smoke coming out of his ears, but since Brant didn't seem to be concerned about it, he tried to ignore it as well. An hour later, Harry managed to conjure one of the smaller, non-venomous snakes he knew. Brant explained that it would take a lot longer and much more practice to create larger and more deadly snakes with the spell. But that didn't matter, as Harry had thought of what he would do to Vincent while he was practicing, and it didn't need to be a venomous snake. It actually was better that it wasn't. It was then that Brant got to hear the snake language for the first time. Harry conjured a small snake about a foot long that was brown on the top, with small bits of white between its scales as it turned white on its belly. Harry looked down at his conjuration and said, "Section hello, lesser snake." Section Brant looked on intensely as the snake hissed back, "Section hello, speaker." Section to the steward, the snake's voice just sounded like a regular hissing, but Harry's voice sounded like a banshee whispering with a mouth full of cotton candy. Truthfully, Brant couldn't figure out what it sounded like. That was just the first thing that popped into his head. They spent the next 30 minutes teaching Harry how to vanish his own conjurations, which was considerably easier than the other spells and slightly different than vanishing someone else's, as it was his will that the conjured creature should exist or not. Brant knew that the sun would be rising in a little over an hour, and he needed to get back to the manor, so he left Harry with final instructions. "You and your sister will be supported in the decisions you make, though I would advise against killing Mr. Crabbe. I do not want to know the details of your plan so that I can deny knowledge later if I need to speak in your defense." He pulled out a piece of paper and started writing as he continued to talk. "Make sure to plan everything you want to do in advance, and if possible, make sure there is nothing that can trace back to you. Try to give yourself an alibi, a reason that you were never there. Other than that, I will speak to you about this at a later date." He passed a letter to Harry. "Put this near your bed so that your roommates can see it. It will tell your friends to pass it on to your first teacher of the day so you can get a good night's sleep." Harry took the folded note, flexed his fingers a bit, then said, "Thank you," and left the room. Brant wrote another note, put his heavy scale coat back on, and walked back to the infirmary. He gently picked up Hermione's hand and placed her thumb on the back of the letter and cast Colloportus Sus. There was a small glow of her hand in the paper. Then he wrote on the front, "From Steward Brant," placed it on the table by her bed, and left the school through the main entrance. As soon as he was out the gate, he hiked quickly into Hogsmeade and to the Three Broomsticks restaurant. Ignoring the other patrons, dropped a sickle on the bar and used the flue to get back to Black Manor. Once inside the house, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. He needed to be awake for a meeting at the ministry in just a few hours, and if it weren't for the work of an ancestor of his Eridani Black, some 400 years ago, he would be totally screwed. During his training with Arcturus, there was one time when he had been working for over 2 days straight and still needed to work at least another full day before he would be finished. That is when Lord Black showed him Eridani's creation. In the back of the manor was a room that was barely bigger than a broom closet that contained a bed. Big enough for one person, with an hourglass built into the headboard. He had heard myths of time-turners in the past, as the first rule on ritual magic at Durmstrang was "don't mess with time." The second was "don't mess with time." They were then given more detail, and time-turners were mentioned as something to stay away from, as they would cause more problems than they would solve. So when Arcturus showed him this room and told him he could get a full night's sleep in less than 10 seconds, he was hesitant to use it. His lord went on to tell him that the construction of a time-turner was an incredibly delicate process, and the only real danger to using one was erasing yourself from the time stream by creating a paradox. It didn't make a difference to anyone else, as you just won't exist anymore. Time would fix itself by destroying the person that messed with it. There was no chance of actually altering the time stream or destroying the universe. However, if you use a time turner to take yourself away from everyone else for a brief period, then no paradox could be created and could be incredibly useful to a creative user. It could be used to be an eyewitness to a past event, as long as you don't try to change it, or you can use it for extra research time on a long project. However, Eridani Black decided to use the time turner she made for a more noble pursuit, catching up on sleep. By binding the hourglass to the bed frame and making it so that the bed would drop you into the room below before you entered it, that took the possibility of a paradox off the table. Combine that with a runic sleeping trap she had copied from a Mayan tomb. You didn't even have to worry about working to fall asleep when you laid down. When Arcturus collected him from the lower room the first time, he strongly warned him against regular use, telling him, "You will still age while you sleep. You don't want to wake up one day and feel like you are 80 years old when you are only 70. I believe that is the reason why Albus Dumbledore appears to be so old. He has too many responsibilities and not enough time. He thinks he will live as long as the last headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, who lived to be over 350. Even if every wizard could live that long, they should not be careless with the time they have." Remembering his lesson, as soon as he made up his mind to enter the room, he heard a creaking noise from inside the room, which he guessed was his future self being deposited into the lower room. Waiting an extra few seconds to be sure he didn't run into himself, Brant opened the door and crawled into the bed, only bothering to remove the dragon scale jacket, before spinning the hourglass 8 times, then once more just for good measure. The door closed on its own as he felt the powerful sleeping curse wash over him, and he collapsed into a world of dreams. Despite having 3 time turners, Albus Dumbledore did not like being woken up early. Today, he woke up from a staff emergency alarm. He relaxed a little bit after he saw that the gem on the alarm was glowing blue, denoting that it was only a level 2 emergency. His clock showed that it was 5:30 a.m., so he threw on a yellow bathrobe and pink slippers, then took a passage behind his bedroom desk down to the staff room. Despite being on the 7th floor, he only walked down 1 flight to arrive at his destination. Magic was an amazing thing. Poppy Pomfrey sat at the front of the staff room, near a box that had triggered the alarm. One by one, the remaining staff members entered the room. Some were dressed for the day, and others were still in their sleeping clothes. Some of them were grumbling about the early hour, but that stopped as soon as they saw Poppy waiting for them, and knew she wouldn't have done this frivolously or as a drill. She waited patiently as everyone arrived, and then said, "Last night, there was an attack on a student." This drew many breaths. Miss Hermione Granger was attacked by an unknown assailant. I treated several different injuries, and I determined that the entire incident lasted several minutes. I had a house elf retrieve her bag and wand, and determined that she cast no spells to defend herself. So whoever did this must have disarmed her and then taken their time in their assault. "How did you find her?" Flitwick asked. "She was delivered to my office by Harry Potter." He carried her in, then sent a letter, with the Black Steward showing up to speak with him a few hours later. They had a private conversation and then left the room. Just before I came here, I found a letter by Miss Granger's bed, signed by the steward on the outside. When Mr. Potter first came in with her, he was extremely agitated, and I had to stun him to keep his accidental magic from disturbing my ward. Dumbledore stood up from his seat. "I will go and speak to Scamander House. Heads of house, please go speak with yours before they head down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Inform them that we are investigating an incident of an attack on a student. Do not give out her name, though her absence will be noticed, and I'm sure everyone will know what happened by the end of breakfast. Everyone, please keep an eye and ear out for students discussing this, as the student who did this needs to be caught quickly, and they will be dealt with harshly." With their assignments, the staff all left the room, and Albus returned up the passageway to his apartment and office. He needed to handle this situation quickly and carefully. The perpetrator was more than likely to be from a respected family, as who else would be so brazen? Miss Granger's status in the school was gaining even faster than she probably realized. Mr. Flint had come to him the other day about new helmets for the Quidditch teams, and he was shocked to discover that the helmets he was asked for were under a patent from 9 students, including the young Muggle-born. not to mention her future involvement in Ludo Bagman's project, and throw that in with whatever her involvement was with the Blacks and young Harry, and her importance vastly outweighed any politician's child, and not ruffling some feathers. After changing into solemn black robes, Dumbledore made his way down to the Scamander common room. Still, a marvel to behold, he plucked a few lemons from the tree and made himself a glass of lemonade, though he kept it light on sugar to preserve a bit of the sour flavor he loved so much. As he waited, Astray joined him for a few minutes, and they shared a few crackers with cheese. Though when the first student exited the dormitory, the Urisk vanished. The girl exiting her room from the second-floor landing looked down and saw the headmaster sitting there, drinking lemonade, and froze. Dumbledore looked up at her and smiled. "Good morning, Miss Moon," he said in his most grandfatherly voice. "Please stick around before going to breakfast. I need to speak with everyone." Eventually, the whole house was up and gathered around by the exit. Dumbledore looked around at all of the students, then asked, "Where is Mr. Potter?" Carlin Creevey spoke up. "He's sleeping and left this on his bed." He stepped forward and passed a folded paper to the headmaster, and his sister Lyra looked a bit concerned. On the outside was written to Harry's first professor. Dumbledore opened it up and read it quickly, from Brant, steward of House Black, to whom it may concern. I assume by now the faculty have been made aware of last night's events. If they haven't, please speak with Healer Pomfrey. Mr. Potter had a very trying night, and after a long discussion with him, he eventually fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. As a result, he will be unable to attend at least his morning classes. The headmaster folded it up and placed it in his pocket, then addressed the students. Last night, there was an attack on another student that left them in the infirmary. He added that, so it was clear that Harry was not the one who was attacked, as he was in his room. The staff will be investigating the incident, and when the culprit is found, they will be punished severely with possible criminal charges being filed. He gazed at all of their serious faces and said, "If anyone hears something about the attack, be sure to tell a professor immediately. I am also awarding 50 points to your house, as Mr. Potter was the one who found the student and brought them to the infirmary. I imagine that is why he needs a little extra sleep today. Please do not disturb him or pester him when he wakes up. I will not be naming the student who was attacked." He took another few seconds before telling them to run along to breakfast. Dumbledore was right, and before breakfast had begun, everyone was aware that Hermione was the one who had been attacked. A large group of students ended up visiting her in the infirmary, while quite another large group started interrogating other students for answers. Throughout the morning, Professor Flitwick had to shut down two groups of his Ravenclaws that started to form inquisitions and were stopping students at random to demand answers. Quite a few Slytherins were running scared, as they were being targeted as the most likely culprits, and there were rumors of a bounty being placed by Fred and George Weasley of 10 detention-worthy pranks in exchange for information leading to the culprit. Professor McGonagall confronted them about this rumor and was told it was obviously fake, as in their own words, "If it were true, we would have offered a much larger reward." Harry woke up a little after lunch and went immediately to his project room, as he had a lot of planning to do. He started by practicing the snake conjuration spell as well as the vanishing, and when he was able to do both as successfully as the night before, he moved on to the next part of his plan. Emptying his entire pouch onto the ground, he began to sort through it, pulling out everything he had collected since obtaining it. He handled the core piece of the Lampong antler that Ollivander wasn't able to powder, examining the pointed black rod before putting it back into the pouch. From there, he sorted the various preserved fruits from the island and put them in their places as well. On a shelf next to the large fertilizer bin, he had 7 blood bowls sitting there. 5 of them had preservation charms on them, and one had dried up after the new moon the previous week. He left it there just in case he needed it after he broke the preservation charm on the next one in order. He was still waiting for the giver to try and contact him. There was a large container of the manure he had collected that he wanted to try to brew into the durability potion he had used for his staff, and also test it for the improvements he had thought of since starting potions class. After everything was sorted, he made sure the invisibility cloak was on top of everything and put it all back into the pouch. Feeling as content as he was going to be with his preparations, Harry decided to go to class. He walked into the middle of the defense against the dark arts class, and everyone went silent at his arrival. Luna got up out of her seat next to Lyra and let him sit down before moving to another. Lyra's hair seemed to be permanently giving off sparks as he entered the room and slowly died down as he sat down next to her. "Well," Lockhart called out, "for Mr. Potter who just arrived, let me repeat, today is the last day of our section on my adventure with the Yetis. I wanted to leave you with an idea, just something I thought of during my time among these frosty giants. Despite their ferocity and physical power, the Yetis do not have any natural enemies. Only wizards will try to harm them. Nearly all magical species around the world have some creature that hunts them or attacks them for their magic. However, the Yetis do not. I'm sure many of you have been wondering, what do these abominable snowmen have to do with the dark arts? The answer is that they have nothing to do with them, except that something about them does not allow for dark creatures to hunt them, even any type of parasite. Dragons occasionally have to deal with a mined lamprey or a Stygian leech, but no natural predators exist in the areas around where the Yetis live. We're going to open a discussion on anything you want to know now about these great creatures." He looked around at the students and called on one. "Yes, Mr. Adamson." From there, Harry tuned out the discussion as Lyra asked him very seriously, "Who did it?" with her hair sparking a bit as she did. "I met with Brant last night. You can't know for now." Lyra stared at Harry for so long that it gave him a headache, then she just nodded, and her hair calmed down a bit. "Though I told him about that thing that I can do, and he taught me that spell that Newt did when we told him our story, and told him about that thing that I can do." Lyra focused on figuring out his cryptic message, then widened her eyes and said, "Show me later." After dinner, Harry visited the infirmary with Lyra. There were quite a few students, entirely other Ravenclaws visiting Hermione. Her feet were still bandaged, but she was smiling a bit, which made Harry feel better. Her little Martin figure was sitting beside her bed as he shouted and waved his tiny sword at the swarm of visitors. One student noticed Harry and pushed some others aside so he could approach the bed. Penny was sitting there as well and started to push all the others away so they could have some privacy. The mouse figurine was squeaking and waving his sword at Harry and Lyra, which had Hermione say, "This is Harry, remember, he gave you to me." The figurine relaxed and gave Harry a small salute. Lyra looked confused and asked, "Can he remember?" Hermione frowned. "I guess not." She pulled out a folded note and passed it to Harry. "Brant left this for me." Harry tried to open it but couldn't. However, when she saw he was having trouble with it, Hermione reached over and the paper unfolded at her touch. "That's neat," she commented as he opened it. "Miss Granger, if you don't remember, Mr. Potter delivered you to the infirmary last night after an incident. If you remember what happened, I ask you not to disclose the student that did this to you. It is being handled." Steward Brant, when Harry finished, Lyra skimmed it and passed it back to Hermione. She asked, "What are you going to do?" Harry's eyes darkened as he told her, "Nothing you need to know about right now." Lyra pulled out a silencing feather and activated it before either of them could say something else. "Are you going to hurt him?" Hermione asked. "Do you want me to?" Harry asked back. "Yes," she responded immediately. "Then, no, I don't know. All these people showed up here. I didn't know I had that many friends. People are saying Fred and George put a bounty on my attacker. Why do people want to do this for me?" "Because you're nice," Lyra asked. "I think you're nice, and if Harry doesn't do something, I will. Do we need another reason?" Hermione's eyes began to water as she smiled. "Thank you." Harry thought she looked tired, so he took Lyra and left, with the group of Ravenclaws that had been there before pooling back into the room. On the way out, he shared a dark look with Penny and then continued on. Back in the common room, Harry and his sister split up, and he went to his room to get an early night's sleep. Harry woke up in the middle of the night. It reminded him of being back on the island when he used to hunt fireflies in the middle of the night. Unlike those nights, he wasn't hunting bugs. He was using the skills he had learned hunting snakes to hunt a snake. Getting out of bed, he turned invisible and started to sneak away. Even though he was already invisible, he fished his father's invisibility cloak out of his pouch and put that on top of his already transparent self, pulling up the hood. He wasn't sure if that made any difference, but better safe than sorry. Just before he left the room, Whispers approached him and stared straight at him while sniffing the air. Harry lowered the hood on the cloak and turned visible. "Hey, little buddy," he said quietly. Whispers must have picked up on what was going on as he picked up a stick he had found somewhere and said, "We hunt snakes." "Not you," Harry said as quietly as he could. "Can you guard my bed?" Whispers let out a soft growl in protest, but then crawled under Harry's sheets and peeked out with glowing blue eyes. Harry gave his little brother a nod and vanished again, flipping the hood back up. The common room was dark, with no moon in the starlit sky of the ceiling. Again, it reminded him of home to see all the trees and shadows from the stars above. After he gazed at the room for a moment, he followed the maze out into the hallway. Once he was outside, he stopped dead as he saw Professor Seinstra patrolling the hallway with her wand lit up and scanning the dark corners of the area. Just to be on the safe side, he avoided walking in the light as he crept by the astronomy professor. If anyone was going to see him in the dark while invisible, it would be the woman who spent her nights in the dark, looking at the stars. Harry snuck by a prefect and Professor Burbage on his way down to the second subfloor. He hadn't been out past curfew before, but it seemed like quite a few people were patrolling the halls tonight, probably to keep students from doing exactly what he was trying to do. Away from the staircase, he didn't encounter anyone on the lower floor until he turned a corner and encountered the gargoyle guarding Malcolm Constantine's, the bloody Baron portrait room. Harry approached the sleeping stone monster slowly, but it didn't react as he stood in front of it. Not wanting to make a big deal out of this surprise gift, he walked by and activated the light sequence to reveal the secret passage. When he got to the portrait, Malcolm was sleeping in his frame, so he just whispered, "I need to get into the office." Without waking up, the door to the side of the portrait revealed itself, and he walked inside. Alone in the expansive and empty office of Salazar Slytherin, Harry pulled out his staff and illuminated the room. It looked just the same as it did during the day, and with the light covering every surface, Harry placed a sticking charm on the staff and left it there as he approached the Well of Serpents. Pulling off the cover, he looked down into the common room below. Everything was dark, except for a bit of light coming in the reptile terrariums and a bit of refracted starlight through the lake and the windows. He realized a bit too late that his staff might project light down into the other room, but after leaning back and forth, he saw that it didn't. Starting with where he remembered Daphne's room was, he began to look around the area to find Vincent. He found Tracy's room easily as well, as both girls had put the tapestries he had given them on the ceilings. Blaise also was easy to find, as the marking on the floor was still there and glowed slightly. Next, he found Draco's room, but that was because the boy was still awake and writing an essay at his desk with the lights on. Figuring that Vincent would be the next one over, Harry moved the well over the next room and looked in, not being able to see anything in the dark. Figuring that this might happen, Harry positioned the well near the side of the covered bed, then drew his wand and cast next to him, Serpent Sorcerer. The brown and white snake that escaped his wand looked up at him as he ordered it, "Section, obey me." Section, the serpent responded in an affirmative tone, "Section, yes, speaker." Section, Harry picked up the snake by the tail and said, "Section, smell and taste the sleeping child in this room." Section, he lowered the snake through the portal into the room for nearly half a minute before pulling it back up and placing it on the floor. From there, he reached into his pouch and pulled out the blood amulet he had made with Whispers on the train and held it in front of the snake. "Section, is this the same scent?" Section, the snake bobbed its head. Section, yes. Section, good. Now Harry could act. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a pair of gloves, his mortar and pestle from potions class, a long length of demiguise rope, and a preserved branch containing 2 of the custard apples that grew on the island. The little brown snake just watched and observed his process. Harry put his gloves on, broke the preservation charm, and split open both fruits to remove the seeds. He then took off a dozen of the scales of the peel and used his potions knife to cut up bits of the branch they were attached to, placing all of them into the pestle. He pressed down on them slowly to extract all of the liquid and sap from each part of the fruit. Then with slow, methodical motions, he used the mortar to grind the mixture up, infusing his anger and desire for vengeance into the fine paste. Once that was complete, he tied the end of the rope onto the brass snakes on the outside of the well and tied a silencing feather to the other end. He then paused and looked over all the assembled materials. This should work. Looking back at the snake, who was observing everything patiently, he ordered it, "Section, open your mouth. Show me your fangs." Section, the conjured snake, obeyed, and Harry took a large amount of the paste he had made, smearing it all over its teeth and inside its mouth. Then he said, "Section, you will climb down this rope. Section, then bite that boy as many times as you can on his left arm, the one closest to his heart. Section, bite his hand, bite his shoulder, bite his elbow. Section, then climb back up the rope to me." Section, the snake merely nodded as its mouth was full of the paste from the exotic fruit. Harry activated the silencing feather and tossed the coil down into Vincent's room, then picked up his accomplice and let him wind down the rope. Harry couldn't see under the bed hangings, but he definitely noticed as Vincent began shaking the bed as he was getting bitten. As he wasn't inside the silencing field, he couldn't hear anything either, but he was in obvious signs of distress. Vincent got up and tried to stagger to the door, but collapsed, his left arm dangling loosely at his side. The snake climbed slowly up the rope, so as soon as possible, Harry just pulled him up all the way. Quickly, he thanked the conjured snake and vanished him, then threw everything back into his pouch, pushed the well back to the center of the office, and headed for the exit. Making sure he was completely invisible and cloaked, he made his way out past the sleeping portrait and down the one-way hall. He was almost to the stairwell when suddenly Professor Seinstra and babbling ran down the stairs with a Gryffindor prefect in tow. Before heading further down, they stopped and told the prefect to stand guard there. Then they continued to run further down. Harry didn't know her name, but knew she was the sixth-year prefect. As carefully as he could, he hugged the walls to walk around her and crept up the stairs. There was another Gryffindor prefect next to the hallway for the first subfloor hallway which he crept by. Professor Lockhart was standing guard on the main floor by the stairs down. He was looking around frightfully and shining his wand at random. As Harry snuck by the man, he called out, "There you are, Pungo." Harry spun around, but Lockhart had cast his spell in the opposite direction from him, and a scream was heard down that way as he chased down the intruder, yelling, "I caught them." Harry used the opportunity to run as fast as he could to the common room, where he slipped inside and made it to his bed where Whispers was waiting for him. Once he was there, he thanked Whispers quietly for guarding his spot and took out a half-dose of a dreamless sleep potion he had brewed in Potions Club the last term, changed into his pajamas, and drank the potion. Whispers cuddled into him and yawned as the two of them fell asleep. Chapter 75, Aftermath. Chapter text Harry. "Harry, wake up. Dumbledore is back. There's been another attack." Harry didn't want to wake up. He was sleeping just fine, but William chose not to give him a choice in the matter. The boy reached over and gave him a shock of electricity from his fingertips, causing him to jump out of bed. "What do you want, William?" Harry demanded. "I said there's been another attack. The headmaster is out in the common room, waiting for everyone." Harry had practiced his reaction to the news when it broke, so he feigned shock as best he could and said, "Another. Is Hermione okay?" "I don't know, just get out there," he told Harry and rushed out of the room. Harry followed out quickly to find Dumbledore waiting as other students came out of their dormitories. Harry approached the headmaster and said, "William said there was another attack. Is Hermione okay?" "Calm yourself, my boy," Dumbledore said gently as he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Miss Granger is still recovering in the infirmary. Please wait with your classmates for me to make the announcement." Harry walked away slowly, but he felt the headmaster relax greatly while his hand was on Harry's shoulder. When everyone had gathered, Dumbledore started his announcement. "Last night we had another attack. It is unknown now if the one the night before on Miss Hermione Granger is related or not. Since not revealing yesterday's victim did nothing to keep everyone from finding out, I am telling you that it was Vincent Crabbe of Slytherin who was injured. He is currently comatose in the infirmary. It is unknown if or when he will wake up." Well, that wasn't Harry's intention, though he couldn't find it in himself to care. He did hope that Vincent would live, just so he could feel at least some of the torment that Hermione had. "Due to the escalation of the attack," Dumbledore continued, "and the possibility that young Mr. Crabbe might not survive, the Aurors have been called in to take over the investigation. They will be arriving after breakfast." This was starting to get worse. I am requesting that you all cooperate fully with the investigation, however. If you feel uncomfortable, you may have your parents, guardians, or head of house present if the Auras wish to question you. For each of you, since Newt Scamander is still out of the country, I will sit in on his behalf, should you require it. There was quite a bit of whispering at breakfast, as everyone seemed to be discussing the attack on Vincent. There was of course much speculation that he was behind the attack on Hermione, and that someone had been out for revenge on her behalf. Harry even heard a crazy theory that this was the result of a love triangle gone wrong, and there was one perpetrator for both attacks who felt jilted by the affair between Hermione and Vincent. Penny seemed to be fine with the situation, and even tried to catch Harry's eyes numerous times during the meal to smile at him. Harry tried to keep his gaze forward and his expressions neutral, as it wasn't just Penny that was giving Harry nods of approval. Nearly every Ravenclaw that had been in the infirmary the other day, plus Fred and George, seemed to think he had done it. Harry just kept his head down and went ahead to his potions class. Professor Snape swept into the room in his usual fashion and stared everyone down, then began. By now you know about Mr. Crabbe. What you don't know yet is that he was poisoned. There were sharp gasps from all the students in the room, with Harry trying to feign surprise as well. Due to the nature of the toxin, even a Bezoar would not have helped him, so we are going to start early on our section on general antidotes to naturally occurring poisons. Looking over to a group of Hufflepuffs, he focused on one. Mr. Hickory's, you own a natterjack toad. Go fetch it and return to class. Lloyd jumped to his feet and ran out of the room. Snape continued. The natterjack's habitat is Great Britain, but not Ireland. It contains poison sacs on its back that keep predators from eating it. This poison can also be extracted and used to coat weapons, or be used to poison someone directly through imbibing or injecting. Before Mr. Hickory's returns, go ahead and collect your ingredients for today. Snape flipped the board at the front of the classroom to show what they needed for the day. Mortar and pestle, 1 standard pewter cauldron, 1 Bezoar, 2 pinches of unicorn horn, powder, 1 pouch of standard herbs, 2 mistletoe berries. All of the students got up and scrambled towards the cabinet to get what they needed. When they returned, Lloyd had also come back, holding his toad carefully with dragonhide gloves. While holding him tight, Snape applied some kind of glass object on the toad's back, which seemed to suck up some of the yellow poison glands on its back. Once he had a small vial of the substance, he further separated it into 24 small eyedroppers and passed them out to all of the students. The potion wasn't very difficult, and Harry started on it as soon as was told they could begin. First, he needed to prepare the ingredients by mashing up the Bezoar and mixing it up with the standard herbs, mashing the full mixture until it was a grainy powder. Fill the cauldron and add 3 drops of the toad's poison, heating it until it boiled while stirring counterclockwise 5 times every minute. This was done to break down the poison into its base ingredients. At that point, the directions said to wave your wand over the potion twice, but Harry knew that meant he just needed to infuse his magic into it until he observed the necessary reaction. In this case, that turned out to be a large yellow bubble forming in the middle of the pot, but not popping. Once the bubble had grown, he needed to add 4 pinches of the Bezoar herb powder on top and let the bubble collapse. This step effectively neutralized the poison's base components by absorbing them into the Bezoar and herbal powder. Checking his notes, he just needed to add 2 pinches of the unicorn powder and stir twice clockwise, then the whole berries and 2 times counterclockwise. From there, he just infused his magic into the potion until it changed to a minty green color, and he was finished. The powder of the unicorn horn added a boost of healing magic, and the mistletoe berries symbolized forgiveness and reconciliation, perfect for an antidote. As usual, he finished before anyone else, with Lyra coming in soon after. Just to add a bit of flashiness to his results, Harry cast a preservation charm over it before delivering it to Snape. His professor just gave him a nod and let him return to his seat. When Lyra brought hers up, Snape whispered something to her, and she left her potion and came over to Harry. Severus says we can leave. Can we go see Hermione? Harry nodded, and they left the dungeons to visit the infirmary. Upon entering the room, Hermione was no longer in her bed, but there were 4 auras in the room along with Vincent Crabbe's father, all standing around the bed of the unconscious boy. One of the Auras turned around, and Harry recognized him as Dawlish from the Harpies match. He recognized Harry as well, and called out, "Mr. Potter, please come over here for a moment." Harry started to walk over as Spencer Crabbe turned around and locked eyes with him as well. "You," he sneered. "You did this, didn't you?" He started to march forward, only for one of the other Auras to block his path. He struggled a bit to push forward, but Dawlish also stepped in his way. "Mr. Crabbe," he began, "do you suspect Harry Potter to be the one who attacked your son?" The tall, skinny man stopped pushing against the Aura in front of him and stood up straight. "I do. My son has told me how the Golden Child here is friends with that mudblood who was in here earlier. He must have done this." "And why would that have anything to do with your son's attack?" asked the Aura who had been restraining him. "He obviously and mistakenly must have assumed my boy to have attacked that uppity little cripple, like he would ever have soiled his hands on such filth." Dawlish turned to Harry. "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" "Do I have to say anything?" Harry raised his eyebrows as he asked. "No, you do not," he responded. "You are on our list of people to interview, though, and will be asked to answer questions at that time." "Can I have Professor Snape join me?" Harry asked again. "Assigned representative is Headmaster Dumbledore," Dawlish informed him. "I would prefer Snape," Harry said firmly. "We will inform him of your request," the Aura told him. "No," Spencer Crabbe yelled. "I want both of them questioned now." Harry felt a heavy presence enter the room and turned around to see Dumbledore walking in. "Mr. Crabbe, do not forget that you need to be cordial while inside these walls. You are also not to make demands of my students." "He did it. I know he did." "It seems there is great speculation that the attack on your son was done as an act of revenge on behalf of Miss Granger. Due to his exclusion at the beginning of the year for his attack on her, he is now the prime suspect in that investigation and will be questioned when he wakes up. If this was an act of revenge, Miss Granger has many other friends in the castle that may have perpetrated the attack. We will be investigating all of them. However, now you are accusing, without evidence, a student under my care." The air seemed to get even heavier as Dumbledore spoke. To everyone in the room, Dumbledore seemed to grow in size, as the rest shrunk around him, and he continued to speak. "I'm sure you have read the initial reports that the attack happened inside your son's room. The door was locked from the inside, and no one was seen entering or exiting the Slytherin common room. It is more likely the perpetrator was from your son's own house." Then the pressure vanished, and everyone stood up straight. Dumbledore added in a lighter tone, "However, I should not be speculating either, and hope you will not engage in similar behavior. Let the Auras run their investigation." Dumbledore turned back to Harry and Lyra. "I apologize for having to deal with that. Miss Granger has returned to the Ravenclaw dormitories. You may find her there." The two children walked out of the room, with Dumbledore following them out. Once outside, he asked, "May I inquire as to why you would prefer Professor Snape to attend your questioning rather than myself?" Harry and Lyra shared a look before she responded. "Severus is scarier than you." "I can be scary too, when I want to be," the headmaster said with a smile as the pressure in the room started to build. "I'm learning to do that too," Harry commented, and started to look at his feet and focus on how he felt towards Vincent as he planned the attack, pouring his magic into the room like it was a potion. Dumbledore's pressure lightened up as he gave a bit of a shiver and nodded. "That's a very useful skill to have, and one I've only seen a few times in someone as young as you, Mr. Potter." While his tone was pleasant, there was a suspicious look in the headmaster's eyes. "I wish I could do that," Lyra frowned, breaking the focus the headmaster had on Harry. "It gives me the shivers when anyone but Harry does it." "Stay out of trouble, both of you," the headmaster cautioned, then headed for the Great Hall. As Harry and Lyra approached the Ravenclaw common room, the eagle knocker just nodded its head, said, "Welcome to Ravenclaw," and the door opened. The two children just stared at each other for a moment, then carefully walked into the room. Everything was normal around the room, with students studying, reading, or just relaxing on one of the couches on the higher floors. Many people acknowledged their presence, but no one came to greet them, as they usually did. After knocking on Hermione's door, it was opened by a girl they didn't recognize. Hermione was sitting on her bed, wearing her regular school uniform, but no glove that left her prosthetic hand visible. There were a total of 4 girls in the room, though the only one they recognized was Parvati's sister, Padma. "Can we come in?" Lyra asked, and when Hermione nodded, the two of them walked into her room. The girl with wavy brown hair exclaimed, "How'd you do that? You're a boy." The last time that Harry had been in her room, Penny had to put her badge on his shoulder to get in, and even then he felt the wards as he passed through. This time he felt nothing. Just to be sure, Harry turned around and walked out, then back in. No, he didn't feel anything. "Penny let me in last time. Would the effect still be active?" "No," Hermione said slowly. "That was just a one-time pass. You should have just bounced right off." "I'm getting Flitwick," the brunette said and ran off. "Whatever," Padma said sarcastically. "So what? There's a boy in the room. It's Harry Potter, destroyer of Dark Lords and savior of bookworms everywhere." "How are you doing?" Harry asked Hermione. "Better," she said slowly. "My feet still sting a bit. Madame Pomfrey had to vanish all of my toenails and then regrow them from the roots. She killed all the nerves in my feet for the entire day yesterday and told me that if she hadn't, I would have felt like they were on fire." Everyone in the room grimaced. "I saw Vincent as they brought him in," Hermione continued. "His arm was covered in blood and pale. Ended up asking Madame Pomfrey for a dreamless sleep potion so I wouldn't have nightmares from it. Then in the morning, they got me out of there just as his father came in. He accused me of attacking Vincent before Flitwick got me out of there." "He accused Harry just now," Lyra said. "He probably just wants to find someone to blame." "Did you do it?" the other girl Harry didn't know asked. She was a bit pale with dirty blonde hair. Harry just glared at the girl as he thought up a good answer. He could just say no, but he doubted that would stop any rumors of his involvement to die. So he decided to build his legend a bit. "No one knows if he's even the one who attacked Hermione, so it's not like I had a reason to do it. If he did, I certainly would have considered doing something about it. He attacked me earlier this year, and he threatened Lyra in front of Padma on the train home for the break, though he got what he deserved in both of those incidents. From what I heard while I was in the infirmary, Vincent got attacked in his room, with the door locked from the inside, and no one was seen entering or exiting the common room. So if I were to have done it, I would have needed to have gotten into the impenetrable Slytherin common room, when I don't even know where the entrance is, then entered a locked room, attacked him without anyone hearing, then left without leaving any trace of me behind, and done all of that without being seen." He stared at the shocked faces of all the girls in the room, including his sister. Or he just pissed off someone in his own house, and they did it. "The last time he attacked me, I took him down while he was standing in front of me. Attacking someone in their bed seems more of a Slytherin thing to do." Padma and the blonde girl nodded and thought this was a much more plausible situation. Except for Hermione, who was just staring at him with the realization of what and how much he had done, as she knew that he knew Vincent was her assailant. It was at that moment that the girl who ran off returned with Professor Flitwick. The small man just stared at Harry inside the room, then drew his wand and waved it at the door frame. A shimmering violet barrier appeared, then faded away. "Mr. Potter," he said in a serious tone, "please stand outside the room. I need to determine how you managed to enter Miss Granger's room." Harry slowly walked outside, and the professor performed the same charm on the doorway, looking perplexed by the results. He looked back into the room and said, "Miss Turpin, your room is next door, is that correct? I want to see if Mr. Potter can enter that one." The girl with the wavy hair that had brought the professor exclaimed, "I don't want a boy to look in my room." Flitwick sighed. "Miss Pattle, would you mind using your room for a test?" She just shrugged and walked them across the hallway, swinging her door open unceremoniously. Her room was very neat with about half as many books on the shelves as Hermione, but still more than anyone in Scamander that Harry had seen so far. Hesitantly, he took a step forward, but nothing happened. So he left the room, then entered again with the same results. Walking back out, he said, "I didn't feel a thing." The knocker at the entrance didn't give me a riddle either. It just nodded to me and opened. "That is peculiar." He began to wave his wand all up and down Harry, muttering incantations as he went. "This is most interesting. My diagnostic spells are reading like you are a prefect of Ravenclaw." "No, that's not it. They're reading the same as the badges we give to the prefects." "Is it because Harry helped me?" Hermione asked. Flitwick looked at Harry with a dark expression. "What did you do, Mr. Potter?" Lyra came to the rescue when he carried Hermione to the infirmary. Maybe, Flitwick seemed thoughtful, the position was originally a reward for services to the house. I would have to look through the charter to find out. You can owl Brant, Lyra supplied. He's got the charter memorized. The steward. That would save me some time. I'll write to him this evening. He looked at his watch. Your next class is starting soon. Here is a pass, if you end up being late. He pulled out 2 small brass plates from his pocket and passed them to Harry and Lyra. Herbology was fun. They finally got to work with the devil's snare plant, closely supervised by Professor Sprout. However, what was fun about it was that every plant seemed terrified of both of them. Reparting the plant required one to cast a sunlight spell over it, while someone else pulled it out of its pot, while it was shriveled up. Neither of them needed the sunlight spell, as the plant shrunk to be as small as possible when they were close, and felt almost petrified when they touched it. Professor Sprout was very interested in the plant's reaction, and had the 2 of them take turns, scaring one of the larger plants she had sequestered in the back of the greenhouse. She was also a bit irritated that her experiment was cut short by 2 auras coming into the room to request Harry join them for questioning. Harry went along with them, re-entering the castle and going down to the second subfloor. They ended at a room that Harry had been in before that didn't contain anything noteworthy, though maybe it did if they were having his questioning here. That thought was proven to be incorrect, as he entered and found it to be exactly as it had been before, all stone and no windows, except now it was dimly lit with a small table and 4 chairs. Professor Snape was sitting in one of them. Harry walked over and sat next to his professor, while the 2 auras took the other side. They all just sat there in silence for a while as the 2 auras glared at Harry. After a full minute of silence, Harry reached down to his pouch and took out his history book, opening it to the reading assignment for the week. "What are you doing, Mr. Potter?" one aura asked him. "My homework. I figured that I could get through the chapter while I was waiting for you to start." "Put the book away," he told Harry. Harry shrugged and put the book back into his pouch. He could almost feel Snape's smile next to him, but didn't dare to look up. The second aura reached into her robes and pulled out a small blue orb and a silver spinning top, placing them on the table. She tapped each one with her wand, which caused the orb to glow and the top to start spinning. The first aura began to speak. "Today is January 26th, 1993. Time is 12:04 p.m. Aura Frederick, Reginald Lamb, and Heather Morrow are questioning Harry James Potter with temporary guardian Severus Tobias Snape concerning the attack on Vincent Crabbe last night. First question, did you attack Mr. Crabbe?" "No, I did not," Harry responded, but as he spoke, the spinning top started to whistle. "Do you know what this is?" Aura Morrow asked him, pointing to the whistling top. "It is a sneakoscope. Normally it detects lies and deceptions. However, in a school filled with children, it would be going off non-stop. This one just alerts us when someone says something false, so let's try this again. Did you attack Mr. Crabbe?" Harry gave a worried glance at Severus, and suddenly he felt a puff of air in his eyes and saw a brief flash in his head of Vincent having his shoulder bandaged. He was a bit confused. He had seen Vincent with his shoulder bandaged in Newt Scamander's office, but not when it was being bandaged. The only possible explanation for him seeing that was that his professor had somehow just shown it to him. He could ask how later, but it was unmistakably a message. Looking back at the auras, yes, I attacked Vincent last term. He and some other students drew their wands on me, and I threw a scraping tool at him that I was using to clean the owlery, which got stuck in his shoulder. Snape turned to him with an angry look on his face. "So you lied the last time we spoke of this. We will speak of this after the auras are done with you." The auras just looked back and forth between the 2 of them, however. The sneakoscope wasn't making any noise. Aura Lamb flicked it with his finger, causing it to wobble a bit, but it straightened itself out and continued to spin. "Where were you last night?" he asked. "I was in bed, sleeping," Harry responded, but there was another small whistle from the spinning top. Adding another level to the story, "I took a dreamless sleep potion so I wouldn't wake up." The top didn't find any deception in that statement. Harry was starting to figure out how that thing worked. "Why did you take a dreamless sleep potion?" Morrow asked. "The previous night, I carried one of my oldest magical friends down 5 flights of stairs while she was crying and bleeding. I am positive that Vincent was the one who hurt her, and I didn't want to have dreams of me hurting him. Aura Lamb pulled out a small needle. I would like to test your blood for traces of the potion. Harry looked to his professor to see if it was all right. Snape pulled out a long silver needle of his own and a small glass plate, then held out his hand to take Harry's. Holding Harry's index finger, he gave it a sharp prick and let a few drops of blood fall onto the glass plate, then pushed it to the middle of the table. Speaking towards the glowing orb, Aura Lamb said, "I am now performing a diagnostic spell on Mr. Potter's blood sample, drawn by Professor Snape." He spun his wand around the blood sample while muttering an incantation. 3 concentric orange circles formed in the air, then the middle one glowed blue and the rest disappeared, leaving a thick blue ring in the air before it too faded away. Snape reached out with his wand and vanished the blood. "Trace amounts of a sleeping potion are in Mr. Potter's system," the aura said aloud for the recording orb. The 2 auras tried to stare down Harry again, but when he started to reach for his pouch again to take out his book, Lamb said, "We're not done yet." Harry groaned and said, "I'm not going to get back before the end of herbology, am I? I was having fun playing with the devil's snare." "You were what?" Morrow asked, shocked. "Playing with devil's snare," Harry repeated. "It's afraid of me and my sister. Professor Sprout was having the 2 of us scare it over and over as an experiment." Both auras looked a bit intimidated, so Harry pressed a bit more while trying to channel his rage a bit by focusing on how he felt when Hermione revealed Vincent as her assailant. "We didn't even have to use sunlight or fire. We just approached it and it shriveled up. We were both repotting it with our bare hands." He watched as both auras gave a bit of a shiver. He stopped flexing his magic and asked, "Are we done now?" Morrow shook herself and said, "One more question. Do you have any idea who could have attacked Mr. Crabbe?" Harry thought about how to phrase his question to trick their little toy, and after a minute, one of the auras gave a small cough. "Sorry, I was just trying to think of how to tell you my suspicions. You were both there when Dumbledore said that everything was locked and no one came in or out of the Slytherin common room. I'd say, without a doubt, it was just some snake that did it." Both auras looked toward the spinning top, but there was no reaction. "Well, that's it," Lamb told him, sounding a bit disappointed. "Thank you for coming in." He tapped the orb and the top with his wand and they stopped functioning. Snape turned to face Harry. "You have detention on Sunday after breakfast, so we can discuss the attack on Mr. Crabbe last term." Later that night, Dumbledore, Snape, Pomfrey, and the Aura contingent sat down around a table to go over their findings for the day. Poppy started the discussion. "The good news is that Mr. Crabbe is going to live, though it may take him a week to regain consciousness. The bad news is that there is a lot of nerve damage in his arm from the toxin, and the healing process will last 2 or 3 years for him to fully recover. The wounds on his arm appear to be from some kind of snake, but that's where things get strange. Severus can explain." The man pulled out his notes. "I was unable to identify the type of snake that attacked Mr. Crabbe. However, the toxin in his system was not snake venom. It appears that someone may have used a snake or snake fangs to make punctures and then administer the toxin afterward. The toxin was not from a potion and was entirely organic, but again, I couldn't determine the origin. I did manage to synthesize an antidote in case we need to deal with it again. I have filed the patent as Antidote 489037 with free use in an active medical situation." Dawlish provided the next report. "We have not completed all the interviews with the students and will need another 2 days to do so. However, from what we have determined so far is that nearly the entire student body believes that he was the one to attack Miss Granger, based on comments he has made in the past, his assault on her at the sorting, and a large number of people who just don't like him. No one would come out and say it, but most people think Harry Potter is the attacker as an act of revenge on the girl's behalf. However, his testimony and the evidence that he was under the influence of a sleeping potion last night discludes his involvement." "Do you have any other leads?" Dumbledore asked. "Just one," Dawlish said. "A student in Slytherin reported that there had been an altercation in the previous term between Mr. Crabbe's friend Draco Malfoy and another student, Blaise Zabini, son of the Black Widow, where he seemingly controlled a group of venomous snakes. and commanded them to bite Mr. Malfoy. There is no evidence that he is Parselmouth, but the same snakes that attacked Mr. Malfoy refused to attack the other boy, even when he handled them roughly. What student gave this testimony? Severus asked. It would be hard for him to determine that on his own, as many students in his house had asked to speak to the Auras alone or with their parents instead of him. Additionally, Dawlish had said the student reported the altercation, not that it was told during questioning. So it was possible that it came from outside their interviews, or even more probable for a Slytherin, it was an anonymous report. Sorry, we cannot disclose that to you, Dawlish replied. Due to the appearance of fang marks on Mr. Crabbe's arm and this testimony, we will be questioning Mr. Zabini and his friends tomorrow. With nothing else to add, Dawlish and the Auras took the Floo back to the ministry. As Dumbledore and Severus were leaving, Madame Pomfrey stopped them. I have another thing to say about Mr. Potter, unrelated to all of this. Both men sat back down. When he arrived at the infirmary, carrying Miss Granger, one of the school owls arrived shortly after when he expressed the desire to send a letter. This morning, I went to look for the owl in question and determined that it is imprinted on him, so he will not be of much use to other students in the future. He will need to purchase the owl in that case, Dumbledore said. One last thing about the owl, Poppy said. When checking over the owl, I discovered something very unsettling. She reached into her pocket and pulled out many small papers, placing them on the table. Each one had a scantily clad or partially nude woman on them, as well as the information for a brothel in Nocturne Alley. I don't know if Mr. Potter or another student used this owl last, but it had returned to school with these flyers. This is way outside my job description, so I leave the handling of this to the two of you. With that said, she got up and left the room. The whole school seemed to be on edge the following day. People whispered in the hallways and mealtimes were nearly silent as all of the students just ate and left. The Slytherins seemed to be all staring daggers of mistrust at any Ravenclaws they encountered, and students of both houses were traveling everywhere in groups. Potions class was a very long lecture on the nature of antidotes and how to create them. The most effective way was to use the poison, venom, or toxin itself, as they did in the previous class, and create a potion to neutralize the effects. However, when it couldn't be obtained, they needed to use something that had a similar effect and hope for the best. By using another toxin that was too weak, the effects of an active poison wouldn't be fully countered. By using one that was too strong, it might damage the body of the person it was used on instead of just working on countering the infection. They needed to copy a large table of known toxins and were quizzed for the second half of the class on which antidotes would be appropriate to use in place of another. Professor Snape deducted a lot of points from students that didn't take the lesson seriously enough or just guessed answers instead of doing a proper analysis of the table they had copied. He assigned them homework to research 20 toxins that were not on the list and find 3 antidotes for each that would work in place of the actual one. At lunch, Harry received a note from Professor Kettleburn to meet in his classroom before dinner. After a long history class listening to Professor Binns's lecture on the injustice of goblin weapon sales to wizards, Harry retrieved Whispers from his favorite tree and went to see the professor, while Lyra went to go study with Seamus. The two of them no longer were working on Lyra's transfiguration, but they seemed to enjoy each other's company when practicing their fire magic. The Care of Magical Creatures classroom was on the first floor at the end of a long hallway, situated just above the greenhouses outside. When he was let into the room, he marveled at the setup. The professor had a small desk at the front of the room, and the rest of that side of the classroom was filled with cages, terrariums, and pictures. The cages and terrariums all held different creatures that were definitely magical. Professor Kettleburn motioned for Harry to look around, while Whispers snuck into the room, invisible. Many of the sealed terrariums contained small insects, some blue, some green, and some that seemed to sparkle. One of the larger terrariums contained a spiny lizard that, when he looked at it, shrunk down to the size of a grain of sand and ran under a rock. In the cages that hung from the ceiling were several birds that looked like common blue jays, but were much too large to be. They made no noise, and just looked around at each other and the other occupants of the room. In another corner, There were many terrariums with creatures that looked like the pixies they had seen in the woods, though each one was slightly different. Some had wings that grew from their heads, others from their feet. Some were dark browns and blacks, and others were greens and blues. There was just one that looked like the ones from the woods, and it was asleep in its pen. The animal that drew Harry's attention the most, however, looked like a small eagle with the long tail of a lizard. Kettleburn took that opportunity to approach him. "Like that one, do you?" he asked. "That there is a snallygaster. They've been around for quite some time, mostly in the Americas. It's most likely someone's attempt to make an artificial cockatrice, but it turned into its own thing. Very dangerous to the untrained wizard or muggle, and grow as large as I am. I use it as a good example against experimental breeding." Harry stared at the creature as it paced back and forth in its enclosure, swishing its long tail back and forth as it walked. When he felt it wasn't going to do anything interesting, he asked, "What did you want to see me about, sir?" "It has come to my attention that one of the owls at school has imprinted on you, one by the name of Hermes." "Imprinted?" Harry asked without understanding. "It is similar to familiar bond, but not the same. It happens more often in animals with small amounts of magic that are used for service jobs, most commonly owls. In a familiar bond, both animal and wizard will be able to sense strong emotions from the other and have a general sense of the other's location. Imprinting, on the other hand, is a one-way bond where only the animal will feel the wizard's feelings and location, typically as a function of the service they perform. That's why Hermes seems to know when I want to send a letter," Harry queried in understanding. "Exactly. However, it presents a problem. As Hermes belongs to the school, if he is imprinted on you, he will not deliver messages for other students or professors. This does happen from time to time, and when it does, we ask the student to purchase the owl from the school for personal use." "I don't have any money on me right now," Harry said sheepishly. "That's all right. It doesn't need to be now. I just wanted to confirm that the imprinting had taken place. Do you have anyone you want to send a letter to?" Harry didn't have anyone he could think of that he needed to contact, though thinking of Hermes reminded him of what happened when the bird tried nibbling on the lamashu tooth. So thought of sending mail to Araden about that particular effect, and a little over a minute later, Hermes swooped in through an open window and landed in front of him. "Excellent," Kettleburn told him, and put on a heavy leather glove, reaching out to the owl to climb onto his arm. "You should purchase such a glove as well for handling him in the future." He also pulled out his wand and used it to remove the Hogwarts crest on the vest that Hermes wore. "Hermes is our fastest owl, and it will cost 15 galleons to replace him. You can bring the money to me, the headmaster, or Professor McGonagall. Is there anything else I need? You should probably get a perch and water dish for him and treats to use as rewards. A good owl like Hermes will find food on his own, so don't give him too much food from the Great Hall. He won't get complete nutrition from what is served there, plus he will come to rely on it and get lazy." Harry filed all that away for a later time. He might be able to get that after his meeting with the minister next weekend. "Mr. Potter," the professor said delicately, "is it possible to meet with your sister's demiguise before I bring him in for classes?" Harry scanned the room, squinting until he spotted Whispers by the bug terrariums. "He's over there, staring at your bugs." He snapped his fingers and called, "Whispers, don't eat those. Come over and say hello." Kettleburn turned around quickly as Whispers carefully walked across the room towards them, turning visible as he walked. He silently hopped up on a desk next to the professor and extended a Yeti glove towards the teacher, saying, "Whispers." Eyes full of interest, Kettleburn extended his real hand and said, "Sylvanus Kettleburn, it's a pleasure to meet you." They shook hands as Whispers repeated back, "Sylvanus, good to meet you." Astounding, the speech is amazing, though what is going on with his hands? They normally don't have fur. Harry was about to respond, but Whispers did it for him. "Yeti, we have hair." Harry picked up one of Whispers's hands and looked closely at the glove. Sure enough, there were tiny bits of his hair woven in with the Yeti hair. He told the professor, "We got him Yeti gloves so he didn't have to walk on the cold floors of the castle. It looks like he wove his own hair into the Yeti hair, so they also turn invisible with him. That shows a level of intelligence that I wouldn't have imagined being possible with them. How well can he predict the future?" "I can occasionally surprise him," Harry explained. "Do you know how to play hot hands?" I can do one hand. He waved his real hand and snapped the pincer on his mechanical one. Does he know rock, paper, scissors? Harry nodded. Kettleburn looked delighted, and they spent the next 20 minutes playing. Whispers won every single game, and in the ones where the three of them participated together, he would always beat the professor when it wasn't possible to beat both of them or tie with Harry. Just as Whispers had won his 24th game, there was a knock on the door and Luna entered. Ah, Miss Lovegood, come in. The pixie you brought to me is fully healed. You can release him back into the forest now. Whispers saw his favorite playmate and jumped across the desks to have a staring contest with her. After the first 30 seconds, Harry explained what was going on, to which the professor couldn't think of something to reply with. Nearly 2 minutes later, Luna broke eye contact and hugged Whispers, then went over to the terrarium enclosure with the pixie Harry had seen earlier. I'm actually going to keep him, Luna told the professor. We're going to become friends. How are you going to keep a pixie as a pet? He asked the spacey blonde girl. My daddy sent me one of the collars we use for the pixies at our home. It keeps them nearby until they learn they live with us. She pulled a small leathery ring out of her pocket and showed it to him. It's charmed to keep him near my earrings, then tapped one of the glass radishes hanging from her ear. Professor Kettleburn seemed to be overloaded with strange surprises for the day, so he just said, keep him out of trouble. They are notorious for causing it. Thank you. She reached into the enclosure and picked up the sleeping pixie, attaching the collar around his tiny neck as he woke up. Seeing all the people around, he tried to fly away, but when he got about 10 feet away, he stopped like he had a leash around his neck, then tried another direction with the same results. After another few tries to escape, he turned around, and with a scream dove at Luna, who just held out a hand with a few dead bees in it. The Cornish pixie looked at the strange offering, then took one and ate it fast, then took another and ate it slowly. Luna reached up and took the pixie out of the air, placing it on her shoulder as it enjoyed the meal, and started heading for the exit. Harry also said his goodbyes and followed her out. Dinner that night was quiet as well, though there was quite a bit of whispering back and forth between the Slytherin students at their table. Quite a few were giving glares toward the Ravenclaws. Harry looked to the end of the table to find Draco, but he was just looking thoughtful. All of the other members of his house were plotting something, but he didn't seem to be worried about his friend in the infirmary. He was just staring into space like he had other things on his mind. An owl did arrive for Harry during dinner with another letter from Liz. Hey, Harry, I got your letter, though it arrived in my post box without any stamps. Does your school not use the postal system? On Saturday, my mom was planning on taking me to the fun fair if it doesn't rain. Can your guardian or escort give my parents a call so we can work something out? Liz plus 40 for 2079, 46 155, as he thought about forwarding the message to Brant. Hermes arrived and waited patiently for him to write something out and include Liz's letter with it before taking them both away. When he got back to the common room, Lyra pulled him aside. I heard some of the Slytherins talking about having a full house meeting tonight. I'm going to go listen in through the well in Slytherin's office. Want to come? That sounded like a good plan, so the two of them grabbed Whispers and headed for the second subfloor. When they had gotten away from the staircase, Harry pulled out his father's cloak, explaining that when he had been here before, the gargoyle didn't notice him at all while he was under the cloak. The two of them and Whispers holding onto Harry's back barely fit together underneath and taking little steps. Once they were past the gargoyle and activated the passageway, they saw that the Baron was awake and sharpening a sword in his frame, whistling a tune. They watched him for a bit before Harry took the cloak off them, startling Malcolm Constantine. Ah, I didn't see you there, he exclaimed. How did you do that? Harry showed the man his cloak. It's Malcolm interrupted him. It's the invisibility cloak, he said with awe. The invisibility cloak, Lyra asked. Lots of people have them. They do. The man looked perplexed. I knew of only one in my day, though I guess that was 900 years ago. Do you know how they are made? Lyra beckoned to Whispers, who was peeking out from behind her. This is Whispers. Wizards call him a demiguise. Lots of people have cloaks made from the hair of his kind. She looked at their little brother and signed vanish, which he did. Malcolm's portrait stared at the spot where Whispers had been. Incredible. I had never heard of such a creature. They did not live anywhere in Europe, as far as I'm aware, but the Peverils were great explorers. They never did let geography stand in their way. They must have made their cloak from this fine beast and brought it back to England. That sounded reasonable, but they were going to be late for spying on the meeting, so Lyra asked to enter, and the three of them said good night, then moved on into Slytherin's office. Once they were inside, Harry started to tell Lyra about what he had done to Vincent. The plan wasn't as complicated as he made it out to be in his head, so by the time they walked across the room to the well, he had already told her everything. "What did you do with the rest of the apple's toxin?" Lyra asked. "Oops," Harry said sheepishly. "I still have it in my pouch. I don't know how to vanish it. Brant just taught me how to do it with my conjurations." "We'll need to get someone else to do it," Lyra told him. "Daphne and the others owe us favors. We can get one of them to cast the spell." Harry nodded. They were standing next to the well, while whispers ran around the large room, looking at all the nothing that was there. Uncovering the top of the well, the two of them looked down into the Slytherin common room. Many students were gathering towards the windows into the lake, so they pushed the well across the floor until they were by the desk and windows on their floor. Blaise was sitting in his chair, with Daphne and Tracy on the couch to the side. All of the other couches and chairs near the window seemed to be occupied by older students. Since the meeting hadn't started yet, they pushed the well around and looked at the other students assembled. They found Draco and Pansy sitting on a couch in the back corner, effectively ostracized from the rest of the house. The Caro twins were sitting on a pair of large couches near the back with the other first years. Harry found Cho Chang and a few other girls her age hidden in a darkened enclave against a wall to the side of the room. A voice got their attention, and they pulled the well towards the front of the room by the window to the lake. "Let's get this started," Marcus Flint was saying. "We have a lot to cover. Everyone, take your seats, and don't move until we are done." The seventh-year prefect for the girls, Veronica Ward, stood with him and said, "Rule number 1, the house always stands together in public. Rule number 10, what happens in Slytherin stays in Slytherin. Someone has broken these 2 rules." There was a gasp that echoed around the room. The Aura report on Mr. Crabbe's attack had a redacted section of someone who spoke of the challenge during the last term between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Zabini. Does anyone want to step forward now and admit to this? There was silence, and after 10 seconds Marcus drew his wand and said, "If we find out who you are later, there will be more trouble for you than if you admit it now." He looked around as he was met with more silence. "Fine, that's the way it's going to be." "Next item," Veronica started. "Does anyone have any information regarding the attack on Vincent Crabbe?" More silence. "No one." "Vincent's father is offering a reward of 500 galleons for information that leads to the assailant, and an extra 1,000 if it can be done without the Auras getting the same information first." Now the room was filled with muttering and whispers. "I bet it was Potter," someone said. Harry tried to move the well in that direction to find the person who spoke, but couldn't identify them. "It was not," Veronica said flatly. "The report says that he was under the influence of a sleeping potion the night of the attack. This brings us to the next item on the agenda, Hermione Granger." More muttering from the students. "If anyone wants to admit to attacking the mudblood, I have 20 galleons here for you." She pulled out a small pouch that clicked as she shook it, then put it on the table. "I did it," said a boy who approached the front to take the money. "Sure you did, Mr. Shepherd," Flint said, dripping with sarcasm. "What spells did she cast to defend herself?" A shield and jelly legs. I think that's it," the boy said with very little confidence. "Sit back down," Marcus told him. "We have the Aura report with the correct answer." The boy turned around and went back to his spot as a few people laughed at him. "Does anyone have any proof that Vincent attacked her? I'll put up 10 galleons for anyone who can tell me if he did for certain." No one responded. "Next, we have an informational mission for the house." In Potter's questioning, he mentioned that Granger is one of his oldest magical friends. That gives us some clue as to where Dumbledore had him in training and possibly what he was trained in. If someone under 5th year brings us this information, they will have guaranteed themselves a spot as a prefect. Anyone 5th year and up who brings it to us will get prefect privileges for a full term. Lyra looked towards Harry, who was sweating a bit at the possibility that some of his private life would get leaked out. She whispered to him, "We can start some fish tales." Harry tried to smile. "We'll need to tell Hermione to start spreading rumors." I'm also going to write to Alastair and tell him that one of the Aurors gave them the report. Down below, Veronica continued to speak. We've got one more thing before we open the floor for new business. All open hostility towards Gryffindor needs to stop until the situation with Mr. Crabbe is resolved. Focus all your energy on potential attacks and subterfuge from Ravenclaw against Slytherin. Most Slytherins that end up in other houses end up with the Eagles. Their house is the most likely to be filled with the cunning and ambitious, so keep your guard up around them. Harry and Lyra looked around the room at all the heads nodding in agreement. Back at the front, Marcus asked, "Does anyone have new public information requests or want to announce new business?" A fourth or fifth year girl approached the front. "I have an information request on Lucy Ramsey. I am paying with a silver-rated enchantment of your choice." "Put it on the board," Veronica said with a sigh. Harry started to close up the well. "Let's get out of here and go see Hermione." "And send that owl to Alastair," Lyra added. The two of them collected Whispers, who was staring at fish in the window to the lake, and made their way out. The door to Ravenclaw opened for them without a riddle again, and they found Hermione sitting on one of the balconies above the main floor, reading an arithmancy book. "They're doing what?" she exclaimed when they told her about the plot to find out more about Harry's past. "The best way to hide it is to get people to tell fish stories," Lyra told her. "Fish stories?" Hermione asked. "Things up," Harry told her. "Except they have to be believable." Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment before turning to Harry. "Is that what you're doing with all the stories about how to get into your common room?" Both of them smiled, even though they had been caught. "Exactly," Harry said as he continued to smile. "The best part is that even if the correct way gets out, people will think it's just one of the other fake stories that keep getting circulated." "Try to think of one now," Lyra told her. Hermione tried to think. "How about, I was on vacation with my parents when I was 7 in Peru, and you saved my mother from a letterfold." "Or you saved me," Harry said. "Or both," Lyra added. "I'm sure you'll get to tell a lot of stories with so many people asking." "Don't give away stories too easily," Harry told her, "or they will think you're lying. It's supposed to be a secret. Try to get them to buy you books or something in exchange for a story. Just never say that it's anything more than a story. Never say it's the truth." Hermione brightened up at that idea. "How about, the year before Hogwarts, I found you meditating in the middle of Stonehenge, and you taught me my first spell. I saw you getting attacked by Darkseys inside a London warehouse and had to pull them all out of your hair. Can I be in some?" Lyra asked. "People know I got mysterious training with Harry somewhere." They continued to postulate ideas for how Harry and Hermione met, with Lyra in a few of them as well, and even told her to eventually say the two of them met at a Christmas party where Hermione defended Harry from a muggle who hated wizards. It would just get put in with all the other ridiculous stories by that point and dismissed just as quickly. Chapter 76, Portkeys and Photographs. Chapter text towards the end of Thursday. Whispers approached Harry while he was studying in one of the larger trees, started tugging on his sleeve and saying, "Giver," over and over. Swinging down to the ground on a hanging vine, he sprinted along with Whispers into the fertilizer room and took the blood bowl down from the shelf, placing it at the desk in the room. Section hello. Section the Giver responded after a moment, his voice sounding a bit distorted through the bubbling blood in the bowl. Section Harry, it is good to hear you. Section he responded quickly. Section is something wrong. Section the Giver sounded unsure. Section it is the wand maker. Section he brought the wand 5 days ago. Section it is amazing to feel my magic and channel it this way. Section he has taught me to make light and to make objects fly. Section Harry was impressed with the time it had taken his old teacher, but he had been using magic in other ways for hundreds of years. Section so, what is wrong? Section now, a bit of anger entered the Giver's voice. Section, it is the small man he has brought to translate, the one you called a dwarf. Section he treats this small man poorly and does not show reverence to him for his help. Section he treats the small man like a prisoner or an animal, depending on the day. Section yesterday, he left the small man with me while he went to try to gain the trust of the hoo-hoos. Section, he seemed happy when the wand maker left us, but was afraid to speak ill of the man. Section that made Harry angry. Section, are the Scamanders still there? Section, his tutor responded. Section, they left 2 days before I received my wand. Section, they gained the trust of the hoo-hoos within 3 or 4 days after your leaving. Section, they came and went from the island and explored many parts of the area. Section, they are true friends of animals and all living things. Section, Harry smiled. That did sound like Newt and Tina. Section, I will write to Nestor about the treatment of the dwarf. Section, learn everything you can until then. Section, I will try to find a way for you to learn without him. Section, the giver sounded satisfied with that response. Section, the usurper wants to know if you have any progress. Section, Harry hadn't been doing as much exploring as he wanted to and hadn't found anything new yet. Section, no. Still looking. No response from the creature you gave me either. Section, there wasn't more to talk about, so they agreed to speak another time, and Harry went to draft a letter to send to Nestor. Friday afternoon, Brant was laying on his back, sweaty, bruised, and tired as he just finished his 14th match with Stevens of the day. On the other hand, the dueling champion was taking his break by doing one-handed cartwheels and practicing capoeira while he waited for Brant to get back up. The man was too good for him to ever beat, but he had hoped to at least make the man sweat a little. Luckily, Brant was saved from another round by Darby popping into the sparring room and saying, "Steward, Lord Black has returned. Please join him in the trophy room." As the command wasn't to him, Stevens just shrugged and continued his agility training as Brant slowly got to his feet and stumbled towards his favorite room in the house. On the way, he cast a few freshening charms on himself, not that they would give him more energy or heal his bruises. He just didn't want to smell bad when he got there. When he arrived in the room, Arcturus was standing next to the 4 pedestals at the end of the room. This time, all 4 of them were clear of the disintegration wards, and he could see what lay beneath. The first pedestal held a stuffed red parrot, which he was pretty sure was called a macaw. The second one was the black scimitar he had seen before, which glinted as soon as he looked at it. That had to be some kind of magical effect that triggered when it was being observed. The third held a hook, meant to be used as a prosthetic hand, with a gold base and the hook made of silver. The final one held an astoundingly extravagant tricorn hat, black with gold trim and a fluffy black feather on the top. As Brant approached Lord Back, he noticed 4 anti-nausea potions were sitting on the table next to him. 4 portkeys and 4 potions. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was about to happen. "I've only just returned," Arcturus told him. "Is there anything I need to know about before I take up the rest of your day?" There most certainly was. Brant wondered how his lord would take the news. The crab boy attacked Miss Granger. Mr. Potter sought revenge on her behalf and put him in a coma. The boy is a confirmed Parselmouth and had me teach him the snake conjuring spell to enact his justice on Crab. However, the snake he was able to conjure was not venomous, so I am unaware of what he did to put the boy in such a state, or how he managed to infiltrate the Slytherin dorms completely undetected. There already was an aura investigation, and Mr. Potter had enough foresight to take a dreamless sleep potion when he was done, which completely cleared him of suspicion. The only people who know he was responsible are me, Miss Granger, and most certainly Lyra. Potter did contact me to inform me of his murderous intent before he carried out any action, and I managed to keep him from killing the boy. I'm not sure if he intended to put him in a coma, as he did say he wanted him to suffer every day for the rest of his life. Arcturus's emotions fluctuated through that speech quite a bit. Some bits included shock, others he seemed pleased with what had happened. There was even a hint of admiration in there too. "Any chance the boy will die?" he finally responded. "Severus reports that he should regain consciousness sometime next week." "Anything else?" Brant thought for a moment, then said, "Both children will be on the house Quidditch team. I took them to a Harpies game, and they got to meet Gwen and Angie after the game. Flying with the 2 of them got Harry convinced. Miss Granger and a few others also managed to create quite a revolutionary new helmet for Quidditch leagues, which should sweep the entire international market. The patent is also owned by 8 others, 6 of which are purebloods, so no one will try to take it away from them. Also, Harry met Fudge at the game and has another meeting scheduled with him for tomorrow morning and a date with a Muggle girl in the afternoon. Miss Tonks and I gave the kids the talk last weekend, and I believe we should swear her into knowing their secrets." Arcturus gave a long hum. "Your connections serve you well. Bring Miss Tonks into the loop. Have you had any luck finding them an occlumency tutor?" Brant shook his head. "Mine is unavailable, and Severus is too busy. I also have been unable to find a trustworthy tutor to train them in the knives they received as presents over the break. Nearly everyone I know who wields knives like that is a thief by trade, and not someone I'd keep in close confidence or trust around children, particularly the two of them. I am going to approach Gilderoy Lockhart about being their calligraphy tutor, though." Arcturus seemed reluctant to agree on Lockhart, but then said, "Try to get him to do it for free." For the honor of being able to say he tutored the boy who lived. He's a wonderfully extravagant influence peddler, not unlike Slughorn in that regard only, so he'd probably jump at the chance. As for the other two, let me look into that. I'll try to see if I can get people from the continent. He took a look back at the pedestals. "What do you remember from my lesson about the Black Islands?" Brant perked up. "I remember everything you told me," which wasn't much, but still. The blacks amassed a lot of their fortune in the decades around the advent of the Statute of Secrecy. This was done primarily through piracy of the Muggle shipping lines and raiding the colonies of the kings who foolishly let us serve them. A good deal of the trophies in this room are from that period. They operated in the Caribbean, the Western African coastline, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Indian subcontinent. The islands were ports and safe havens for the ships the blacks owned. There are incredible protections on the islands that keep them better concealed and protected than a Fidelius charm. That's all you told me." "Exactly. Now I need you to visit the islands. Every one of them right now. I know you imagine some grand adventure and touring each island for your first visit, but that won't be happening. I need you to go to each one, and once you regain your wits, return here. Each portkey works both ways. Are you ready to go?" Brant was indeed a bit miffed that he wouldn't be able to explore the islands, but this was at least a step in the right direction. He nodded, and Arcturus gestured him towards the parrot. It was placed on his right shoulder, and he could feel the talons attach but not dig in. "When you arrive, there will be an Inferius in the room with you. Just ignore it." "Ignore it. Ignore an Inferius," Brant exclaimed in total disbelief. "It's there for protection. Just don't touch it and it won't harm you." That barely reassured him. "Okay, here is the activation phrase." He passed Brant a slip of paper. The steward memorized the password and then vanished the paper. He prepared himself for the international portkey and said, "Take what you can, give nothing back." A hook from behind his navel pulled up and back as he felt the spinning sensation activate. It felt different than normal, as the portkey was attached to him rather than having to hold on to it. It still wasn't pleasant, and he was happy that he couldn't vomit while traveling. He did when he arrived, on a plank wood floor that he crashed into. Out of habit, he pulled out his wand and vanished the puddle on the floor before recovering from the dizziness and looking around. He was in a small room with a window that looked out over crystal blue water. The sun was rising, so he figured he was in the Caribbean. This was the port of call for the Black Rose, the terror of the Spanish colonies. He breathed a sigh of calmness looking at the water, then turned around and screamed at the rotting corpse standing in the corner dressed in a long coat and pirate hat. He backpedaled so fast that he hit his head on the wall behind him and started to hyperventilate as he raised his wand with a spell of cursed fire on his lips, just waiting for the necromantic terror to attack him. But it didn't. It just stood there motionless. The eyes had gone a long time ago. There was still some flesh and muscle hanging from the bones, but it had to be the oldest zombie he had ever seen. Necromancy was not something he had studied in school, but that didn't mean he didn't know quite a few people who had. There was no way to tell how old this corpse was, but the freshly animated ones always did look close to being alive. Upon closer inspection, this corpse also was adorned with tarnished gold necklaces, bracelets, and a few very expensive gemstone rings. It was there for protection, but was an obvious trap as well. An intruder would see this dead man covered in riches and try to remove them, only to be torn to shreds by its inhuman strength and cursed touch. Brant took a moment to regain his balance and sanity after staring at the Inferius in the room, then spoke the activation phrase for the portkey still on his shoulder, and was sent spinning on a trip back to Black Manor. When he crashed into the floor of the trophy room, There wasn't anything in his stomach to vacate, but he still gagged quite a bit, then staggered until Arcturus grabbed his shoulder when he stood up. As his vision spun, Arcturus put a potion in his hand and commanded him to drink. Once the anti-nausea potion was in his system, he felt quite a bit better. The parrot had been taken off his shoulder and returned to its place on the pedestal. Brant was now instructed to go and pick up the scimitar. With a small amount of reluctance and another gleam to remind him how sharp the blade must be, he picked it up and examined it. Arcturus took a step back and said with a smile, "Give it a swing, I know you're dying to do it." Letting himself grin, he gave it a few test swings but didn't spin it as his lord had done. It felt sharp enough to cut the air around him as he waved it. "Do you remember the activation?" he was asked. Brant nodded and held the blade into the air while he recited, "As I gaze upon the sea, my dreams return to me." There was the pulling sensation, and he was gone. This journey was probably half as long as the one before, and when he landed, he was on a beach, roughly the same time of day as it had been in England. The smell of the sea reminded him of being on Lyra's island, and he took a quick look around, only to see a small path that led to the interior of the island. With nothing else to do, he repeated the activation phrase and went back. Just to be on the safe side when he returned to Black Manor, he drank half of the next nausea potion after returning the scimitar to its place, then walked to the next spot where Arcturus handed him the hook. As all his limbs were intact, there was no particular way to hold or attach it, so he just grabbed the silver hook and held it in his hand. He was given the activation phrase, which he memorized, vanished the paper, then spoke aloud. "A friend can betray you, but an enemy will always remain the same." This portkey felt a little longer than the last one, but not as long as the first. Brant managed to stay on his feet when he arrived and found himself inside a large tent with a carpeted floor. There were two exits to the tent, with one seeming to go outside into the night, as he could feel a breeze coming from the opening. The other was closed with a series of clasps and had a sign on it that said, "Beware of the leopard." Not wanting to stray into that area or encounter a leopard, which in all probability was a Nundu, the portkey was activated again to take him back to Black Manor. This time, he ended up dropping the hook on arrival, and he felt extra dizzy from the repeated use of the portkeys. Arcturus needed to prop him up and pour the anti-nausea potion into his mouth this time. "Okay, one more," the old man said, and took the feathered hat and placed it on his head as Brant sat on the stairs to the podiums, trying to recover. "This one will be the longest you've taken so far. When you arrive, immediately reactivate the portkey and return. Even if you are still dizzy, do not wait to come back." He was deadly serious and repeated, "Do not wait." Brant funneled all his emotional control into his occlumency so he could focus on the situation. Accepted the paper with the trigger phrase, memorized it, and vanished it. Standing up as well as he could, he prepared himself for the long jump and spoke the phrase. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Nothing happened. Brant looked around, then repeated it. "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." "Bugger," Arcturus said with disappointment. "I hoped it would work, but was pretty sure it wouldn't." He snatched the hat off Brant's head and tossed it back on the podium. "What did happen?" Brant asked. "It's not working, that's what's happening," he said with an incredibly frustrated tone. "I haven't been to this island for 20 years, but I know the passphrase is correct, and it's still a portkey. It's just locked from use." He pulled out his wand and aimed it at the hat, obviously stopping himself from setting the hat on fire, then put the wand back in its holster. "There's no other way to get to the blasted island." "Why do we need to go there?" Brant asked skeptically. "Other than the hoard of treasure there and the free real estate," he glared at Brant. The protection spells for the Black Islands were divided into 4 parts. If we want to put it on Lyra's island, we need access to the spells on all 4 of these. You said the place was a gold mine, so it will become another Black Island. "Yeah, about that," Brant began, drawing Arcturus's attention. "I've confirmed that there's a herd of ram on the island. Somehow they are pygmy ram, each about 700 pounds on average. Harry used their manure to make a potion that passed their strength into his staff. That's how he managed to dent the bludger on display in the Hogwarts Quidditch Museum. That island is going to be ours, and it's going to happen before I die," Arcturus said with absolute certainty. "The only thing I can think of is that Pollux did something to the portkey. Your cousin? Brant asked, but he's been dead for almost 3 years. He had to have done it a while ago. He did spend more time with the black children than I did, so he must have keyed it to one of them. Draco is too young, so it would have had to be one of Cygnus's girls or Orion's boys. Can you recall Narcissa to test her? Brant asked. You'll need to speak with Andromeda too. Sissy is too dedicated to her task to be recalled so soon after leaving. He frowned, then called, Darby. The elf popped in. Pay a visit to Andromeda. Tell her I need to have a serious discussion with her. She can name the time and place, and I will be there. The elf popped away. I hope it's not the others, Brant said, but at least we are on the path to seeing if we can free Sirius. Merlin, help us if we need to use Bellatrix. That would be a disaster, Arcturus agreed. Report back to me about how Harry's meeting goes. Saturday morning, Brant was waiting for Harry in the common room when he left his room to make breakfast. He instructed Harry to pick out 2 outfits, one for meeting with the minister and the other for going to the fun fair with Liz. The first needed to be ultra-formal, and the second would just be warm and passable for being a muggle. He needed to wear the first one now, as they were going to have breakfast at Elmswood, and then go straight to the ministry from there. While Harry was changing, Brant got to see Lyra and inform her that Harry would be gone for probably the whole day, but he would make it up to her another day with a trip just for her. If there was anything she wanted to do, she should start putting together a list of possibilities. As the other students headed out of the common room for breakfast, none of them gave Brant a second look, as by now they were all used to his presence. Harry came back in an outfit that Brant thought looked similar to what he himself had worn to the winter soiree. While the tailcoat he had worn had been burgundy, Harry wore one with longer tails that went down below his knees and had silver embroidery on the lapels. He wore that over a black vest and shirt, along with black slacks and shoes. The silver on the coat complemented the silver streaks in his hair. He looked ready for the meeting. When they arrived at Elmswood, Opal already had a breakfast spread waiting for them. Having had a small breakfast already, Brant questioned Harry about his plans for the day. So, Harry, how do you plan on dealing with the minister? Between bites of his breakfast, Harry responded. He probably wants to talk to me about something, so I'll let him do that for a bit. Then I want to push him a bit by asking about Lyra's dad, which I assume he'll not want to talk about. I'll probably be angry about that, even if I don't want to, so he'll be even more motivated to change the topic. From that point, I'll try to steer the topic to other members of Lyra's family and try to get information about Sirius Black. Brant nodded along. It's good to give him the reins of the conversation to start, but don't completely take over afterward. This is about giving and taking. Give him a little control, then take it back. Do it for yourself as well. Be the slayer of the Dark Lord, and be a 12-year-old boy too. If you need any hints on what a child your age is normally like, think of your friend, Mr. Creevy. I think I've figured out what the man wants from me too, Harry added. There's a section in the library of old daily prophets, so I looked for ones with Fudge on the cover. He likes to be seen with famous wizards in photos, kind of reminding me of Professor Lockhart. So that's exactly what I'm not going to give him until we get the information on the man who betrayed my parents. There might be other things he wants from you too, Brant cautioned him. A public statement about how well he's doing as minister. Maybe your opinion on some new law. Try not to make any statements like that unless you are 100% okay with them being in the newspaper. I'll keep him focused on the photos, Harry said with a small smile. I had Colin take a photo of me with Professor Lockhart, and we both signed it. I'll give a copy of it to the minister. Brant laughed as Harry showed him the photo. The two of them were standing in the snow out front of Hogwarts. Lockhart stared into the camera and occasionally smiled, his teeth sparkling as much as the icy landscape around them. Now and then, he would place a hand on Harry's shoulder, and the boy would look up at the professor with admiration in his eyes. This is perfect. Brant pulled out his wand and made several copies of it at different stages of the animation, then inscribed permanence runes in the corner so they wouldn't fade away. I need to show these to Lord Black. This is a masterstroke of manipulation. Thank you, Harry said while blushing at the praise. One more thing. At the Quidditch match, the photographer was trying to take a candid photo of the two of you without your permission. How do you plan on avoiding that this time? Harry was stumped. He couldn't just put a hand in front of his face because the photos were animated. They could just use a frame from when his hand wasn't there. He couldn't do that forever. Could I just look like I drank a Pinocchio tincture whenever I see a camera? That way any picture they take would look like I don't like the minister or think he smells bad. Brant laughed again. That would be an interesting thing to do, though I'd suggest sour candy if that was the path you wanted to take. For I have a better idea. Looking over to Opal, who was making more food in the kitchen. Opal, would you mind bringing me my obscuring cloak, the black one with the silver clasp? The little elf put some kind of bubble around the eggs she was cooking, then vanished with a pop. A few moments later, she returned with a black cloak that had a silver locking clasp right below the hood. Brant took it and handed it to Harry. Stand up and put this on for a moment. Harry did as he was instructed. Now put up the hood, again, he complied. When the hood was up, Brant reached over and tapped the clasp twice. Harry quickly looked to his left side where he saw a small dark spot in his vision. However, no matter how much he turned his head, he couldn't look directly at the darkness. Brant waved his wand in front of him and cast a spell, Shelgan Glasser. The spell caused an ornate mirror with a golden frame a little bigger than Harry's face to be conjured in front of him, floating in the air. The reflection he saw had the cloak he was wearing, but his face was completely shrouded in shadow. While he was staring at the disguise, Brant cast a few more spells to shorten up the cloak so it wouldn't drag on the ground. When he was done, Brant double-tapped the clasp again and Harry's face was revealed, and the black spot on the side of his vision vanished. He dismissed the mirror and told Harry, if you see a camera or just want to hide your face, tap the clasp twice. That worked perfectly, and Harry put down the hood and went back to his breakfast. When Harry started to wash his breakfast down with his orange juice, Brant breached the next topic of conversation. I got in contact with your friend Liz's parents about today. We need to have a short conversation about how you can talk about your life around her. Is that okay? Harry put down his glass and gave Brant his full attention. So, for starters, the owl you sent her was smart enough to leave the letter in her postbox instead of delivering it directly to her. However, it didn't have any stamps on it, so the explanation I gave her parents was that if the school has a faculty member heading south, they occasionally do a mail run if there are places on their route. Harry nodded along. What you told her already, that the school is in an old castle, is perfectly fine. Just don't explain too much about how it looks. This is primarily because Hogwarts would be the largest castle in the UK, and it would be tough to explain why no one has ever heard of it. If asked, there are about 200 students in attendance for 7 years of school. What about classes? Harry asked. Try to avoid that topic, Brant said with a grimace. You can say that the curriculum has a lot of natural sciences as well as history. You won't start advanced math until your 3rd year. The next thing I wanted to make sure you had a story for was your time before school. Harry looked a bit unhappy, so he tried to reassure the boy. We won't be telling the full truth, but it would be good to have a story based partially on truth, just so it's easier to remember and won't sound fake. Do you understand? Harry nodded, though he still wasn't happy about it. It's all right to tell people you are an orphan. Your parents died when you were young and you don't like talking about it, which is true. You were placed with relatives, but it didn't work out, and then you had to move somewhere else which you can't talk about. The best way to try to get around not being able to say where specifically you were is just that it was somewhere near a zoo, and you got to spend time with lots of animals. It can also be where you met Lyra. Try to keep your details vague because you're not supposed to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, Harry said with a frown. Good, then don't, Brant said. But keep it in mind in case you do need to. Liz's mother is going to be taking her to a fun fair. There will be kids and adults there playing games and going on rides. Do you remember how to use Muggle money? It's easier than wizard money because there are numbers printed on them, Harry said with a smile. Hermione told me that her father said that the wizard currency system must have been designed by a drunk monkey. He giggled as Brant had a small chuckle. Brant took out a leather wallet that had a small coin bag on it as well and passed it to Harry. Put this in your pouch for now, but when we go to meet Liz, I'm going to take your wand and pouch, so you'll need to put the wallet in a pocket. You'll also get one of the magical suppression cuffs, like you did on the airplane, in case you have any accidental magic around the Muggles. What if I need to use magic? Harry asked, a bit nervous. One cuff won't completely seal your magic. It will just make it so small surprises keep you from shorting out any electrical systems in the area. Also, if there is a need for magic, Miss Tonks and I will be there. We can also wipe memories of muggles that witness anything we do, while you cannot. Brant finished his coffee as Harry his orange juice. Opal popped in just as they finished, and with one hand levitated their dishes towards the sink while using the other one to shoo them out of the kitchen so she could clean up. The grandfather clock showed that it was only 9:15, but Harry insisted on being early, saying he didn't want to make the minister wait, as the Filipino officials had done to him. Arriving early would show that he felt like the meeting was important, and by extension make the minister think he was too. Brant agreed with that reasoning, and they took a flew to the ministry. It turned out to be good that they arrived early, because as they walked by the cafe in the lobby, Brant noticed several reporters from the Daily Prophet still eating their breakfast right off the main floor. They had probably been tipped off about Harry's meeting and hoped to catch him arriving. Brant reached over and tapped the clasp on Harry's cloak as they walked to the security desk. At the desk, Brant presented his wand first, and like last time nodded along to the man's questions about being just Brant. After finishing his check, he looked down at Harry, whose face was still cloaked, and raised a questioning eyebrow toward Brant. He put a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture as Harry passed the man his wand. Despite that, the man still gasped and looked down when Harry's name appeared, and looked down as Harry briefly revealed his face, then hid it again. The man gave Brant a wink and repeated the shushing gesture. Brant smiled back, but did not doubt that the moment they were in the lifts, that this man would be alerting the press that Harry was there. He was proven correct, as after they had gotten into the lift and started heading to the top floor, they looked down into the atrium to see the security guard run over to the cafe and started pointing up at the elevator as he got the attention of the journalists eating there. A few of them tried to take some pictures, in vain, of Harry and Brant rising to the top floor. The elevator let them off, and they exited into a hallway that split in both directions. It appeared to wrap all the way around the open area of the atrium, 8 floors below them. In front of them were a small lobby and a desk, with the same wand checking stand as was at the security station they had been at before. To the sides of the room were several high-backed chairs, half of them with wizards sitting in them reading the newspaper and waiting. At the desk was a woman with a jacket that looked like an aura's, but in blue rather than red, and when she looked up and saw them exit the elevator, she beckoned them over. Brant walked ahead and said to the woman, "We're a bit early, but we have a 10 o'clock appointment with Minister Fudge." She opened a book and scanned it, then said, "I'm sorry, but the minister has that time scheduled already for." She trailed off as she looked at the cloaked child following Brant. "Oh." She began to fidget a little bit, then asked Harry, "May I see your wand?" Harry passed it over, and it was placed on the stand as it had been at the security desk, with Harry James Potter appearing on a piece of paper in front of the woman. She handed back the wand with a smile and said, "You have a very gorgeous wand, sir." Harry smiled under his cloak at being called sir, but politely replied, "Thank you, ma'am." She rang a small bell on her desk, and from a door behind her, a man came out wearing the same blue jacket as hers. "Please bring these 2 gentlemen to Minister Fudge's office," she instructed the man. "Provide them with refreshments if he's still in his last meeting." The man nodded and gestured them down one side of the corridor. He seemed in a generally good mood as he casually escorted them on their way. He gave a questioning look to the cloaked child and asked, "Is this your first time here?" Harry nodded. "Well, look around." He gestured to the walls as they walked. In between each office they passed was a portrait of a different wizard and occasionally a witch. Most were sleeping, very few were watching them walk by with interest, and others still were empty. These are all the portraits of past ministers of magic. The empty ones are visiting their other frames. They don't talk much here as no one stands still long enough to hold a conversation with them. So most of them prefer to be elsewhere when they aren't sleeping so they can engage with the people. No one became a politician because they didn't like having people paying attention to them when they spoke. That made sense. Politicians and heads of state to a higher degree were probably some of the more vain individuals in the world. Some of them might claim they wanted to lead to serve the people or make the world a better place, but you could do that by pulling strings behind the scenes. These people wanted to be out front and center. At the end of the curved hallway, they were let out into a small lobby that currently had no one in it, just 6 chairs around a coffee table. There was one door right next to the waiting area with a large red light bulb next to it, and another door further away from that the bulb next to it was white. Their escort gestured for them to sit. "Would you like anything to drink?" he asked. "Coffee, Black," Brant said, then looked to Harry to respond. Harry wanted to appear a bit more dignified than juice, so he requested, "Tea, Black, 1 sugar, please." "It will be here in a moment," he said, and left them there. Brant looked up at the clock on the wall and said with a huff, "So now we have almost half an hour to wait. And when he sees that he made us wait, he'll feel guilty, like he owes us something, right?" Harry responded. Brant looked impressed. "Did Severus teach you that?" "Daphne did," Harry responded. Brant smiled. He would try to speak to her parents to get the Greengrass girl to teach Harry more things like that. A moment later, their tea and coffee arrived. It was a bit too hot to drink right away, so they let it sit. A few minutes later, the door with the white light opened, and a large woman, nearly as tall as Brant, and much wider around, exited the office. She wore a flowered dress with a long pink coat over the top of it. Her auburn hair was perfectly coiffed into curls that rested on her shoulders and gave a slight bounce when she walked. She looked like she spent as much time getting ready each day as Lockhart did, but with none of the adventuring to keep herself in shape. She was about to turn down the hallway the way they had come when she turned back and looked towards Harry and Brant. "Excuse me, young man," she addressed Harry. "This is the minister's office. Remove your hood at once." Harry reached up to take it down, but Brant stopped him. "I'm sorry, Madam Under Secretary. My charge needs his presence to be kept discreet. No one else has objected to his use of a privacy hood before we arrived here. I'm sorry that no one pointed it out to you before, but I must insist," she said firmly. Brant gave Harry a defeated nod, so he lowered his hood. The large woman seemed to recognize him, but then just shrugged. "You're Harry Potter. Well, it's not like you're an unspeakable, so keep the hood off." She just turned and walked off. When she was gone, Harry said, "She didn't care who I am, I like her." Brant made a face like he had just bit into a moldy piece of bread, then said, "It's not that she didn't care. That woman just thinks she's better than every person on the planet, and that other people were made to follow her orders. She causes a lot of trouble for Lord Black and anyone else she comes across." "Who is she?" Harry asked. "That was the senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. She is in charge of the other undersecretaries that help shape policy for Minister Fudge's government. A lot of her politics do align with Lord Black's, but any time she has a slight difference of opinion, she creates a lot of trouble and noise that makes it not worth it to deal with her every single time it happens." Harry started drinking his tea while he digested that information. At about 5 minutes to the hour, the door to the minister's office opened, and there was the sound of laughter as 2 men exited. The first was tall and had a long felt coat, and was in the process of putting a flat cap on over his bald head. The other was the minister, wearing a black robe over his round frame, and the same lime green bowler hat he had been wearing the last time Harry had seen him. As the two exited the office, the taller man turned to look at Harry and Brant, and stopped laughing in dead silence to stare at the boy. Fudge continued to laugh for a moment more before turning to where the other man was looking, and after a second of shock, proceeded to say, "Ah, Mr. Potter, I hadn't been told you had arrived." He looked at the taller man who was recovering slowly. "Eugene, I need to get to another meeting, but I'll see you again in a week or two," he said firmly, while giving the man nudges in the back to move on while gesturing Harry towards his office. Brant passed Harry a crystal vial and said, "I'll be right here if you need anything." Harry was a bit shocked. He didn't realize he was going in alone and looked very nervous until Brant firmly pressed the crystal vial into his hand and gave him a confident nod. Following the minister's eager gestures, he walked into the man's office, with the door closing behind them. The office was a very long room, so much that it would probably take nearly 30 seconds to walk across the long expanse to arrive at the man's desk. As if reading his thoughts, Fudge reached up to a circular object on the wall and twisted it. Like magic, the end of the room with the desk drew closer as the room shrunk until the desk was right next to them. "My apologies to you, Mr. Potter." The large office is a great tool to use when meeting with unpleasant people. Making them walk so far to see you shows them that they need to come to you, not the other way around. Harry thought that was a very smart tactic to use, and that he'd share the idea with Severus later. I hope you didn't need to wait too long, he added, as Harry was appreciating the magic of the room. It wasn't too long, he told the minister. Just long enough for the tea to cool, and we got here early enough that the reporters were all still having their breakfasts. Harry observed the reaction on the man's face, which showed disappointment that the press had not been able to document his arrival. The two of them sat down at the desk, and then Harry noticed the sparkle of disillusionment in the corner behind the minister, which had him jump up and grab his wand. "There's someone in the corner," he shouted, and was just about to cast a spell when the person there dropped their concealment and cast a shield spell at the same time. The man was wearing an aura jacket. "No need to be concerned, Mr. Potter," Fudge told him. "It's just my protection. I am the minister, after all." Harry lowered his wand as Fudge looked towards the aura. "Seen by a first-year chapman. Please report for retraining in stealth tactics on Monday morning." The man frowned, not knowing that his spell had probably been perfect, just not good enough for Harry. He then reapplied the spell, which did seem to be better now, with less sparkle than before, but still there. Harry resheathed his wand and sat back down. "Well, I guess I should have expected great things from the boy who lived," Fudge said as he sat down as well. With an inquisitive tone and raised eyebrow, he asked, "Can you still see him?" Harry nodded and pointed to the man. He tried to take a few steps to the side, but Harry's finger followed him. Fudge just stared at the empty space, then pointed his wand and cast a revealing spell, causing the disillusionment to fail exactly where Harry was pointing. "Impressive, Mr. Potter. I couldn't see anything." "To the aura, Mr. Chapman, you can stand by the door so as not to distract my guest." The aura reapplied the concealment, then walked to the door and stood there. Fudge turned a dial on his desk, and Harry watched as the room stretched again until the aura was very far away. "That should give us a little privacy. It's good to finally meet you, Harry. May I call you Harry?" he asked carefully. "You may call me Cornelius." Another thing that Daphne had told him is that important people like to be called by their titles, and unless you were actually friends, you should call them by that. "Harry's fine, but it doesn't feel right not to call you Minister or Mr. Fudge. You are the Minister of Magic, after all." Fudge gave a deep laugh. "Yes, you're right, Harry. I am the Minister." After sitting up straight, he continued in a more serious tone. "I'm sure you're wondering why I asked you to a meeting, as not all the students at Hogwarts get a private meeting with the head of state." "It was a little strange," Harry said. "Though I guess, while you're the minister, I'm Harry Potter. Though I didn't get voted into being the boy who lived." Fudge looked apologetic and said, "No, sadly you did not. Your parents were astounding people and did great things for this country, as you could do the same. I wanted to speak with you today to see what you thought of the British ministry, and to see if you would be willing to give a sign of support to your fellow countrymen so that they could see that we stand together." This was the kind of thing that Brant had suspected was going to happen, but he truly didn't support the man who had let Lucius Malfoy out of prison. Now that the minister was asking for his help, he could put his plan into action, shame the man, and then offer a way that he could make it up to him. So he put on the face of a confused child and said, "I don't know. I've been told to stay out of politics until I'm older. I'm not sure I want to be involved then either." Fudge gave him a friendly smile. "It's not getting involved. It's just showing support. All you need to do is say something nice and take a picture with me. I'm sure you've been taught how to give a nice firm handshake." "I have, sir, though I'm not sure I do support you," Harry said carefully. Fudge looked a bit confused. "Well, why not?" "Because of my sister, Lara," Harry said. "Sister? Oh, Miss Black, that's right. What about her? Was this man that dense? When I first came back to England on one of the first days back, the two of us were attacked by a man who turned out to be her father. He shivered. It was terrifying, but then he was put in prison, which made it better." He looked up at Fudge, who was beginning to show understanding. "If you had asked me then, I probably would have jumped and done it right away, as you had just imprisoned the man who haunted my sister's dreams. Then you let him out." Now Fudge was sweating. This was no simple matter that he could sweep under the rug or placate the boy into understanding. He had put the only remaining family of the boy who lived in danger. It didn't matter that she wasn't his real sister. To him, she was. To respond, he drew himself up into a formal posture, adopted his most formal mannerisms, and started stuttering like a child caught out after curfew. You don't understand what goes into politics at the ministry. It's all games, games between powerful people. Sometimes you have to let bad people out to keep other bad things from happening. Your sister has an aura detail to protect her. Our best and most senior aura, Alistair Moody, is protecting her. Sometimes these things just need to be done, as your headmaster would say, for the greater good. Not knowing that he had probably made things worse by bringing up the man who had stuck Harry with the Dursleys, Fudge sat back down and waited for a response. I've heard a lot of bad things about Mr. Malfoy, and while I know that a lot of them probably aren't true, people don't say things like that unless you are a bad person on some level. People don't talk about you that way, do they? Not waiting for an answer, he continued. From what I've been told, it seems like you try to do the right thing when you get the chance right. Seeing a lifeline, Fudge grabbed it and held on for dear life. I do, Harry. I do indeed try to do the right thing. The men and women I released from Azkaban are proof of that. They were given a second chance. They cannot leave their homes right now and will have the chance to be better people. Everyone deserves a second chance. Harry hadn't known how he was going to transition into asking about Sirius Black, but this looked like a good way to do it. Some people don't deserve one, he said darkly. Who do you think doesn't deserve another chance? Fudge asked carefully. Sirius Black. Silence stretched for nearly a minute before Fudge swallowed loudly enough to break the silence. You know about him then? Someone told me that I shouldn't be close to my sister because she is a black like Sirius. I tried to find out more information on him and why he betrayed my parents, but I can't find anything. Well, he's in Azkaban for the rest of his life, so you don't have to worry about that, Fudge consoled him. Then I'll never get an answer to why he did it. Not even Arcturus, as his grandfather or Lord Black, can send him mail in prison, and none of the newspapers say anything about why he did it either. He was my father's friend, and then he got him killed. I want to know why. He finished that off by yelling a bit. What if I were to help you out there, Harry? As the minister, I can check his files and find those things out for you. Would you like me to do that? Harry wiped his nose, as if he had been sad, and said, I guess so. How about I get that information for you, and then we get lunch together in a week or two? I'm guessing you can't be meeting with heads of state in the middle of the school week. Harry shook his head. I think I'd have too much homework except on the weekends. Then he had an idea. I like the food at Cynthia Abbott's tea house, Lord Abbott's wife. Never been there myself, but I've heard good things. When I have the information, I'll make a reservation for us. How does that sound? I guess so, he repeated. Well, I should get working on that so we can have a pleasant meeting next time. How about that? Okay, Harry said. I'll send an owl to Cynthia to await your reservation, he added to put some motivation into getting Fudge's task done quickly. Fudge reached for the dial on his desk, turning it and causing the room to contract to its smaller size. Harry got up and Fudge walked him to the door. On the way there, Harry casually pointed to the disillusioned aura standing to the side of the room as the invisible man responded with disbelief. How are you doing that? Fudge opened the door to find Brant standing there with his back to the door. There were 6 reporters with cameras standing in the hallway. Quick as he could, Harry flipped up his hood and activated the charm on the clasp to hide his face right before the flashes started going off, then ducked back into the office. It's just photographers, Fudge said while standing in the doorway. I don't like surprises, Harry said out of truth, and because he didn't want to ruin his plan of not taking a photo with the minister. Just one photo, Fudge said, almost begging. It will be fine. Remembering he had a photo with him, Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out his staff and the signed photo with Lockhart. He passed it to the minister and said, Here, you can have this one for now. As Fudge took the photo, he tapped his staff on the ground and lit up the entire room. The light spread out into the waiting area and every nook, cranny, and crack everywhere. One reporter cried out, My film! The light is exposing all of it. Colin had found out 2 weeks ago not to keep any new film in the bedroom as the light from Harry's staff exposed it before it was even put into his camera. Harry had paid him back for the lost film, but asked Colin to keep it in the darkroom in the future. Knowing he would be safe from the reporters now, and with his face concealed under the hood, Harry walked out into the hall and Brant quickly took him back to the elevators. Once they were safely inside and heading down to the atrium, Brant asked, "How did it go?" "Mission accomplished," Harry reported, then began to analyze what happened again. "I think I did at least. He wanted me to show him support by taking a photo with him and saying some nice things to the reporters. So I told him I didn't support him because of letting out Lyra's father, and then talked him into getting me information on Sirius Black. He wanted to give me the information at lunch in a week or two, in public, so I told him I would send an owl to Cynthia Abbott to tell her that she should expect the minister to contact her about a tea time for us." Brant was about to respond when the doors opened, and there were even more reporters waiting for them at the exit, flashbulbs going off all over as the doors opened. Harry jumped behind Brant to hide from them. The steward pulled out his wand and pointed it to his throat. "Back off," he yelled, magic amplifying his voice. "Mr. Potter will not be talking to the press today. If I see another camera go off, all of your film will be ruined." No one moved a muscle, and Harry peeked out from behind Brant. Even with his face still hidden with the charm of the hood, one photographer tried taking another shot. Brant looked down at Harry. "Do it," he instructed. Harry didn't want to punish all of them for the one mistake, so he tapped his staff and used his willpower to focus magic into a spotlight aimed directly at the reporter who took the other picture. The man tried to move his camera away, so Harry just widened the beam so there was nothing he could do as the light got inside the device and ruined his film. "Anyone else wants to waste a roll of film?" Brant threatened. No one responded, and the two of them carefully walked through the throngs of people toward the flue exits. Along the way, Harry threw a few sickles he had in his pocket into the fountain. Then they called out, "Elmswood Lodge," and vanished into the fire. Chapter 77, Muggles. Chapter text. When Harry and Brant arrived at Elmswood Lodge, they were startled by the presence of Arcturus Black sitting in a chair across from the fireplace. Harry hadn't seen him yet, since before the break, so his attention was immediately drawn to the dark crack in the man's face from the corner of his eye. Curious about it, he asked, "What happened to your face?" The question drew a shocked expression from Brant as Arcturus reached up and ran his hand down the disfigurement. "It's not something you need to be worried about, Mr. Potter. You know that I have extended my life to help you and your sister, and with such unnatural magics as the one I used, there are always sacrifices and costs that come with it. Otherwise, wizards truly could live forever." Harry tried not to stare at the man's face, but found it hard not to stare at what looked like a crack in an egg that had nothing but darkness inside. "My lord," Brant stated, snapping Harry out of his staring. "Assume you're here to talk to Harry about his meeting. I would prefer to just see it myself," he said, then called Darby. His personal elf popped in, holding a large stone basin. Rows of runes covered the entire exterior and the top rim of the bowl. There was a clear liquid in it that sparkled a bit in the light. Darby let the bowl go, and it floated upwards until it was hovering at Harry's chin height. "Do you know what a pensive is, Mr. Potter?" Arcturus asked, and Harry shook his head. "It is a device to place your memories in, so that others may view them as you did. It is a great tool of magic, as you can examine a point in time, and even find other things you may have missed the first time. One is often distracted by what lies right in front of them, but their minds still can recall all the things that have happened, so you may be able to focus on something different during subsequent viewings." That certainly sounded incredible. "How do I do it, sir?" Harry asked. "Brant will extract the memories from your head. You just need to focus on the memory, and the magic will do the work." The steward kneeled in front of Harry. "I am going to put my wand to the side of your head. Concentrate on the memory of the meeting. You can start when we arrived at the lobby outside the office, and finish when we got to the elevator. When you think you've got everything in your head, just give me a nod." Harry got a little nervous as he felt the wand tip on the side of his head. "Sometimes it helps to close your eyes. Just nod when you're ready," Brant repeated. Harry focused as much as he could on arriving, the senior undersecretary, the man laughing with the fudge as they exited the office, exchanging pleasantries with the minister, the give and take, and finally talking about their next meeting. Adding on the exit from the room, the flashes of the cameras, and entering the elevator, mission accomplished. He gave a nod with his eyes still closed. "Memento excerpti," he heard Brant say, as he experienced a sensation that was like someone running a hand through his hair, except not his hair, his mind. He opened his eyes to see ghostly fibers hanging from the tip of Brant's wand. "That's a memory?" he asked. Brant nodded and carried it over to the stone basin, flicking the strands into the bowl. Harry watched as the threads dissolved into the shining liquid, turning into an overhead view of the man in the blue coat, gesturing to him and Brant to have a seat. Everything from the memory in Harry's path of vision had a bit of color to it. Everything behind his head had much less color, and some spots were just shades of gray and wisps of smoke. Arcturus explained, "This is your memory. When I tell you to, we will all put our faces into the basin. What you see now is the start of the memory. Areas with color are things you saw directly. Faded colors are things your mind fills in the blanks for. Gray and wispy areas you didn't notice or think about but your other senses felt out. Do you see how almost everything has color? That proves how good your memory is and how much your mind can extrapolate from the rest." Arcturus proceeded to tap on a few runes around the outside with his wand, and then he and Brant stuck their faces into the basin. Harry looked on in shock as their arms seemed to go limp as they relaxed. A bit nervous as he didn't see any bubbles coming out of the liquid, he slowly leaned forward and put his face in as well. As soon as his nose touched the water, he felt like he was falling. He spun head over heels until he landed on his feet. Looking around, he was standing next to himself and Brant, plus the man in the blue jacket. Both were frozen in place. When he reached out to touch himself, his hand went right through like a ghost. Looking around quickly, he saw a more solid version of Brant and Arcturus behind him on the edge of the memory, next to black space. "You did an incredible job isolating the memory," Arcturus told him. "You really started it from this point. A less focused mind would have at least the rest of the hallway behind them, but not you, Mr. Potter." Harry blushed a bit at the praise as the memory started to play. After they were sitting down, Arcturus made some hand gestures which sped up the memory until Dolores Umbridge came out. He made the same face at her that Brant had as she told Harry to take off his hood. "That woman is a plague," Arcturus said with a sneer. "However, that doesn't mean that she can't be aimed at people I don't like. If I can point her to someone that will draw her ire, it's a good way to keep her attention elsewhere while I do what I can to accomplish something I know she would stand in the way of." The memory was sped up again until Fudge exited his office with the other man, and Arcturus froze it again, turning to Brant. "Do you recognize that man?" Brant shook his head. "That is the Macuser ambassador to the British ministry. That probably means the Americans are on board with Bagman's project." "What project?" Harry asked. "It's something Hogwarts related," Brant told him. "As soon as it is official, we will let you and Lyra know about it before anyone else." Brant watched as Harry seemed to be fishing through his memories again. He mumbled McGonagall before focusing back on the memory at hand. They went through the full meeting, with Arcturus adding compliments to Harry and laughter at Fudge at various points. Brant was also very impressed, as the two meetings he had with the man ended up with some money being spent or changing hands during the meeting. Harry got exactly what he wanted for free. At the end of the memory, Arcturus closed his eyes and focused on something, which caused Harry to stand up straight outside the pensive and take a deep breath of air. Brant and Arcturus stood up quickly too, but didn't have the sharp intake of breath that he did. Arcturus waved his wand towards the stone basin and all the contents vanished. "With that, I will take my leave," Arcturus said as Darby stepped up and took the pensive, vanishing with a pop. As he was heading to the fireplace, he stopped and turned back around. "Mr. Potter, Brant informs me you are going out with a muggle today. While I'm sure she is a nice person, I caution against long-term contact. Muggles are very industrious and intelligent, but they can never be what you are. They cannot be magical. You will always need to keep secrets from them, and they will always be envious that you can do things they cannot. Many of them will turn that envy into hate and despise us, simply for being better than them. Do not let that keep you from enjoying the fruits of their labor and spending limited time with them. Again, I just advise against long-term attachments." Then, without giving Harry a chance to respond, he entered the flue and the flames whisked him away. Harry thought about what Arcturus had said. His relatives did hate him, but were they envious or just horrible people to begin with? Mrs. Davis, Tracy's mom, was nice, but even Tracy was sad that she didn't have magic. Would Liz be like that too if she knew more about him? He tried to run through all the muggles he knew and separated them into those who were nice to him or not, and then again those who knew he had magic and those who didn't. Sorting them out like that didn't show any pattern either way. Brant told him to change into his muggle clothes, so he changed into jeans and a t-shirt, along with a slightly long leather jacket and a watch cap to keep his head warm in the cold. When he came back out, he found Brant had changed too, just not much. He still had a long robe-like coat on, but had changed his underrobe into a black sweater and grey pants. "How are we getting there?" Harry asked. "Miss Tonks said she would meet us out front of the leaky cauldron and that she had arranged a car for us." Harry put on the face-concealing cloak, and the two of them walked from Elmswood to the dingy pub at the entrance to Diagon Alley. After the craziness with the press at the ministry, he was happy to have the hood to keep him anonymous. Once they got through the pub, they looked around to see if they could find Tonks, and heard a horn honk from across the street. Tonks was leaning out the window of a sleek black car with a golden phoenix painted on the hood. "Hey, steward, over here," Tonks yelled at them. They carefully crossed the street, and Tonks pushed open the side door and tilted the seat forward for Harry to climb in the back. Then Brant reset the seat so he could sit up front. "I don't know much about cars," he said while looking over the interior, "but this seems like a nice one." "It's a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am," Tonks said with a bit of pride. "Got a friend who loaned it to me for the day." "Firebird?" Harry asked. "I bet Lyra would love it." "I bet she would. Now where are we going?" Tonks smiled. "Hampton Court Fairgrounds," Brant responded. Tonks shifted the car into gear and sped off down the road. Harry was amazed by the control she had over the car with the speeds she was traveling at. It took them about half an hour to get where they needed to go, and she finally slowed down as they pulled into a dirt parking lot with a lot of other cars. It was only then that Harry noticed that Brant was as pale as a ghost and gripping the armrest with his fingers dug in. "I think I prefer the night bus," he said as he slowly released his hand from its grip. "I think you're just a big baby," Tonks teased him. "So where's Alistair today?" Harry asked as she looked for a place to park. "Not here, thank Merlin. It's my day off," she explained. "He's assigned to protect Lyra, not you. I wanted to come along because it should be fun. Though I wouldn't put it past him to make a surprise visit, just to annoy me and make sure I'm constantly vigilant." They got out of the car, and Brant took Harry's pouch and wand. He felt a little lighter and slightly off balance after Brant had taken them from him. As he shifted around to adjust to not having his focus within arm's reach, Brant held out a magical absorption bracelet for him to take. After a few seconds of indecision, he clipped it to Harry's left wrist. Harry could already hear the sounds of the fair and could see a Ferris wheel sticking up into the sky out in the meadow beyond where they parked the car, along with a few other tall rides. He could only recognize the Ferris wheel from something he had seen on TV. The rest of it was a mystery, but one that he was going to enjoy finding out about. They waited next to the entrance, as they had arrived a bit earlier than planned to meet Liz and her parents. Brant made a joke that the ride should have taken them 20 minutes longer if they weren't being driven by an angry dragon, to which Tonks responded by blowing smoke out of her mouth at him. 20 minutes later, they heard, "Harry," and turned to see Liz running over with what must be her parents following her. Harry jogged over to meet her, and they stopped right in front of each other. Harry wasn't sure if he should hug her or how to greet her, so after they both shifted back and forth in front of each other, he settled for offering her a formal handshake as he had before in the record store. The adults had caught up behind them, and her father said to Brant and Tonks, "Your boy certainly has good manners." "They aren't related, remember," her mother whispered loudly. "Harry, this is my mum and dad. Mum, dad, this is Harry." Liz introduced her parents. Her father stepped forward to shake Harry's hand. "It's Alvin, and this is my wife Sheila." "Pleased to meet you," Harry told them. "This is Brant and Tonks. Brant doesn't have a second name, and Tonks doesn't like her first name." This caused the muggles to look at them strangely. "We'll tell you all about it while the kids are having fun," Brant said with a sigh. "Something we should let you know about now, though. Harry hasn't had a traditional childhood, and as a result, this is his first fun fair. So Liz, you'll have to show him all the things he can do here, okay?" Liz's eyes and smile widened, and she looked back at her parents. "Can we head in?" Alvin Manning looked at his daughter seriously. "Behave yourself, young lady. You know our meeting point if we lose you, right?" She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Yes, father." I will meet you under the Ferris wheel if we get lost. Tonks kneeled in front of Harry. Don't worry, we'll find you if anything happens. Harry saw her wand sticking out of her jacket sleeve and felt a tag of magic on his coat as she patted him on the shoulder. With approval given, Liz grabbed Harry's arm and started to drag him into the fair, with the adults following slowly after. As they started in, Liz's mom asked, "So, can you give us more information about Harry? And why are you looking out for him?" Lizzie said that he's an orphan. "It's a bit of a complicated situation," Brant began, "and some of it we legally can't talk about, but I'll do my best. Harry's parents were killed when he was a little over a year old." There was a sharp intake of breath from Alvin and Sheila. Harry spent some time with relatives, but it wasn't a good fit for him, and partially due to the situation with his parents' death, he was put into the protective services. "That must have been terrible for him to be moved around like that," Sheila said with sympathy. Tonks was listening closely for any clues to Harry's past as Brant continued. "At first it was, but he also became a better person as a result. It also led him to be with the girl he now calls his sister. Lizzie said something about a sister when they were at the record store, but she didn't get to meet her," Sheila commented. Harry's placement put him near Lyra, and they grew close enough to call each other brother and sister. Lyra's great uncle comes from an old family who used to have a hereditary seat in the House of Lords, but gave up their seat in the mid-1600s. By sheer coincidence, Harry's paternal great-aunt is also a member of this family. A recent event made it so Harry no longer needed to be in protective services, but he and his sister still do receive protection from the government anyways when they are in public. That is why Miss Tonks is here. "That's quite a lot to take in," Alvin said, with a bit of shock. "Can you tell us anything about the situation in which Harry's parents died? I don't want to bring anything dangerous around my family." Brant made a face like he didn't know how to respond to that until Tonks whispered in his ear. He listened to her and then nodded. "Mr. Manning," Tonks started, "I'm a junior officer in the Met, currently in the academy to join the D9. I can give you a little information regarding Harry's parents, but not a lot." "Okay." Both parents nodded. "Do you remember in the 70s and up until 81, there were those strange killings of someone trying to use gas leaks to cover their tracks?" The Mannings traded concerned looks and nodded. Harry's parents were part of the task force that led to the apprehension of the criminals involved. However, it also led to their deaths. Unfortunately, I can't give any more information than that and say that the people involved are no longer a threat. "Those were dark times," Alvin said, as he looked forward to Liz dragging Harry to a ring toss game. There was talk about those deaths being era attacks or some deranged serial killer, but the Met never gave out any information on who was behind it. "And I won't either," Tonks said firmly. "So what's with your names?" Sheila said brightly, trying to lighten the mood. Brant began, "Well, in my case, I am very distantly related to Harry's sister, Lyra. She is my sixth cousin. When I was discovered living in Norway, Lyra's great-uncle asked me to come and live here. Part of the condition to rejoin the family was giving up my family name and working for him for 10 years. I found it to be very much worth it." Before the Mannings could respond to that, Tonks told them, "In my case, I don't like it, so I just go by my last name." "It's Nymphadora," Brant informed him, and Tonks slugged him in the chest, knocking him down. "Wow, you really don't like it," Alvin said as Brant groaned and stood back up slowly. Tonks gave Brant an evil glare as he stood back up, reiterating, "No, I do not like it." "So Brant is here due to the family connection. What connects you to this family, Tonks?" Sheila asked. Brant was about to say something, but a glare from Tonks silenced him. "My training officer got an assignment to look after Harry and Lyra when they're out of school. He uses it as part of my training for urban environments, recon, stealth tactics, and asset protection, among other things. It's entirely possible he's watching me now, even though it's my day off." "That sounds intense," Alvin whistled. "You don't know the half of it," Tonks replied. Harry took the moment to run over to the group and hand Tonks a stuffed animal he had won at one of the games and inform them that he and Liz were going to go on a ride, a tilting pirate ship. Brant chuckled and pulled out his camera, knowing that Arcturus would appreciate the pirate humor. "Tonks," she turned to Alvin. "Was quite a punch you've got there. Want a friendly wager?" He pointed to a punching machine to the side of the alley they were walking down, across from the pirate ship ride. Tonks sized him up. He was in pretty good shape and probably played some competitive sports growing up or in college. All the same, he wasn't a metamorph magus, so he had no chance of winning. You don't mind losing to a girl, she smiled. I think I have a chance or I wouldn't be making the wager. What do you say to 20 quid? Tonks pulled out 2 tenors and passed them to Brant. He can hold our wagers, she said, and waited for Alvin to do the same. Once he was ready, Alvin dropped a couple of coins in the machine and the punching bag dropped down. He smiled as he took off his jacket and handed it to his wife. His jacket was certainly hiding his physique and must still be an athlete of some kind as his arms were jacked. She raised her eyebrows and gave a subtle glance to his wife, who gave a grin back. Alvin squared off in front of the bag, leaned back, and gave a strong punch, swatting the bag up to its starting point. The digital reader went up and up until it settled on 783. He gave a satisfied nod and stepped back, gesturing for Tonks to take her turn as he put his coat back on. Tonks was wearing a puffy coat, specifically for the reason that it let her adjust her body underneath more subtly. Since Alvin took off his coat, she had been developing and tightening her muscles to the point that she could strike the hardest. Rotating her shoulders and stretching her arms, she took off her coat to show off the muscles of her arms, giving them a flex before passing her jacket to Brant, then dropping coins into the machine. Both of the Mannings looked a bit shocked at the reveal. Tonks squared herself off, but in a strange stance. Standing almost sideways, she reached her left hand out until it was touching the bag, with her right arm as far back as possible. Quickly leaning back, she sprung forward, driving her right fist into the bag with incredible speed, driving the bag upwards with a loud pop. The numbers climbed up, past Alvin's score, until it reached 869. Tonks turned around, gave a big flex with her arms over her head, and gave a small roar before retrieving her coat from Brant and picking up the money. That was, Sheila started. Impressive, Alvin finished. Don't worry, snacks are on me, Tonks said as she waved the bills in her hand. They turned back to watch the kids get on the rocking ship, and Brant made sure to take pictures. Harry was having a great time, and Liz was enjoying his reaction to all the little things she was able to show Harry for the first time. There were a lot of games to play for prizes that she told him were impossible, but fun. They played a few games of the ring toss, and Harry managed to win a tiny stuffed elephant which he brought back to Brant to hold. Most of the first hour involved Liz pulling him to various stands and stalls, explaining to him the game or what was going on, and then paying for the two of them to experience or play whatever it was. They went on a few rides, the rocking pirate ship, a tall slide on the outside of a large tower that she told him was called Helter Skelter. Liz told him that tower was one of the largest she'd ever been on, and they repeated that 3 times. It brought back memories of playing at the park down the street from the Dursleys. When they stopped to eat, Alvin tried to get information out of Harry, asking about his classes and what he liked about his school. Trying to remember what Brant had told him, he said, "There are a lot of science classes, basic physics, chemistry, botany, zoology. I also like to box with my friend Greg, but we just started, and I don't think I'm that good yet." That's a lot of science classes for someone your age, Alvin commented. It's just the basics, Brant supplied. In 2 years he'll take advanced math classes, and then he can do more advanced studies. From what I've observed from his studies so far in chemistry, he might have a knack for natural pharmacology. Harry had no idea what that meant, but after looking straight at Brant, he heard a voice in his head say, "Potions." It was the same feeling he got when Snape put the image of bandaging Greg in his head. He needed to ask Brant about that later. "Oh, like holistic medicine," Sheila chimed in. Another word he didn't know, but he tried to keep up. "One of the first things I remember was helping my relatives with the gardening. I like plants and animals." "Do you have a place to swim at your school?" Liz asked. "There's a lake, but it's too cold," Harry said. "But I used to go swimming a lot where I lived." The water was warmer there. "Where do you live that's so different in temperature?" Alvin asked. "I'm not supposed to talk about it," Harry said sadly. "Sorry about that," Brant chimed in. "There are just some things in Harry's life that are secret for the reasons I told you." "Does the lake get warmer in the summer?" Liz asked. "Does it, Tonks?" Harry looked at her. "To the Mannings, I also went to Harry's school when I was younger." It doesn't get much warmer, but you're not supposed to go in, or the monsters will get you, or at least that's what the older students always said. Do you have your own Nessie there? Sheila asked. She was referring to the Loch Ness Monster, which the Muggles played up as a great myth to lure tourists to the area. Often someone would take a picture of it, but it would never come out properly. Many Muggles said they thought it existed, but didn't really believe what they said. It was just a marketing gimmick. What they didn't know is that the monster was real. It was a magical creature, called a kelpie, that had the form of a horse, and when submerged in water, its body appeared as a long stream of underwater plants, flowing behind it as it galloped through the depths of the lake. Most of the tourism in the area was managed by the British Ministry of Magic, which also placed obscuring charms and wards on the entire area, so it wasn't possible for anyone to get a good look at the creature above or below the water. Additionally, in 1929, the magical photographer Lowell Frost invented an enchantment that, when placed on an object, would obscure photographs of whatever the object was attached to. After it was a success with the Loch Ness Monster, Nessie, the Magical Congress of the USA, hired Frost to supply them with enchanted amulets to distribute to the Bigfoot population around North America. Tonks smiled and told Sheila, yes and no. From what I was told as a first year, and what I told the kids when I was older, we have a giant squid lurking below the surface of the lake. Harry was a bit shocked at her candor, but when he saw the looks of disbelief mixed with humor on the faces of the Muggles, he could see that they thought it was just a fish tale. I'm guessing it's just too cold to swim, and the professors and older students just weave stories of monsters to keep the kids out, Alvin said with a smile. Brant nodded along with that explanation, despite not going to Hogwarts himself and knowing the squid was real. Liz and Harry had finished their corn dog and were raring to go again, so the adults finished their food as well to follow along behind them. Liz brought Harry straight to bumper cars after lunch, and even though he explained to her that he had no idea how to drive the cars, she just forced him into the seat of one and told him to push the pedal and spin the wheel. The unpredictable nature of the car and the bursts of speed, combined with the crashes, scared Harry to death the first time. He could feel the magic-absorbing cuff getting warm, as he must have been giving off some kind of magical reaction. However, in subsequent rides in the cars, he focused on having fun and purposely crashing into things instead of just getting knocked around by everyone else. Harry told Liz he needed a break after that, so they looked around to find something more peaceful. It took a few minutes, but Liz pointed out a small tent that advertised getting their fortunes read and pulled Harry inside. Inside the tent, it was dark and smelled of various perfumes, while bits of smoke from burning incense drifted through the air. As they passed through the opening, nearly all the noise from the fair outside vanished. There were still some sounds, so Harry didn't think it was magic, but the atmosphere certainly felt like it. The room was small and dark, but there was a table in the center covered with a red and purple tablecloth with tassels hanging off the side that shifted a bit in the wind from outside. A small crystal light hung from the ceiling that bathed the table, and only the table in light. They looked around the room, but there didn't seem to be anyone else there. Just as Liz turned around to leave, they heard a voice from the darkness. Come in, and sit down." Turning back around, a woman entered the light at the table and sat down. She looked a little younger than McGonagall and wore a dress that revealed her shoulders along with dark lipstick and a beaded shawl around her head. She reached her hands out onto the table so they could see her long nails, painted the same shade as her lipstick, and quite a large number of bracelets. Harry recognized some of the symbols on the bracelets from some that Meleandra in his class wore from time to time. Sit, she repeated to them, and they did as she instructed, sitting on the other side of the table. I have foreseen your visit. I can tell this will be a good fortune to be told, for one of you. For the other, possibly not. She pointed to a sign on the corner of the table which read, one reading for £20, two for £30. Harry looked to Liz, who said, Just you. If it's bad, then I'll know mine is good. If it's good, then mine's only possibly not good. A smart one you are, the woman said, but are you sure you wouldn't like to know your future? I'm good, she said flatly. Harry passed her 2 10 notes, which she sniffed and then placed under the table. Let us begin, she said with an air of mystery, and took out a large deck of cards. Have you had a tarot reading before? Harry shook his head and said, I have a friend with a deck. She says she told me she occasionally helps her mom with readings. Good, good, the woman said as she shuffled the deck. I can feel her energy flowing through you. She placed the deck down in front of Harry. Place your hand on the deck and let your body's energy flow through it. Not knowing if the woman was a witch or not, Harry still did as he was instructed. He placed his right hand, the one without the absorption cuff, on the deck and tried to let his magic flow into the deck, the same as he would do with a potion or his broomstick. The fortune-teller took the cards back and shuffled again, then spread them out in front of him. Before we begin, focus on something in your life, a task or an obstacle, something you must get done and need guidance for. Then, with that in mind, take 10 cards from the deck and leave them face down. Take from anywhere in the deck, any card at all. Harry really wanted to finish his quest and his promise to the usurper. He wanted to finish it so it wasn't hanging over his head. He wanted to finish it so he no longer felt the compulsion to do it. He wanted to finish it because he owed a great debt. He wanted to finish it because it was for a friend. And he wanted to finish it because he wanted to move on to other things in his life. With all that in mind, and with Liz looking on in interest and a bit of disbelief in the process, he drew 10 cards out of the spread deck. When he finished, the woman collected the remaining cards, moved them to the side, then arranged the ones he placed into a pile. Due to the region we are in, I will be telling your fortune with the Celtic Cross Tarot spread. If we were in France or Georgia, the formation of the cards would be different. That made sense to Harry. Arithmancy differed depending on the region, so why not divination? She began to lay the cards out, the first card in the center, the next one on top of it but turned to the side, then 4 cards around the first, like a cross. Finally, 4 more cards were in a line to the side. However, as she placed the last card down, she fiddled with it, and it split into 2 cards that had been stuck together. It looks like you took 11, not 10 cards, she told him. I'm sorry. Harry wasn't sure if he should apologize. It's not something you should apologize for. If you took an extra card, you were meant to take an extra card. This one was stuck to the spot for the outcome of your fortune, so there are 2 outcomes to this reading. I can't be sure whether that means there are 2 possibilities or if they both will happen. Aren't you the psychic? Liz asked skeptically. The future is like looking into a blurry mirror, the fortune-teller told her. You see bits of what may happen, but the simple act of me informing you of the future may change it. Sure, Liz said sarcastically. Looking back to Harry, I will read your fortune from the cards you have selected, as best I can see. If you would like to learn more about the placements and possibilities, you can buy the deck and an explanation when I've finished. Harry saw Liz roll her eyes a bit. The woman examined the spread of cards. This is very powerful reading. The average reading will have 2 to 4 of the major arcana cards, while you have 6, with the extra accidental card included. You have an unusually large goal that you are trying to achieve, but it doesn't have to do with money or fame, she trailed off. The majority of the minor arcana are from the suit of cups, indicating that your goal is more of an emotional one or a matter of the heart. There is also a strong connection to the element of water, showing an unusual maturity for someone your age. She pointed to the middle card on the bottom. The first card represents your current situation. It is the world, reversed, and the only reversed card you intentionally picked, as the accidental card is also reversed. This shows that you lack closure or completion, but do not worry as if you were complete. You would have nowhere to go from there. Crossing on top of yourself is the 10 of Wands, which tells me that a heavy burden is keeping you from completing your goals. Below you is the 3 of Wands, which tells you what you should focus on to achieve your goal. What I see is that you need to focus on exploration, foresight, and leadership. That rang a bell for Harry, as he did need to focus on exploration to achieve his goal of finding the king residing in Hogwarts. She continued, in your recent past, I placed the tower, which signifies a disaster, sudden change, upheaval, or revelation. In the present and related to your goal is the magician, which represents many things including action, diplomacy, disaster, pain, power, sickness, and skill. The next is your future, and it is very important to interpret this one correctly. In this place is the 5 of Cups, and as I said before, the cups represent emotion and water, the 5 represents loss, bereavement, and regret. This doesn't necessarily have to do with you, as someone else who is experiencing these things may lead you to your goal. Harry had no idea what this last one could mean, but he had gone through a recent upheaval, and the magician was an obvious reference to learning magic at Hogwarts. The next card is how you see yourself, and that is shown in the Ten of Cups. This is the highest number of cups below the named cards. You see yourself at peace with joy and family, filled with emotion, and surrounded by water. Following that is how others see you, shown to me as the Justice card. People see you as the one bringing reconciliation, fairness, and truth. All of that struck a chord with Harry. When he was with family, he was definitely surrounded by water on an island. People did seem to associate him with justice, whether it was as the boy who lived, or suspecting him enacting it on Vincent Crabbe. Truth. That could be the Pinocchio tincture that was solidly associated with him now. Your hopes and fears lie in the next card, the Seven of Swords. This is the only sword suit you drew, so it may have more meanings than just signifying the betrayal and deception that will guide you to your destination. She paused as she looked at the last two cards. The first card that was played was the Death card. This is one of the outcomes of your goal. That got Harry's heart racing, but she tried to calm him, saying, "Do not be afraid of death. Death merely signifies change, transformation, and transition. It does not necessarily mean the absence of life." You also drew the moon in a reversed form which signifies confusion, the release of fear and unhappiness. On the completion of your task, be wary of any or all of these outcomes. "Can we go now?" Liz asked Harry. Harry was still digesting all of the information from his reading and trying to memorize the layout of the cards. As if interpreting his thoughts, the woman pulled out a Polaroid camera and took a picture, passing the photo to Harry and saying, "Would you also like to buy the deck and a booklet to explain the process to you?" "How much?" he asked. "You really believe in this?" Liz asked, exasperated a bit. £30, but to help you achieve your goals, I'll knock it down to 20. She smiled as she put together the cards and pulled a small booklet from under the table. Funny enough, it was her haggling that brought Harry back to the present, so he tried to make a counter-offer. "How about 10, and if I achieve my goal, I'll come back and give you another 10 in thanks for your guidance." "I will hold you to your promise," she smiled, and accepted his note, putting the deck of cards in a box and the box and booklet in a small bag for him. Harry thanked her and they left the tent. Seeing the adults at a table across the way, they crossed over to them. "Any great insights into your future, sweetie?" Sheila asked Liz. "We just did a reading for Harry. It was really long." "It felt like real magic," Harry said with emphasis to Tonks and Brant. "I bought the tarot deck from her and a booklet to explain everything." "I think I'll go get a quick reading," Tonks said, and headed towards the tent. Brant took the bag with the things Harry had bought and said, "You should have your friend Melly take a look at this, see if she can read your fortune too." "Do the two of you also believe in psychics as well?" Liz asked Brant. While Brant could easily play this off as a joke, he also thought that this was a lesson Harry needed to learn about the way Muggles could think about things they didn't understand. So he told Liz, "Of course, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that some people have powers that others don't. That's not to say the person in there is real or not. She might just be a con artist, but just because you might not be able to do something yourself doesn't mean that nobody can." "Sure, whatever." "There's no such thing as magic," Liz said while rolling her eyes. Harry had a short flashback to when his uncle jabbed him in the chest while repeating that same thing to him. He looked at Liz and frowned a bit, but she didn't see. Tonks came running back out of the tent and over to them. "Nope, she's a fraud. I tested her myself." "How did you do that?" Alvin asked. "I asked her about the weather for the rest of the week. She got it all wrong." "And how would you know it so well?" Sheila asked. "My dad does the evening weather for the BBC." Alvin raised his eyebrows. "Tonks, the guy with the glasses and the hair, that Tonks is your dad." The Tonks in front of her nodded with a smile. "I would never have expected him to have such a kick-ass daughter," he told her. "You want to go another round?" she asked, pointing to the sledgehammer strongman game a little further down. "Sure, but no bet this time, just for fun," he said. "You can win me a toy," his wife said with a smile. Liz looked at Harry. "Can you win something for me too? You got the elephant for yourself last time." "I guess," Harry told her, but in truth, he wasn't feeling great after hearing her say that there's no such thing as magic. "I'll win you something too, cupcake," Tonks told Brant. The group approached the high striker game with the sledgehammer, and Alvin went first, paying the parlery and picking up the heaviest hammer he had. After handing his jacket off to his wife, like before, he took a big step back and swung it over his head, hitting the plate and launching the pin toward the top. It barely struck the bell, making a faint ringing noise, but still winning the top prize. Happily, he picked out a stuffed lion and passed it to his wife, exchanging it for his jacket. Tonks went next, passing her jacket to Brant and drawing a surprised look from the man working as she passed him the money to play. She was picking out a hammer. Harry approached Brant. "Can I have my pouch?" he asked quietly. Brant wasn't sure why, but they made a small huddle and presented Harry with the bag. He reached down inside without taking it and scratched at the lamashu fang on his staff in the same way that Hermes had been pecking at it before. It did end up giving him a boost of strength that he could feel flowing through him. Tonks picked out the second heaviest hammer and told Alvin, "Size doesn't matter, it's how you use it." Then, with perfect form, she swung it around fiercely and smashed the plate at the bottom, sending the pin rocketing to the top for a loud ringing of the bell. With a smirk on her face, she picked out a large stuffed monkey and said, "I'm going to keep this one for myself. Your turn, Harry." Copying what the others had done, Harry paid the man and took off his jacket, hesitantly passing it to Liz. The Mannings all just stared at Harry's physique in just his t-shirt as Sheila said, "You've got to be the toughest 12-year-old that I've ever seen." Harry blushed a bit and went to pick out a hammer, ending up with one size smaller than Tonks. Stepping up, he gave it a mighty swing and grazed the plate, barely knocking the pin into the air. Looking embarrassed, he turned away from the game, but the man working the booth stopped him. "Keep swinging till you've got it, laddie. I want to see what you can do." Inspired by the vote of faith, Harry turned back around and took a practice swing to get his aim right. The pin was launched almost halfway up the pole. With a nod from the worker, he squared off again and slammed the hammer down with all his strength as the pin went almost to the top, but a few feet below where Alvin had reached. "Good try," the man complimented him. "Grab what you want from the small prizes for the little lady there." Liz pointed towards a pink teddy bear, which was taken down for her. Liz seemed a bit disappointed at being the only one to have gotten a smaller prize at the game and made frequent glances towards the larger prizes held by her mother and Tonks. Harry was still enjoying himself, though. There were plenty of sights and sounds, and a few more rides and games. The Ferris wheel was interesting, but not as much fun as flying on a broom. Liz liked it a lot and enjoyed pointing out many of the places they had been that day from the top of the ride. When they got back down, Brant gave some bad news. "Harry, we need to get going. You'll need to get back to King's Cross Station soon to take the overnight train back to school," he announced to the group. That didn't seem right, but the looks out of the corner of his eye toward the Mannings meant that he was saying that for their benefit. He'd be back at school in less than an hour. Liz's parents also commented that they should be heading out as well, which caused their daughter to complain a bit. Harry tried to mimic her groans at needing to leave early. Regardless, they started walking as a group for the exit. Along the way, they passed by some of the games again, and next to the ones that Liz had told him were impossible. One of them had a shaky rope ladder you had to climb, but completing it gave a stuffed animal as big as Harry. Wanting to make her feel better, Harry asked Liz if she wanted one of those prizes. "I told you that's impossible," she said. "No one wins those." "I climb trees all the time, it couldn't be too hard," he countered. Alvin steered the group over and paid the man for Harry to attempt it. "Give it a shot. I'm guessing no one has won it so far today, right?" he asked the parlery running the game. He shook his head. "It's very hard, but the prize is worth it. It might take you a few attempts, but if you get both feet on that last rung, you win." Harry took a look at the game. It was designed to be shaky, so if you were slightly unbalanced, you would fall immediately. Lyra would be able to do this in a second, but he was almost certain that could do it too. He started by putting his hands on the ladder and tilting it back and forth, trying to find the center of gravity and where to balance himself. The spot was ridiculously thin, and he realized that using his hands would only make it harder to finish. So, standing straight up, he took his time and just walked up the rope ladder like it were stairs, with one foot directly in front of the other. By keeping his body vertical instead of lying flat, he was able to keep himself centered over the middle with ease. It took him only a few moments to walk right up to the last rung and then jump off, turning back to see the shocked faces of everyone watching. Walking back to Liz, he asked, "Which one do you want?" She ended up taking a large green teddy bear, bigger than she was. Then the rest of the way to the exit, she pestered Harry with questions about how he was able to balance like that it was impossible, though the last thing she said felt like nails under Harry's skin as she said it. Only circus freaks can balance that well. Freaks. He was a freak. But so was Lyra, Brant, Tonks, and everyone else he knew now. Being a freak was fine, but he didn't like people who used that word, regardless. They said their goodbyes at the gate, and Liz gave Harry a hug, which he hesitantly returned. Then they walked quietly back to the car. Tonks had been ready to start asking Harry how much he enjoyed the day, but Brant stopped her as he could see Harry was trying to think hard about something. When they got closer to the car, they could see someone leaning against it. When they were a bit closer, they could see it appeared to be a police officer. Getting closer, they could see it was Alastair Moody, dressed as a Muggle police officer, with a leather eye patch over his magical eye. 44, Tonks said to him without preamble. 43, he replied. Wrong, she replied firmly. One time you made the signal in a mirror while I was trying on a hat, and it reflected onto another surface. 44. Ah, he was quiet for a while, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a blue coin with the logo of the Aura core on it. He tossed it to Tonks, who caught it and stared at it in shock. You've got the next week off, he told her as she stared at the coin in her hands. 100% total time off from me. No challenges, no poisonings, no missions, no sneak attacks, no need to watch for signals, nothing. Still need to report to Bones, but show her the coin, and she'll give you a pick of assignments. With that said, the Aura casually strolled away, leaving her staring at the coin in her hands. Harry and Brant looked back and forth between Tonks and Moody, who had just stopped a group of teenagers and was forcing them to pick up some trash they had dropped. What just happened? Brant asked. You didn't notice it, but he's been following us all day. Remember how I told you he gives me markers to track? He was doing it all day today, and I was keeping a tally of them, but I beat it. I didn't just complete it, I beat the bloody challenge. She said that last part with pride. What's the coin? Harry asked. She held it up. Challenge coin. All the instructors carry them. They award them to auras that go above and beyond or exceed their expectations. However, all the others are gold. Moody carries blue ones. I'll need to ask Tristan if he ever got one. Tonks was still in a bit of shock as they got back in the car. She drove at a very safe speed, all the way back to the leaky cauldron. As the ride was much smoother, Brant took the time to enchant Harry's stuffed elephant and Tonks's monkey with increased durability, a spell to keep dirt off them, and minor protection from fire and water damage. Tonks dropped them off at the leaky cauldron and continued on her way, probably to return the car she had borrowed. Harry retrieved his wand and pouch from Brant and donned the hooded cloak before entering the pub. Harry noticed there were a few other hooded patrons in there tonight, so he didn't stick out as much as they walked through to use the flue. However, instead of going straight to Hogwarts, Brant told Harry they were going to Hogsmeade, outside of the school, to a place called the Three Broomsticks to have dinner. They arrived at a pleasant restaurant with a bit of music playing in the background. The establishment was about half full, and there was a lively conversation going on at each of the tables. As they exited the flue, Brant requested a booth in the back. While they were waiting for their food, Harry held out his left arm and asked, "When can I take the cuff off?" "Once we're back inside Hogwarts. You'll feel like casting a bunch of magic, like when we got off the plane, so once we are inside the gates you can fire off a blast of magic when you remove the cuff." Harry fiddled with the cuff, and Brant asked, "So did you have fun today?" "Yeah, it was great." He perked up. "Do wizards have fun fairs?" "Not really, no," Brant told him. "Occasionally there are some large Quidditch matches that will have things like that outside the stadiums before or after the games. Also, when a match looks like it will go on for more than a few days, tents for food and games will pop up around it so people can take breaks from watching and do other things." "They should do fairs. A lot of those things would be even better with magic," Harry commented. "People would cheat at the games," Brant said. "Give them the cuffs," Harry suggested. "Make them play like muggles if they can't play without cheating." "Good idea," Brant said as their food arrived. "So what did you think about spending time with Liz?" Harry frowned a bit and looked at his food. "Arcturus was right," he said sadly. It's not fun when you have to hide everything about yourself from someone. Tracy's mom and Hermione's parents are great, but they know about magic, so that's fine. I also didn't like how she talked about magic, and how I could balance so well like it just wasn't natural. Brant nodded, with a small smile inside. Imagine Liz's life like a puzzle. It's flat, and there's no place in it for a larger piece. It doesn't mean that you can't spend time together, but it would be very difficult to add magic into her life, as it's not a piece that can fit into her puzzle. Harry had to put down his hood to eat, so he started to get a little bit of attention, but glares from Brant seemed to be keeping people away. When Harry was almost done, he seemed to have an idea and looked up to his escort. "At the fair, you spoke into my head. How did you do that? Severus also did it to me once too. I wanted to talk to you about that. It's a field of magic called legilimency. There are two fields of mind magic, and that is one of them. The other is called occlumency. I've been trying to find a tutor for you and your sister in that field, but tutors are difficult to find, as most people hide the skill. Occlumency focuses internally on your mind, and legilimency focuses on others. Nearly every powerful wizard will have a strong mind from occlumency training. What else can you do with it? Harry asked. Most people will use occlumency to protect their mind from people using legilimency. The two fields in their most basic uses are a shield and a sword. Legilimency can be used to see the thoughts inside of someone's head, and occlumency can protect you from someone using legilimency. However, there are many more applications for each field of magic. There are a few basic things like keeping your emotions in check or basic communication with someone through eye contact, but there are also many other skills that I won't spoil for you now, and when a tutor is found for you, they can explain it better than I can. You can't teach us, Harry asked. Just like the knives, which I'm happy that you aren't playing with on your own, I can't teach you because I don't have the skill to instruct you. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small dagger and spun it through his fingers before sticking it into the table. While I know how to use it, I don't know how to teach the use of some things properly. He put the blade back into his pocket. Occlumency can be even more dangerous than a knife, as you aren't concerned with cutting your arm or body. It's your mind that you are training. Once a mistake is made, you will need serious magical healing inside your mind or memories. Harry swallowed nervously, understanding the implications. They finished their meal and headed back to Hogwarts. On the way out, several other patrons in the restaurant politely asked to shake Harry's hand. They weren't obnoxious like the reporters in the ministry, so he smiled and said hello to a few of them before leaving. The gates of Hogwarts opened to him as he arrived, and once inside, Harry looked around and saw the snow covering the path leading up to the castle. Brant trudged ahead a bit and pulled out his wand, waving it around to make snow accumulate into a giant snow dragon, which he used a freezing spell to hold in place. A few students on the hill started to huddle together to watch. Returning to Harry, he said, "Here's the target for when I take off your cuff. I'll take a few pictures." Harry smiled and pulled out his wand as Brant pulled out his camera. He took a few pictures of the snow dragon before removing the absorption cuff and taking a big step back. Harry braced his wand over his other arm as he saw Patricia and the older Ravenclaw do when they shot at the pixies on the way to the unicorns. Aiming for the head, he charged up a large bolt of magic for 10 seconds before letting it fly and obliterating the head and neck of the fearsome beast. He then did the same thing to the rest of the body until it was all gone. There were cheers from the students watching. "Good job, Harry," Brant complimented him. "I need to go now. Tell your sister to send me an owl with any ideas she has for what she wants to do for a day out like you just had." Harry smiled and nodded, then pulled his broom out of his pouch and flew towards the castle. Chapter 78, Slideshow. Chapter text before going to sleep. Harry told the story of the day to Lyra, as well as gave her the stuffed animal that he had won. She had already been brainstorming ideas for her day out with Brant and asked Harry to use Hermes to send her a letter. The top choice on the list was to have a shopping day with Parvati and Lavender so she could also get her ears pierced with her gift certificate. Harry also interrupted Deria and Melly's study time to ask the Romany girl about his fortune-telling incident. Was she a real seer? Melly responded curiously. An aura we were with said she wasn't, Harry told her, but it genuinely felt like the fortune was real. She couldn't have put any magic into the reading, though. Melly responded. Harry's eyes widened. But I did. She told me to put my energy into the cards, and I did. And you picked the cards too, Harry nodded. Then you essentially did fortune yourself. The woman just interpreted it. Do you remember what cards were in your reading? Harry pulled out the Polaroid and the deck he had bought, then took the 11 cards off the top of the deck and arranged them like they were in the photo. Something that I always liked to do when I helped my mother with her readings was to use the pictures on the tarot cards to help in the interpretation. Sometimes more than just the basic meanings of the cards gives foresight into your fortune and can help guide you. Not everything is completely correct, and sometimes you need to really search for the proper meaning. She pointed to the first card. This is the world, and I'm sure she explained to you the meaning of it being inverted, but if you look at the whole picture, you need to try and see how it represents you. The 4 animals in the corner may represent different things in your life, and the 4 elements as well. The lion for the constellation Leo and fire, the bull for the constellation Taurus and earth, the eagle for the constellation Scorpio and air, the man's face for the constellation Aquarius and water. I know your birthday is at the end of July, so the bull might represent you, or you might be represented another way. There is also the snake eating its tail, representing the beginning and the end, in constant motion. Everything has a meaning and a reason why it was drawn for your fortune. You just need to figure out what they are. There was a ton of information to go through, so he pleaded, "Can you look at it with me quickly?" She gave a quick look to Daria, as if asking for permission. Then they both closed up their books and gathered around Harry's tarot cards. Daria can help me with ideas for the interpretation, but it's just an interpretation. You need to find the meaning in your life for it to be accurate. We're just helping you with the ideas on what it might be. Okay, Harry nodded. So let's quickly go through it. In the second position is the 10 of Wands, representing a burden on you. The man in the picture is not showing his face to us and is holding the 10 poles in a very awkward fashion. There also appears to be a farm with a house that he is walking towards. What could those mean? I like to grow things, Harry tried to guess from the farm on the horizon. You might need to organize your burden, Daria tried to supply. You might need to hide your face for some reason, Melly said. It could be all of these things or none of them. They are all different ways to look at things. None of them need to be correct. I guess I do have a lot of burdens to organize, Harry said, already trying to organize his thoughts. For your hidden self, Melly told him, you have the 3 of Wands. They look like staves to me, Daria interrupted. They could be staves to Harry, Melly said. 2 spots ahead is the magician, which is the conscious influence on the situation. If you look closely, he's also the same character in the 3 of Wands. They are the only 2 figures in the deck that have the same circlet around their head. So I'm the magician and I need 3 staves, Harry asked. Maybe, Melly shrugged. The picture has you holding only 1 staff. The placement might be important too. 2 staves to one side, one of which is yours, one to the side. Do you know 2 other people with staves? Yes, he did know 2 other people with staves. There was him and his sister, and then also the giver. The giver was undoubtedly an element of his hidden self. I can see you found a connection, Melly smiled. The next card is the recent past. Dealing with the past and the future is always tricky because calling something immediate, recent, or distant is objective. The recent past could be 50 years ago if you're looking at the period of 1,000 years, or it could be 10 minutes ago. Your recent past is the Tower card, a great upheaval or disaster. I just started at Hogwarts, Harry supplied. It probably is something bigger, Melly said firmly. I see on the card a tower exploding after being hit by a bolt of lightning and a man and woman falling, probably to their deaths. Explain that however you'd like. We already covered the magician for the next position. He represents all the suits of the tarot deck, but doesn't come in contact with any on this card. He is holding a candle and has a symbol representing infinity over his head. It's the wand movement for a preservation charm, Harry told them, to keep your potions from spoiling. How do you know that? Daria asked. I learned it over the break, he told her. Can you teach us? I can try. I'll grab something I made in the potions club when we're done here. Cool, Melly said and looked back at his card array. So the next one is very important. It is the future. It is supposed to be the near future and something that you should examine in great detail. However, the near future could be anywhere from tomorrow to the next few years, depending on the time scale you're looking at. You have the Five of Cups, signifying loss, regret, or bereavement. The picture shows a man in black near a bridge and flowing water. He's looking at 3 cups fallen over, but 2 cups remain standing out of his line of sight. Does a man in black mean anything to you? Harry thought about it and said, I have detention with Professor Snape tomorrow. What did you do? Daria asked. When I was being questioned about what happened to Crabbe, I admitted to hurting him last term. I had been defending myself, but I lied about it when it happened. He's just making people brew potions over and over in weird cauldrons now, Melly said. It's not so bad. I had detention with him last week. I tracked mud into the castle and Filch gave it to me, but then Snape just said I would serve it with him instead. She looked back at the cards. I'm not sure what Snape's detention has to do with whatever your goal is, so it might be something else. Bereavement is what the card symbolizes. Maybe you should ask a ghost, Daria told him. I figure they'd know the most about grieving after death, as they did die once, and it's regret about something that made them stay here instead of moving on. We don't have a house ghost, though, Harry said, though I guess I can talk to any of them. Melly looked at the cards again. So the next one we have is how you see yourself, the 10 of Cups. You see yourself as being at peace with your family, who bring you joy. I wouldn't know how to interpret that, because I know nothing about your family, other than Lyra. Symbols here are 2 adults, 2 children, and a rainbow. Do any of those mean anything to you? Harry shook his head, so she continued. This is one that you'll probably agree with. People see you as justice, one that upholds the law and brings punishment on those who need it. Do you agree with that? Her eyes were raised as if she were trying to get some sort of secret confirmation from him. I agree somewhat with that idea, Harry told her. 2 more spots to go, Daria informed them, looking at the next cards. Okay, 7 of Swords for your hopes and fears. Oh, and I forgot, since this one and the last one are adjacent to the future card, they can also contain hints of that too. This card represents your fear of betrayal and deception. It's very reasonable to fear, and I bet most people have it. However, you should be on the lookout for it, as it will guide you to your goal. Card shows someone, maybe you, maybe someone else, with 7 swords, but only carrying 5. Swords represent knowledge, but they are still swords and should be considered as something dangerous. Taking a deep breath, she got to the last one. How did you get 2 cards here? They were stuck together. The fortune teller told me they represent 2 outcomes, but couldn't tell me if I'm going to get both, one or neither. That's right. So the first one you get is death, Melly said with a note of finality. Ooh, death, Daria said in a spooky voice. It means transition, right? Harry asked. Or change, or transformation, Melly continued. So when you complete your task, it will bring about some kind of change. However, death could very well be a part of that change. However, you can see that death is carrying a flag similar to the symbol of the pentacles, representing property or achievement. Be wary of what might change in your life in terms of property and achievement. Daria picked up the moon card that was under death. Ooh, these are connected, do you see it? She asked Harry. Harry looked closely at the 2 cards. In the background of death, there were 2 towers on a hill. Those same 2 towers were prominent in the moon card. The towers, Harry said happily. That is interesting, Melly told him. These aren't the same as the towers on the tower card. It is something different. Also, death and the moon are the only cards in the deck where these 2 towers can be seen. Have a feeling that change from the death card will come before the confusion, release of fear, and unhappiness that stems from the moon in reverse. On the death card, the towers are in the distance, but in the moon they are close. And the pictures, Harry asked. There are 2 dogs underneath the moon and a lobster. I have no idea what's going on there. You'll understand it when it comes, Melly told him. You'll probably get glimpses as it happens, and understand it better and quicker than you would otherwise. Harry just sat there for a moment looking at the cards, then gathered them all together and put them back in the box. He thanked both girls, then ran off to grab a potion and teach them the preservation charm. After breakfast the next day, Harry reported to the dungeons for detention. There was a line of other students already waiting there for Snape to arrive. All the other students were just muttering and complaining about whatever led them to waste their Sunday as far out of the sun as could be. There was a perfectly clear sky today, and most of the school was outside playing in the snow. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, Professor Snape swept down the hallway towards them, bringing a draft along with him to the already cold lower floor. He pushed open the door dramatically and commanded the group, "Inside now." The students shuffled inside as quickly as they could, lining up along the wall inside. There were cauldrons set up all around the room in a large circle, with one in the middle on a raised platform that could fit 2 adults comfortably inside it. For those who haven't been to my new and improved detentions before, listen closely. For those who have been here before, listen closely, as you obviously repeated your past mistakes to be here again. He briefly made eye contact with quite a few students present. You will find a cauldron with a potion recipe next to it that you have covered in class before. I don't care how well you did on it. If you did horribly, that's even better. You will then put on all the safety equipment at the station, including the gloves, the coat, and the boots. When you are ready, raise your hand and I will cast the bubble head charm on you. Then you will prepare your ingredients and start brewing. When you finish your potion, make a tally that you completed it, and then do it again. Repeat this process until I tell you to stop. If your cauldron explodes or melts or turns into some kind of animal, raise your hand and I will help you clean up. You will then record the step you were on, what made your cauldron malfunction, and the number printed on the side of your cauldron, then scrub it out and put it in the closet with the other ones you have ruined. You will repeat this again and again and again until I need to leave. I am unaware when I will need to depart today, so you might be here until dinner or for just an hour. We'll see what happens. The students all just stared at him, speechless. Go, he commanded. All the students ran to the desks around the room to check which one they wanted to work on, but Harry was stopped right away. Not you, Mr. Potter, Snape said, drawing looks from the other students. You get the big one in the middle. You will be brewing 50 batches at a time of the Wiggenweld potion. 50, one student exclaimed, then ran off to hide from Snape's glare. Harry had been expecting to get some kind of lecture from Severus, or need to tell the true story of what happened that day last term, or be interrogated for the attack on Vincent. This would be much better. He changed his shoes to the thick dragon-hide boots that went up to his thighs, then the gloves and jacket of the same material. Once he was all buttoned up, he raised his hand and Professor Snape came by and conjured a large bubble over his head that seemed to slip under the collar of the jacket he was wearing and extended over his wild mane of hair. Stepping up onto the platform with the cauldron, he looked inside and saw a thick stirring rod as tall as he was. Giving a big sigh, he started to collect the huge quantities of ingredients that he would need to prepare to brew 50 batches of the potion he brewed so perfectly on his midterm exam. Nearly 2 hours later, he finished the first batch of 50. There had been quite a few explosions and bottoms melting out from the other students. However, the only issue Harry was having was that he was sweating like no workout he had done before. Moving the giant stirring rod around was one part of his exhaustion. It weighed a lot, and just pushing it through the potion over and over required both hands and quite a bit of strength. Then there was infusing his magic into it as he stirred. The stirring was working his body, while the infusion was working his magic. He raised his hand and called over Professor Snape. I'm done with the first 50, he informed the professor. Snape climbed up on the platform and examined his results. Taking out a crystal ladle, he examined a scoop out of the bowl. Harry swore he saw a small smile from the man before he returned the scoop to the cauldron. Down on the side of the cauldron, there was a small spigot. Snape crouched down next to it with a medium-sized beaker and twisted the knob, with all of the contents slowly draining into the container. It was a bit surprising at first that all of it was going into the small container, but that shock went away quickly as he remembered that magic existed to make things bigger on the inside. When it had drained, Snape called for an elf, who took away the beaker. Then he vanished the remaining residue inside and looked back at Harry. Do it again. Then he walked off, leaving Harry to groan and start preparing the ingredients again. It took a little longer for this batch, but when he finished, Snape repeated the process to drain the cauldron, then told him, go to lunch, come back when you're done. Harry was exhausted but didn't want to complain because he wasn't getting punished for what Snape probably knew he did. Whether that was the attack last term or the one last week, he wasn't sure. So he just went to the Great Hall, stuffed his face with food for 30 minutes, and came back to do the giant potion again. The third time, however, as he was carefully adding all the lionfish spines to the potion, There was a loud creaking noise, and the cauldron split on the far side, and all of the contents started to spill out. Most of the other students started to jump away in panic, but the potion was contained in an invisible cube surrounding the platform that Harry was standing on, the liquid splashing against the sides. Snape was grading papers by his desk and stood up casually, walked over to the invisible cube, and vanished all of the potion inside. Then, with a quick twist of his wand, the empty cauldron with a crack in it was levitated towards the area where students were supposed to shower if they got hazardous potions on them. "Record where your potion failed, and then clean it out," Snape told Harry. While Harry was completely inside the cauldron scrubbing it out and trying to avoid the cracked metal, there was a loud knock at the door to the classroom, which caused many of the students to stop and Harry to stick his head out and look. Snape opened the door to reveal Brant on the other side, pulling a small trunk. Snape turned back to the detention students and said, "Back to work," then looked at Harry. "Everyone." Harry ducked back inside to keep scrubbing, while Brant and Snape went into his office. The professor came back out right after and started dismissing students. Harry wasn't allowed to leave until his cauldron was clean, and then Snape told him to leave while the cauldron was levitated into the storage room. Just as Harry was leaving the classroom, he heard Brant saying, "Okay, we're off to the nest." Then the door to the classroom closed and locked behind him. At around 9 at night, the fireplace in Snape's office roared back to life, with the professor and Brant tumbling out of it. They both nearly rolled onto the floor and just lay there for nearly a minute. "Please tell me you have a sobering potion in here somewhere," Brant groaned. "I do not make it a habit of drinking to excess, particularly on a school night," Severus responded as he slowly sat up, bracing himself with his hands. "We have an hour to sober up before the others get here. Can you just ask an elf to find one for you?" Snape groaned a bit and called, "Tweak." An elf wearing Slytherin colors popped in. "Please find us 2 sobering potions. Raid one of the older Slytherins that keep them around and replace them with a promissory note for a minor favor from me." "Yes, sir." The elf nodded and popped away, turning back to Brant. "I'm never doing that again." "Yes, you will, though we'll probably go to a different pub next time." Tweak popped back in with 2 small potions and handed them off. A sobering potion felt like pouring hot sauce up your nose and slapping yourself with a fish, followed by your blood freezing and blue steam coming out of your sweat glands. It did as it was advertised, and both men were back on their feet in a minute. When they were sitting and relaxing, Severus said, "I still can't believe you have an alliance with Mad-Eye. Even if it is to protect the kids, it just feels unnatural. It's not like we're going out drinking, and I'm trying to hook him up with Quidditch fangirls or something. You're still a Black, and he's still Mad-Eye, though. Well, maybe I'll try to poison him here and there, and he can stun me and threaten to put me in Azkaban every other week then." Brant pulled out a flask, but Snape stopped him from drinking. "Wait at least an hour after a sobering potion, or your hangover will be even worse," Snape warned Brant. So the 2 of them drank water for the next hour until there was a knock on the door. Snape opened it to reveal Minerva McGonagall, Alistair Moody, Tristan Nevitt, and Nymphadora Tonks. He gestured them inside. "So is this everyone in Harry and Lyra's secret club?" Tonks asked, looking around. McGonagall replied, "There's also Newt and Tina Scamander, a man named Nestor Baelindang, and Albus Dumbledore, but not that much for the headmaster." Tonks sat down at a desk and looked around. "Quite a few detentions served here, though I still think most of them weren't my fault." Snape walked over to her and stared at her. "Are we sure she can be trusted?" He continued to stare, then spun around and walked away as his cloak billowed behind him. Tonks was trying her best to not be scared by the terrifying Professor Snape, and as she was looking at him, she remembered her conversation with Lyra about how he just liked to look scary. "Hey," she called after him. "Your cloak just billowed in the dungeon. There's no wind here." She stared at him intensely. "I got it. You put an updraft enchantment on your shoes. It activates when you scuff your heel." Pulling off her boots, she pulled out her wand and scribbled several runes into the heels, then cast a spell on them and slipped them back on. She then proceeded to strut around the classroom as her aura jacket fluttered along with bursts of wind that came from her boots every time she intentionally hit the corners on the stone floor. "That's how he does it," Tristan said with his mouth ajar. Snape looked a bit put out after his trick had been outed, so he just said, "Well, it's not because I'm a vampire. if that's what you thought. I know you're not a vampire, sir, Tristan said with a guilty face. If you were, then the garlic balm my friends and I put in the Great Hall in my 5th year would have done something. We never caught who was responsible for that, Mr. Nevitt, Minerva told him. I just hope your sister doesn't do anything similar when she starts next year, or I'll add the detention you should have served to hers. I'm sure she'll be better behaved than I was, Professor. He smiled. So are we going to start this? Alistair asked. He turned his wand to Tonks and cast, Incarcerus. Ropes shot out of his wand and tied his trainee up into a mummy of coiled ropes, then unrolled a parchment to hold in front of her. Here is the oath you'll need to swear to join our club. Pretty standard, Tonks said as she read it. Can you untie me so I can swear it? Untie yourself, Moody told her. Fine. She rolled her eyes and shrunk herself to the size of a child, then inched her way out of the loose ropes, then grew again once she was out. Drawing her wand, she swore not to discuss Harry and Lyra's secrets that she would learn in this room tonight to anyone who wasn't present or spoken of earlier. So, how are we doing this? Minerva asked. I figure we just need to tell her about the trial and see how much she can piece together, Tristan suggested. That works, Alistair said. Turning to his trainee, he grew serious. Sit down, Nymphadora. Fun time seemed to be over, so she sat down without argument or annoyance at her name being used. You read the transcripts for the trial of Lucius Malfoy, right? He asked her. My parents tucked me into bed with my favorite stuffed rabbit and read it to me like a bedtime story, she responded with a smile. Well, the part where I brought in the muggle to testify, Alistair told her. That man was Harry Potter's uncle. Cabal watched the realization of what happened wash over Nymphadora Tonks's face. There was shock, then anger, followed by sadness and confusion. But how? She asked. What happened after? When you found out, where did he go from there? We didn't find out, Minerva told her with sadness in her voice. We didn't find out until Harry Potter turned 11 years old. His letter, Tonks trailed off. Where was it addressed to? Wait, how did nobody know? Who was supposed to be watching him? That's a different conversation, Snape told her. The quick version is that Harry and Lyra were sold to slavers, and at some point during their transport, there was a magical accident that sank the container ship they were on, and they washed up on an island in the Philippines. An island with demiguises, Tonks surmised. Exactly, Brant said. They had almost no human contact with anyone at all until they were found the summer before Lyra was supposed to start Hogwarts. Tonks turned to Tristan. That's where you were. I knew you were on a manhunt, but not who or where. You got your golden wand for finding Harry. And Lyra, he added, the island is incredibly magical. He stroked his hair and momentarily revealed the scar there. Wait, who are the stylists who did your hair if there are no people there? Hoo-hoos, giant fire-throwing hoo-hoos. They make Dumbledore's phoenix look like a kitten. And who is their tutor, the one who gave them their knives? A duend, Snape answered. Something like a dwarf, but taller, more creepy, and a Parselmouth. They have knives at school, McGonagall asked. Long story, Brant told her. They won't be carrying them without training. A Parselmouth? Yes, Minerva told Tonks, who was just getting beaten into the ground with sharks. He speaks regularly with a 55-foot-long snake that helps protect the island. With the help of the hoo-hoos and a 20-foot-tall deer made of white light, Brant stacked another shark on her. It looks like a Patronus charm, but even grander. That doesn't sound too bad, Tonks commented. The deer nearly killed an entire team of professional warders, Minerva told the young Aura. The hoo-hoos nearly killed me, Tristan said, lifting his fringe to show the burn scar along the side of his head. It almost got me too, Brant added. I also saw the snake devour a 7-foot shark in a single bite. Not to mention the cobras and the other snakes, Severus added. The scary tree, Alistair added. You call it the scary tree too, Brant asked. The crocodiles, Minerva said. What crocodiles? Brant asked. Oh, just a footnote, I guess, in the murderous menagerie, she responded. During the rainy summer months, if the island floods, they get saltwater crocodiles invading the island. Then there's the pig with horns that was never seen again, Brant mentioned. We don't know about that one, Snape said curiously. Probably a boar, but Nestor says that there are no pigs on the island. Harry says he gored it with his staff when it tried to attack Lyra. Ha, Alistair mumbled. Oh, and then there's the dead mystery monster. I wonder what that could have been. Harry said it was worse than the rest. Okay, Tonks said. The island is terrifying. It's a miracle they survived there for a couple of years. Not a couple, Snape said grimly. Around 5 years. This explains a lot, Tonks said, trying to connect things in her head. So they lived completely alone with a few demiguises and a dwarf. More than a few, Tristan told her. There were over 50 when we were there last. And he's not a dwarf, Brant added. He's my height, and his name is the Giver, he added with a mysterious tone. What does he give? Tonks asked. All the others looked at each other for the answer, but no one seemed to have it. There were many shrugs as they all traded glances. Okay, enough recap, Alistair said, breaking the silence. I'm here for one main reason. I want to see the pictures. Be right back. Brant jumped up and headed into Severus's office and returned with the trunk. From inside, he pulled out many stacks of photos, then conjured a large white sheet on the wall. What does everyone want to see first? There was a large disagreement on what to show, but Minerva won the first round by just saying, "Let's see the family." Brant fished out some photos from the first stack and said, "A bit of a backstory first. We arrived by boat with the Scamanders, and as soon as the kids got onto the beach, the Demis came out to greet them. This first picture is the reaction of Mr. and Mrs. Scamander to what happened." Brant muttered 2 incantations under his breath, then threw the photo like a frisbee at the sheet on the wall. Just before it hit, it expanded to cover nearly the entire wall and stuck there. It had both Newt and Tina standing and smiling into the distance. Then suddenly, their eyes widened almost comically, and their jaws dropped, hanging as far out as possible as they were left speechless as they observed what was happening. Brant summoned back the photo on the wall and threw the next one up, which showed Harry, Lyra, and Whispers running up the beach. Then the horde of demiguises exploded from the tree line and rushed over them. Brant summoned the photo back and repeated the process for 15 more photos, which showed the giant silver monkeys wrestling and playing with the 3 returning residents. That's a lot of demiguises, Tonks said in disbelief. Watch this. Brant threw one more photo up to show a staring contest between 2 demiguises, one he identified as Digger and the other as Dougal, Newt's companion. Dougal there is around 80 years old. Digger we estimated is close to 30, but is nearly 3 times as large. Dougal is barely bigger than Whispers, who is only 5. Show us the hoo-hoos now, Alistair demanded. So the backstory on this is that when we got the news about Lucius Malfoy, Lyra went into hiding with the hoo-hoos. Harry and I went to try to get her to come back, and I almost got roasted. I managed to apparate to the beach and take this photo. He put up the picture of the swirling flame on the top of the mountain where he had been standing. This is the same thing that Nestor got hit by, I'm assuming. I only saw it coming at my face. Then I woke up in the hospital, he told them. That's pretty much what it looked like, but I could feel the heat too, Snape told the others. One of the most powerful non-dragon flames I've ever seen, Alistair added. So after that, I had to go back to get my broom, Brant continued. And Harry got an idea for how to cheer up Lyra, but didn't tell me about it, just told me to wait till nightfall with my camera. This is what happened. The next series was photos of Lyra descending the mountain on her broom, a trail of flaming hair behind her, followed by around 20 burning hoo-hoos, lighting up the sky. The series of animated photos showed her flight down to the water, but they had to be changed every few seconds, which got a bit annoying. Okay, stop for a moment, Minerva said. Nitwit, she called, and an elf in Gryffindor colors appeared before her. Please bring us the Hogwarts pensive. Mr. Dummels doesn't like people's usings it, the elf said. I am the deputy headmistress. Bring me the pensive, she ordered. The elf bowed and popped away. That will make things a lot easier, Brant nodded. And I might be able to show you the snake eating the shark. Nestor discovered it doesn't move on film, like the animation charm doesn't affect it. My eye can't see it either, Alistair added. That was interesting, Brant thought. If Harry or Lyra can figure out a way to duplicate that effect as he did with other animal abilities, he couldn't even put into words what could be done with that. Nitwit popped back in holding the large basin. Mr. Dummels hopes you returns it promptly. Then he vanished, and the basin just stayed floating where he had held it. Brant put his wand to his temple and focused intently on the memory, as Minerva tapped a series of runes on the bowl which expanded it so they would all have a spot around the edge. Brant flicked the memory into the basin, then pulled out several more memories and put them in as well. stirring the contents with his wand until they were looking up at the mountaintop from the beach. "Everyone ready?" he asked, then plunged his face into the memory, with everyone else following suit. It would have been a strange sight if anyone walked into the room at that moment. 2 teachers, 3 auras, and Brant standing around a large stone bowl with their faces in the water, arms limp at their sides. They stood like that for nearly an hour and a half before they all stood up almost simultaneously. Minerva, Severus, and Alistair joined Brant to start looking through all the other photos. "I almost hope Malfoy isn't back in prison by summer," Tonks said. "That way we'll be assigned to guard Lyra out there." "I'll be there on vacation," Tristan smiled. "Last time I was there, I was just getting stunned and beaten up every day. No time for the girls and the beaches." "Sounds like my life now," Tonks frowned. "Being on a tropical island won't change that," he told her. "It will just be a nicer environment to be in while your bones heal. The summer has buckets of rain too. Still, it would be an adventure, and I'd rather get stunned out there than in dreary old England," she said happily. That it was," he smiled back. "So I heard you got Moody's challenge coin." Tonks fished it out and showed it off. "I got a week off from Moody and a pick of assignments." "Which challenge did you beat?" "Sigil spotting," she said proudly. "I got them all, and one more that he didn't realize he made from a reflection. I don't know that one, he didn't do it with me. I bet he just makes up tests on the spot and runs with them," Tonks told him. "What was your hardest one?" He called it the Bell Guard. "I had to be on the lookout for anything that could be rung like a bell and put a shield on it before he hit it with a stinging hex." "That sounds diabolical," Tonks shivered. "I just had to spot markers he would put up for a second. He wouldn't even tell me when the game had begun, though as soon as the last one ended, the next one could start at any time. He'd ask me for the count at random times, and every one I missed was a stinging hex." "I think that's worse than mine," Tristan said. "I just shielded his hexes. Did he say you couldn't shield or something?" Tonks just stood there with her mouth open for a few seconds, then said, "No, he didn't. I just thought I'd have to accept it as punishment." Tristan laughed. "There are no rules with Moody unless he gives you a direct order. Even then, there's probably some wiggle room. I know what I'm asking Director Bones for my assignment. I'm getting put with you all week, and you're going to tell me everything you know about that crazy old man." "I'm already working with Remy Argent on a case. I don't think you'll get it." Tonks held up the blue challenge coin and repeated slowly, "My pick of assignments." Then added happily, "I'll see you tomorrow." Then went over and joined the others looking through the photos Brant had brought.